September 1666. September 1st, up and at the office all the morning, and then dined at home. Got my new closet made mighty clean against tomorrow. Sir W. Penn and my wife and Mercer and I took Polichinelli, but were there horribly fright to see young Killigrew come in with a great many more young sparks, but we hid ourselves, so as we think they did not see us. By and by, they went away, and then we were at rest again, and so, the play being done, we to Islington, and there eat and drank and mighty merry, and so home singing, and, after a letter or two at the office, to bed. 2nd, Lord's Day. Some of our maids sitting up late last night to get things ready against our feast today. Jane called us up about 3 in the morning, to tell us of a great fire they saw in the city. So I rose and slipped on my nightgown, and went to her window, and thought it to be on the backside of Mark Lane at the farthest, but, being unused to such fires as followed, I thought it far enough off, and so went to bed again and to sleep. About 7 rose again to dress myself, and there looked out at the window, and saw the fire not so much as it was and further off. So to my closet to set things to rights after yesterday's cleaning. By and by Jane comes and tells me that she hears that above 300 houses have been burned down tonight by the fire we saw, and that it is now burning down all Fish Street, by London Bridge. So I made myself ready presently, and walked to the tower, and there got up upon one of the high places, Sir J. Robinson's little son going up with me. And there I did see the houses at that end of the bridge all on fire, and an infinite great fire on this and the other side the end of the bridge, which, among other people, did trouble me for poor little Michelle and our Sarah on the bridge. So down, with my heart full of trouble, to the lieutenant of the tower, who tells me that it begun this morning in the King's baker's house in Pudding Lane, and that it hath burned St. Magnus Church and most part of Fish Street already. So I down to the water side, and there got a boat and through bridge, and there saw a lamentable fire. Poor Michelle's house, as far as the Old Swan, already burned that way, and the fire running further, that in a very little time it got as far as the Steelyard, while I was there. Everybody endeavouring to remove their goods, and flinging into the river or bringing them into lighters that lay off. Poor people staying in their houses as long as till the very fire touched them, and then running into boats, or clambering from one pair of stairs by the waterside to another. And among other things, the poor pigeons, I perceive, were loath to leave their houses, but hovered about the windows and balconies till they were, some of them burned, their wings, and fell down. Having stayed, and in an hour's time seen the fire, rage every way, and nobody, to my sight, endeavouring to quench it, but to remove their goods, and leave all to the fire, and having seen it get as far as the Steelyard. And the wind mighty high and driving it into the city. And everything, after so long a drought, proving combustible, even the very stones of churches, and among other things the poor steeple by which pretty Mrs. Lives, and whereof my old schoolfellow Elborough is parson, taken fire in the very top, and there burned till it fell down, I to Whitehall, with a gentleman with me who desired to go off from the Tower, to see the fire, in my boat. To Whitehall, and there up to the King's closet in the chapel, where people come about me, and did give them an account dismayed them all, and word was carried in to the King. So I was called for, and did tell the King and Duke of York what I saw, and that unless his Majesty did command houses to be pulled down nothing could stop the fire. They seemed much troubled, and the King commanded me to go to my Lord Mayor 751 from him, and command him to spare no houses, but to pull down before the fire every way. The Duke of York bid me tell him that if he would have any more soldiers he shall, and so did my Lord Arlington afterwards, as a great secret. 752. Here meeting, with Captain Cock, I in his coach, which he lent me, and Creed with me to Paul's, and there walked along Watling Street, as well as I could, every creature coming away loaden with goods to save. And here and there sick people carried away in beds. Extraordinary good goods carried in carts and on backs. At last met my Lord Mayor in Canning Street, like a man spent, with a handkerchief about his neck. To the King's message he cried, like a fainting woman, Lord, what can I do? I am spent, people will not obey me. I have been pulling down houses, but the fire overtakes us faster than we can do it. That he needed no more soldiers, and that, for himself, he must go and refresh himself, having been up all night. So he left me, and I him, and walked home, seeing people all almost distracted, and no manner of means used to quench the fire. The houses, too, so very thick thereabouts, and full of matter for burning, as pitch and tar, in Thames Street. And warehouses of oil, and wines, and brandy, and other things. Here I saw Mr. Isaki Hublin, the handsome man, prettily dressed and dirty, at his door at Dowgate, receiving some of his brother's things, whose houses were on fire. And, as he says, have been removed twice already, and he doubts, as it soon proved, that they must be in a little time removed from his house also, which was a sad consideration. And to see the churches all filling with goods by people who themselves should have been quietly there at this time. By this time it was about 12 o'clock, and so home, and there find my guests, which was Mr. Wood and his wife Barbary Sheldon, and also Mr. Moons, she mighty fine, and her husband, for aught I see, a likely man. But Mr. Moon's design and mine, which was to look over my closet and please him with the sight thereof, which he hath long desired, was wholly disappointed, for we were in great trouble and disturbance at this fire, not knowing what to think of it. However, we had an extraordinary good dinner, and as merry, as at this time we could be. While at dinner Mrs. Batelier come to inquire after Mr. Wolfe and Staines, who, it seems, are related to them, whose houses in Fish Street are all burned. And they in a sad condition. She would not stay in the fright. Soon as dined, I and Moon away, and walked, through the city, the streets full of nothing but people and horses and carts loaden with goods, ready to run over one another, and, removing goods from one burned house to another. They now removing out of Canning Streets, which received goods in the morning, into Lombard Streets, and further, and among others I now saw my little goldsmith, Stokes, receiving some friend's goods, whose house itself was burned the day after. We parted at Paul's, he home, and I to Paul's Wharf, where I had appointed a boat to attend me, and took in Mr. Carcass and his brother, whom I met in the streets and carried them below and above bridge to and again to see the fire, which was now got further, both below and above and no likelihood of stopping it. Met with the King and Duke of York in their barge, and with them to Queenhithe and there called Sir Richard Brown to them. Their order was only to pull down houses apace, and so below bridge the waterside. But little was or could be done, the fire coming upon them so fast. Good hopes there was of stopping it at the 3 Cranes above, and at Butolph's Wharf below bridge, if care be used. But the wind carries it into the city so as we know not by the waterside what it do there. River full of lighters and boats taking in goods, and good goods swimming in the water, and only I observed that hardly one lighter or boat in 3 that had the goods of a house in, but there was a pair of virginals 753 in it. Having seen as much as I could now, I away to Whitehall by appointment, and there walked to St. James's Parks, and there met my wife and Creed and Wood and his wife, and walked to my boat. And there upon the water again, and to the fire up and down, it still increasing, and the wind great. So near the fire as we could for smoke, and all over the Thames, with one's face in the wind, you were almost burned with a shower of fire drops. This is very true, so as houses were burned by these drops and flakes of fire, 3 or 4, nay, 5 or 6 houses, one from another. When we could endure no more upon the water, we to a little alehouse on the bankside, over against the 3 Cranes, and there stayed till it was dark almost, and saw the fire grow. And, as it grew darker, appeared more and more, and in corners and upon steeples, and between churches and houses, as far as we could see up the hill of the city, in a most horrid malicious bloody flame, not like the fine flame of an ordinary fire. Barbary and her husband away before us. We stayed till, it being darkish, we saw the fire as only one entire arch of fire from this to the other side the bridge, and in a bow up the hill for an arch of above a mile long. It made me weep to see it. The churches, houses, and all on fire and flaming at once, and a horrid noise the flames made, and the cracking of houses at their ruins. So home with a sad heart, and there find every body discoursing and lamenting the fire. And poor Tom Hayter come with some few of his goods saved out of his house, which is burned upon Fish Street's Hall. I invited him to lie at my house, and did receive his goods, but was deceived in his lying there, the news coming every moment of the growth of the fire, so as we were forced to begin to pack up our own goods, and prepare for their removal. And did by moonshine, it being brave dry, and moon, shine, and warm weather, carry much of my goods into the garden, and Mr. Hayter and I did remove my money in iron chests into my cellar, as thinking that the safest place. And got my bags of gold into my office, ready to carry away, and my chief papers of accounts also there, and my tallies into a box by themselves. So great was our fear, as Sir W. Batten hath carts come out of the country to fetch away his goods this night. We did put Mr. Hayter, poor man, to bed a little, but he got but very little rest, so much noise being in my house, taking down of goods. 3rd. About 4 o'clock in the morning, my Lady Batten sent me a cart to carry away all my money, and plate, and best things, to Sir W. Ryder's at Bednall Green. Which I did riding myself in my nightgown in the cart, and, Lord! To see how the streets and the highways are crowded with people running and riding, and getting of carts at any rate to fetch away things. I find Sir W. Ryder tired with being called up all night, and receiving things from several friends. His house full of goods, and much of Sir W. Batten's and Sir W. Penn's. I am eased at my heart to have my treasure so well secured. Then home, with much ado to find a way, nor any sleep all this night to me nor my poor wife. But then and all this day she and I, and all my people laboring to get away the rest of our things, and did get Mr. Tooker to get me a lighter to take them in, and we did carry them, myself some, over Tower Hill, which was by this time full of people's goods, bringing their goods thither, and down to the lighter, which lay at next quay, above the Tower Dock. And here was my neighbour's wife, Mrs. Dash, with her pretty child, and some few of her things, which I did willingly give way to be saved with mine, but there was no passing with any thing through the postern, the crowd was so great. The Duke of York of this day by the office, and spoke to us, and did ride with his guard up and down the city, to keep all quiet, he being now general, and having the care of all. This day, Mercer being not at home, but against her mistress's order gone to her mother's, and my wife going thither to speak with W. Hewer, met her there, and was angry. And her mother saying that she was not an apprentice girl, to ask leave every time she goes abroad, my wife with good reason was angry, and, when she came home, bid her be gone again. And so she went away, which troubled me, but yet less than it would, because of the condition we are in, fear of coming into in a little time of being less able to keep one in her quality. At night lay down a little upon a quilt of W. Hewer's in the office, all my own things being packed up or gone, and after me my poor wife did the like, we having fed upon the remains of yesterday's dinner, having no fire or dishes, nor any opportunity of dressing anything. 4th. Up by break of day to get away the remainder of my things, which I did by a lighter at the iron gate, and my hands so few, that it was the afternoon before we could get them all away. Sir W. Penn and I to Tower Street, and there met the fire burning 3 or 4 doors beyond Mr. Howell's, whose goods, poor man, his trays, and dishes, shovels, and were flung all along Tower Street in the kennels, and people working therewith from one end to the other, the fire coming on in that narrow street, on both sides, with infinite fury. Sir W. Batten not knowing how to remove his wine, did dig a pit in the garden, and laid it in there, and I took the opportunity of laying all the papers of my office that I could not otherwise dispose of. And in the evening Sir W. Penn and I did dig another, and put our wine in it, and I my Parmesan cheese, as well as my wine and some other things. The Duke of York was at the office this day, at Sir W. Penn's, but I happened not to be within. This afternoon, sitting melancholy with Sir W. Penn in our garden, and thinking of the certain burning of this office, without extraordinary means, I did propose for the sending up of all our workmen from Woolwich and Deptford yards, none whereof yet appeared, and to write to Sir W. Coventry to have the Duke of York's permission to pull down houses, rather than lose this office, which would, much hinder, the king's business. So Sir W. Pen he went down this night, in order to the sending them up tomorrow morning. And I wrote to Sir W. Coventry about the business, but received no answer. This night Mrs. Turner, who, poor woman, was removing her goods all this day, good goods into the garden, and knows not how to dispose of them, and her husband supped with my wife and I at night, in the office. Upon a shoulder of mutton from the cook's, without any napkin or any thing, in a sad manner, but were merry. Only now and then walking into the garden, and saw how horridly the sky looks, all on a fire in the night, was enough to put us out of our wits, and, indeed, it was extremely dreadful, for it looks just as if it was at us. And the whole heaven on fire. I after supper walked in the dark down to Tower Street, and there saw it all on fire, at the Trinity House on that side, and the Dolphin Tavern on this side, which was very near us. And the fire with extraordinary vehemence. Now begins the practice of blowing up of houses in Tower Street, those next the Tower, which at first did frighten people more than anything, but it stopped the fire where it was done. It bringing down the 754 houses to the ground in the same place as they stood, and then it was easy to quench what little fire was in it, though it kindled nothing almost. W. Newer this day went to see how his mother did, and comes late home, telling us how he hath been forced to remove her to Islington, her house in Pye Corner being burned. So that the fire is got so far that way, and all the Old Bailey, and was running down to Fleet Street, and Paul's is burned, and all Cheapside. I wrote to my father this night, but the post-house being burned, the letter could not go. 755. 5th. I lay down in the office again upon W. Hewer's quilt, being mighty weary, and sore in my feet with going till I was hardly able to stand. About 2 in the morning my wife calls me up and tells me of new cries of fire, it being come to Barking Church, which is the bottom of our lane. I up, and finding it so, resolved presently to take her away, and did, and took my gold, which was about L2350, W. Newer, and Jane, down by Proundy's boat to Woolwich, but, Lord! What sad sight it was by moonlight to see, the whole city almost on fire, that you might see it plain at Woolwich, as if you were by it. There, when I come, I find the gates shut, but no guard kept at all, which troubled me, because of discourse now begun, that there is plot in it, and that the French had done it. I got the gates open, and to Mr. Sheldon's, where I locked up my gold, and charged, my wife and W. Newer never to leave the room without one of them in it, night, or day. So back again, by the way seeing my goods well in the lighters at Deptford, and watched well by people. Home. And whereas I expected to have seen our house on fire, it being now about 7 o'clock, it was not. But to the fire, and there find greater hopes than I expected. For my confidence of finding our office on fire was such, that I durst not ask any body how it was with us, till I come and saw it not burned. But going to the fire, I find by the blowing up of houses, and the great help given by the workmen out of the King's yards, sent up by Sir W. Pen, there is a good stop given to it, as well as at Mark Lane End as ours. It having only burned the dial of Barking Church, and part of the porch, and was there quenched. I up to the top of Barking Steeple, and there saw the saddest sight of desolation that I ever saw. Everywhere great fires, oil cellars, and brimstone, and other things burning. I became afeard to stay there long, and therefore down again as fast as I could, the fire being spread as far as I could see it, and to Sir W. Pen's, and there eat a piece of cold meat, having eaten nothing since Sunday, but the remains of Sunday's dinner. Here I met with Mr. Young and Whistler, and having removed all my things, and received good hopes that the fire at our end is stopped, they and I walked into the town, and find Fanchurch Street, Gracious Street, and Lombard Street all in dust. The Exchange a sad sight, nothing standing there, of all the statues or pillars, but Sir Thomas Gresham's picture in the corner. Walked into Moorfields, our feet ready to burn, walking through the town among the hot coals, and find that full of people, and poor wretches carrying their good there. And every body keeping his goods together by themselves, and a great blessing it is to them that it is fair weather for them to keep abroad night and day. Drank there, and paid 2 pence for a plain penny loaf. Thence homeward, having passed through Cheapside and Newgate Market, all burned, and seen Anthony Joyce's house in fire. And took up, which I keep by me, a piece of glass of Mercer's chapel in the street, where much more was, so melted and buckled with the heat of the fire like parchment. I also did see a poor cat taken out of a hole in the chimney, joining to the wall of the Exchange, with the hair all burned off the body, and yet alive. So home at night, and find their good hopes of saving our office. But great endeavors of watching all night, and having men ready, and so we lodged them in the office, and had drink and bread and cheese for them. And I lay down and slept a good night about midnight, though when I rose I heard that there had been a great alarm of French and Dutch being risen, which proved nothing. But it is a strange thing to see how long this time did look since Sunday, having been always full of variety of actions, and little sleep, that it looked like a week or more, and I had forgot, almost the day of the week. 6th. Up about 5 o'clock, and where met Mr. Gauden at the gate of the office, I intending to go out, as I used, every now and then today, to see how the fire is, to call our men to Bishopsgate, where no fire had yet been near. And there is now one broke out which did give great grounds to people, and to me too, to think that there is some kind of plot 756 in this, on which many by this time have been taken, and it hath been dangerous for any stranger to walk in the streets, but I went with the men, and we did put it out in a little time. So that was well again. It was pretty to see how hard the women did work in the canals, sweeping of water, but then they would scold for drink, and be as drunk as devils. I saw good butts of sugar broke open in the street, and people go and take hands full out, and put into beer, and drink it. And now all being pretty well, I took boat, and over to Southwark, and took boat on the other side the bridge, and so to Westminster, thinking to shift myself, being all in dirt from top to bottom. But could not there find any place to buy a shirt or pair of gloves, Westminster Hall being full of people's goods, those in Westminster having removed all their goods, and the exchequer money put into vessels to carry to Nonsuch. But to the Swan, and there was trimmed, and then to Whitehall, but saw nobody, and so home. A sad sight to see how the river looks, no houses nor church near it, to the Temple, where it stopped. At home, did go with Sir W. Batten, and our neighbour, Knightley, who, with one more, was the only man of any fashion left in all the neighbourhood thereabouts, they all removing their goods and leaving their houses to the mercy of the fire, to Sir R. Ford's, and there dined in an earthen platter, a fried breast of mutton, a great many of us, but very merry, and indeed as good a meal, though as ugly a one, as ever I had in my life. Thence down to Deptford, and there with great satisfaction landed all my goods at Sir G. Carteret's safe, and nothing missed I could see, or hurt. This being done to my great content, I home, and to Sir W. Batten's, and there with Sir R. Ford, Mr. Knightley, and one Withers, a professed lying rogue, supped well, and mighty merry, and our fears over. From them to the office, and there slept with the office full of labourers, who talked, and slept, and walked all night long there. But strange it was to see Clothworkers' Hall on fire these 3 days and nights in one body of flame, it being the cellar full of oil. 7th, up by 5 o'clock, and, blessed be God, find all well, and by water to Paul's Wharf. Walked thence, and saw, all the town burned, and a miserable sight of Paul's Church, with all the roofs fallen, and the body of the choir fallen into St. Faith's. Paul's School also, Ludgate, and Fleet Street, my father's house, and the church, and a good part of the Temple the like. So to Creed's lodging, near the New Exchange, and there find him laid down upon a bed. The house all unfurnished, there being fears of the fires coming to them. There borrowed a shirt of him, and washed. To Sir W. Coventry, at St. James's, who lay without curtains, having removed all his goods. As the King at Whitehall, and every body had done, and was doing. He hopes we shall have no public distractions upon this fire, which is what every body fears, because of the talk of the French having a hand in it. And it is a proper time for discontents, but all men's minds are full of care to protect themselves, and save their goods, the militia is in arms everywhere. Our fleets, he tells me, have been in sight one of another, and most unhappily by foul weather were parted, to our great loss, as in reason they do conclude, the Dutch being come out only to make a shew, and please their people. But in very bad condition as to stores, victuals, and men. They are at Bullen, and our fleet come to St. Helens. We have got nothing, but have lost one ship, but he knows not what. Thence to the Swan, and there drank, and so home, and find all well. My Lord Brunker, at Sir W. Batten's, and tells us the General is sent for up, to come to advise with the King about business at this juncture, and to keep all quiet. Which is great honor to him, but I am sure is but a piece of dissimulation. So home, and did give orders for my house to be made clean, and then down to Woolwich, and there find all well, dined, and Mrs. Markham come to see my wife. So I up again, and calling at Deptford for some things of W. Hewers, he being with me, and then home and spent the evening with Sir R. Ford, Mr. Knightley, and Sir W. Penn at Sir W. Batten's. This day our merchants first met at Gresham College, which, by proclamation, is to be their exchange. Strange to hear what is bid for houses all up and down here, a friend of Sir W. Riders, having L150 for what he used to let for L40 per annum. Much dispute where the Custom House shall be, thereby the growth of the city again to be foreseen. My Lord Treasurer, they say, and others, would have it at the other end of the town. I home late to Sir W. Penn's, who did give me a bed, but without curtains or hangings, all being down. So here I went the first time into a naked bed, only my drawers on. And did sleep pretty well, but still hath sleeping and waking had a fear of fire in my heart, that I took little rest. People do all the world over cry out of the simplicity of my Lord Mayor in general. And more particularly in this business of the fire, laying it all upon him. A proclamation 757 is come out for markets to be kept at Leadenhall and Mylene Green, and several other places about the town. And Tower Hill, and all churches to be set open to receive poor people. 8th, up and with Sir W. Batten and Sir W. Penn by water to Whitehall and they to St. James's. I stopped with Sir G. Carteret to desire him to go with us, and to inquire after money. But the first he cannot do, and the other as little, or says, when we can get any, or what shall we do for it? He, it seems, is employed in the correspondence between the city and the king every day, in settling of things. I find him full of trouble, to think how things will go. I left him, and to St. James's, where we met first at Sir W. Coventry's chamber, and there did what business we can, without any books. Our discourse, as everything else, was confused. The fleet is at Portsmouth, there staying a wind to carry them to the Downs, or towards Bullen, where they say the Dutch fleet is gone, and stays. We concluded upon private meetings for a while, not having any money to satisfy any people that may come to us. I bought 2 eels upon the Thames, cost me 6 shillings. Thence with Sir W. Batten to the cockpit, whither the Duke of Albemarle is come. It seems the king holds him so necessary at this time, that he hath sent for him, and will keep him here. Indeed, his interest in the city, being acquainted, and his care in keeping things quiet, is reckoned that wherein he will be very serviceable. We to him, he is courted in appearance by every body. He very kind to us. I perceive he lays by all business of the fleet at present, and minds the city, and is now hastening to Gresham College, to discourse with the alderman. Sir W. Batten and I home, were met by my brother John, come to town to see how things are with us, and then presently he with me to Gresham College. Where infinity of people, partly through novelty to see the new place, and partly to find out and hear what is become one man of another. I met with many people undone, and more that have extraordinary great losses. People speaking their thoughts variously about the beginning of the fire, and the rebuilding, of the city. Then to Sir W. Batten's, and took my brothet with me, and there dined with a great company of neighbours, and much good discourse. Among others, of the low spirits of some rich men in the city, in sparing any encouragement to the poor people that wrought for the saving their houses. Among others, Alderman Starling, a very rich man, without children, the fire at next door to him in our lane, after our men had saved his house, did give 2s. 6d among 30 of them, and did quarrel with some that would remove the rubbish out of the way of the fire, saying that they come to steal. Sir W. Coventry told me of another this morning, in Holborn, which he shewed the king that when it was offered to stop the fire near his house for such a reward that came but to 2s. 6d, a man among the neighbours he would give but 18d. Thence to Bednall Green by coach, my brother with me, and saw all well there, and fetched away my journal book to enter for 5 days past, and then back to the office where I find Bagwell's wife, and her husband come home. Agreed to come to their house tomorrow, I sending him away to his ship today. To the office and late writing letters, and then to Sir W. Penn's, my brother lying with me, and Sir W. Penn gone down to rest himself at Woolwich. But I was much fright and kept awake in my bed, by some noise I heard a great while below stairs, and the boys not coming up to me when I knocked. It was by their discovery of people stealing of some neighbours' wine that lay in vessels in the streets. So to sleep, and all well all night. 9th, Sunday. Up and was trimmed, and sent my brother to Woolwich to my wife, to dine with her. I to church, where our parson made a melancholy but good sermon, and many and most in the church cried, specially the women. The church mighty full, but few of fashion, and most strangers. I walked to Bednall Green, and there dined well, but a bad venison pasty at Sir W. Ryder's. Good people they are, and good discourse, and his daughter, Middleton, a fine woman, discreet. Thence home, and to church again, and there preached Dean Harding, but, methinks, a bad, poor sermon, though proper for the time, nor eloquent, in saying at this time that the city is reduced from a large folio to a decimotertio. So to my office, there to write down my journal, and take leave of my brother, whom I sent back this afternoon, though rainy, which it hath not done a good while before. But I had no room or convenience for him here till my house is fitted. But I was very kind to him, and do take very well of him his journey. I did give him 40s for his pocket, and so, he being gone, and, it presently raining, I was troubled for him, though it is good for the fire. Anon to Sir W. Penn's to bed, and made my boy Tom to read me asleep. 10th. All the morning clearing our cellars, and breaking in pieces all my old lumber, to make room, and to prevent fire. And then to Sir W. Batten's, and dined, and there hear that Sir W. Ryder says that the town is full of the report of the wealth that is in his house, and would be glad that his friends would provide for the safety of their goods there. This made me get a cart, and thither, and there brought my money all away. Took a hackney coach myself, the hackney coach is now standing at Aldgate. Much wealth indeed there is at his house. Blessed be God, I got all mine well thence, and lodged it in my office, but vexed to have all the world see it. And with Sir W. Batten, who would have taken away my hands before they were stowed. But by and by comes brother Balty from sea, which I was glad of, and so got him, and Mr. Tooker, and the boy, to watch with them all in the office all night, while I upon Jane's coming went down to my wife, calling at Deptford, intending to see Bagwell, but did not, ouvrir la porte comme je did expect. So down late to Woolwich, and there find my wife out of humour and indifferent, as she uses upon her having much liberty abroad. 11th. Lay there, and up betimes, and by water with my gold, and laid it with the rest in my office, where I find all well and safe. So with Sir W. Batten to the New Exchange by water and to my Lord Brunker's house, where Sir W. Coventry and Sir G. Carteret met. Little business before us but want of money. Broke up, and I home by coach round the town. Dined at home, Balty and myself putting up my papers in closet in the office. He away, I down to Deptford and there spoke with Bagwell and agreed upon tomorrow, and come home in the rain by water. In the evening at Sir W. Penn's, with my wife, at supper, he in a mad, ridiculous, drunken humour. And it seems there have been some late distances between his lady and him, as my wife tells me. After supper, I home, and with Mr. Hayter, Gibson, and Tom alone, got all my chests and money into the further cellar with much pains, but great content to me when done. So very late and weary, to bed. 12th, up, and with Sir W. Batten and Sir W. Pentesty. James's by water, and there did our usual business with the Duke of York. Thence I to Westminster, and there, spoke with Michel and Howlett, who tell me how their poor young ones are going to Shadwell's. The latter told me of the unkindness of the young man to his wife, which is now over, and I have promised to appear a counsellor to him. I am glad she is like to be so near us again. Thence to Martin, and there did tout Cekje Voudrais avec her, and drank, and away by water home and to dinner, Balty and his wife there. After dinner I took him down with me to Deptford, and there by the Besom loaded above half my goods and sent them away. So we back home, and then I found occasion to return in the dark and to Bagwell, and there did do all that I desired, but though I did intend pour avoir demeurais con elle today last night, yet when I had done Cekje Voudrais I did hate both elle and la cause, and taking occasion from the occasion of su marito's return, did me lever, and so away home late to Sir W. Penn's, Batty and his wife lying at my house, and there in the same simple humour I found Sir W. Penn, and so late to bed. 13th, up, and down to Tower Wharf. And there, with Batty and labourers from Deptford, did get my goods housed well at home. So down to Deptford again to fetch the rest, and there eat a bit of dinner at the Globe, with the master of the Besom with me, while the labourers went to dinner. Here I hear that this poor town do bury still of the plague 7 or 8 in a day. So to Sir G. Carteret to work, and there did to my content ship off into the Besom all the rest of my goods, saving my pictures and fine things, that I will bring home in wherries when the house is fit to receive them, and so home. And unload them by carts and hands before night, to my exceeding satisfaction, and so after supper to bed in my house, the first time I have lain there. And lay with my wife in my old closet upon the ground, and Batty and his wife in the best chamber, upon the ground also. 14th, up, and to work, having carpenters come to help in setting up bedsteads and hangings. And at that trade my people and I all the morning, till pressed by public business to leave them against my will in the afternoon, and yet I was troubled in being at home, to see all my goods lie up and down the house in a bad condition. And strange workmen going to and fro might take what they would almost. All the afternoon busy, and Sir W. Coventry come to me, and found me, as God would have it, in my office, and people about me setting my papers to rights. And there discoursed about getting an account ready against the Parliament, and thereby did create me infinite of business, and to be done on a sudden, which troubled me, but, however, he being gone, I about it late, and to good purpose. And so home, having this day also got my wine out of the ground again, and set in my cellar, but with great pain to keep the porters that carried it in from observing the money chests there. So to bed as last night, only my wife and I upon a bedstead with curtains in that which was mercer's chamber, and Balty and his wife, who are here and do us good service, where we lay last night. This day, poor Tom Pepys, the turner, was with me, and Kate, Joyce, to bespeak places, one for himself, the other for her husband. She tells me he hath lost L140 per annum, but have 7 houses left. 15th. All the morning at the office, Harmon being come to my great satisfaction to put up my beds and hangings, so I am at rest, and followed my business all day. Dined with Sir W. Batten, mighty busy about this account, and while my people were busy, wrote near 30 letters and orders with my own hand. At it till 11 at night. And it is strange to see how clear my head was, being eased of all the matter of all these letters, whereas one would think that I should have been dazed. I never did observe so much of myself in my life. In the evening there comes to me Captain Cock, and walked a good while in the garden. He says he hath computed that the rents of houses lost by this fire in the city comes to L 600,000 per annum. That this will make the Parliament more quiet than otherwise they would have been, and give the king a more ready supply, that the supply must be by excise, as it is in Holland, that the Parliament will see it necessary to carry on the war. That the late storm hindered our beating the Dutch fleet, who were gone out only to satisfy the people, having no business to do but to avoid us, that the French, as late in the year as it is, are coming. That the Dutch are really in bad condition, but that this unhappiness of ours do give them heart, that there was a late difference between my Lord Arlington and Sir W. Coventry about neglect in the last to send away an express of the others in time, that it come before the king, and the Duke of York concerned himself in it, but this fire hath stopped it. The Dutch fleet is not gone home, but rather to the north, and so dangerous to our Gothenburg fleet. That the Parliament is likely to fall foul upon some persons. And, among others, on the Vice-Chamberlain, though we both believe with little ground. That certainly never so great a loss as this was borne so well by citizens in the world, he believing that not one merchant upon the Change will break upon it. That he do not apprehend there will be any disturbances in state upon it, for that all men are busy in looking after their own business to save themselves. He gone, I to finish my letters, and home to bed. And find to my infinite joy many rooms clean, and myself and wife lie in our own chamber again. But much terrified in the nights nowadays with dreams of fire, and falling down of houses. 16th, Lord's Day. Lay with much pleasure in bed talking with my wife about Mr. Hayter's lying here in W. Hewer also, if Mrs. Mercer leaves her house. To the office, whither also all my people about this account, and they're busy all the morning. At noon, with my wife, against her will, all undressed and dirty, dined at Sir W. Penn's, where was all the company of our families in town, but, Lord! So sorry a dinner, venison baked in pans, that the dinner I have had for his lady alone hath been worth 4 of it. Thence, after dinner, displeased with our entertainment, to my office again, and there till almost midnight and my people with me, and then home, my head mightily aching about our accounts. 17th. Up betimes, and shaved myself after a week's growth, but, Lord! How ugly I was yesterday and how fine today. By water, seeing the city all the way, a sad sight indeed, much fire being still in. To Sir W. Coventry, and there read over my yesterday's work, being a collection of the particulars of the excess of charge created by a war, with good content. Sir W. Coventry was in great pain lest the French fleet should be passed by our fleet, who had notice of them on Saturday, and were preparing to go meet them. But their minds altered, and judged them merchantmen, when the same day the Success, Captain Ball, made their whole fleet, and come to Brighthelmstone, and thence at 5 o'clock afternoon, Saturday, wrote Sir W. Coventry news thereof. So that we do much fear our missing them. Here come in and talked with him Sir Thomas Clifford, who appears a very fine gentleman, and much set by at court for his activity in going to sea, and stoutness everywhere, and stirring up and down. Thence by coach over the Ruines, down Fleet Street and Cheapside to Broad Street to Sir G. Carteret, where Sir W. Batten, and Sir J. Minns, whom I had not seen a long time before, being his first coming abroad, and Lord Brunker passing his accounts. Thence home a little to look after my people at work and back to Sir G. Carteret to dinner, and thence, after some discourse with him upon our public accounts, I back home, and all the day with Harman and his people finishing the hangings and beds in my house, and the hangings will be as good as ever, and particularly in my new closet. They gone and I weary, my wife and I, and Balty and his wife, who come hither today to help us, to a barrel of oysters I sent from the river today, and so to bed. 18th. Strange with what freedom and quantity I pissed this night, which I know not what to impute to but my oysters, unless the coldness of the night should cause it, for it was a sad rainy and tempestuous night. Soon as up I begun to have some pain in my bladder and belly, as usual, which made me go to dinner betimes, to fill my belly, and that did ease me, so as I did my business in the afternoon, in forwarding the settling of my house, very well. Betimes to bed, my wife also being all this day ill in the same manner. Troubled at my wife's hair coming off so much. This day the Parliament met, and adjourned till Friday, when the King will be with them. 19th, up, and with Sir W. Pen by coach to St. James's, and there did our usual business before the Duke of York, which signified little, our business being only complaints of lack of money. Here I saw a bastard of the late King of Sweden's come to kiss his hands. A mighty modish French-like gentleman. Thence to Whitehall, with Sir W. Batten and Sir W. Pen, to Wilkes's. And there did hear the many profane stories of Sir Henry Wood damning the parsons for so much spending the wine at the sacrament, cursing that ever they took the cup to themselves, and then another story that he valued not all the world's curses. For 2 pence he shall get at any time the prayers of some poor body that is worth a 1,000 of all their curses. Lord Norwich drawing a tooth at a health. Another time, he and Pinchback and Dr. Goff, now a religious man, Pinchback did begin a frolic to drink out of a glass with a toad in it that he had taken up going out to shit, he did it without harm. Goff, who knew sack would kill the toad, called for sack, and when he saw it dead, says he, I will have a quick toad, and will not drink from a dead toad. 758. By that means, no other being to be found, he escaped the health. Thence home, and dined, and to Deptford and got all my pictures put into wherries, and my other fine things, and landed them all very well, and brought them home, and got Simpson to set them all up tonight. And he gone, I and the boy to finish and set up my books, and everything else in my house, till 2 o'clock, in the morning, and then to bed, but mightily troubled, and even in my sleep, at my missing 4 or 5 of my biggest books. Speed's Chronicle and Maps, and the 2 parts of Wagoner, and a book of cards, which I suppose I have put up with too much care, that I have forgot where they are, for sure they are not stole. 2 little pictures of sea and ships in a little gilt frame belonging to my plate of the river, I want, but my books do heartily trouble me. Most of my gilt frames are hurt, which also troubles me, but most my books. This day I put on 2 shirts, the first time this year, and do grow well upon it, so that my disease is nothing but wind. 20th, up, much troubled about my books, but cannot imagine where they should be. Up, to the setting my closet to rights, and Sir W. Coventry takes me at it, which did not displease me. He and I to discourse about our accounts, and the bringing them to the Parliament, and with much content to see him rely so well on my part. He and I together to Broad Street to the Vice-Chamberlain, and there discoursed a while and parted. My Lady Carteret come to town, but I did not see her. He tells me how the fleet is come into the Downs. Nothing done, nor French fleet seen, we drove all from our anchors. But he says news is come that De Ruyter is dead, or very near it, of a hurt in his mouth, upon the discharge of one of his own guns. Which put him into a fever, and he likely to die, if not already dead. We parted, and I home to dinner, and after dinner to the setting things in order, and all my people busy about the same work. In the afternoon, out by coach, my wife with me, which we have not done several weeks now, through all the ruines, to shew her them, which frets her much, and is a sad sight indeed. Set her down at her brother's, and thence I to Westminster Hall, and there stayed a little while, and called her home. She did give me an account of great differences between her mother and Balty's wife. The old woman charges her with going abroad and staying out late, and painting in the absence of her husband, and I know not what. And they grow proud, both he and she, and do not help their father and mother out of what I help them to, which I do not like, nor my wife. So home, and to the office, to even my journal, and then home, and very late up with Jane setting my books in perfect order in my closet, but am mightily troubled for my great books that I miss. And I am troubled the more for fear there should be more missing than what I find, though by the room they take on the shelves I do not find any reason to think it. So to bed. 21st, up, and mightily pleased with the setting of my books the last night in order, and that which did please me most of all is that W. Hewer tells me that upon inquiry he do find that Sir W. Pen hath a hamper more than his own, which he took for a hamper of bottles of wine, and our books in it. I was impatient to see it, but they were carried into a wine cellar, and the boy is abroad with him at the house, where the Parliament met today, and the king to be with them. At noon after dinner I sent for Harry, and he tells me it is so, and brought me by my hamper of books to my great joy, with the same books I missed, and 3 more great ones, and no more. I did give him 5s for his pains, and so home with great joy, and to the setting of some off them right, but could not finish it, but away by coach to the other end of the town, leaving my wife at the Change. But neither come time enough to the council to speak with the Duke of York, nor with Sir G. Carteret, and so called my wife, and paid for some things she bought, and so home, and thereafter a little doing at the office about our accounts, which now draw near the time they should be ready, the house having ordered Sir G. Carteret, upon his offering them, to bring them in on Saturday next, I home, and there, with great pleasure, very late news setting all my books, and now I am in as good condition as I desire to be in all worldly respects. The Lord of heaven make me thankful, and continue me therein. So to bed. This day I had new stairs of main timber put to my cellar going into the yard. 22nd. To my closet, and had it new washed, and now my house is so clean as I never saw it, or any other house in my life, and everything in as good condition as ever before the fire. But with, I believe, about L20 cost one way or other besides about L20 charge in removing my goods, and do not find that I have lost anything but 2 little pictures of ship and sea, and a little gold frame for one of my sea cards. My glazier, indeed, is so full of work that I cannot get him to come to perfect my house. To the office, and they're busy now for good and all about my accounts. My Lord Brunk come thither, thinking to find an office, but we have not yet met. He do now give me a watch, a plain one, in the room of my former watch with many motions which I did give him. If it goes well, I care not for the difference in worth, though believe there is above L5. He and I to Sir G. Carteret to discourse about his account, but Mr. Waith not being there nothing could be done, and therefore I home again, and busy all day. In the afternoon comes Anthony Joyce to see me, and with tears told me his loss, but yet that he had something left that he can live well upon, and I doubt it not. But he would buy some place that he could have and yet keep his trade where he is settled in St. James's. He gone, I to the office again, and then to Sir G. Carteret, and there found Mr. Waith, but, Lord! How fretfully Sir G. Carteret do discourse with Mr. Waith about his accounts, like a man that understands them not one word. I held my tongue and let him go on like a passionate fool. In the afternoon I paid for the 2 lighters that carried my goods to Deptford, and they cost me L8. Till past midnight at our accounts, and have brought them to a good issue, so as to be ready to meet Sir G. Carteret and Sir W. Coventry tomorrow, but must work tomorrow, which Mr. T. Hayter had no mind to, it being the Lord's day, but, being told the necessity, submitted, poor man. This night writ for Brother John to come to town. Among other reasons, my estate lying in money, I am afeard of any sudden miscarriage. So to bed mightily contented in dispatching so much business, and find my house in the best condition that ever I knew it. Home to bed. 23rd, Lord's Day. Up, and after being trimmed, all the morning at the office with my people about me till about 1 o'clock, and then home, and my people with me, and Mr. Waith and I eat a bit of victuals in my old closet, now my little dining room, which makes a pretty room, and my house being so clean makes me mightily pleased, but only I do lack a mercer or somebody in the house to sing with. Soon as eat a bit Mr. Waith and I by water to Whitehall, and there at Sir G. Carteret lodging Sir W. Coventry met, and we did debate the whole business of our accounts to the Parliament. Where it appears to us that the charge of the war from September 1st, 1664, to this Michaelmas, will have been but L3 200,000, and we have paid in that time somewhat about L2 200,000. So that we owe above L 900,000, but our method of accounting, though it cannot, I believe, be far wide from the mark, yet will not abide a strict examination if the Parliament should be troublesome. Here happened a pretty question of Sir W. Coventry, whether this account of ours will not put my Lord Treasurer to a difficulty to tell what is become of all the money the Parliament have give in this time for the war, which hath amounted to about L4,000,000, which nobody there could answer. But I perceive they did doubt what his answer could be. Having done, and taken from Sir W. Coventry the minutes of a letter to my Lord Treasurer, Waith and I back again to the office, and thence back down to the water with my wife and landed him in Southwark, and my wife and I for pleasure to Foxhall, and there eat and drank. And so back home, and I to the office till midnight drawing the letter we are to send with our accounts to my Lord Treasurer, and that being done to my mind, I home to bed. 24th, up, and with Sir W. Batten and Sir W. Penn to St. James's, and there with Sir W. Coventry read and all approved of my letter, and then home, and after dinner, Mr. Hayter and Gibson dining with me, to the office, and there very late new moulding my accounts and writing fair my letter, which I did against the evening, and then by coach left my wife at her brother's, and I to St. James's, and up and down to look, for Sir W. Coventry, and at last found him and Sir G. Carteret with the Lord Treasurer at Whitehall, consulting how to make up my Lord Treasurer's general account, as well as that of the Navy particularly. Here brought the letter, but found that Sir G. Carteret had altered his account since he did give me the abstract of it, so all my letter must be writ over again, to put in his last abstract. So to Sir G. Carteret lodgings, to speak a little about the alteration, and their looking over the book that Sir G. Carteret intends to deliver to the Parliament of his payments since September 1st, 1664, and there I find my name the very second for flags, which I had bought for the Navy, of calico, once, about 500 and odd pounds, which vexed me mightily. At last, I concluded of scraping out my name and putting in Mr. Tooker's, which eased me, though the price was such as I should have had glory by. Here I saw my Lady Carteret lately come to town, who, good lady, is mighty kind, and I must make much of her, for she is a most excellent woman. So took up my wife and away home, and there to bed, and 25th. Up betimes, with all my people to get the letter writ over, and other things done, which I did, and by coach to Lord Brunker's, and got his hand to it. And then to the Parliament House and got it signed by the rest, and then delivered it at the house door to Sir Philip Warwick, Sir G. Carteret being gone into the house with his book of accounts under his arm, to present to the house. I had brought my wife to Whitehall, and leaving her with Mrs. Michelle, where she sat in her shop and had burnt wine sent for her, I walked in the hall, and among others with Ned Picketing, who continues still a lying, bragging coxcomb, telling me that my Lord Sandwich may thank himself for all his misfortune, for not suffering him and 2 or 3 good honest fellows more to take them by the throats that spoke ill of him, and told me how basely Lionel Walden hath carried himself towards my lord, by speaking slightly of him, which I shall remember. Thence took my wife home to dinner, and then to the office, where Mr. Hayter all the day putting in order and entering in a book all the measures that this account of the Navy hath been made up by, and late at night to Mrs. Turner's, where she had got my wife and Lady Penn and Peg, and supped, and after supper and the rest of the company by design gone, Mrs. Turner and her husband did lay their case to me about their lodgings, Sir J. Minns being now gone wholly to his own, and now, they being empty, they doubt Sir T. Harvey or Lord Brunker may look after the lodgings. I did give them the best advice, poor people, that I could, and would do them any kindness, though it is strange that now they should have ne'er a friend of Sir W. Batten or Sir W. Penn to trust to but me, that they have disobliged. So home to bed, and all night still mightily troubled in my sleep, with fire and houses pulling down. 26th, up, and with Sir J. Minns to St. James's, where every body going to the house, I away by coach to Whitehall, and after a few turns, and hearing that our accounts come into the house but today, being hindered yesterday by other business, I away by coach home. Taking up my wife and calling at Bennett's, our late mercer, who is come into Covent Garden to a fine house looking down upon the Exchange. And I perceive many Londoners every day come, and Mr. Pierce hath let his wife's closet, and the little blind bed chamber, and a garret to a silk a man for L50 fine, and L30 per annum, and L40 per annum more for dieting the master and 2 prentices. So home, not agreeing for silk for a petticoat for her which she desired, but home to dinner and then back to Whitehall, leaving my wife by the way to buy her petticoat of Bennet. And I to Whitehall waiting all day on the Duke of York to move the king for getting Lanyon some money at Plymouth out of some oil prizes brought in thither, but could get nothing done, but hear Mr. Dugdale I hear the great loss of books in St. Paul's churchyard, and at their hall also, which they value about L150,000, some booksellers being wholly undone, among others, they say, my poor Curtin. And Mr. Cromwell all his books and household stuff burned, they trusting St. Fates, and the roof of the church falling, broke the arch down into the lower church, and so all the goods burned. A very great loss. His father hath lost above L1,000 in books. One book newly printed, a discourse, it seems, of courts. Here I had the hap to see my Lady Denham, and at night went into the dining room and saw several fine ladies, among others, Castlemaine, but chiefly Denham again. And the Duke of York taking her aside and talking to her in the sight of all the world, all alone, which was strange, and what also I did not like. Here I met with good Mr. Evelyn, who cries out against it, and calls it Beechering 759 for the Duke of York talks a little to her, and then she goes away, and then he follows her again like a dog. He observes that none of the nobility come out of the country at all to help the king, or comfort him, or prevent commotions at this fire, but do as if the king were nobody. Nor ne'er a priest comes to give the king in court good counsel, or to comfort the poor people that suffer, but all is dead, nothing of good in any of their minds, he bemoans it, and says he fears more ruin hangs over our heads. Thence away by coach, and called away my wife at unthanks, where she tells me she hath bought a gown of 15s per yard. The same, before her face, my Lady Castlemaine this day bought also, which I seemed vexed for, though I do not grudge it her, but to incline her to have Mercer again, which I believe I shall do, but the girl, I hear, has no mind to come to us again, which vexes me. Being come home, I to Sir W. Batten, and there here our business was tendered to the House today, and a committee of the whole House chosen to examine our accounts, and a great many Hotspurs inquiring into it, and likely to give us much trouble and blame. And perhaps, which I am afeard of, will find faults enow to demand better officers. This I truly fear. Away with Sir W. Penn, who was there, and he and I walked in the garden by moonlight, and he proposes his and my looking out into Scotland about timber, and to use Pett there. For timber will be a good commodity this time of building the city, and I like the motion, and doubt not that we may do good in it. We did also discourse about our privateer, and hope well of that also, without much hazard, as, if God blesses us, I hope we shall do pretty well toward getting a penny. I was mightily pleased with our discourse, and so parted, and to the office to finish my journal for 3 or 4 days, and so home to supper, and to bed. Our fleet abroad, and the Dutch too, for all we know, the weather very bad. And under the command of an unlucky man, I fear. God bless him, and the fleet under him. 27th. A very furious blowing night all the night. And my mind still mightily perplexed with dreams, and burning the rest of the town, and waking in much pain for the fleet. Up, and with my wife by coach as far as the Temple, and there she to the mercer's again, and I to look out Penny, my tailor, to speak for a cloak and cassock for my brother, who is coming to town. And I will have him in a canonical dress, that he may be the fitter to go abroad with me. I then to the Exchequer, and there, among other things, spoke to Mr. Falconbridge about his girl I heard sing at Nonsuch, and took him and some other Chequer men to the Sun Tavern, and there spent 2s. 6d. Upon them, and he sent for the girl, and she hath a pretty way of singing, but hath almost forgot for want of practice. She is poor in clothes, and not bred to any carriage, but will be soon taught all, and if Mercer do not come again, I think we may have her upon better terms, and breed her to what we please. Thence to Sir W. Coventry's, and there dined with him and Sir W. Batten, the lieutenant of the Tower, and Mr. Thin, a pretty gentleman, going to Gothenburg. Having dined, Sir W. Coventry, Sir W. Batten, and I walked into his closet to consider of some things more to be done in a list to be given to the Parliament of all our ships, and time of entry and discharge. Sir W. Coventry seems to think they will soon be weary of the business, and fall quietly into the giving the king what is fit. This he hopes. Thence I by coach home to the office, and there intending a meeting, but nobody being there but myself and Sir J. Minns, who is worse than nothing, I did not answer any body, but kept to my business in the office till night, and then Sir W. Batten and Sir W. Penn to me, and thence to Sir W. Batten's, and eat a barrel of oysters I did give them, and so home, and to bed. I have this evening discoursed with W. Hewer about Mercer, I having a mind to have her again. And I am vexed to hear him say that she hath no mind to come again, though her mother hath. No news of the fleet yet, but that they went by Dover on the 25th towards the Gunfleet, but whether the Dutch be yet abroad, or no, we hear not. De Ruyter is not dead, but like to do well. Most think that the gross of the French fleet are gone home again. 28th. Lay long in bed, and am come to agreement with my wife to have Mercer again, on condition she may learn this winter 2 months to dance, and she promises me she will endeavor to learn to sing, and all this I am willing enough to. So up, and by the glazier comes to finish the windows of my house, which pleases me, and the bookbinder to gild the backs of my books. I got the glass of my book presses to be done presently, which did mightily content me, and to setting my study in a little better order, and so to my office to my people, busy about our Parliament accounts. And so to dinner, and then at them again close. At night comes Sir W. Penn, and he and I a turn in the garden, and he broke to me a proposition of his and my joining in a design of fetching timber and deals from Scotland, by the help of Mr. Pett upon the place, which, while London is building, will yield good money. I approve it. We judged a third man, that is knowing, is necessary, and concluded on Sir W. Warren, and sent for him to come to us tomorrow morning. I full of this all night, and the project of our man of war, but he and I both dissatisfied with Sir W. Batten's proposing his son to be lieutenant, which we, neither of us, like. He gone, I discoursed with W. Hewer about Mercer, having a great mind she should come to us again, and instructed him what to say to her mother about it. And so home, to supper, and to bed. 29th. A little meeting at the office by Sir W. Batten, Sir W. Penn, and myself, being the first since the fire. We rose soon, and come Sir W. Warren, by our desire, and with Sir W. Penn and I talked of our Scotch motion, which Sir W. Warren did seem to be stumbled at, and did give no ready answer, but proposed something previous to it, which he knows would find us work, or writing to Mr. Pett to be informed how matters go there as to cost and ways of providing sawyers or sawmills. We were parted without coming to any good resolution in it, I discerning plainly that Sir W. Warren had no mind to it, but that he was surprised at our motion. He gone, I to some office business, and then home to dinner, and then to office again, and then got done by night the lists that are to be presented to the Parliament Committee of the ships, number of men, and time employed since the war. And then I with it, leaving my wife at unthanks, to St. James's, where Sir W. Coventry stayed for me, and I perused our lists, and find to our great joy that wages, victuals, wear and tear, cast by the medium of the men, will come to above 3 million. And that the extraordinaries, which all the world will allow us, will arise to more than will justify the expense we have declared to have been at since the war, viz. L 320,000, he and I being both mightily satisfied, he saying to me, that if God send us over this rub we must take another course for a better comptroller. So parted, and I to my wife, at unthanks, who stayed for the finishing her new best gown, the best that ever I made her coloured tabby, flowered, and so took it and her home. And then I to my people, and having cut them out a little more work than they expected, viz., the writing over the lists in new method, I home to bed, being in good humour, and glad of the end we have brought this matter to. 30th, Lord's Day. Up, and to church, where I have not been a good while, and there the church infinitely thronged with strangers since the fire come into our parish. But not one handsome face in all of them, as if, indeed, there was a curse, as Bishop Fuller heretofore said, upon our parish. Here I saw Mercer come into the church, which I had a mind to, but she avoided looking up, which vexed me. A pretty good sermon, and then home, and comes Balty and dined with us. A good dinner, and then to have my hair cut against winter close to my head, and then to church again. A sorry sermon, and away home. Sir W. Penn and I to walk to talk about several businesses, and then home, and my wife and I to read in Fuller's Church History, and so to supper and to bed. This month ends with my mind full of business and concernment how this office will speed with the Parliament, which begins to be mighty severe in the examining our accounts, and the expense of the Navy this war. October 1666. October 1st, 1666. Up, and all the morning at the office, getting the list of all the ships and vessels employed since the war, for the Committee of Parliament. At noon with it to Sir W. Coventry's chamber, and there dined with him and Sir W. Batten, and Sir W. Penn, and after dinner examined it and find it will do us much right in the number of men rising to near the expense we delivered to the Parliament. Sir W. Coventry and I, the others going before the committee, to Lord Brunkers for his hand, and find him simply mighty busy in a council of the Queen's. He come out and took in the papers to sign, and sent them mighty wisely out again. Sir W. Coventry away to the committee, and I to the mercer's, and there took a bill of what I owe of late, which comes to about L17. Thence to Whitehall, and there did hear Betty Michelle was at this end of the town, and so without breach of vow did stay to endeavour to meet with her and carry her home, but she did not come, so I lost my whole afternoon. But pretty! How I took another pretty woman for her, taking her a clap on the breech, thinking verily it had been her. Stayed till, Sir W. Batten and Sir W. Penn come out, and so away home by water with them, and to the office to do some business, and then home, and my wife do tell me that W. Hewer tells her that Mercer hath no mind to come. So I was angry at it, and resolved with her to have Falconbridge's girl, and I think it will be better for us, and will please me better with singing. With this resolution, to supper and to bed. Second, up, and am sent for to Sir G. Carteret, and to him, and there he tells me how our lists are referred to a subcommittee to consider and examine, and that I am ordered to be there this afternoon. So I away thence to my new bookbinder to see my books gilding in the backs, and then to Whitehall to the house, and spoke to Sir W. Coventry, where he told me I must attend the committee in the afternoon, and received some hints of more work to do. So I away to the Chequer, and thence to an alehouse, and found Mr. Falconbridge, and agreed for his kinswoman to come to me. He says she can dress my wife, and will do anything we would have her to do, and is of a good spirit and mighty cheerful. He is much pleased therewith, and so we shall be. So agreed for her coming the next week. So away home, and eat a short dinner, and then with Sir W. Penn to Whitehall, and do give his boy my book of papers to hold while he went into the committee chamber in the inner court of wards, and I walked without with Mr. Slingsby, of the Tower, who was there, and who did in walking inform me mightily in several things. Among others, that the heightening or lowering of money is only a cheat, and do good to some particular men, which, if I can but remember how, I am now by him fully convinced of. Anon Sir W. Penn went away, telling me that Sir W. Coventry that was within had told him that the fleet is all come into the buoy of the Nowre, and that he must hasten down to them, and so went away, and I into the committee chamber before the committee sat. And there heard Birch discourse highly and understandingly about the navy business and a proposal made heretofore to farm the navy. But Sir W. Coventry did abundantly answer him, and is a most excellent person. By and by the committee met, and I walked out, and anon they rose and called me in, and appointed me to attend a committee of them tomorrow at the office to examine our lists. This put me into a mighty fear and trouble. They doing it in a very ill humour, methought. So I away and called on my Lord Brunker to desire him to be there tomorrow, and so home, having taken up my wife at unthanks, full of trouble in mind to think what I shall be obliged to answer, that am neither fully fit, nor in any measure concerned to take the shame and trouble of this office upon me, but only from the inability and folly of the comptroller that occasions it. When come home I to Sir W. Penn's, to his boy, for my book, and there find he hath it not, but delivered it to the doorkeeper of the committee for me. This, added to my former disquiet, made me stark mad, considering all the nakedness of the office lay open in papers within those covers. I could not tell in the world what to do, but was mad on all sides, and that which made me worse, Captain Cock was there, and he did so swear and curse at the boy that told me. So Cock, Griffin, and the boy with me, they to find the housekeeper of the Parliament, Hughes, while I to Sir W. Coventry, but could hear nothing of it there. But coming to our rendezvous at the Swan Tavern, in Ding Street, I find they have found the housekeeper, and the book simply locked up in the court. So I stayed and drank, and rewarded the doorkeeper, and away home, my heart lighter by all this, but to bed very sad notwithstanding, in fear of what will happen tomorrow upon their coming. 3rd. Waked betimes, mightily troubled in mind, and in the most true trouble that I ever was in my life, saving in the business last year of the East India prizes. So up, and with Mr. Hayter and W. Hewer and Griffin to consider of our business, and books and papers necessary for this examination, and by, by 8 o'clock, comes Birch, the first, with the lists and books of accounts delivered in. He calls me to work, and there he and I begun, when, by, comes Garraway 760 the first time I ever saw him, and Sir W. Thompson and Mr. Boscawen. They to it, and I did make shift to answer them better than I expected. Sir W. Batten, Lord Brunker, Sir W. Penn, come in, but presently went out, and Sir J. Minns come in, and said 2 or 3 words from the purpose, but to do hurt, and so away he went also, and left me all the morning with them alone to stand or fall. At noon Sir W. Batten comes to them to invite them, though fast day, to dinner, which they did, and good company they were, but especially Garraway. Here I have news brought me of my father's coming to town, and I presently to him, glad to see him, poor man, he being come to town unexpectedly to see us and the city. I could not stay with him, but after dinner to work again, only the committee and I, till dark night, and by that time they cast up all the lists, and found out what the medium of men was born all the war, of all sorts, and ended with good peace, and much seeming satisfaction. But I find them wise and reserved, and instructed to hit all our blots, as among others, that we reckon the ships full manned from the beginning. They gone, and my heart eased of a great deal of fear and pain, and reckoning myself to come off with victory, because not overcome in anything or much foiled, I away to Sir W. Coventry's chamber, but he not within, then to Whitehall, and there among the ladies, and saw my Lady Castlemaine never looked so ill, nor Mrs. Stewart neither, as in this plain, natural dress. I was not pleased with either of them. Away, not finding Sir W. Coventry, and so home, and there find my father and my brother come to town, my father without my expectation, but glad I am to see him. And so to supper with him, and to work again at the office. Then home, to set up all my folio books, which are come home gilt on the backs, very handsome to the eye, and then at midnight to bed. This night, Sir W. Penn told me, Sir W. Batten swears he will have nothing to do with the privateer if his son do not go lieutenant, which angers me and him, but we will be even with him, one way or other. 4th, up, and mighty betimes, to Sir W. Coventry, to give him an account of yesterday's work, which do give him good content. He did then tell me his speech lately to the House in his own vindication about the report of his selling of places, he having a small occasion offered him by chance, which he did desire, and took, and did it to his content, and, he says, to the House's seeming to approve of it by their hum. He confessed how long he had done it, and how he desired to have something else, and, since then, he had taken nothing, and challenged all the world. I was glad of this also. Thence up to the Duke of York, by appointment, with fellow officers, to complain, but to no purpose, of want of money, and so away. I to Sir G. Carteret, to his lodging, and here discoursed much of the want of money and our being designed for destruction. How the king hath lost his power, by submitting himself to this way of examining his accounts, and is become but as a private man. He says the king is troubled at it, but they talk an entry shall be made, that it is not to be brought into example. That the king must, if they do not agree presently, make them a courageous speech, which he says he may do, the city of London being now burned, and himself master of an army, better than any prince before him, and so I believe. Thence home, about noon, to dinner. After dinner the bookbinder come, and I sent by him some more books to gild. I to the office all day, and spent most of it with Sir W. Warren, whom I have had no discourse with a great while, and when all is done I do find him a mighty wise man as any I know, and his counsel as much to be followed. Late with Mr. Hayter upon comparing the charge and husbandry of the last Dutch war with ours now, and do find good room to think we have done little worse than they, whereof good use may and will be made. So home to supper, and to bed. 5th. Up, and with my father talking a while, then to the office, and there troubled with a message from Lord Peterborough about money, but I did give as kind answer as I could, though I hate him. Then to Sir G. Carteret to discourse about paying of part of the great ships come in, and so home again to compare the comparison of the two Dutch wars charges for, Sir W. Coventry, and then by water, and saw old Mr. Michel digging like a painful father for his son, to him, and find him at dinner. After dinner to look over my papers, and comparing them with some notes of his and brought me, the sight of some good navy notes of his which I shall get. Then examined and liked well my notes, and away together to Whitehall, in the way discoursing the inconvenience of the king's being thus subject to an account, but it will be remedied for the time to come, he thinks, if we can get this over. And I find he will have the comptroller's business better done, swearing he will never be for a wit to be employed on business again. Thence I home, and back again to Whitehall, and meeting Sir H. Cholmondeley to Whitehall, there walked till night that the committee come down, and there Sir W. Coventry tells me that the subcommittee have made their report to the Grand Committee, and in pretty kind terms, and have agreed upon allowing us L4 per head, which I am sure will do the business, but he had endeavored to have got more. But this do well, and he and I are both mighty glad it is come to this, and the heat of the present business seems almost over. But I have more work cut out for me, to prepare a list of the extraordinaries, not to be included within the L4, against Monday. So I away from him, and met with the Vice-Chamberlain, and I told him when I had this evening in coming hither met with Captain Cock. And he told me of a wild motion made in the House of Lords by the Duke of Buckingham for all men that had cheated the king to be declared traitors and felons, and that my Lord Sandwich was named. This put me into a great pain, so the Vice-Chamberlain, who had heard nothing of it, having been all day in the city, away with me to Whitehall. And there come to me and told me that, upon Lord Ashley's asking their direction whether, being a peer, he should bring in his accounts to the Commons, which they did give way to, the Duke of Buckingham did move that, for the time to come, what I have written above might be declared by some fuller law than heretofore. Lord Ashley answered, that it was not the fault of the present laws, but want of proof, and so said the Lord Chancellor. He answered, that a better law, he thought, might be made, so the House laughing, did refer it to him to bring in a bill to that purpose, and this was all. So I away with joyful heart home, calling on Cock and telling him the same. So I away home to the office to clear my journal for 5 days, and so home to supper and to bed, my father who had stayed out late and troubled me thereat being come home well and gone to bed, which pleases me also. This day, coming home, Mr. Curtin's kinsman, my bookseller, come in my way, and so I am told by him that Mr. Curtin is utterly undone, and made 2 or L3,000 worse than nothing, from being worth 7 or L8,000. That the goods laid in the churchyard fired through the windows those in St. Faith's Church. And those coming to the warehouses' doors fired them, and burned all the books and the pillars of the church, so as the roof falling down, broke quite down, which it did not do in the other places of the church. Which is alike pillared, which I knew not before. But being not burned, they stand still. He do believe there is above, L 50,000 of books burned, all the great booksellers almost undone, not only these, but their warehouses at their hall, and under Christchurch, and elsewhere being all burned. A great want thereof there will be of books, specially Latin books and foreign books, and, among others, the Polyglottes and New Bible, which he believes will be presently worth L 40 apiece. 6th. Up, and having seen my brother in his cassock, which I am not the most satisfied in, being doubtful at this time what course to have him profess too soon. To the office and there busy about a list of the extraordinaries of the charge of the fleet this war. And was led to go to the office of the ordnance to be satisfied in something, and find their accounts and books kept in mighty good order, but that they can give no light. Nor will the nature of their affairs permit it to tell what the charge of the ordnance comes to a man a month. So home again and to dinner, their coming creed to me. But what with business and my hatred to the man, I did not spend any time with him, but after dinner, my wife and he and I took coach and to Westminster, but he light about Paul's, and set her at her tailor's, and myself to St. James's, but there missing, Sir W. Coventry, returned and took up my wife, and calling at the Exchange home, whither Sir H. Cholmondeley come to visit me, but my business suffered me not to stay with him. So he gone I by water to Westminster Hall and thence to St. James's, and there found, Sir W. Coventry waiting for me, and I did give him a good account to his mind of the business he expected about extraordinaries and then fell to other talka, among others, our sad condition contracted by want of a comptroller. 761 and it was his words, that he believes, besides all the shame and trouble he hath brought on the office, the king had better have given L 100,000 than ever have had him there. He did discourse about some of these discontented parliament men, and says that Birch is a false rogue, but that Garraway is a man that hath not been well used by the court, though very stout to death. And hath suffered all that is possible for the king from the beginning. But discontented as he is, yet he never knew a session of parliament but he hath done some good deed for the king before it rose. I told him the passage cock told me of his having begged a brace of bucks of the Lord Arlington for him, and when it come to him, he sent it back again. Sir W. Coventry told me, it is much to be pitied that the king should lose the service of a man so able and faithful. And that he ought to be brought over, but that it is always observed, that by bringing over one discontented man, you raise up 3 in his room, which is a state lesson I never knew before. But when others discover your fear, and that discontent procures favor, they will be discontented too, and impose on you. Thence to Whitehall and got a coach and home, and there did business late, and so home and set up my little books of one of my presses come home gilt, which pleases me mightily, and then to bed. This morning my wife told me of a fine gentlewoman my Lady Penn tells her of, for L20 per annum, that sings, dances, plays on 4 or 5 instruments and many other fine things, which pleases me mightily, and she sent to have her see her. Which she did this afternoon. But sings basely, and is a tawdry wench that would take L8, but, neither, my wife nor I think her fit to come. 7th, Lord's Day. Up, and after visiting my father in his chamber, to church, and then home to dinner. Little Michel and his wife come to dine with us, which they did, and then presently after dinner I with Sir J. Minns to Whitehall, were met by Sir W. Batten and Lord Brunker, to attend the King and Duke of York at the cabinet. But nobody had determined what to speak of, but only in general to ask for money. So I was forced immediately to prepare in my mind a method of discoursing. And anon we were called into the green room, where the King, Duke of York, Prince Rupert, Lord Chancellor, Lord Treasurer, Duke of Albemarle, Sirs, G. Carteret, W. Coventry, Morris. Nobody beginning, I did, and made a current, and I thought a good speech, laying open the ill state of the navy, by the greatness of the debt, greatness of work to do against next year, the time and materials it would take. And our incapacity, through a total want of money. I had no sooner done, but Prince Rupert rose up and told the king in a heat, that whatever the gentleman had said, he had brought home his fleet in as good a condition as ever any fleet was brought home. That 20 boats would be as many as the fleet would want, and all the anchors and cables left in the storm might be taken up again. This arose from my saying, among other things we had to do, that the fleet was come in, the greatest fleet that ever His Majesty had yet together, and that in as bad condition as the enemy or weather could put it, and to use Sir W. Penn's words, who is upon the place taking a survey, he dreads the reports he is to receive from the surveyors of its defects. I therefore did only answer, that I was sorry for His Highness's offence, but that what I said was but the report we received from those entrusted in the fleet to inform us. He muttered and repeated what he had said. And so, after a long silence on all hands, nobody, not so much as the Duke of Albemarle, seconding the prince, nor taking notice of what he said, we withdrew. I was not a little troubled at this passage, and the more when speaking with Jack Fenn about it. He told me that the prince will be asking now who this Pepys is, and find him to be a creature of my Lord Sandwich's. And therefore this was done only to disparage him. Anon they broke up, and Sir W. Coventry come out, so I asked his advice. He told me he had said something to salve it, which was, that His Highness had, he believed, rightly informed the king that the fleet is come in good condition to have stayed out yet longer, and have fought the enemy, but yet that Mr. Pepys his meaning might be, that, though in so good condition, if they should come in and lie all the winter, we shall be very loath to send them to sea for another year's service without great repairs. He said it would be no hurt if I went to him, and showed him the report himself brought up from the fleet, where every ship, by the commander's report, do need more or less, and not to mention more of Sir W. Penn for doing him a mischief. So I said I would, but do not think that all this will redound to my hurt, because the truth of what I said will soon appear. Thence, having been informed that, after all this pains, the king hath found out how to supply us with 5 or L 6,000, when L 100,000 were at this time but absolutely necessary, and we mentioned L 50,000. This is every day a greater and greater omen of ruin. God fit us for it. Sir J. Minns and I home, it raining, by coach, calling only on Sir G. Cartafed at his lodging, who is I find troubled at my Lord Treasurer and Sir P.H. Warwick bungling in his accounts, and come home to supper with my father, and then all to bed. I made my brother in his cassock to say grace this day, but I like his voice so ill that I begin to be sorry he hath taken this order upon him. 8th. Up and to my office, called up by Commissioner Middleton, newly come to town, but stayed not with me, so I to my office busy all the morning. Towards noon, by water to Westminster Hall, and there by several hear that the Parliament do resolve to do something to retrench Sir G. Carteret great salary, but cannot hear of anything bad they can lay to his charge. The House did this day order to be engrossed the bill against importing Irish cattle, a thing, it seems, carried on by the Western Parliament men, wholly against the sense of most of the rest of the House, who think if you do this, you give the Irish again cause to rebel. Thus plenty on both sides makes us mad. The committee of the Canary Company of both factions come to me for my cousin Roger that is of the committee. Thence with Sir W. Coventry when the House rose and Sir W. Batten to St. James's, and there agreed of and signed our paper of extraordinaries, and there left them, and I to unthanks, where Mr. Falconbridge's girl is, and by comes my wife, who likes her well, though I confess I cannot, though she be of my finding out and sings pretty well, because she will be raised from so mean a condition to so high all of a sudden. But she will be much to our profit, more than Mercer, less expense. Here we bespoke a new gown for her, and to come to us on Friday. She being gone, my wife and I home by coach, and then I presently by water with Mr. Pierce to Westminster Hall, he in the way telling me how the Duke of York and Duke of Albemarle do not agree. The Duke of York is wholly given up to this bitch of Denham. The Duke of Albemarle and Prince Rupert do less agree. So that we are all in pieces, and nobody knows what will be done the next year. The king hath yesterday in council declared his resolution of setting a fashion for clothes, which he will never alter. 762. It will be a vest, I know not well how. But it is to teach the nobility thrift, and will do good. By and by comes down from the committee, Sir W. Coventry, and I find him troubled at several things happened this afternoon, which vexes me also. Our business looking worse and worse, and our work growing on our hands. Time spending, and no money to set anything in hand with, the end thereof must be speedy ruin. The Dutch insult and have taken off Bruant's head. 763, which they have not dared to do, though found guilty of the fault he did die for, of something of the Prince of Orange's faction, till just now. Which speaks more confidence in our being worse than before. Alderman Meynell, I hear, is dead. Thence returned in the dark by coach all alone, full of thoughts of the consequences of this ill complexion of affairs, and how to save myself and the little I have, which if I can do, I have cause to bless God that I am so well. And shall be well contented to retreat to Brampton, and spend the rest of my days there. So to my office, and did some business, and finished my journal with resolutions, if God bless me, to apply myself soberly to settle all matters for myself, and expect the event of all with comfort. So home to supper and to bed. 9th. Up and to the office, where we sat the first day since the fire, I think. At noon home, and my uncle Thomas was there, and dined with my brother and I. My father and I were gone abroad, and then to the office again in the afternoon, and there close all day long, and did much business. At night to Sir W. Batten, where Sir R. Ford did occasion some discourse of sending a convoy to the Madeiras. And this did put us upon some new thoughts of sending our privateer thither on merchants' accounts, which I have more mind to, the profit being certain and occasion honest withal. So home, and to supper with my father, and then to set my remainder of my book's gilt in order with much pleasure, and so late to bed. 10th, fast day for the fire. Up with Sir W. Batten by water to Whitehall, and anon had a meeting before the Duke of York, where pretty to see how Sir W. Batten, that carried the surveys of all the fleet with him, to shew their ill condition to the Duke of York, when he found the prince there, did not speak one word, though the meeting was of his asking, for nothing else. And when I asked him, he told me he knew the prince too well to anger him, so that he was afeard to do it. Thence with him to Westminster, to the parish church, where the Parliament men, and Stillingfleet in the pulpit. So full, no standing there. So he and I to eat herrings at the Dog Tavern. And then to church again, and there was Mr. Frampton in the pulpit. They cry up so much, a young man, and of a mighty ready tongue. I heard a little of his sermon, and liked it. But the crowd so great, I could not stay. So to the Swan, and Baize la Fille, and drank, and then home by coach, and took father, wife, brother, and W. Hewer to Islington, where I find mine host dead. Here eat and drank, and merry. And so home, and to the office a while, and then to Sir W. Batten to talk a while, and with Captain Cock into the office to hear his news, who is mighty conversant with Garraway and those people, who tells me what they object as to the maladministration of things as to money. But that they mean well, and will do well, but their reckonings are very good, and show great faults, as I will insert here. They say the king hath had towards this war expressly thus much royal aid. L2 450,000 more. 1,250,000 3 months tax given the king by a power of raising a month's tax of L70,000 every year for 3 years. 210,000 customs, out of which the king did promise to pay L240,000, which for 2 years comes to 480,000 prizes, which they moderately reckon at 300,000 a debt declared by the Navy, by U.S. 900,000. 5,590,000. The whole charge of the Navy, as we state it for 2 years and a month, hath been but 3,200,000. So what is become of all this sum? 2,390,000. He and I did bemoan our public condition. He tells me the Duke of Albemarle is under a cloud, and they have a mind at court to lay him aside. This I know not. But all things are not right with him, and I am glad of it, but sorry for the time. So home to supper, and to bed, it being my wedding night 764, but how many years I cannot tell, but my wife says 10. 11th. Up, and discoursed with my father of my sending some money for safety into the country, for I am in pain what to do with what I have. I did give him money, poor man, and he overjoyed. So left him, and to the office, where nothing but sad evidences of ruin coming on us for want of money. So home to dinner, which was a very good dinner, my father, brother, wife and I, and then to the office again, where I was all the afternoon till very late, busy, and then home to supper and to bed. Memorandum. I had taken my journal during the fire and the disorders following in loose papers until this very day, and could not get time to enter them in my book till January 18th, in the morning. Having made my eyes sore by frequent attempts this winter to do it. But now it is done, for which I thank God, and pray never the like occasion may happen. 12th. Up, and after taking leave of my poor father, who is setting out this day for Brampton by the Cambridge coach, he having taken a journey to see the city burned, and to bring my brother to town, I out by water, and so coach to St. James's, the weather being foul, and there, from Sir W. Coventry, do hear how the house have cut us off L150,000 of our wear and tear, for that which was saved by the king while the fleet lay in harbour in winter. However, he seems pleased, and so am I, that they have abetted no more, and do intend to allow of 28,000 men for the next year, and this day have appointed to declare the sum they will give the king, 765, and to propose the way of raising it. So that this is likely to be the great day. This done in his chamber, I with him to Westminster Hall, and there took a few turns, the hall mighty full of people, and the house likely to be very full today about the money business. Here I met with several people, and do find that people have a mighty mind to have a fling at the Vice-Chamberlain, if they could lay hold of anything, his place being, indeed, too much for such, they think. Or any single subject of no greater parts and quality than he, to enjoy. But I hope he may weather all, though it will not be by any dexterity of his, I dare say, if he do stand, but by his fate only, and people's being taken off by other things. Thence home by coach, mighty dirty weather, and then to the treasurer's office and got a ticket paid for my little Michelle, and so again by coach to Westminster, and come presently after the house rose. So to the Swan, and there sent for a piece of meat and dined alone and played with Sarah, and so to the Hall a while, and thence to Mrs. Martin's lodging and did what I would with her. She is very big, and resolves I must be godfather. Thence away by water with crop to Deptford. It was almost night before I got thither. So I did only give directions concerning a press that I have making there to hold my turning and joiner's tools that were lately given me, which will be very handsome, and so away back again, it being now dark, and so home. And there find my wife come home, and hath brought her new girl I have helped her to, of Mr. Falconbridge's. She is wretched poor, and but ordinary favoured, and we feign to lay out 7 or 8 pounds worth of clothes upon her back, which, methinks, do go against my heart. And I do not think I can ever esteem her as I could have done another that had come fine and handsome, and which is more, her voice, for want of use, is so furred, that it do not at present please me. But her manner of singing is such, that I shall, I think, take great pleasure in it. Well, she is come, and I wish us good fortune in her. Here I met with notice of a meeting of the commissioners for Tangier tomorrow, and so I must have my accounts ready for them, which caused me to confine myself to my chamber presently and set to the making up my accounts, which I find very clear. But with much difficulty by reason of my not doing them sooner, things being out of my mind. 13th. It cost me till 4 o'clock in the morning, and, which was pretty to think, I was above an hour, after I had made all right, in casting up of about 20 sums, being dozed with much work. And had for 40 times together forgot to carry the 60 which I had in my mind, in one denomination which exceeded 60. And this did confound me for above an hour together. At last all even and done, and so to bed. Up at 7, and so to the office, after looking over my last night's work. We sat all the morning. At noon by coach with my Lord Brunker and Light at the Temple, and so alone I to dinner at a cook's, and thence to my Lord Bellis's, whom I find kind. But he had drawn some new proposal to deliver to the Lords Commissioners today, wherein one was, that the garrison would not be well paid without some goldsmiths undertaking the paying of the bills of exchange for tallies. He professing so much kindness to me, and saying that he would not be concerned in the garrison without me, and that if he continued in the employment, no man should have to do with the money but myself. I did ask his lordship's meaning of the proposition in his paper. He told me he had not much considered it, but that he meant no harm to me. I told him I thought it would render me useless. Whereupon he did very frankly, after my seeming denials for a good while, cause it to be writ over again, and that clause left out, which did satisfy me abundantly. It being done, he and I together to Whitehall, and there the Duke of York, who is gone over to all his pleasures again, and leaves off care of business, what with his woman, my Lady Denham. And his hunting 3 times a week, was just come in from hunting. So I stood and saw him dress himself, and try on his vest, which is the king's new fashion, and will be in it for good and all on Monday next, and the whole court, it is a fashion, the king says, he will never change. He being ready, he and my Lord Chancellor, and Duke of Albemarle, and Prince Rupert, Lord Bellis's, Sir H. Cholmondeley, Povey, and myself, met at a committee for Tangier. My Lord Bellis's propositions were read and discoursed of, about reducing the garrison to less charge. And indeed I am mad in love with my Lord Chancellor, for he do comprehend and speak out well, and with the greatest easiness and authority that ever I saw man in my life. I did never observe how much easier a man do speak when he knows all the company to be below him, than in him. For though he spoke, indeed, excellent welt, yet his manner and freedom of doing it, as if he played with it, and was informing only all the rest of the company, was mighty pretty. He did call again and again upon Mr. Povey for his accounts. I did think fit to make the solemn tender of my accounts that I intended. I said something that was liked, touching the want of money, and the bad credit of our tallies. My Lord Chancellor moved, that without any trouble to any of the rest of the lords, I might alone attend the king, when he was with his private council, and open the state of the garrison's want of credit, and all that could be done, should. Most things moved were referred to committees, and so we broke up. And at the end Sir W. Coventry come, so I away with him, and he discoursed with me something of the Parliament's business. They have voted giving the king, for next year L1 800,000. Which, were it not for his debts, were a great sum. He says, he thinks the House may say no more to us for the present, but that we must mend our manners against the next trial, and mend them we will. But he thinks it not a fit time to be found making of trouble among ourselves, meaning about Sir J. Minns, who most certainly must be removed, or made a commissioner, and somebody else comptroller. But he tells me that the House has a great envy at Sir G. Carteret, and that had he ever thought fit in all his discourse to have touched upon the point of our want of money and badness of payment, it would have been laid hold on to Sir G. Carteret heard, but he hath avoided it, though without much reason for it, most studiously, and in short did end thus, that he has never shown so much of the pigeon in all his life as in his innocence to Sir G. Carteret at this time. Which I believe, and will desire Sir G. Carteret to thank him for it. So we broke up and I by coach home, calling for a new pair of shoes, and so, little being to do at the office, did go home, and after spending a little in writing some of my books, which stood out of order, I to bed. 14th, Lord's Day. Lay long in bed, among other things, talking of my wife's renewing her acquaintance with Mrs. Pierce, which, by my wife's ill using her when she was here last, hath been interrupted. Herein we were a little angry together, but presently friends again, and so up, and I to church, which was mighty full, and my beauties, Mrs. Lethelier and fair Batelier, both there. A very foul morning, and rained. And sent for my cloak to go out of the church with. So dined, and after dinner, a good discourse thereat to my brother, he and I by water to Whitehall, and he to Westminster Abbey. Here I met with Sir Stephen Fox, who told me how much right I had done myself, and how well it is represented by the committee to the House, my readiness to give them satisfaction in everything when they were at the office. I was glad of this. He did further discourse of Sir W. Coventry's great abilities, and how necessary it were that I were of the House to assist him. I did not own it, but do myself think it were not unnecessary if either he should die, or be removed to the Lords, or any thing to hinder his doing the like service the next trial, which makes me think that it were not a thing very unfit. But I will not move in it. He and I parted, I to Mrs. Martin's, thinking to have met Mrs. Burrows, but she was not there, so away, and took my brother out of the Abbey and home, and there to set some accounts right, and to the office to even my journal, and so home to supper and to bed. 15th. Called up, though a very rainy morning, by Sir H. Cholmondeley, and he and I most of the morning together evening of accounts, which I was very glad of. Then he and I out to Sir Ropt Viner's, at the African House, where I had not been since he come thither, but he was not there. But I did some business with his people, and then to Colville's, who, I find, lives now in Lime Street, and with the same credit as ever, this fire having not done them any wrong that I hear of at all. Thence he and I together to Westminster Hall, in our way talking of matters and passages of state, the viciousness of the court, the contempt the king brings himself into thereby. His minding nothing, but doing all things just as his people about him will have it, the Duke of York becoming a slave to this her Denham, and wholly minds her, that there really was amours between the Duchess and Sidney. That there is reason to fear that, as soon as the Parliament have raised this money, the king will see that he hath got all that he can get, and then make up a peace. He tells me, what I wonder at, but that I find it confirmed by Mr. Pierce, whom I met by and by in the hall, that Sir W. Coventry is of the cabal with the Duke of York, and Brunker, with this Denham, which is a shame, and I am sorry for it, and that Sir W. Coventry do make her visits, but yet I hope it is not so. Pierce tells me, that as little agreement as there is between the Prince 766 and Duke of Albemarle, yet they are likely to go to sea again, for the first will not be trusted alone, and nobody will go with him but this Duke of Albemarle. He tells me much how all the commanders of the fleet and officers that are sober men do cry out upon their bad discipline, and the ruin that must follow it if it continue. But that which I wonder most at, it seems their secretaries have been the most exorbitant in their fees to all sorts of the people, that it is not to be believed that they durst do it. So as it is believed they have got L800 apiece by the very vacancies in the fleet. He tells me that Lady Castlemaine is concluded to be with child again, and that all the people about the king do make no scruple of saying that the king do lie with Mrs. Stewart, who, he says, is a most excellent-natured lady. This day the king begins to put on his vest, and I did see several persons of the House of Lords and Commons too, great courtiers, who are in it. Being a long cassock close to the body, of black cloth, and pinked with white silka under it, and a coat over it, and the legs ruffled with black riband like a pigeon's leg. And, upon the whole, I wish the king may keep it, for it is a very fine and handsome garment. 767. Walking with Pierce in the Court of Wards, out comes Sir W. Coventry, and he and I talked of business. Among others I proposed the making Sir J. Minns a commissioner, and make somebody else comptroller. He tells me it is the thing he hath been thinking of, and hath spoke to the Duke of York of it. He believes it will be done. But that which I fear is that Penn will be comptroller, which I shall grudge a little. The Duke of Buckingham called him aside and spoke a good while with him. I did presently fear it might be to discourse something of his design to blemish my Lord of Sandwich, in pursuance of the wild motion he made the other day in the House. Sir W. Coventry, when he come to me again, told me that he had wrought a miracle, which was, the convincing the Duke of Buckingham that something, he did not name what, that he had intended to do was not fit to be done. And that the Duke is gone away of that opinion. This makes me verily believe it was something like what I feared. By and by the house rose, and then we parted, and I with Sir G. Carteret, and walked in the Exchequer Court, discoursing of businesses. Among others, I observing to him how friendly Sir W. Coventry had carried himself to him in these late inquiries, when, if he had borne him any spleen, he could have had what occasion he pleased offered him, he did confess he found the same thing, and would thank him for it. I did give him some other advices, and so away with him to his lodgings at Whitehall to dinner, where my Lady Carteret is, and mighty kind, both of them, to me. Their son and my Lady Jemima will be here very speedily. She tells me the ladies are to go into a new fashion shortly, and that is, to wear short coats, above their ankles, which she and I do not like, but conclude this long train to be mighty graceful. But she cries out of the vices of the court, and how they are going to set up plays already, and how, the next day after the late great fast, the Duchess of York did give the King and Queen a play. Nay, she told me that they have heretofore had plays at court the very nights before the fast for the death of the late king. She do much cry out upon these things, and that which she believes will undo the whole nation, and I fear so too. After dinner away home, Mr. Brisbane along with me as far as the Temple, and there looked upon a new book, set out by one Reichalt, secretary to my Lord Winchelsea, of the policy and customs of the Turks, which is, it seems, much cried up. But I could not stay, but home, where I find Balty come back, and with him some muster books, which I am glad of, and hope he will do me credit in his employment. By and by took coach again and carried him home, and my wife to her tailor's, while I to Whitehall to have found out Povey, but miss him and so call in my wife and home again, where at Sir W. Batten's I met Sir W. Penn, lately come from the fleet at the Nore, and here were many good fellows, among others Sir R. Holmes, who is exceeding kind to me, more than usual, which makes me afeard of him, though I do much wish his friendship. Thereupon, after a little stay, I withdrew, and to the office and a while, and then home to supper and to my chamber to settle a few papers, and then to bed. This day the great debate was in Parliament, the manner of raising the L1 800,000 they voted, the King, on Friday. And at last, after many proposals, one moved that the chimney money might be taken from the King, and an equal revenue of something else might be found for the King. And people be enjoined to buy off this tax of chimney money for ever at 8 years' purchase, which will raise present money, as they think L1 600,000. And the state be eased of an ill burthen and the King be supplied of something as food or better for his use. The House seems to like this, and put off the debate to tomorrow. 16th, up, and to the office, where sat to do little business but hear clamours for money. At noon home to dinner, and to the office again, after hearing my brother play a little upon the lyra viol, which he do so as to show that he hath a love to music and a spirit for it, which I am well pleased with. All the afternoon at the office, and at night with Sir W. Batten, Sir W. Penn, and Sir J. Minns, at Sir W. Penn's lodgings, advising about business and orders fit presently to make about discharging of ships come into the river, and which to pay first, and many things in order thereto. But it vexed me that, it being now past 7 o'clock, and the businesses of great weight, and I had done them by 8 o'clock, and sending them to be signed, they were all gone to bed, and Sir W. Penn, though awake, would not, being in bed, have them brought to him to sign. This made me quite angry. Late at work at the office, and then home to supper and to bed. Not come to any resolution at the Parliament today about the manner of raising this L1 800,000. 17th, up, and busy about public and private business all the morning at the office. At noon home to dinner, alone with my brother, with whom I had now the first private talk I have had, and find he hath preached but twice in his life. I did give him some advice to study pronunciation. But I do fear he will never make a good speaker, nor, I fear, any general good scholar, for I do not see that he minds optics or mathematiques of any sort, nor anything else that I can find. I know not what he may be at divinity and ordinary school learning. However, he seems sober, and that pleases me. After dinner took him and my wife and Barker, for so is our new woman called, and is yet but a sorry girl, and set them down at unthanks, and so to Whitehall, and there find some of my brethren with the Duke of York. But so few I put off the meeting. So stayed and heard the Duke discourse, which he did mighty scurrilously, of the French, and with reason, that they should give Beaufort orders when he was to bring, and did bring, his fleet hither, that his rendezvous for his fleet. And for all slugs to come to, should be between Calais and Dover. Which did prove the taking of La Roche, Lee, who, among other slugs behind, did, by their instructions, make for that place, to rendezvous with the fleet. And Beaufort, seeing them as he was returning, took them for the English fleet, and wrote word to the King of France that he had passed by the English fleet, and the English fleet durst not meddle with him. The court is all full of vests, only my Lord St. Albans not pinked but plain black, and they say the king says the pinking upon white makes them look too much like magpies, and therefore hath bespoke one of plain velvet. Thence to St. James's by coach, and spoke, at 4 o'clock or 5, with Sir W. Coventry, newly come from the House, where they have sat all this day and not come to an end of the debate how the money shall be raised. He tells me that what I proposed to him the other day was what he had himself thought on and determined, and that he believes it will speedily be done, the making Sir J. Minns a commissioner, and bringing somebody else to be comptroller, and that, which do not please me, I confess, for my own particulars, so well as Sir J. Minns, will, I fear, be Sir W. Penn, for he is the only fit man for it. Away from him and took up my wife, and left her at Temple Bar to buy some lace for a petticoat, and I took coach and away to Sir R. Viner's about a little business, and then home, and by to my chamber, and there laid upon making up an account for the board to pass tomorrow, if I can get them, for the clearing all my impressed bills, which if I can do, will be to my very good satisfaction. Having done this, then to supper and to bed. 18th, up, and to the office, where we sat all the morning. The water's so high in the roads, by the late rains, that our letters come not until today, and now I understand that my father is got well home, but had a painful journey of it. At noon with Lord Brunker to St. Ellen's, where the master of the late Pope's Head Tavern is now set up again, and there dined at Sir W. Warren's cost, a very good dinner. Here my Lord Brunker proffered to carry me and my wife into a play at court tonight, and to lend me his coach home, which tempted me much, but I shall not do it. Thence rose from table before dinner ended, and homewards met my wife, and so away by coach towards Lovett's, in the way wondering at what a good pretty wench our Barker makes, being now put into good clothes, and fashionable, at my charge. But it becomes her, so that I do not now think much of it, and is an example of the power of good clothes and dress, where I stood godfather. But it was pretty, that, being a Protestant, a man stood by and was my proxy to answer for me. A priest christened it, and the boy's name is Samuel. The ceremonies many, and some foolish. The priest in a gentleman's dress, more than my own, but is a Capuchin, one of the Queen Mother's priests. He did give my proxy in the woman proxy, my Lady Bills, absent, had a proxy also, good advice to bring up the child, and, at the end, that he ought never to marry the child nor the godmother the child or the godfather, but, which is strange, they say that the mother of the child and the godfather may marry. By and by the Lady Bills come in, a well-bred but crooked woman. The poor people of the house had good wine, and a good cake, and she a pretty woman in her lying-in dress. It cost me near 40s. The whole christening, to midwife 20s, nurse 10s. Maid 2s. 6d, and the coach 5s. I was very well satisfied with what I have done, and so home and to the office, and thence to Sir W. Batten's, and there hear how the business of buying off the chimney money is passed in the house. And so the king to be satisfied some other way, and the king supplied with the money raised by this purchasing off of the chimneys. So home, mightily pleased in mind that I have got my bills of imprest cleared by bills signed this day, to my good satisfaction. To supper, and to bed. 19th. Up, and by coach to my Lord Ashley's, and thence, he being gone out, to the Exchequer chamber, and there find him and my Lord Bellas's about my Lord Bellas's accounts, which was the business I went upon. This was soon ended, and then I with Creed back home to my house, and there he and I did even accounts for salary, and by that time dinner was ready, and Mary at dinner, and then abroad to Povey's, who continues as much confounded in all his business as ever he was. And would have had me paid money, as like a fool as himself, which I troubled him in refusing, but I did persist in it. After a little more discourse, I left them, and to Whitehall, where I met with Sir Robert Viner, who told me a little of what, in going home, I had seen. Also a little of the disorder and mutiny among the seamen at the Treasurer's office, which did trouble me then and all day since, considering how many more seamen will come to town every day, and no money for them. A Parliament sitting, and the Exchange close by, and an enemy to hear of, and laugh at it. 768. Viner too, and Bacule, were sent for this afternoon, and was before the King in his cabinet about money. They declaring they would advance no more, it being discoursed of in the House of Parliament for the King to issue out his privy seals to them to command them to trust him, which gives them reason to decline trusting. But more money they are persuaded to lend, but so little that, with horror I speak it, coming after the council was up, with Sir G. Carteret, Sir W. Coventry, Lord Brunker, and myself, I did lay the state of our condition before the Duke of York, that the fleet could not go out without several things it wanted, and we could not have without money, particularly rum and bread, which we have promised the man Swan to help him to L200 of his debt, and a few other small sums of L200 apiece to some others, and that I do foresee the Duke of York would call us to an account why the fleet is not abroad. And we cannot answer otherwise than our want of money. And that indeed we do not do the King any service now, but do rather abuse and betray his service by being there, and seeming to do something, while we do not. Sir G. Carteret asked me, just in these words, for in this and all the rest I set down the very words for memory's sake, if there should be occasion, whether L50 or L60 would do us any good. And when I told him the very rum man must have L200, he held up his eyes as if we had asked 1,000,000. Sir W. Coventry told the Duke of York plainly he did rather desire to have his commission called in than serve in so ill a place, where he cannot do the King's service, and I did concur in saying the same. This was all very plain, and the Duke of York did confess that he did not see how we could do anything without a present supply of L20,000, and that he would speak to the King next council day, and I promised to wait on him to put him in mind of it. This I set down for my future justification, if need be, and so we broke up, and all parted, Sir W. Coventry being not very well, but I believe made much worse by this night's sad discourse. So I home by coach, considering what the consequence of all this must be in a little time. Nothing but distraction and confusion. Which makes me wish with all my heart that I were well and quietly settled with what little I have got at Brampton, where I might live peaceably, and study, and pray for the good of the King and my country. Home, and to Sir W. Batten's, where I saw my lady, who is now come downstairs after a great sickness. Sir W. Batten was at the pay today, and tells me how rude the men were, but did go away quietly, being promised pay on Wednesday next. God send us money for it. So to the office, and then to supper and to bed. Among other things proposed in the House today, to give the King in lieu of chimneys, there was the bringing up of sealed paper, such as Sir J. Minns shewed me tonight, at Sir W. Batten's, is used in Spain, and brings the King a great revenue, but it shows what shifts we are put to too much. 20th, up, and all the morning at the office, where none met but myself. So I walked a good while with Mr. Gauden in the garden, who is lately come from the fleet at the buoy of the Nowher, and he do tell me how all the sober commanders, and even Sir Thomas Allen himself, do complain of the ill government of the fleet. How Holmes and Jennings have commanded all the fleet this year, that nothing is done upon deliberation, but if a sober man give his opinion otherwise than the prince would have it, the prince would cry, "Damn him, do you follow your orders? And that is enough for you." He tells me he hears of nothing but of swearing and drinking and whoring, and all manner of profaneness, quite through the whole fleet. He being gone, there comes to me Commissioner Middleton, whom I took on purpose to walk in the garden with me, and to learn what he observed when the fleet was at Portsmouth. He says that the fleet was in such a condition, as to discipline, as if the devil had commanded it, so much wickedness of all sorts. Inquiring how it come to pass that so many ships miscarried this year, he tells me that he inquired. And the pilots do say, that they dare not do nor go but as the captains will have them, and if they offer to do otherwise, the captains swear they will run them through. He says that he heard Captain Digby, my Lord of Bristol's son, a young fellow that never was but 1 year, if that, in the fleet, say that he did hope he should not see a tarpaulin have the command of a ship within this 12 months. He observed while he was on board the Admiral, when the fleet was at Portsmouth, that there was a faction there. Holmes commanded all on the Prince's side, and Sir Jeremy Smith on the Duke's, and every body that come did apply themselves to one side or other. And when the Duke of Albemarle was gone away to come hither, then Sir Jeremy Smith did hang his head, and walked in the General's ship but like a private commander. He says he was on board the Prince, when the news come of the burning of London. And all the Prince said was, that now Shipton's prophecy was out. And he heard a young commander presently swear, that now a citizen's wife that would not take under half a piece before, would be occupied for half a crown, and made mighty sport of it. He says that Hubbard that commanded this year the Admiral's ship is a proud conceited fellow, though I thought otherwise of him, and fit to command a single ship but not a fleet. And he do wonder that there hath not been more mischief this year than there hath. He says the fleet come to anchor between the Horse and the island, so that when they came to weigh many of the ships could not turn, but run foul of the Horse, and there stuck, but that the weather was good. He says that nothing can do the king more disservice, nor please the standing officers of the ship better than these silly commanders that now we have, for they sign to anything that their officers desire of them, nor have judgment to contradict them if they would. He told me other good things, which made me bless God that we have received no greater disasters this year than we have, though they have been the greatest that ever was known in England before. Put all their losses of the king's ships by want of skill and seamanship together from the beginning. He being gone, comes Sir G. Carteret, and he and I walked together a while, discoursing upon the sad condition of the times, what need we have, and how impossible it is to get money. He told me my Lord Chancellor the other day did ask him how it come to pass that his friend Pepys do so much magnify all things to worst, as I did on Sunday last, in the bad condition of the fleet. Sir G. Carteret tells me that he answered him, that I was but the mouth of the rest, and spoke what they have dictated to me, which did, as he says, presently take off his displeasure. So that I am well at present with him, but I must have a care not to be over busy in the office again, and burn my fingers. He tells me he wishes he had sold his place at some good rate to somebody or other at the beginning of the war, and that he would do it now, but no body will deal with him for it. He tells me the Duke of Albemarle is very much discontented, and the Duke of York do not, it seems, please him. He tells me that our case as to money is not to be made good at present, and therefore wishes a good and speedy peace before it be too late, and from his discourse methinks I find that there is something moving towards it. Many people at the office, but having no more of the office I did put it off till the next meeting. Thence, with Sir G. Carteret, home to dinner, with him, my lady and Mr. Ashburnham, the cofferer. Here they talk that the Queen hath a great mind to alter her fashion, and to have the feet seen, which she loves mightily, and they do believe that it will come into it in a little time. Here I met with the King's declaration about his proceedings with the King of Denmark, and particularly the business of Bergen. But it is so well writ, that, if it be true, the King of Denmark is one of the most absolute wickedness in the world for a person of his quality. After dinner home, and there met Mr. Povey by appointment, and there he and I all the afternoon, till late at night, evening of all accounts between us, which we did to both our satisfaction. But that which troubles me most is, that I am to refund to the ignoble Lord Peterborough what he had given us 6 months ago, because we did not supply him with money, but it is no great matter. He gone I to the office, and there did some business. And so home, my mind in good ease by having done with Povey in order to the adjusting of all my accounts in a few days. So home to supper and to bed. 21st, Lord's Day. Up, and with my wife to church, and her new woman Barker with her the first time. The girl will, I think, do very well. Hear a lazy sermon, and so home to dinner, and took in my Lady Pen and Peg, Sir William being below with the fleet, and mighty merry we were, and then after dinner presently, it being a mighty cool day, I by coach to Whitehall. And there attended the cabinet, and was called in before the king and them to give an account of our want of money for Tangier. Which troubles me that it should be my place so often and so soon after one another to come to speak there of their wants, the thing of the world that they love least to hear of. And that which is no welcome thing to be the solicitor for, and to see how like an image the king sat and could not speak one word when I had delivered myself was very strange. Only my Lord Chancellor did ask me, whether I thought it was in nature at this time to help us to anything. So I was referred to another meeting of the Lords Commissioners for Tangier and my Lord Treasurer, and so went away, and by coach home, where I spent the evening in reading Stillingfleet's defence of the Archbishop, the part about purgatory. A point I had never considered before, what was said for it or against it, and though I do believe we are in the right, yet I do not see any great matter in this book. So to supper. And my people being gone, most of them, to bed, my boy and Jane and I did get 2 of my iron chests out of the cellar into my closet, and the money to my great satisfaction to see it there again. And the rather because the damp cellar spoils all my chests. This being done, and I weary, to bed. This afternoon walking with Sir H. Cholmondeley long in the gallery, he told me, among many other things, how Harry Killigrew is banished the court lately, for saying that my Lady Castlemaine was a little lecherous girl when she was young. This she complained to the king of, and he sent to the Duke of York, whose servant he is, to turn him away. The Duke of York hath done it, but takes it ill of my lady that he was not complained to first. She attended him to execute it, but ill blood is made by it. He told me how Mr. Williamson stood in a little place to have come into the House of Commons, and they would not choose him, they said, no courtier. And which is worse, Bab May went down in great state to Winchelsea with the Duke of York's letters, not doubting to be chosen. And there the people chose a private gentleman in spite of him, and cried out they would have no court pimp to be their burgess, which are things that bode very ill. This afternoon I went to see and sat a good while with Mrs. Martin, and there was her sister Doll, with whom, contrary to all expectation, I did what I would, and might have done anything else. 22nd. Up, and by coach to Westminster Hall, there thinking to have met Betty Michel, who I heard yesterday stayed all night at her father's, but she was gone. So I stayed a little and then down to the bridge by water, and there overtook her and her father. So saluted her and walked over London Bridge with them and there parted, the weather being very foul, and so to the Tower by water, and so heme, where I find Mr. Caesar playing the treble to my boy upon the theorbo, the first time I heard him, which pleases me mightily. After dinner I carried him and my wife towards Westminster, by coach, myself lighting at the Temple, and there, being a little too soon, walked in the Temple Church, looking with pleasure on the monuments and epitaphs, and then to my Lord Bellass's, where Creed and Povey by appointment met to discourse of some of their Tangier accounts between my Lord and Vernety, who will prove a very knave. That being done I away with Povey to Whitehall, and thence I to Unthanks, and there take up my wife, and so home, it being very foule and dark. Being there come, I to the settling of some of my money matters in my chests, and evening some accounts, which I was at late, to my extraordinary content. And especially to see all things hit so even and right and with an apparent profit and advantage since my last accounting, but how much I cannot particularly yet come to a judge. 23rd, up, and to the office all the morning. At noon Sir W. Batten told me Sir Richard Ford would accept of 1/3 of my profit of our private man of war, and bear 1/3 of the charge and be bound in the Admiralty, so I shall be excused being bound, which I like mightily of. And did draw up a writing, as well as I could, to that purpose and signed and sealed it, and so he and Sir R. Ford are to go to enter into bond this afternoon. Home to dinner, and after dinner, it being late, I down by water to Shadwell, to see Betty Michelle, the first time I was ever at their new dwelling since the fire, and there find her in the house all alone. I find her mighty modest. But had her lips as much as I would, and indeed she is mighty pretty, that I love her exceedingly. I paid her L10 that I received upon a ticket for her husband, which is a great kindness I have done them, and having kissed her as much as I would, I away, poor wretch, and down to Deptford to see Sir J. Min's ordering of the pay of some ships there, which he do most miserably, and so home. Bagwell's wife, seeing me come the field's way, did get over her pails to come after and talk with me, which she did for a good way, and so parted, and I home, and to the office, very busy, and so to supper and to bed. 24th. Up, and down to the Old Swan, and there find little Michel come to his new shop that he hath built there in the room of his house that was burned. I hope he will do good here. I drank and bade him joy, for I love him and his wife well, him for his care, and her for her person, and so to Whitehall, where we attended the Duke. And to all our complaints for want of money, which now we are tired out with making, the Duke only tells us that he is sorry for it, and hath spoke to the King of it, and money we shall have as soon as it can be found. And though all the issue of the war lies upon it, yet that is all the answer we can get, and that is as bad or worse than nothing. Thence to Westminster Hall, where the term is begun, and I did take a turn or two, and so away by coach to Sir R. Viner's, and there received some money, and then home and to dinner. After dinner to little business, and then abroad with my wife, she to see her brother, who is sick, and she believes is from some discontent his wife hath given him by her loose carriage, which he is told. And he hath found has been very suspicious in his absence, which I am sorry for. I to the hall and there walked long, among others talking with Mr. Hayes, Prince Rupert's secretary, a very ingenious man, and one, I think, fit to contract some friendship with. Here I stayed late, walking to and again, hearing how the Parliament proceeds, which is mighty slowly in the settling of the money business, and great factions growing every day among them. I am told also how Holmes did last Sunday deliver in his articles to the King and Cabinet against Sir Jeremy Smith, and that Smith hath given in his answer, and lays his not accompanying the fleet to his pilot, who would not undertake to carry the ship further. Which the pilot acknowledges. The thing is not accommodated, but only taken up, and both sides commanded to be quiet, but no peace like to be. The Duke of Albemarle is Smith's friend, and hath publicly swore that he would never go to sea again unless Holmes's commission were taken from him. 769. I find by Hayes that they did expect great glory in coming home in so good condition as they did with the fleet, and therefore I the less wonder that the prince was distasted with my discourse the other day about the bad state of the fleet. But it pleases me to hear that he did expect great thanks, and lays the fault of the want of it upon the fire, which deadened everything, and the glory of his services. About 7 at night home, and called my wife, and, it being moonshine, took her into the garden, and there laid open our condition as to our estate, and the danger of my having it, his money, all in the house at once. In case of any disorder or troubles in the state, and therefore resolved to remove part of it to Brampton, and part some whither else, and part in my own house, which is very necessary, and will tend to our safety. Though I shall not think it safe out of my own sight. So to the office, and then to supper and to bed. 25th, up betimes and by water to Whitehall, and there with Sir G. Carteret to Sir W. Coventry, who is come to his winter lodgings at Whitehall, and there agreed upon a method of paying of tickets. And so I back again home and to the office, where we sate all the morning, but to little purpose but to receive clamours for money. At noon home to dinner, where the two Mrs. Daniels come to see us, and dined with us. After dinner I out with my wife to Mrs. Pierce's, where she hath not been a great while, from some little unkindness of my wife's to her when she was last here, but she received us with mighty respect and discretion. And was making herself mighty fine to go to a great ball tonight at court, being the Queen's birthday. So the ladies for this one day do wear laces, but to put them off again tomorrow. Thence I to my Lord Brunker's, and with him to Mrs. Williams's where we met Nip. I was glad to see the jade. Made her sing. And she told us they begin at both houses to act on Monday next. But I fear, after all this sorrow, their gains will be but little. Mrs. Williams says, the Duke's house will now be much the better of the two, because of their women. Which I am glad to hear. Thence with Lord Brunker to Whitehall, and there spoke with Sir W. Coventry about some office business, and then I away to Mrs. Pierce's, and there saw her new closet, which is mighty rich and fine. Her daughter Betty grows mighty pretty. Thence with my wife home and to do business at the office. Then to Sir W. Batten's, who tells me that the House of Parliament makes mighty little haste in settling the money, and that he knows not when it will be done, but they fall into faction, and libels have been found in the House. Among others, one yesterday, wherein they reckon up divers great sums to be given away by the King, among others, L10,000 to Sir W. Coventry, for wear and tear, the point he stood upon to advance that sum by, for them to give the King, Sir G. Carteret L50,000 for something else, I think supernumeraries, and so to Matt. Wren L5,000 for passing the Canary Company's patent, and so a great many other sums to other persons. So home to supper and to bed. 26th. Up, and all the morning and most of the afternoon within doors, beginning to set my accounts in order from before this fire, I being behindhand with them ever since, and this day I got most of my tradesmen to bring in their bills and paid them. Dined at home, and busy again after dinner, and then abroad by water to Westminster Hall, where I walked till the evening, and then out, the first time I ever was abroad with Doll Lane, to the Dog Tavern, and there drank with her, a bad face, but good-bodied girl. Did nothing but salute and play with her and talk, and thence away by coach, home, and so to do a little more in my accounts, and then to supper and to bed. Nothing done in the house yet as to the finishing of the bill for money, which is a mighty sad thing, all lying at stake for it. 27th, up, and there comes to see me my Lord Belasses, which was a great honor. He tells me great news, yet but what I suspected, that Vernity is fled, and so hath cheated him and 20 more, but most of all, I doubt, Mr. Povey. Thence to talk about public business, he tells me how the two houses begin to be troublesome. The lords to have quarrels one with another. My Lord Duke of Buckingham having said to the Lord Chancellor, who is against the passing of the bill for prohibiting the bringing over of Irish cattle, that whoever was against the bill, was there led to it by an Irish interest. Or an Irish understanding, which is as much as to say he is a fool. This bred heat for my Lord Chancellor, and something he, Buckingham, said did offend my Lord of Ossory, my Lord Duke of Ormond's son, and they two had hard words, upon which the latter sends a challenge to the former. Of which the former complains to the House, and so the business is to be heard on Monday next. Then as to the Commons. Some ugly knives, like poignards, to stab people with, about 200 or 300 of them were brought in yesterday to the House, found in one of the houses rubbish that was burned, and said to be the house of a Catholic. This and several letters out of the country, saying how high the Catholics are everywhere and bold in the owning their religion, have made the Commons mad, and they presently voted that the King be desired to put all Catholics out of employment. And other high things. While the business of money hangs in the hedge. So that upon the whole, God knows we are in a sad condition like to be, there being the very beginnings of the late troubles. He gone, I at the office all the morning. At noon home to dinner, where Mrs. Pierce and her boy and Nip, who sings as well, and is the best company in the world, dined with us, and infinite merry. The playhouses begin to play next week. Towards evening I took them out to the New Exchange, and there my wife bought things, and I did give each of them a pair of Jessamy 770 plain gloves, and another of white. Here Nip and I walked up and down to see handsome faces, and did see several. Then carried each of them home, and with great pleasure and content, home myself, where, having writ several letters, I home, and there, upon some serious discourse between my wife and I upon the business, I called to us my brother. And there broke to him our design to send him into the country with some part of our money, and so did seriously discourse the whole thing, and then away to supper and to bed. I pray God give a blessing to our resolution, for I do much fear we shall meet with speedy distractions for want of money. 28th, Lord's Day. Up, and to church with my wife, and then home, and there is come little Michel and his wife. I sent for them, and also Tome's Captain Guy to dine with me, and he and I much talk together. He cries out of the discipline of the fleet, and confesses really that the true English valor we talk of is almost spent and worn out, few of the commanders doing what they should do, and he much fears we shall therefore be beaten the next year. He assures me we were beaten home the last June fight, and that the whole fleet was ashamed to hear of our bonfires. He commends Smith, and cries out of Holmes for an idle, proud, conceited, though stout fellow. He tells me we are to owe the loss of so many ships on the sands, not to any fault of the pilots, but to the weather, but in this I have good authority to fear there was something more. He says the Dutch do fight in very good order, and we in none at all. He says that in the July fight, both the Prince and Holmes had their bellyfuls, and were fain to go aside, though, if the wind had continued, we had utterly beaten them. He do confess the whole to be governed by a company of fools, and fears our ruin. After dinner he gone, I with my brother to Whitehall and he to Westminster Abbey. I presently to Mrs. Martin's, and there met Widow Burrows and Doll, and did tumble them all the afternoon as I pleased, and having given them a bottle of wine I parted and home by boat, my brother going by land. And thence with my wife to sit and sup with my uncle and Aunt White, and see Woolley's wife, who is a pretty woman, and after supper, being very merry, in abusing my aunt with Dr. Venner, we home, and I to do something in my accounts, and so to bed. The Revenge having her forecastle blown up with powder to the killing of some men in the river, and the diamonds being overset in the careening at Sheerness, are further marks of the method all the king's work is now done in. The Foresight also and another come to disasters in the same place this week in the cleaning, which is strange. 29th. Up, and to the office to do business, and thither comes to me Sir Thomas Teddyman, and he and I walked a good while in the garden together, discoursing of the disorder and discipline of the fleet, wherein he told me how bad everything is. But was very wary in speaking anything to the dishonour of the Prince or Duke of Albemarle, but do magnify my Lord Sandwich much before them both, for ability to serve the king, and do heartily wish for him here. For he fears that we shall be undone the next year, but that he will, however, see an end of it. To prevent the necessity of his dining with me I was forced to pretend occasion of going to Westminster, so away I went, and Mr. Barber, the clerk, having a request to make to me to get him into employment, did walk along with me, and by water to Westminster with me, he professing great love to me, and an able clerk he is. When I come thither I find the new Lord Mayor Bolton swearing at the Exchequer, with some of the aldermen in livery, but, Lord! To see how menially they now look, who upon this day used to be all little lords, is a sad sight and worthy consideration. And every body did reflect with pity upon the poor city, to which they are now coming to choose and swear their Lord Mayor, compared with what it heretofore was. Thence by coach, having in the hall bought me a velvet riding cap, cost me 20s. To my tailor's, and there bespoke a plain vest, and so to my goldsmith to bid him look out for some gold for me, and he tells me that guineas, which I bought 2,000 of not long ago, and cost me but 18 1/2d. Change, will now cost me 22d. And but very few to be had at any price. However, some more I will have, for they are very convenient, and of easy disposal. So home to dinner and to discourse with my brother upon his translation of my Lord Bacon's Faber Fortunae, which I gave him to do and he has done it, but menially. I am not pleased with it at all, having done it only literally, but without any life at all. About 5 o'clock I took my wife, who is mighty fine, and with a new fair pair of locks, which vex me, though like a fool I helped her the other night to buy them, and to Mrs. Pierce's, and they're staying a little eye away before to Whitehall, and into the new playhouse there, the first time I ever was there, and the first play I have seen since before the Great Plague. By and by Mr. Pierce comes, bringing my wife and his, and Nip. By and by the King and Queen, Duke and Duchess, and all the great ladies of the court, which, indeed, was a fine sight. But the play being Love in a Tub, a silly play, and though done by the Duke's people, yet having neither Betterton nor his wife, and the whole thing done ill, and being ill also, I had no manner of pleasure in the play. Besides, the house, though very fine, yet bad for the voice, for hearing. The sight of the ladies, indeed, was exceeding noble, and above all, my Lady Castlemaine. The play done by 10 o'clock. I carried them all home, and then home myself, and well satisfied with the sight, but not the play, we with great content to bed. 30th. Up, and to the office, where sat all the morning, and at noon home to dinner, and then to the office again, where late, very busy, and dispatching much business. Mr. Hayter staying most of the afternoon abroad, he come to me, poor man, to make excuse, and it was that he had been looking out for a little house for his family. His wife being much frightened in the country with the discourses of troubles and disorders like to be, and therefore durst not be from him, and therefore he is forced to bring her to town that they may be together. This is now the general apprehension of all people, particulars I do not know, but my own fears are also great, and I do think it time to look out to save something, if a storm should come. At night home to supper, and singing with my wife, who hath lately begun to learn, and I think will come to do something, though her ear is not good, nor I confess, have patience enough to teach her. Or hear her sing now and then a note out of tune, and am to blame that I cannot bear with that in her which is fit I should do with her as a learner, and one that I desire much could sing, and so should encourage her. This I was troubled at, for I do find that I do put her out of heart, and make her fearful to sing before me. So after supper to bed. 31st out with Sir W. Batten toward Whitehall, being in pain in my cods by being squeezed the other night in a little coach when I carried Pierce and his wife and my people. But I hope I shall be soon well again. This day is a great day at the house, so little to do with the Duke of York, but soon parted. Coming out of the court I met Colonel Atkins, who tells me the whole city rings today of Sir Jeremy Smith's killing of Holmes in a duel, at which I was not much displeased, for I fear every day more and more mischief from the man, if he lives. But the thing is not true, for in my coach I did by meet Sir J. Smith going to court. So I by coach to my goldsmith, there to see what gold I can get, which is but little, and not under 22d. So away home to dinner, and after dinner to my closet, where I spent the whole afternoon till late at evening of all my accounts public and private, and to my great satisfaction I do find that I do bring my accounts to a very near balance. Notwithstanding all the hurries and troubles I have been put to by the late fire, that I have not been able to even my accounts since July last before. And I bless God I do find that I am worth more than ever I yet was, which is L6 200, for which the holy name of God be praised. And my other accounts of Tangier in a very plain and clear condition, that I am not liable to any trouble from them. But in fear great I am, and I perceive the whole city is, of some distractions and disorders among us, which God of his goodness prevent. Late to supper with my wife and brother, and then to bed. And thus ends the month with an ill aspect, the business of the navy standing wholly still. No credit, no goods sold us, nobody will trust. All we have to do at the office is to hear complaints for want of money. The Duke of York himself for now 3 weeks seems to rest satisfied that we can do nothing without money, and that all must stand still till the king gets money, which the Parliament have been a great while about. But are so dissatisfied with the king's management, and his giving himself up to pleasures, and not minding the calling to account any of his officers, and they observe so much the expense of the war. And yet that after we have made it the most we can, it do not amount to what they have given the king for the warn that they are backward of giving any more. However, L1 800,000 they have voted, but the way of gathering it has taken up more time than is fit to be now lost, the seamen grow very rude, and everything out of order. Commanders having no power over their seamen, but the seamen do what they please. Few stay on board, but all coming running up hither to town, and nobody can with justice blame them, we owing them so much money. And their families must starve if we do not give them money, or they procure upon their tickets from some people that will trust them. A great folly is observed by all people in the king's giving leave to so many merchantmen to go abroad this winter, and some upon voyages where it is impossible they should be back again by the spring, and the rest will be doubtful. But yet we let them go. What the reason of state is nobody can tell, but all condemn it. The Prince and Duke of Albemarle have got no great credit by this year's service. Our losses both of reputation and ships having been greater than is thought have ever been suffered in all ages put together before. Being beat home, and fleeing home the first fight, and then losing so many ships then and since upon the sands, and some falling into the enemy's hands, and not one taken this year, but the Ruby, French prize, now at the end of the year. By the Frenchman's mistake in running upon us. Great folly in both Houses of Parliament, several persons falling together by the ears, among others in the House of Lords, the Duke of Buckingham and my Lord Ossory. Such is our case, that every body fears an invasion the next year. And for my part, I do methinks foresee great unhappiness coming upon us, and do provide for it by laying by something against a rainy day, dividing what I have, and laying it in several places, but with all faithfulness to the king in all respects. My grief only being that the king do not look after his business himself, and thereby will be undone both himself and his nation, it being not yet, I believe, too late if he would apply himself to it, to save all, and conquer the Dutch. But while he and the Duke of York mind their pleasure, as they do and nothing else, we must be beaten. So late with my mind in good condition of quiet after the settling all my accounts, and to bed. November 1666. November 1st. Up, and was presented by Burton, one of our smith's wives, with a very noble cake, which I presently resolved to have my wife go with today, and some wine, and house-warm my Betty Michel, which she readily resolved to do. So I to the office and sat all the morning, where little to do but answer people about want of money, so that there is little service done the king by us, and great disquiet to ourselves. I am sure there is to me very much, for I do not enjoy myself as I would and should do in my employment if my pains could do the king better service, and with the peace that we use to do it. At noon to dinner, and from dinner my wife and my brother, and Hewer and Barker away to Betty Michel's, to Shadwell, and I to my office, where I took in Mrs. Bagwell and did what I would with her, and so she went away, and I all the afternoon till almost night there, and then, my wife being come back, I took her and set her at her brother's, who is very sick, and I to Whitehall. And there all alone a pretty while with Sir W. Coventry at his chamber. I find him very melancholy under the same considerations of the king's service that I am. He confesses with me he expects all will be undone, and all ruined. He complains and sees perfectly what I with grief do, and said it first himself to me that all discipline is lost in the fleet, no order nor no command. And concurs with me that it is necessary we do again and again represent all things more and more plainly to the Duke of York, for a guard to ourselves hereafter when things shall come to be worse. He says the house goes on slowly in finding of money, and that the discontented party do say they have not done with us, for they will have a further bout with us as to our accounts, and they are exceedingly well instructed where to hit us. I left him with 1,000 sad reflections upon the times, and the state of the king's matters, and so away, and took up my wife and home, where a little at the office, and then home to supper. And talk with my wife, with whom I have much comfort, and my brother, and so to bed. Second, up betimes, and with Sir W. Batten to Woolwich, where first we went on board the Ruby, French prize, the only ship of war we have taken from any of our enemies this year. It seems a very good ship, but with galleries quite round the stern to walk in as a balcone, which will be taken down. She had also about 40 good brass guns, but will make little amends to our loss in the Prince. Thence to the rope-yard and the other yards to do several businesses, he and I also did buy some apples and pork, by the same token the butcher commended it as the best in England for cloth and colour. And for his beef, says he, look how fat it is, the lean appears only here and there a speck, like beauty spots. Having done at Woolwich, we to Deptford, it being very cold upon the water, and there did also a little more business, and so home, I reading all the while to make end of the Bondman, which the oftener I read the more I like. And begun, the Duchess of Malfi. which seems a good play. At home to dinner, and there come Mr. Pierce, surgeon, to see me, and after I had eat something, he and I and my wife by coach to Westminster, she set us down at Whitehall, and she to her brother's. I up into the house, and among other things walked a good while with the sergeant trumpet, who tells me, as I wished, that the king's Italian here is about setting 3 parts for trumpets, and shall teach some to sound them. And believes they will be admirable musique. I also walked with Sir Stephen Fox an hour, and good discourse of public business with him, who seems very much satisfied with my discourse, and desired more of my acquaintance. Then comes out the King and Duke of York from the council, and so I spoke a while to Sir W. Coventry about some office business, and so called my wife, her brother being now a little better than he was, and so home, and I to my chamber to do some business, and then to supper and to bed. 3rd. This morning comes Mr. Lovett, and brings me my print of the Passion, varnished by him, and the frame black, which indeed is very fine, though not so fine as I expected, however, pleases me exceedingly. This, and the sheets of paper he prepared for me, come to L3, which I did give him, and though it be more than is fit to lay out on pleasure, yet, it being ingenious, I did not think much of it. He gone, I to the office, where all the morning to little purpose, nothing being before us but clamours for money, so at noon home to dinner, and after dinner to hang up my new varnished picture and set my chamber in order to be made clean. And then to the office again, and there all the afternoon till late at night, and so to supper and to bed. 4th, Lord's Day. Comes my tailor's man in the morning, and brings my vest home, and coat to wear with it, and belt, and silver-hilted sword. So I rose and dressed myself, and I like myself mightily in it, and so do my wife. Then, being dressed, to church, and after church pulled my Lady Penn and Mrs. Markham into my house to dinner, and Sir J. Minns he got Mrs. Pegg along with him. I had a good dinner for them, and very merry, and after dinner to the waterside, and so, it being very cold, to Whitehall, and was mighty fearful of an ague, my vest being new and thin, and the coat cut not to meet before upon my breast. Here I waited in the gallery till the council was up, and among others did speak with Mr. Cooling, my Lord Chamberlain's secretary, who tells me my Lord General is become mighty low in all people's opinion, and that he hath received several slurs from the King and Duke of York. The people at court do see the difference between his and the prince's management, and my Lord's sandwiches. That this business which he is put upon of crying out against the Catholics and turning them out of all employment, will undo him, when he comes to turn out the officers out of the army, and this is a thing of his own seeking. That he is grown a drunken sot, and drinks with nobody but Troutbeck, whom nobody else will keep company with. Of whom he told me this story, that once the Duke of Albemarle in his drink taking notice as of a wonder that Nan Hyde should ever come to be Duchess of York, nay, says Troutbeck, ne'er wonder at that. For if you will give me another bottle of wine, I will tell you as great, if not greater, a miracle. And what was that, but that our dirty Bess, meaning his Duchess, should come to be Duchess of Albemarle. Here we parted, and so by and by the council rose, and out comes Sir G. Carteret and Sir W. Coventry, and they and my Lord Brunker and I went to Sir G. Carteret lodgings, there to discourse about some money demanded by Sir W. Warren, and having done that broke up. And Sir G. Carteret and I alone together a while, where he shows a long letter, all in cipher, from my Lord Sandwich to him. The contents he hath not yet found out, but he tells me that my Lord is not sent for home, as several people have inquired after of me. He spoke something reflecting upon me in the business of pursers, that their present bad behaviour is what he did foresee, and had convinced me of. And yet when it come last year to be argued before the Duke of York I turned and said as the rest did. I answered nothing to it, but let it go, and so to other discourse of the ill state of things, of which all people are full of sorrow and observation, and so parted, and then by water, landing in Southwark, home to the Tower, and so home. And there began to read Potter's Discourse upon 1666, which pleases me mightily, and then broke off and to supper and to bed. 5th, a holy day. Lay long. Then up, and to the office, where vexed to meet with people come from the fleet at the Nowre, where so many ships are laid up and few going abroad. And yet Sir Thomas Allen hath sent up some lieutenants with warrants to praise men for a few ships to go out this winter, while every day thousands appear here, to our great trouble and affright, before our office and the ticket office. And no captains able to command one man aboard. Thence by water to Westminster, and there at the Swan find Sarah is married to a shoemaker yesterday, so I could not see her, but I believe I shall hereafter at good leisure. Thence by coach to my Lady Peterborough, and there spoke with my lady, who had sent to speak with me. She makes mighty moan of the badness of the times, and her family as to money. My lord's passionateness for want thereof, and his want of coming in of rents, and no wages from the Duke of York. No money to be had there for wages nor disbursements, and therefore praise my assistance about his pension. I was moved with her story, which she largely and handsomely told me, and promised I would try what I could do in a few days, and so took leave, being willing to keep her lord fair with me. Both for his respect to my Lord Sandwich and for my own sake hereafter, when I come to pass my accounts. Thence to my Lord Crewe's, and there dined, and mightily made of, having not, to my shame, been there in 8 months before. Here my Lord and Sir Thomas Crewe, Mr. John, and Dr. Crewe, and 2 strangers. The best family in the world for goodness and sobriety. Here beyond my expectation I met my Lord Hinchingbroke, who is come to town 2 days since from Hinchingbroke, and brought his sister and brother Carteret with him, who are at Sir G. Carteret. After dinner I and Sir Thomas Crewe went aside to discourse of public matters, and do find by him that all the country gentlemen are publicly jealous of the courtiers in the Parliament, and that they do doubt every thing that they propose. And that the true reason why the country gentlemen are for a land tax and against a general excise, is, because they are fearful that if the latter be granted they shall never get it down again, whereas the land tax will be but for so much. And when the war ceases, there will be no ground got by the court to keep it up. He do much cry out upon our accounts, and that all that they have had from the king hath been but estimates both from my Lord Treasurer and us, and from all people else, so that the Parliament is weary of it. He says the House would be very glad to get something against Sir G. Carteret, and will not let their inquiries die till they have got something. He do, from what he hath heard at the committee for examining the burning of the city, concluded as a thing certain that it was done by plots. It being proved by many witnesses that endeavours were made in several places to increase the fire. And that both in city and country it was bragged by several papists that upon such a day or in such a time we should find the hottest weather that ever was in England, and words of plainer sense. But my Lord Crewe was discoursing at table how the judges have determined in the case whether the landlords or the tenants, who are, in their leases, all of them generally tied to maintain and uphold their houses, shall bear the loss of the fire. And they say that tenants should against all casualties of fire beginning either in their own or in their neighbours, but, where it is done by an enemy, they are not to do it. And this was by an enemy, there having been one convicted and hanged upon this very score. This is an excellent salvo for the tenants, and for which I am glad, because of my father's house. After dinner and this discourse I took coach, and at the same time find my Lord Hinchingbroke and Mr. John Crewe and the doctor going out to see the ruins of the city. So I took the doctor into my hackney coach, and he is a very fine sober gentleman, and so through the city. But, Lord! What pretty and sober observations he made of the city and its desolation. Till anon we come to my house, and there I took them upon Tower Hill to shew them what houses were pulled down there since the fire. And then to my house, where I treated them with good wine of several sorts, and they took it mighty respectfully, and a fine company of gentlemen they are, but above all I was glad to see my Lord Hinchingbroke drink no wine at all. Here I got them to appoint Wednesday come night to dine here at my house, and so we broke up and all took coach again, and I carried the doctor to Chancery Lane, and thence I to Whitehall, where I stayed walking up and down till night. And then got almost into the play-house, having much mind to go and see the play at court this night. But fearing how I should get home, because of the bonfires and the lateness of the night to get a coach, I did not stay, but having this evening seen my Lady Jemima, who is come to town, and looks very well and fat, and heard how Mr. John Pickering is to be married this week, and to a fortune with L5,000, and seen a rich necklace of pearl and 2 pendants of diamonds, which Sir G. Carteret hath presented her with since her coming to town. I home by coach, but met not one bonfire through the whole town in going round by the wall, which is strange, and speaks the melancholy disposition of the city at present. While never more was said of, and feared of, and done against the Papists than just at this time. Home, and there find my wife and her people at cards, and I to my chamber, and there late, and so to supper and to bed. 6th, up, and to the office, where all the morning sitting. At noon home to dinner, and after dinner down alone by water to Deptford, reading Duchess of Malfi, the play, which is pretty good, and there did some business, and so up again, and all the evening at the office. At night home, and there find Mr. Batelier, who supped with us, and good company he is, and so after supper to bed. 7th, up, and with Sir W. Batten to Whitehall, where we attended as usual the Duke of York, and there was by the folly of Sir W. Batten prevented in obtaining a bargain for Captain Cock, which would, I think have, been, at this time, during our great want of hemp, both profitable to the King and of good convenience to me. But I matter it not, it being done only by the folly, not any design, of Sir W. Batten's. Thence to Westminster Hall, and, it being fast day, there was no shops open, but meeting with Doll Lane, did go with her to the Rose Tavern, and there drank and played with her a good while. She went away, and I stayed a good while after, and was seen going out by one of our neighbors near the office and 2 of the hall people that I had no mind to have been seen by, but there was no hurt in it nor can be all edged from it. Therefore I am not solicitous in it, but took coach and called at Faithorn's, to buy some prints for my wife to draw by this winter, and here did see my Lady Castlemaine's picture, done by him from lilies, in red chalk and other colours, by which he hath cut it in copper to be printed. The picture in chalk is the finest thing I ever saw in my life, I think, and did desire to buy it, but he says he must keep it a while to correct his copperplate by, and when that is done he will sell it me. Thence home and find my wife gone out with my brother to see her brother. I to dinner and thence to my chamber to read, and so to the office, it being a fast day and so a holiday, and then to Mrs. Turner's, at her request to speak and advise about Sir Thomas Harvey's coming to lodge there, which I think must be submitted to, and better now than hereafter, when he gets more ground, for I perceive he intends to stay by it. And begins to crow mightily upon his late being at the payment of tickets. But a coxcomb he is and will never be better in the business of the navy. Thence home, and there find Mr. Batelier come to bring my wife a very fine puppy of his mother's spaniel, a very fine one indeed, which my wife is mighty proud of. He stayed and supped with us, and they to cards. I to my chamber to do some business, and then out to them to play and were a little merry, and then to bed. By the Duke of York his discourse today in his chamber, they have it at court, as well as we hear, that a fatal day is to be expected shortly, of some great mischief to the remainder of this day. Whether by the Papists, or what, they are not certain. But the day is disputed, some say next Friday, others a day sooner, others later, and I hope all will prove a foolery. But it is observable how everybody's fears are busy at this time. 8th. Up, and before I went to the office I spoke with Mr. Martin for his advice about my proceeding in the business of the private man-of-war, he having heretofore served in one of them, and now I have it in my thoughts to send him purser in ours. After this discourse I to the office, where I sat all the morning, Sir W. Coventry with us, where he hath not been a great while, Sir W. Penn also, newly come from the Nore, where he hath been some time fitting of the ships out. At noon home to dinner and then to the office a while, and so home for my sword, and there find Mercer come to see her mistress. I was glad to see her there, and my wife mighty kind also, and for my part, much vexed that the jade is not with us still. Left them together, designing to go abroad tomorrow night to Mrs. Pierce's to dance. And so I to Westminster Hall, and there met Mr. Gray, who tells me the house is sitting still, and now it was 6 o'clock, and likely to sit till midnight, and have proceeded fair to give the king his supply presently. And herein have done more today than was hoped for. So to Whitehall to Sir W. Coventry, and there would fain have carried Captain Cock's business for his bargain of hemp, but am defeated and disappointed, and know hardly how to carry myself in it between my interest and desire not to offend Sir W. Coventry. Sir W. Coventry did this night tell me how the business is about Sir J. Minns, that he is to be a commissioner, and my Lord Brunker and Sir W. Penn are to be controller jointly, which I am very glad of, and better than if they were either of them alone. And do hope truly that the King's business will be better done thereby, and infinitely better than now it is. Thence by coach home, full of thoughts of the consequence of this alteration in our office, and I think no evil to me. So at my office late, and then home to supper and to bed. Mr. Gray did assure me this night, that he was told this day, by one of the greater ministers of state in England, and one of the King's cabinet, that we had little left to agree on between the Dutch and us towards a peace, but only the place of treaty. Which do astonish me to hear, but I am glad of it, for I fear the consequence of the war. But he says that the King, having all the money he is like to have, we shall be sure of a peace in a little time. 9th. Up and to the office, where did a good deal of business, and then at noon to the Exchange and to my little goldsmith's, whose wife is very pretty and modest, that ever I saw any. Upon the Exchange, where I seldom have of late been, I find all people mightily at a loss what to expect, but confusion and fears in every man's head and heart. Whether war or peace, all fear the event will be bad. Thence home and with my brother to dinner, my wife being dressing herself against night. After dinner I to my closet all the afternoon, till the porter brought my vest back from the tailor's, and then to dress myself very fine, about 4 or 5 o'clock, and by that time comes Mr. Batelier and Mercer, and away by coach to Mrs. Pierce's, by appointment, where we find good company, a fair lady, my Lady Prettyman, Mrs. Corbett, Nip, and for men, Captain Downing, Mr. Lloyd, Sir W. Coventry's clerk, and one Mr. Tripp, who dances well. After some trifling discourse, we to dancing, and very good sport, and mightily pleased I was with the company. After our first bout of dancing, Nip and I to sing, and Mercer and Captain Downing, who loves and understands music, would by all means have my song of Beauty, Retire, which Nip had spread abroad. And he extols it above anything he ever heard, and, without flattery, I know it is good in its kind. This being done and going to dance again, comes news that Whitehall was on fire, and presently more particulars, that the Horse Guard was on fire. 771 And so we run up to the garret, and find it so, a horrid great fire, and by we saw and heard part of it blown up with powder. The ladies begun presently to be afeard, one fell into fits. The whole town in an alarm. Drums beat and trumpets, and the guards everywhere spread, running up and down in the street. And I begun to have mighty apprehensions how things might be at home, and so was in mighty pain to get home, and that increased all is that we are in expectation, from common fame, this night, or tomorrow, to have a massacre. By the having so many fires one after another, as that in the city, and at same time begun in Westminster, by the palace, but put out. And since in Southwark, to the burning down some houses, and now this do make all people conclude there is something extraordinary in it, but nobody knows what. By and by comes news that the fire has slackened. So then we were a little cheered up again, and to supper, and pretty merry. But, above all, there comes in the dumb boy that I knew in Oliver's time, who is mightily acquainted here, and with Downing. And he made strange signs of the fire, and how the king was abroad, and many things they understood, but I could not, which I wondering at, and discoursing with Downing about it, why, says he, it is only a little use, and you will understand him. And make him understand you with as much ease as may be. So I prayed him to tell him that I was afeard that my coach would be gone, and that he should go down and steal one of the seats out of the coach and keep it, and that would make the coachman to stay. He did this, so that the dumb boy did go down, and, like a cunning rogue, went into the coach, pretending to sleep, and, by, fell to his work, but finds the seats nailed to the coach. So he did all he could, but could not do it. However, stayed there, and stayed the coach till the coachman's patience was quite spent, and beat the dumb boy by force, and so went away. So the dumb boy come up and told him all the story, which they below did see all that passed, and knew it to be true. After supper, another dance or two, and then news that the fire is as great as ever, which put us all to our wits' end. And I mightily anxious to go home, but the coach being gone, and it being about 10 at night, and rainy dirty weather, I knew not what to do, but to walk out with Mr. Batelier, myself resolving to go home on foot, and leave the women there. And so did, but at the Savoy got a coach, and come back and took up the women, and so, having, by people come from the fire, understood that the fire was overcome, and all well, we merrily parted, and home. Stopped by several guards and constables quite through the town, round the wall, as we went, all being in arms. We got well home. Being come home, we to cards, till 2 in the morning, and drinking lamb's wool. 772. So to bed. 10th. Up and to the office, where Sir W. Coventry come to tell us that the Parliament did fall foul of our accounts again yesterday. And we must arm to have them examined, which I am sorry for, it will bring great trouble to me, and shame upon the office. My head full this morning how to carry on Captain Cock's bargain of hemp, which I think I shall by my dexterity do, and to the King's advantage as well as my own. At noon with my Lord Brunker and Sir Thomas Harvey, to Cock's house, and their misses. Williams and other company, and an excellent dinner. Mr. Temple's wife, after dinner, fell to play on the harpsicon, till she tired everybody, that I left the house without taking leave, and no creature left standing by her to hear her. Thence I home and to the office, where late doing of business, and then home. Read an hour, to make an end of Potter's discourse of the number 666, which I like all along, but his close is most excellent. And, whether it be right or wrong, is mighty ingenious. Then to supper and to bed. This is the fatal day that every body hath discoursed for a long time to be the day that the Papists, or I know not who, had designed to commit a massacre upon. But, however, I trust in God we shall rise tomorrow morning as well as ever. This afternoon Creed comes to me, and by him, as, also my Lady Penn, I hear that my Lady Denham is exceeding sick, even to death, and that she says, and everybody else discourses, that she is poisoned. And Creed tells me, that it is said that there hath been a design to poison the king. What the meaning of all these sad signs is, the Lord knows, but every day things look worse and worse. God fit us for the worst. 11th, Lord's Day. Up, and to church, myself and wife, where the old dunce Meryton, brother to the known Meryton, of St. Martin's, Westminster, did make a very good sermon, beyond my expectation. Home to dinner, and we carried in Peg Pen, and there also come to us little Michel and his wife, and dined very pleasantly. Anon to church, my wife and I and Betty Michel, her husband being gone to Westminster. Altar church home, and I to my chamber, and there did finish the putting time to my song of, It is decreed, and do please myself at last and think it will be thought a good song. By and by little Michel comes and takes away his wife home, and my wife and brother and I to my uncle White's, where my aunt is grown so ugly and their entertainment so bad that I am in pain to be there. Nor will go thither again a good while, if sent for we were sent for tonight, we had not gone else. Woolley's wife, a silly woman, and not very handsome, but no spirit in her at all. And their discourse mean, and the fear of the troubles of the times hath made them not to bring their plate to town, since it was carried out upon the business of the fire, so that they drink in earth and a wooden can, which I do not like. So home, and my people to bed. I late to finish my song, and then to bed also, and the business of the firing of the city, and the fears we have of new troubles and violences, and the fear of fire among ourselves, did keep me awake a good while. Considering the sad condition I and my family should be in. So at last asleep. 12th, lay long in bed, and then up, and Mr. Carcass brought me near 500 tickets to sign, which I did, and by discourse find him a cunning, confident, shrewd man. But one that I do doubt hath by his discourse of the ill will he hath got with my Lord Marquess of Dorchester, with whom he lived, he hath had cunning practices in his time, and would not now spare to use the same to his profit. That done I to the office. Whither by and by comes Creed to me, and he and I walked in the garden a little, talking of the present ill condition of things, which is the common subject of all men's discourse and fears nowadays, and particularly of my Lady Denham, whom everybody says is poisoned, and he tells me she hath said it to the Duke of York, but is upon the mending hand, though the town says she is dead this morning. He and I to the Change. There I had several little errands, and going to Sir R. Viner's, I did get such a splash and spots of dirt upon my new vest, that I was out of countenance to be seen in the street. This day I received 450 pieces of gold more of Mr. Stokes, but cost me 22 1/2d. change. But I am well contented with it, I having now near L 2800 in gold, and will not rest till I get full L 3000, and then will venture my fortune for the saving that and the rest. Home to dinner, though Sir R. Viner would have stayed us to dine with him, he being Sharif, but, poor man, was so out of countenance that he had no wine ready to drink to us, his butler being out of the way, though we know him to be a very liberal man. And after dinner I took my wife out, intending to have gone and have seen my Lady Jemima, at Whitehall, but so great a stop there was at the New Exchange, that we could not pass in half an hour. And therefore light and bought a little matter at the Exchange, and then home, and then at the office a while, and then home to my chamber, and after my wife and all the maids abed but Jane, whom I put confidence in, she and I, and my brother. And Tom, N.W. Hewer, did bring up all the remainder of my money, and my plate chest, out of the cellar, and placed the money in my study, with the rest, and the plate in my dressing-room. But indeed I am in great pain to think how to dispose of my money, it being wholly unsafe to keep it all in coin in one place. But now I have it all at my hand, I shall remember it better to think of disposing of it. This done, by 1 in the morning to bed. This afternoon going towards Westminster, Creed and I did stop, the Duke of York being just going away from seeing of it, at Paul's, and in the Convocation House yard did there see the body of Robert Braybrooke, Bishop of London. That died 1404, he fell down in his tomb out of the great church into St. Fate's this late fire, and is here seen his skeleton with the flesh on, but all tough and dry like a spongy dry leather, or touch wood all upon his bones. His head turned aside. A great man in his time, and Lord Chancellor. And his skeletons now exposed to be handled and derided by some, though admired for its duration by others. Many flocking to see it. 13th. At the office all the morning, at noon home to dinner, and out to Bishopsgate Street, and there bought some drinking glasses, a case of knives, and other things, against tomorrow, in expectation of my Lord Hinchingbroke's coming to dine with me. So home, and having set some things in the way of doing, also against tomorrow, I to my office, there to dispatch business, and do here receive notice from my Lord Hinchingbroke that he is not well, and so not in condition to come to dine with me tomorrow, which I am not in much trouble for, because of the disorder my house is in, by the bricklayers coming to mend the chimney in my dining room for smoking, which they were upon almost till midnight, and have now made it very pretty, and do carry smoke exceeding well. This evening come all the Houblins to me, to invite me to sup with them tomorrow night. I did take them home, and there we sat and talked a good while, and a glass of wine, and then parted till tomorrow night. So at night, well satisfied in the alteration of my chimney, to bed. 14th. Up, and by water to Whitehall, and thence to Westminster, where I bought several things, as a hone, ribbon, gloves, books, and then took coach and to Nip's lodging, whom I find not ready to go home with me. So I away to do a little business, among others to call upon Mr. Osborne for my 10-year warrant for the last quarter, and so to the Exchange for some things for my wife, and then to Nip's again, and there stayed reading of Waller's verses, while she finished dressing, her husband being by. I had no other pastime. Her lodging very mean, and the condition she lives in, yet makes a shoe without doors, God bless us. I carried him along with us into the city, and set him down in Bishopsgate Street, and then home with her. She tells me how Smith, of the Duke's house, hath killed a man upon a quarrel in play, which makes every body sorry, he being a good actor, and, they say, a good man, however this happens. The ladies of the court do much bemoan him, she says. Here she and we alone at dinner to some good victuals, that we could not put off, that was intended for the great dinner of my Lord Hinchingbroke's, if he had come. After dinner I to teach her my new recitative of, It is Decreed, of which she learned a good part, and I do well like it and believe shall be well pleased when she hath it all, and that it will be found an agreeable thing. Then carried her home, and my wife and I intended to have seen my Lady Jemima at Whitehall, but the Exchange Street was so full of coaches, everybody, as they say, going thither to make themselves fine against tomorrow night, that after half an hour's stay, we could not do any thing, only my wife to see her brother, and I to go speak one word with Sir G. Carteret about office business, and talk of the general complexion of matters, which he looks upon, as I do, with horror, and gives us all for an undone people. That there is no such thing as a peace in hand, nor possibility of any without our begging it, they being as high, or higher, in their terms than ever, and tells me that, just now, my Lord Hollis had been with him. And wept to think in what a condition we are fallen. He shewed me my Lord Sandwich's letter to him, complaining of the lack of money, which Sir G. Carteret is at a loss how in the world to get the king to supply him with, and wishes him, for that reason, here. For that he fears he will be brought to disgrace there, for want of supplies. He says the house is yet in a bad humour. And desiring to know whence it is that the king stirs not, he says he minds it not, nor will be brought to it, and that his servants of the house do, instead of making the parliament better, rather play the rogue one with another. And will put all in fire. So that, upon the whole, we are in a wretched condition, and I went from him in full apprehensions of it. So took up my wife, her brother being yet very bad, and doubtful whether he will recover or no, and so to St. St. Helens, and there sent my wife home, and myself to the Pope's Head, where all the Hoblins were, and Dr. Crun 773 and by to an exceeding pretty supper, excellent discourse of all sorts, and indeed, they are a set of the finest gentlemen that ever I met withal in my life. Here Dr. Crun told me, that, at the meeting at Gresham College tonight, which, it seems, they now have every Wednesday again, there was a pretty experiment of the blood of one dog let out, till he died, into the body of another on one side, while all his own run out on the other side. 774. The first died upon the place, and the other very well, and likely to do well. This did give occasion to many pretty wishes, as of the blood of a Quaker to be let into an archbishop, and such like, but, as Dr. Crun says, may, if it takes, be of mighty use to man's health, for the amending of bad blood by borrowing from a better body. After supper, James Hublin and another brother took me aside and to talk of some businesses of their own, where I am to serve them, and will, and then to talk of public matters. And I do find that they and all merchants else do give over trade and the nation for lost, nothing being done with care or foresight, no convoys granted, nor anything done to satisfaction. But do think that the Dutch and French will master us the next year, do what we can, and so do I, unless necessity makes the king to mind his business, which might yet save all. Here we sat talking till past 1 in the morning, and then home, where my people sat up for me, my wife and all, and so to bed. 15th. This morning, come Mr. Shepley, newly out of the country, to see me. After a little discourse with him, I to the office, where we sat all the morning, and at noon home, and there dined, Shepley with me, and after dinner I did pay him L70, which he had paid my father for my use in the country. He being gone, I took coach and to Mrs. Pierce's, where I find her as fine as possible, and himself going to the ball at night at court, it being the Queen's birthday, and so I carried them in my coach, and having set them into the house, and gotten Mr. Pierce to undertake the carrying in my wife, I to unthanks, where she appointed to be, and there told her, and back again about business to Whitehall, while Pierce went and fetched her and carried her in. After I had met with Sir W. Coventry and given him some account of matters, I also to the ball, and with much ado got up to the loft, where with much trouble I could see very well. Anon the house grew full, and the candles light, and the king and queen and all the ladies set, and it was, indeed, a glorious sight to see Mrs. Stewart in black and white lace, and her head and shoulders dressed with diamonds, and the like a great many great ladies more, only the queen none. And the king in his rich vest of some rich silka and silver trimming, as the Duke of York and all the dancers were, some of cloth of silver, and others of other sorts, exceeding rich. Presently after the king was come in, he took the queen, and about 14 more couple there was, and began the brancels. As many of the men as I can remember presently, were, the king, Duke of York, Prince Rupert, Duke of Monmouth, Duke of Buckingham, Lord Douglas, Mr. George, Hamilton, Colonel Russell, Mr. Griffith, Lord Ossory, Lord Rochester. And of the ladies, the Queen, Duchess of York, Mrs. Stewart, Duchess of Monmouth, Lady Essex Howard, Mrs. Temple's Swedes Ambassadress, Lady Arlington, Lord George Berkeley's daughter, and many others I remember not. But all most excellently dressed in rich petticoats and gowns, and diamonds, and pearls. After the brancels, then to a corrent, and now and then a French dance, but that so rare that the corrents grew tiresome, that I wished it done. Only Mrs. Stewart danced mighty finely, and many French dances, specially one the king called the New Dance, which was very pretty, but upon the whole matter, the business of the dancing of itself was not extraordinary pleasing. But the clothes and sight of the persons was indeed very pleasing, and worth my coming, being never likely to see more gallantry while I live, if I should come 20 times. About 12 at night it broke up, and I to hire a coach with much difficulty, but Pierce had hired a chair for my wife, and so she being gone to his house, he and I, taking up Barker at unthanks, to his house. Whither his wife was come home a good while ago and gone to bed. So away home with my wife, between displeased with the dull dancing, and satisfied at the clothes and persons. My Lady Castlemaine, without whom all is nothing, being there, very rich, though not dancing. And so after supper, it being very cold, to bed. 16th, up again betimes to attend the examination of Mr. Gauden's accounts, where we all met, but I did little but fit myself for the drawing my great letter to the Duke of York of the state of the navy for want of money. At noon to the Change, and thence back to the new tavern come by us. The 3 Tons, where D. Gauden did feast us all with a chine of beef and other good things, and an infinite dish of fowl, but all spoiled in the dressing. This noon I met with Mr. Hook, and he tells me the dog which was filled with another dog's blood, at the college the other day, is very well, and like to be so as ever, and doubts not its being found of great use to men, and so do Dr. Whistler, who dined with us at the tavern. Thence home in the evening, and I to my preparing my letter, and did go a pretty way in it, staying late upon it, and then home to supper and to bed, the weather being on a sudden set in to be very cold. 17th, up, and to the office, where all the morning. At noon home to dinner, and in the afternoon shut myself in my chamber, and there till 12 at night finishing my great letter to the Duke of York, which do lay the ill condition of the navy so open to him, that it is impossible if the king and he minds anything of their business, but it will operate upon them to set all matters right, and get money to carry on the war, before it be too late, or else lay out for a peace upon any terms. It was a great convenience tonight that what I had writ Foulet in shorthand, I could read to W. Hewer, and he take it fair in shorthand, so as I can read it tomorrow to Sir W. Coventry, and then come home, and Hewer read it to me while I take it in longhand to present, which saves me much time. So to bed. 18th, Lord's Day. Up by candlelight and on foot to Whitehall, where by appointment I met Lord Brunker at Sir W. Coventry's chamber, and there I read over my great letter, and they approved it, and as I do our business in defence of the board, so I think it is as good a letter in the manner, and believe it is the worst in the matter of it, as ever come from any office to a prince. Back home in my Lord Brunker's coach, and there W. Hewer and I to write it over fair, dined at noon, and Mercer with us, and mighty merry, and then to finish my letter, and it being 3 o'clock ere we had done, when I come to Sir W. Batten. He was in a huff, which I made light of, but he signed the letter, though he would not go, and liked the letter well. Sir W. Pen, it seems, he would not stay for it, so, making slight of Sir W. Pen's putting so much weight upon his hand to Sir W. Batten, I down to the Tower Wharf, and there got a sculler, and to Whitehall, and there met Lord Brunker, and he signed it, and so I delivered it to Mr. Sheving 775 and he to Sir W. Coventry, in the cabinet, the King and Council being sitting, where I leave it to its fortune, and I by water home again, and to my chamber, to even my journal. And then comes Captain Cock to me, and he and I a great deal of melancholy discourse of the times, giving all over for gone, though now the Parliament will soon finish the bill for money. But we fear, if we had it, as matters are now managed, we shall never make the best of it, but consume it all to no purpose or a bad one. He being gone, I again to my journal and finished it, and so to supper and to bed. 19th. Lay pretty long in bed talking with pleasure with my wife, and then up and all the morning at my own chamber fitting some tangier matters against the afternoon for a meeting. This morning also came Mr. Caesar, and I heard him on the lute very finely, and my boy begins to play well. After dinner I carried and set my wife down at her brother's, and then to Berkshire House, where my Lord Chancellor hath been ever since the fire, but he is not come home yet, so I to Westminster Hall, where the Lords newly up and the Commons still sitting. Here I met with Mr. Robinson, who did give me a printed paper wherein he states his pretence to the Post Office, and intends to petition the Parliament in it. Thence I to the Bullhead Tavern, where I have not been since Mr. Chetwynd and the time of our club, and here had 6 bottles of claret filled, and I sent them to Mrs. Martin, whom I had promised some of my own, and, having none of my own, sent her this. Thence to my Lord Chancellor's, and there Mr. Creed and Gauden, Cholmondeley, and Sir G. Carteret walking in the park over against the house. I walked with Sir G. Carteret, who I find displeased with the letter I have drawn and sent in yesterday, finding fault with the account we give of the ill state of the navy, but I said little, only will justify the truth of it. Here we walked to and again till one dropped away after another, and so I took coach to Whitehall, and there visited my Lady Jemima, at Sir G. Carteret lodgings. Here was Sir Thomas Crewe, and he told me how hot words grew again today in the House of Lords between my Lord Ossory and Ashley, the former saying that something said by the other was said like one of Oliver's counsel. Ashley said that he must give him reparation, or he would take it his own way. The House therefore did bring my Lord Ossory to confess his fault, and ask pardon for it, as he was also to my Lord Buckingham, for saying that something was not truth that my Lord Buckingham had said. This will render my Lord Ossory very little in a little time. By and by away, and calling my wife went home, and then a little at Sir W. Batten's to hear news, but nothing, and then home to supper, whither Captain Cock, half foxed, come and sat with us, and so away, and then we to bed. 20th, called up by Mr. Shepley, who is going into the country today to Hinchingbroke. I sent my service to my lady, and in general for news, that the world do think well of my lord, and do wish he were here again. But that the public matters of the state as to the war are in the worst condition that is possible. By and by Sir W. Warren, and with him half an hour discoursing of several businesses, and some I hope will bring me a little profit. He gone, and Shepley, I to the office a little, and then to church, it being Thanksgiving Day for the cessation of the plague, but, Lord! How the town do say that it is hastened before the plague is quite over, there dying some people still, 776 but only to get ground for plays to be publicly acted, which the bishops would not suffer till the plague was over. And one would think so, by the suddenness of the notice given of the day, which was last Sunday, and the little ceremony. The sermon being dull of Mr. Minns, and people with great indifferency come to hear him. After church home, where I met Mr. Gregory, who I did then agree with to come to teach my wife to play on the viol, and he being an able and sober man, I am mightily glad of it. He had dined, therefore went away, and I to dinner, and after dinner by coach to Berkshire House, and there did get a very great meeting. The Duke of York being there, and much business done, though not in proportion to the greatness of the business, and my Lord Chancellor sleeping and snoring the greater part of the time. Among other things I declared the state of our credit as to tallies to raise money by, and there was an order for payment of L5,000 to Mr. Gauden, out of which I hope to get something against Christmas. Here we sat late, and here I did hear that there are some troubles like to be in Scotland, there being a discontented party already risen, that have seized on the governor of Dumfries and imprisoned him, 777, but the story is yet very uncertain. And therefore I set no great weight on it. I home by Mr. Gauden in his coach, and so with great pleasure to spend the evening at home upon my lyra viol, and then to supper and to bed. With mighty peace of mind and a hearty desire that I had but what I have quietly in the country, but, I fear, I do at this day see the best that either I or the rest of our nation will ever see. 21st, up, with Sir W. Batten to Charing Cross, and thence I to wait on Sir Philip Howard, whom I find dressing himself in his nightgown and turban like a Turk, but one of the finest persons that ever I saw in my life. He had several gentlemen of his own waiting on him, and one playing finely on the guitar. He discourses as well as ever I heard man, in few words and handsome. He expressed all kindness to Balty. When I told him how sick he is, he says that, before he comes to be mustered again, he must bring a certificate of his swearing the oaths of allegiance and supremacy, and having taken the sacrament according to the rites of the Church of England. This, I perceive, is imposed on all, and he will be ready to do. I pray God he may have his health again to be able to do it. Being mightily satisfied with his civility, I away to Westminster Hall, and there walked with several people, and all the discourse is about some trouble in Scotland I heard of yesterday, but nobody can tell the truth of it. Here was Betty Michel with her mother. I would have carried her home, but her father intends to go with her, so I lost my hopes. And thence I to the excise office about some tallies, and then to the exchange, where I did much business, and so home to dinner, and then to the office, where busy all the afternoon till night, and then home to supper. And after supper an hour reading to my wife and brother something in Chaucer with great pleasure, and so to bed. 22nd, up, and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and my Lord Brunkert did show me Holler's new print of the city, with a pretty representation of that part which is burnt, very fine indeed. And tells me that he was yesterday sworn the king's servant, and that the king hath commanded him to go on with his great map of the city, which he was upon before the city was burned, like Gombaut of Paris, which I am glad of. At noon home to dinner, where my wife and I fell out, I being displeased with her cutting away a lace handkerchief sewed about the neck down to her breasts almost, out of a belief, but without reason, that it is the fashion. Here we did give one another the lie too much, but were presently friends, and then I to my office, were very late and did much business, and then home, and there find Mr. Batelier, and did sup and play at cards a while. But he tells me the news how the King of France hath, in defiance to the King of England, caused all his footmen to be put into vests, and that the noblemen of France will do the like. Which, if true, is the greatest indignity ever done by one prince to another, and would incite a stone to be revenged. And I hope our king will, if it be so, as he tells me it is, 778 being told by one that come over from Paris with my Lady Fanshawe, who is come over with the dead body of her husband, and that saw it before he come away. This makes me mighty merry, it being an ingenious kind of affront, but yet it makes me angry, to see that the King of England is become so little as to have the affront offered him. So I left my people at cards, and so to my chamber to read, and then to bed. Batelier did bring us some oysters tonight, and some bottles of new French wine of this year, mighty good, but I drank but little. This noon Bagwell's wife was with me at the office, and I did what I would, and at night comes Mrs. Burrows, and appointed to meet upon the next holy day and go abroad together. 23rd, up, and with Sir J. Minns to Whitehall, where we and the rest attended the Duke of York, where, among other things, we had a complaint of Sir William Jennings against his lieutenant, Loneve, one that had been long the Duke's page, and for whom the Duke of York hath great kindness. It was a drunken quarrel, where one was as blamable as the other. It was referred to further examination, but the Duke of York declared, that as he would not favour disobedience, so neither drunkenness, and therein he said very well. Thence with Sir W. Coventry to Westminster Hall, and there parted, he having told me how Sir J. Minns do disagree from the proposition of resigning his place, and that so the whole matter is again at a stand, at which I am sorry for the King's sake, but glad that Sir W. Penn is again defeated, for I would not have him come to be comptroller if I could help it, he will be so cruel proud. Here I spoke with Sir G. Downing about our prisoners in Holland, and their being released. Which he is concerned in, and most of them are. Then, discoursing of matters of the House of Parliament, he tells me that it is not the fault of the House, but the King's own party, that have hindered the passing of the bill for money. By their popping in of new projects for raising it, which is a strange thing. And mighty confident he is, that what money is raised, will be raised and put into the same form that the last was, to come into the exchequer, and, for aught I see, I must confess I think it is the best way. Thence down to the hall, and there walked a while, and all the talk is about Scotland, what news thence, but there is nothing come since the first report, and so all is given over for nothing. Thence home, and after dinner to my chamber with Creed, who come and dined with me, and he and I to reckon for his salary, and by comes in Colonel Atkins, and I did the like with him. And it was Creed's design to bring him only for his own ends, to seem to do him a courtesy, and it is no great matter. The fellow I hate, and so I think all the world else do. Then to talk of my report I am to make of the state of our wants of money to the Lord Treasurer, but our discourse come to little. However, in the evening, to be rid of him, I took coach and saw him to the Temple and there light, and he being gone, with all the haste back again and to my chamber late to enter all this day's matters of account. And to draw up my report to my Lord Treasurer, and so to bed. At the Temple I called at Playford's, and there find that his new impression of his catches 779 are not yet out, the fire having hindered it, but his man tells me that it will be a very fine piece, many things new being added to it. 24th. Up, and to the office, where we sat all the morning. At noon rose and to my closet, and finished my report to my Lord Treasurer of our 10-year wants, and then with Sir J. Minns by coach to Stepney to the Trinity House, where it is kept again now since the burning of their other house in London. And here a great many met at Sir Thomas Allen's feast, of his being made an elder brother. But he is sick, and so could not be there. Here was much good company, and very merry, but the discourse of Scotland, it seems, is confirmed, and that they are 4,000 of them in arms, and do declare for King and Covenant, which is very ill news. I pray God deliver us from the ill consequences we may justly fear from it. Here was a good venison pasty or two and other good victuals. But towards the latter end of the dinner I rose, and without taking leave went away from the table, and got Sir J. Minns' coach and away home, and thence with my report to my Lord Treasurer's, where I did deliver it to Sir Philip Warwick for my Lord, who was busy, my report for him to consider against tomorrow's council. Sir Philip Warwick, I find, is full of trouble in his mind to see how things go, and what our wants are. And so I have no delight to trouble him with discourse, though I honor the man with all my heart, and I think him to be a very able and right honest man. So away home again, and there to my office to write my letters very late, and then home to supper, and then to read the late printed discourse of witches by a member of Gresham College, and then to bed. The discourse being well writ, in good style, but methinks not very convincing. This day Mr. Martin is come to tell me his wife is brought to bed of a girl, and I promise to christen it next Sunday. 25th, Lord's Day. Up, and with Sir J. Minns by coach to Whitehall, and their coming late, I to Wright's to the chapel, where in my usual place I heard one of the King's chaplains, one Mr. Floyd, preach. He was out 2 or 3 times in his prayer, and as many in his sermon, but yet he made a most excellent good sermon, of our duty to imitate the lives and practice of Christ and the saints departed, and did it very handsomely in excellent style. But was a little overlarge in magnifying the graces of the nobility and prelates, that we have seen in our memories in the world, whom God hath taken from us. At the end of the sermon an excellent anthem. But it was a pleasant thing, an idle companion in our pew, a prating, bold counsellor that hath been heretofore at the Navy Office, and noted for a great eater and drinker, not for quantity, but of the best, his name Tom Bales, said, I know a fitter anthem for this sermon, speaking only of our duty of following the saints, and I know not what. Cook should have sung, Come, follow, follow me. I after sermon up into the gallery, and then to Sir G. Carteret to dinner, where much company. Among others, Mr. Carteret and my Lady Jemima, and here was also Mr. John Ashburnham, the great man, who is a pleasant man, and that hath seen much of the world, and more of the court. After dinner Sir G. Carteret and I to another room, and he tells me more and more of our want of money and in how ill condition we are likely to be soon in, and that he believes we shall not have a fleet at sea the next year. So do I believe. But he seems to speak it as a thing expected by the king and as if their matters were laid accordingly. Thence into the court and there delivered copies of my report to my Lord Treasurer, to the Duke of York, Sir W. Coventry, and others, and attended there till the council met, and then was called in, and I read my letter. My Lord Treasurer declared that the king had nothing to give till the Parliament did give him some money. So the king did of himself bid me to declare to all that would take our tallies for payment, that he should, soon as the Parliament's money do come in, take back their tallies, and give them money, which I giving him occasion to repeat to me. It coming from him against the GRE 780 I perceive, of my Lord Treasurer, I was content therewith, and went out, and glad that I have got so much. Here stayed till the council rose, walking in the gallery. All the talk of being of Scotland, where the highest report, I perceive, runs but upon 300 or 400 in arms. But they believe that it will grow more, and do seem to apprehend it much, as if the King of France had a hand in it. My Lord Lauderdale do make nothing of it, it seems, and people do censure him for it, he from the beginning saying that there was nothing in it, whereas it do appear to be a pure rebellion. But no persons of quality being in it, all do hope that it cannot amount to much. Here I saw Mrs. Stewart this afternoon, methought the beautifullest creature that ever I saw in my life, more than ever I thought her so, often as I have seen her. And I begin to think do exceed my Lady Castlemaine, at least now. This being St. Catherine's Day, the Queen was at Mass by 7 o'clock this morning, and Mr. Ashburnham do say that he never saw anyone have so much zeal in his life as she hath, and, the question being asked by my Lady Carteret, much beyond the bigotry that ever the old Queen Mother had. I spoke with Mr. Maya who tells me that the design of building the city do go on apace, and by his description it will be mighty handsome, and to the satisfaction of the people, but I pray God it come not out too late. The council up, after speaking with Sir W. Coventry a little, away home with Captain Cock in his coach, discourse about the forming of his contract he made with us lately for hemp, and so home, where we parted, and I find my uncle White and Mrs. White and Woolley, who stayed and supped, and mighty merry together, and then I to my chamber to even my journal, and then to bed. I will remember that Mr. Ashburnham today at dinner told how the rich fortune Mrs. Mallet reports of her servants. That my Lord Herbert would have had her, my Lord Hinchingbroke was indifferent to have her, 781 my Lord John Butler might not have her, my Lord of Rochester would have forced her. 782 and Sir Popham, who nevertheless is likely to have her, would kiss her breech to have her. 26th, up, and to my chamber to do some business. Then to speak with several people, among others with Mrs. Burrows, whom I appointed to meet me at the New Exchange in the afternoon. I by water to Westminster, and there to inquire after my tallies, which I shall get this week. Thence to the Swan, having sent for some burnt claret, and there by and by comes Doll Lane, and she and I sat and drank and talked a great while, among other things about her sisters being brought to bed, and I to be godfather to the girl. I did tumble Doll, and do almost what I would with her, and so parted, and I took coach, and to the New Exchange, buying a neat's tongue by the way, thinking to eat it out of town, but there I find Burrows in company of an old woman. An aunt of hers, whom she could not leave for half an hour. So after buying a few baubles to while away time, I down to Westminster, and there into the House of Parliament, where, at a great committee, I did hear, as long as I would, the great case against my Lord Mordaunt. For some arbitrary proceedings of his against one tailor, whom he imprisoned, and did all the violence to imaginable, only to get him to give way to his abusing his daughter. Here was Mr. Sawyer, my old chamber fellow, a counsel against my lord, and I am glad to see him in so good play. Here I met, before the committee sat, with my cousin Roger Pepys, the first time I have spoke with him this Parliament. He hath promised to come, and bring Madam Turner with him, who is come to town to see the city, but hath lost all her goods of all kinds in Salisbury Court, Sir William Turner having not endeavoured, in her absence, to save one penny. To dine with me on Friday next, of which I am glad. Roger bids me to help him to some good rich widow, for he is resolved to go, and retire wholly, into the country, for, he says, he is confident we shall be all ruined very speedily, by what he sees in the state, and I am much in his mind. Having stayed as long as I thought fit for meeting of boroughs, I away and to the Change again, but there I do not find her now, I having stayed too long at the house, and therefore very hungry, having eat nothing today. Home, and there to eat presently, and then to the office a little, and to Sir W. Batten, where Sir J. Minns and Captain Cock was, but no news from the north at all today. And the newsbook makes the business nothing, but that they are all dispersed. I pray God it may prove so. So home, and, after a little, to my chamber to bed. 27th. Up, and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and here I had a letter from Mr. Brisbane on another occasion, which, by the by, intimates my Lord Hinchingbroke's intention to come and dine with me tomorrow. This put me into a great surprise, and therefore endeavoured all I could to hasten over our business at the office, and so home at noon and to dinner, and then away by coach, it being a very foul day, to Whitehall, and there at Sir G. Carteret find my Lord Hinchingbroke, who promises to dine with me tomorrow, and bring Mr. Carteret along with him. Here I stayed a little while talking with him and the ladies, and then away to my Lord Crewe's, and then did by the by make a visit to my Lord Crewe, and had some good discourse with him, he doubting that all will break in pieces in the kingdom. And that the tax is now coming out, which will tax the same man in 3 or 4 several capacities, as for lands, office, profession, and money at interest, will be the hardest that ever come out. And do think that we owe it, and the lateness of its being given, wholly to the unpreparedness of the king's own party, to make their demand and choice, for they have obstructed the giving it by land tax, which had been done long since. Having ended my visit, I spoke to Sir Thomas Crewe, to invite him and his brother John to dinner tomorrow, at my house, to meet Lord Hinchingbroke. And so homewards, calling at the cook's, who is to dress it, to bespeak him, and then home, and there set things in order for a very fine dinner, and then to the office, where late very busy and to good purpose as to dispatch of business. And then home. To bed, my people sitting up to get things in order against tomorrow. This evening was brought me what Griffin had, as he says, taken this evening off of the table in the office, a letter sealed and directed to the principal officers and commissioners of the Navy. It is a serious and just libel against our disorder in paying of our money, making 10 times more people wait than we have money for, and complaining by name of Sir W. Batten for paying away great sums to particular people, which is true. I was sorry to see this way of reproach taken against us, but more sorry that there is true ground for it. 28th, up, and with Sir W. Pen to Whitehall, setting his lady and daughter down by the way at a mercer's in the Strand, where they are going to lay out some money, where, though it blows hard and rains hard, yet the Duke of York is gone a-hunting. We therefore lost our labour, and so back again, and by hackney coach to secure places to get things ready against dinner, and then home, and did the like there, and to my great satisfaction, and at noon comes my Lord Hinchingbroke, Sir Thomas Crewe, Mr. John Crewe, Mr. Carteret, and Brisbane. I had 6 noble dishes for them, dressed by a man cook, and commended, as indeed they deserved, for exceeding well done. We eat with great pleasure, and I enjoyed myself in it with reflections upon the pleasures which I at best can expect, yet not to exceed this, eating in silver plates, and all things mighty rich and handsome about me. A great deal of fine discourse, sitting almost till dark at dinner, and then broke up with great pleasure, especially to myself, and they away, only Mr. Carteret and I to Gresham College, where they meet now weekly again, and here they had good discourse how this late experiment of the dog, which is in perfect good health, may be improved for good uses to men, and other pretty things. And then broke up. Here was Mr. Henry Howard, that will hereafter be Duke of Norfolk, who is admitted this day into the society, and being a very proud man, and one that values himself upon his family, writes his name, as he do everywhere, Henry Howard of Norfolk. Thence home, and there comes my Lady Penn, Peg, and Mrs. Turner, and played at cards and supped with us, and were pretty merry, and Peg with me in my closet a good while, and did suffer me a la baser mouche et toucher ses cosis upon her breast, wherein I had great pleasure. And so spent the evening, and then broke up, and I to bed, my mind mightily pleased with the day's entertainment. 29th, up, and to the office, where busy all the morning. At noon home to dinner, where I find Balty come out to see us, but looks like death, and I do fear he is in a consumption. He has not been abroad many weeks before, and hath now a well day, and a fit day of the headache in extraordinary torture. After dinner left him and his wife, they having their mother hard by and my wife, and I a wet afternoon to Whitehall to have seen my Lady Carteret and Jemima, but as God would have it they were abroad, and I was well contented at it. So my wife and I to Westminster Hall, where I left her a little, and to the Exchequer, and then presently home again, calling at our man Cook's for his help tomorrow, but he could not come. So I home to the office, my people all busy to get a good dinner tomorrow again. I late at the office, and all the news I hear I put into a letter this night to my Lord Brunker at Chatham, thus. I doubt not of your lordship's hearing of Sir Thomas Clifford succeeding Sir H. Pollard in the controllership of the King's House, but perhaps our ill, but confirmed, tidings from the Barbadoes may not, have reached you, yet, it coming but yesterday, viz. That about 11 ships, whereof 2 of the King's, the Hope and Coventry, going thence with men to attack St. Christopher's, were seized by a violent hurricane, and all sunk, 2 only of 13 escaping, and those with loss of masts, and my Lord Willoughby himself is involved in the disaster, and I think 2 ships thrown upon an island of the French, and so all the men, to 500, become their prisoners. 'Tis said, too, that 18 Dutch men of war are past the Chanel, in order to meet with our Smyrna ships, and some, I hear, do fright us with the King of Sweden seizing our mast ships at Gothenburg. But we have too much ill news true, to afflict ourselves with what is uncertain. That which I hear from Scotland is, the Duke of York saying, yesterday, that he is confident the Lieutenant General there hath driven them into a pound, somewhere towards the mountains. Having writ my letter, I home to supper and to bed, the world being mightily troubled at the ill news from Barbadoes, and the consequence of the Scotch business, as little as we do make of it. And to shew how mad we are at home, here, and unfit for any troubles, my Lord St. John did, a day or 2 since, openly pull a gentleman in Westminster Hall by the nose, one Sir Andrew Henley, while the judges were upon their benches, and the other gentleman did give him a rap over the pate with his cane, of which fray the judges, they say, will make a great matter. Men are only sorry the gentleman did proceed to return a blow. For, otherwise, my lord would have been soundly fined for the affront, and may be yet for his affront to the judges. 30th, up, and with Sir W. Batten to Whitehall, and there we did attend the Duke of York, and had much business with him. And pretty to see, it being St. Andrew's Day, how some few did wear St. Andrew's cross. But most did make a mockery at it, and the House of Parliament, contrary to practice, did sit also, people having no mind to observe the Scotch saints' days till they hear better news from Scotland. Thence to Westminster Hall and the Abbey, thinking as I had appointed to have met Mrs. Burrows there, but not meeting her I home, and just overtook my cousin Roger Pepys, Mrs. Turner, Dick, and Joyce Norton, coming by invitation to dine with me. These ladies I have not seen since before the plague. Mrs. Turner is come to town to look after her things in her house, but all is lost. She is quite weary of the country, but cannot get her husband to let her live here any more, which troubles her mightily. She was mighty angry with me, that in all this time I never writ to her, which I do think and take to myself as a fault, and which I have promised to mend. Here I had a noble and costly dinner for them, dressed by a man cook, as that the other day was, and pretty merry we were, as I could be with this company in so great a charge. We sat long, and after much talk of the plenty of her country and fish, but in nothing also that is pleasing, we broke up with great kindness, and when it begun to be dark we parted, they in one coach home, and I in another to Westminster Hall. Where by appointment Mrs. Burrows and I were to meet, but did not after I had spent the whole evening there. Only I did go drink at the Swan, and there did meet with Sarah, who is now newly married, and there I did lay the beginnings of a future, amour con elle. Thence it being laid away called at Mrs. Burrows' mother's door, and she come out to me, and I did hazer whatever I would. And then parted, and home, and after some playing at cards with my wife, we to supper and to bed. December 1666. December 1st, up, and to the office, where we sat all the morning. At home to dinner, and then abroad walking to the Old Swan, and in my way I did see a cellar in Tower Street in a very fresh fire, the late great winds having blown it up. 783. It seemed to be only of logwood, that hath kept the fire all this while in it. Going further, I met my late Lord Mayor Bloodworth, under whom the city was burned, and went with him by water to Whitehall. But, Lord! The silly talk that this fellow had, only how ready he would be to part with all his estate in these difficult times to advance the king's service, and complaining that now, as everybody did lately in the fire, everybody endeavors to save himself, and let the whole perish, but a very weak man he seems to be. I left him at Whitehall, he giving 6d. towards the boat, and I to Westminster Hall, where I was again defeated in my expectation of Burrows. However, I was not much sorry for it, but by coach home, in the evening, calling at Faithorne's, buying 3 of my Lady Castlemaine's heads, printed this day, which indeed is, as to the head, I think, a very fine picture, and like her. I did this afternoon get Mrs. Michel to let me only have a sight of a pamphlet lately printed, but suppressed and much called after, called The Catholics' Apology. Lamenting the severity of the Parliament against them, and comparing it with the lenity of other princes to Protestants, giving old and late instances of their loyalty to their princes, whatever is objected against them. And excusing their disquiets in Queen Elizabeth's time, for that it was impossible for them to think her a lawful queen, if Queen Mary, who had been owned as such, were so. One being the daughter of the true, and the other of a false wife, and that of the gunpowder treason, by saying that it was only the practice of some of us, if not the king, to trepand some of their religion into it. It never being defended by the generality of their church, nor indeed known by them. And ends with a large catalogue, in red letters, of the Catholics which have lost their lives in the quarrel of the late king and this. The thing is very well writ indeed. So home to my letters, and then to my supper and to bed. 2nd, Lord's Day. Up, and to church, and after church home to dinner, where I met Betty Michel and her husband, very merry at dinner, and after dinner, having borrowed Sir W. Penn's coach, we to Westminster, they two and my wife and I to Mr. Martin's, where find the company almost all come to the christening of Mrs. Martin's child, a girl. A great deal of good plain company. After sitting long, till the church was done, the parson comes, and then we to christen the child. I was godfather, and Mrs. Holder, her husband, a good man, I know well, and a pretty lady, that waits, it seems, on my Lady Bath, at Whitehall, her name, Mrs. Noble, were godmothers. After the christening comes in the wine and the sweetmeats, and then to prate and tattle, and then very good company they were, and I among them. Here was old Mrs. Michel and Howlett, and several married women of the hall, whom I knew maids. Here was also Mrs. Burrows and Mrs. Bales, the young widow, whom I led home, and having stayed till the moon was up, I took my pretty gossip to Whitehall with us, and I saw her in her lodging, and then my own company again took coach, and no sooner in the coach but something broke. That we were fain there to stay till a smith could be fetched, which was above an hour, and then it costing me a success. To mend. Away round by the wall and Cow Lane 784 for fear it should break again, and in pain about the coach all the way. But to ease myself therein Betty Michel did sit at the same end with me. Being very much pleased with this, we at last come home, and so to supper, and then sent them by boat home, and we to bed. When I come home I went to Sir W. Batten's, and there I hear more ill news still, that all our New England fleet, which went out lately, are put back a third time by foul weather, and dispersed, some to one port and some to another, and their convoys also to Plymouth. And whether any of them be lost or not, we do not know. This, added to all the rest, do lay us flat in our hopes and courages, every body prophesying destruction to the nation. Third. Up, and, among a great many people that come to speak with me, one was my Lord Peterborough's gentleman, who comes to me to dun me to get some money advanced for my lord. And I demanding what news, he tells me that at court they begin to fear the business of Scotland more and more. And that the Duke of York intends to go to the north to raise an army, and that the king would have some of the nobility and others to go and assist. But they were so served the last year, among others his lord, in raising forces at their own charge, for fear of the French invading us, that they will not be got out now, without money advanced to them by the king. And this is like to be the king's case for certain, if ever he comes to have need of any army. He and others gone, I by water to Westminster, and there to the Exchequer, and put my tallies in a way of doing for the last quarter. But my not following it the last week has occasioned the clerks some trouble, which I am sorry for, and they are mad at. Thence at noon home, and there find Kate Joyce, who dined with me, her husband and she are weary of their new life of being an innkeeper, and will leave it, and would fain get some office. But I know none the full is fit for, but would be glad to help them, if I could, though they have enough to live on, God be thanked. Though their loss hath been to the value of L 3000 W. Joyce now has all the trade, she says, the trade being come to that end of the town. She dined with me, my wife being ill of her months in bed. I left her with my wife, and away myself to Westminster Hall by appointment and there found out Burrows, and I took her by coach as far as the Lord Treasurer's and called at the Cake House by Hales's. And there in the coach eat and drank and then carried her home. So having set her down in the palace I to the Swan, and there did the first time Baser, the little sister of Sarah that is come into her place, and so away by coach home, where to my viol and supper and then to bed. Being weary of the following of my pleasure and sorry for my omitting, though with a true salvo to my vows, the stating my last month's accounts in time, as I should, but resolved to settle, and clear all my business before me this month. That I may begin afresh the next year, and enjoy some little pleasure freely at Christmas. So to bed, and with more cheerfulness than I have done a good while, to hear that for certain the Scot rebels are all routed. They having been so bold as to come within 3 miles of Edinburgh, and there given 2 or 3 repulses to the king's forces, but at last were mastered. 300 or 400 killed or taken, among which their leader, one Wallace, and 7 ministers, they having all taken the covenant a few days before, and sworn to live and die in it, as they did, and so all is likely to be there quiet again. There is also the very good news come of 4 New England ships come home safe to Falmouth with masts for the king, which is a blessing mighty unexpected, and without which, if for nothing else, we must have failed the next year. But God be praised for thus much good fortune, and send us the continuance of his favor in other things. So to bed. Fourth, up, and to the office, where we sat all the morning. At noon dined at home. After dinner presently to my office, and there late and then home to even my journal and accounts, and then to supper much eased in mind, and last night's good news, which is more and more confirmed with particulars to very good purpose. And so to bed. Fifth, up, and by water to Whitehall, where we did much business before the Duke of York, which being done, I away home by water again, and there to my office till noon busy. At noon home, and Gudgrum dined with us, who teaches my wife to sing. After dinner I did give him my song, Beauty Retire, which he has often desired of me, and without flattery I think is a very good song. He gone, I to the office, and there late, very busy doing much business, and then home to supper and talk, and then scold with my wife for not reckoning well the times that her musique master hath been with her, but setting down more than I am sure. And did convince her, they had been with her, and in an ill humour of anger with her to bed. 6th. Up, but very good friends with her before I rose, and so to the office, where we sat all the forenoon, and then home to dinner, where Harmon dined with us. And great sport to hear him tell how Will Joyce grows rich by the custom of the city coming to his end of the town, and how he rants over his brother and sister for their keeping an inn, and goes thither in tears like a prince, calling him hosteler and his sister hostess. Then after dinner, my wife and brother, in another habit, go out to see a play, but I am not to take notice that I know of my brother's going. So I to the office, where very busy till late at night, and then home. My wife not pleased with the play, but thinks that it is because she is grown more critical than she used to be, but my brother she says is mighty taken with it. So to supper and to bed. This day, in the Gazette, is the whole story of defeating the Scotch rebels, and of the creation of the Duke of Cambridge, Knight of the Garter. 7th. Up, and by water to the Exchequer, where I got my tallies finished for the last quarter for Tangier, and having paid all my fees I to the Swan, whither I sent for some oysters, and thither comes Mr. Falconbridge and Spicer and many more clerks. And there we eat and drank, and a great deal of their sorry discourse, and so parted, and I by coach home, meeting Balty in the street about Charing Cross walking, which I am glad to see, and spoke to him about his mustering business. I being now to give an account how the several muster-masters have behaved themselves, and so home to dinner, where finding the cloth laid and much crumpled but clean, I grew angry and flung the trenchers about the room. And in a mighty heat I was, so a clean cloth was laid, and my poor wife very patient, and so to dinner, and in comes Mrs. Barbara Sheldon, now Mrs. Wood, and dined with us, she mighty fine, and lives, I perceive, mighty happily, which I am glad of, for her sake, but hate her husband for a blockhead in his choice. So away after dinner, leaving my wife and her, and by water to the Strand, and so to the King's Playhouse, where 2 acts were almost done when I come in, and there I sat with my cloak about my face, and saw the remainder of The Maid's Tragedy. A good play, and well acted, especially by the younger Marshall, who is become a pretty good actor, and is the first play I have seen in either of the houses since before the Great Plague, they having acted now about 14 days publicly. But I was in mighty pain lest I should be seen by any body to be at a play. Soon as done I home, and then to my office a while, and then home and spent the night evening my Tangier accounts, much to my satisfaction, and then to supper, and mighty good friends with my poor wife, and so to bed. 8th. Up, and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and at noon home to dinner, and there find Mr. Pierce and his wife and Betty, a pretty girl, who in discourse at table told me the great proviso passed the House of Parliament yesterday, which makes the King and Court mad, the King having given order to my Lord Chamberlain to send to the playhouses and bawdy houses, to bid all the Parliament men that were there to go to the Parliament presently. This is true, it seems. But it was carried against the court by 30 or 40 voices. It is a proviso to the poll bill, that there shall be a committee of 9 persons that shall have the inspection upon oath, and power of giving others, of all the accounts of the money given and spent for this war. This hath a most sad face, and will breed very ill blood. He tells me, brought in by Sir Robert Howard, who is one of the King's servants, at least hath a great office, and hath got, they say, L20,000 since the King come in. Mr. Pierce did also tell me as a great truth, as being told it by Mr. Cowley, who was by, and heard it, that Tom Killigrew should publicly tell the King that his matters were coming into a very ill state. But that yet there was a way to help all, which is, says he, there is a good, honest, able man, that I could name, that if your Majesty would employ, and command to see all things well executed, all things would soon be mended. And this is one Charles Stewart, who now spends his time in employing his lips about the court, and hath no other employment, but if you would give him this employment, he were the fittest man in the world to perform it. This, he says, is most true, but the King do not profit by any of this, but lays all aside, and remembers nothing, but to his pleasures again, which is a sorrowful consideration. Very good company we were at dinner, and merry, and after dinner, he being gone about business, my wife and I and Mrs. Pierce and Betty and Balty, who come to see us today very sick, and went home not well, together out, and our coach broke the wheel off upon Ludgate Hill. So we were fain to part ourselves and get room in other people's coaches, and Mrs. Pierce and I in one, and I carried her home and set her down, and myself to the King's Playhouse, which troubles me since, and hath cost me a forfeit of tens. Which I have paid, and there did see a good part of The English Monsieur, which is a mighty pretty play, very witty and pleasant. And the women do very well, but, above all, little Nelly. That I am mightily pleased with the play, and much with the house, more than ever I expected, the women doing better than ever I expected, and very fine women. Here I was in pain to be seen, and hid myself. But, as God would have it, Sir John Chichley come, and sat just by me. Thence to Mrs. Pierce's, and there took up my wife and away home, and to the office and Sir W. Batten's, of whom I hear that this proviso in Parliament is mightily ill taken by all the court party as a mortal blow, and that strikes deep into the King's prerogative, which troubles me mightily. Home, and set some papers right in my chamber, and then to supper and to bed, we being in much fear of ill news of our colliers. A fleet of 200 sail, and 14 Dutch men of war between them and us, and they coming home with small convoy. And the city in great want, coals being at L33s per chaldron, as I am told. I saw smoke in the ruines this very day. 9th, Lord's Day. Up, not to church, but to my chamber, and there begun to enter into this book my Journal of September, which in the fire time I could not enter here, but in loose papers. At noon dined, and then to my chamber all the afternoon and night, looking over and tearing and burning all the unnecessary letters, which I have had upon my file for 4 or 5 years backward, which I intend to do quite through all my papers. That I may have nothing by me but what is worth keeping, and fit to be seen, if I should miscarry. At this work till midnight, and then to supper and to bed. 10th, up, and at my office all the morning, and several people with me, Sir W. Warren, who I do every day more and more admire for a miracle of cunning and forecast in his business, and then Captain Cock, with whom I walked in the garden, and he tells me how angry the court is at the late proviso brought in by the House. How still my Lord Chancellor is, not daring to do or say anything to displease the Parliament, that the Parliament is in a very ill humour, and grows every day more and more so. And that the unskilfulness of the court, and their difference among one another, is the occasion of all not agreeing in what they would have, and so they give leisure and occasion to the other part to run away with what the court would not have. Then comes Mr. Gauden, and he and I in my chamber discoursing about his business, and to pay him some tangier orders which he delayed to receive till I had money instead of tallies, but do promise me consideration for my victualling business for this year. And also as treasurer for tangier, which I am glad of, but would have been gladder to have just now received it. He gone, I alone to dinner at home, my wife and her people being gone down the river today for pleasure, though a cold day and dark night to come up. In the afternoon I to the excise office to enter my tallies, which I did, and come presently back again, and then to the office and did much business, and then home to supper, my wife and people being come well and hungry home from Erith. Then I to begin the setting of a base to, it is decreed, and so to bed. 11th, up, and to the office, where we sat, and at noon home to dinner, a small dinner because of a good supper. After dinner my wife and I by coach to St. Clement's Church, to Mrs. Turner's lodgings, hard by, to take our leaves of her. She is returning into the north to her children, where, I perceive, her husband hath clearly got the mastery of her, and she is likely to spend her days there, which for her sake I am a little sorry for. Though for his it is but fit she should live where he hath a mind. Here were several people come to see and take leave of her, she going tomorrow, among others, my Lady Mordaunt, which was Betty Turner, a most homely widow, but young, and pretty rich, and good-natured. Thence, having promised to write every month to her, we home, and I to my office, while my wife to get things together for supper. Dispatching my business at the office. Anon come our guests, old Mr. Baitlier, and his son and daughter, Mercer, which was all our company. We had a good venison pasty and other good cheer, and as merry as in so good, innocent, and understanding company I could be. He is much troubled that wines, laden by him in France before the late proclamation was out, cannot now be brought into England, which is so much to his and other merchants' loss. We sat long at supper and then to talk, and so late parted and so to bed. This day the poll bill was to be passed, and great endeavors used to take away the proviso. 12th, up, and to the office, where some accounts of Mr. Gaudens were examined, but I home most of the morning to even some accounts with Sir H. Cholmondeley, Mr. Moon, and others one after another. Sir H. Cholmondeley did with grief tell me how the Parliament hath been told plainly that the King hath been heard to say, that he would dissolve them rather than pass this bill with the proviso. But tells me, that the proviso is removed, and now carried that it shall be done by a bill by itself. He tells me how the King hath lately paid about L30,000,785 to clear debts of my Lady Castlemaine's. And that she and her husband are parted for ever, upon good terms, never to trouble one another more. He says that he hears L400,000 hath gone into the privy purse since this war. And that hath consumed so much of our money, and makes the King in court so mad to be brought to discover it. He gone, and after him the rest, I to the office, and at noon to the Change, where the very good news is just come of our 4 ships from Smyrna, come safe without convoy even into the Downs, without seeing any enemy. Which is the best, and indeed only considerable good news to our exchange, since the burning of the city. And it is strange to see how it do cheer up men's hearts. Here I saw shops now come to be in this exchange, and met little Baitlier, who sits here but at L3 per annum, whereas he sat at the other at L100, which he says he believes will prove of as good account to him now as the other did at that rent. From the Change to Captain Cox, and there, by agreement, dined, and there was Charles Porter, Temple, Fern, Debesty, whose bad English and pleasant discourses was exceeding good entertainment, Matt Wren, Major Cooper, and myself, mighty merry in pretty discourse. They talked for certain, that now the King do follow Mrs. Stuart wholly, and my Lady Castlemaine not above once a week, that the Duke of York do not haunt my Lady Denham so much. That she troubles him with matters of state, being of my Lord Bristol's faction, and that he avoids, that she is ill still. After dinner I away to the office, where we sat late upon Mr. Gaudens' accounts, Sir J. Minns being gone home sick. I late at the office, and then home to supper and to bed, being mightily troubled with a pain in the small of my back, through cold, or, which I think most true, my straining last night to get open my plate chest. In such pain all night I could not turn myself in my bed. News this day from Brampton, of Mr. Ensom, my sister's sweetheart, being dead, a clown. 13th, up, and to the office, where we sat. At noon to the Change, and there met Captain Cock, and had a second time his direction to bespeak L100 of plate, which I did at Sir R. Viner's, being 12 plates more, and something else I have to choose. Thence home to dinner, and there W. Hewer dined with me, and showed me a gazette, in April last, which I wonder should never be remembered by any body, which tells how several persons were then tried for their lives, and were found guilty of a design of killing the King and destroying the government. And as a means to it, to burn the city, and that the day intended for the plot was the 3rd of last September. 786. And the fire did indeed break out on the 2nd of September, which is very strange, methinks, and I shall remember it. At the office all the afternoon late, and then home to even my accounts in my 10-year book, which I did to great content in all respects, and joy to my heart, and so to bed. This afternoon Sir W. Warren and Mr. Moore, one after another, walked with me in the garden, and they both tell me that my Lord Sandwich is called home, and that he do grow more and more in esteem everywhere, and is better spoken of, which I am mighty glad of. Though I know well enough his deserving the same before, and did foresee that it will come to it. In mighty great pain in my back still, but I perceive it changes its place, and do not trouble me at all in making of water, and that is my joy, so that I believe it is nothing but a strain. And for these 3 or 4 days I perceive my overworking of my eyes by candlelight do hurt them as it did the last winter, that by day I am well and do get them right, but then after candlelight they begin to be sore and run. So that I intend to get some green spectacles. 14th, up, and very well again of my pain in my back, it having been nothing but cold. By coach to Whitehall, seeing many smokes of the fire by the way yet, and took up into the coach with me a country gentleman, who asked me room to go with me, it being dirty, one come out of the north to see his son. After the burning his house, a merchant. Here endeavoured to wait on the Duke of York, but he would not stay from the Parliament. So I to Westminster Hall, and there met my good friend Mr. Evelyn, and walked with him a good while, lamenting our condition for want of good counsel, and the king's minding of his business and servants. I out to the Bell Tavern, and thither comes Doll to me. And after an hour's stay, away and stayed in Westminster Hall till the rising of the House, having told Mr. Evelyn, and he several others, of my Gazette which I had about me that mentioned in April last a plot for which several were condemned of treason at the Old Bailey for many things. And among others for a design of burning the city on the 3rd of September. The House sat till 3 o'clock, and then up, and I home with Sir Stephen Fox to his house to dinner, and the coffer with us. There I find Sir S. Fox's lady, a fine woman, and 7 the prettiest children of theirs that ever I knew almost. A very genteel dinner, and in great state and fashion, and excellent discourse, and nothing like an old experienced man a courtier, and such is the coffer Ashburnham. The House have been mighty hot today against the paper bill, showing all manner of averseness to give the king money, which these courtiers do take mighty notice of, and look upon the others as bad rebels as ever the last were. But the courtiers did carry it against those men upon a division of the House, a great many, that it should be committed, and so it was, which they reckon good news. After dinner we 3 to the excise office, and there had long discourse about our moneys, but nothing to satisfaction, that is, to shew any way of shortening the time which our tallies take up before they become payable. Which is now full 2 years, which is 20%. For all the king's money for interest, and the great disservice of his majesty otherwise. Thence in the evening round by coach home, where I found his present, of a fair pair of candlesticks, and half a dozen of plates come, which cost him full L50, and is a very good present, and here I met with, sealed up, from Sir H. Cholmondeley, the lampoon, or the mock advice to a painter 787 abusing the Duke of York and my Lord Sandwich, Pen, and everybody, and the king himself, in all the matters of the navy and war. I am sorry for my Lord Sandwich's having so great a part in it. Then to supper and musique, and to bed. 15th. Up and to the office, where my Lord Brunker newly come to town, from his being at Chatham and Harwich to spy enormities, and at noon I with him and his Lady Williams, to Captain Cox, where a good dinner, and very merry. Good news today upon the Exchange, that our Hamburg fleet is got in, and good hopes that we may soon have the like of our Gothenburg, and then we shall be well for this winter. Very merry at dinner. And by comes in Matt Wren from the Parliament House, and tells us that he and all his party of the House, which is the court party, are fools, and have been made so this day by the wise men of the other side. For, after the court party had carried it yesterday so powerfully for the paper bill 788, yet now it is laid aside wholly, and to be supplied by a land tax. Which it is true will do well, and will be the sooner finished, which was the great argument for the doing of it. But then it shews them fools, that they would not permit this to have been done 6 weeks ago, which they might have had. And next, they have parted with the paper bill, which, when once begun, might have proved a very good flower in the crown, as any there. So do really say that they are truly outwitted by the other side. Thence away to Sir R. Viner's, and there chose some plate besides 12 plates which I purposed to have with Captain Cox's gift of L100, and so home and there busy late, and then home and to bed. 16th, Lord's Day. Lay long talking with my wife in bed, then up with great content and to my chamber to set right a picture or two, love it having sent me yesterday Sancta Clara's head varnished, which is very fine, and now my closet is so full stored, and so fine, as I would never desire to have it better. Dined without any strangers with me, which I do not like on Sundays. Then after dinner by water to Westminster to see Mrs. Martin, whom I found up in her chamber and ready to go abroad. I sat there with her and her husband and others a pretty while, and then away to Whitehall, and there walked up and down to the Queen's side, and there saw my dear Lady Castlemaine, who continues admirable, methinks. And I do not hear but that the King is the same to her still as ever. Anon to chapel, by the King's closet, and heard a very good anthem. Then with Lord Brunker to Sir W. Coventry's chamber, and there we sat with him and talked. He is weary of anything to do, he says, in the Navy. He tells us this Committee of Accounts will inquire sharply into our office. And, speaking of Sir J. Minns, he says he will not bear anybody's faults but his own. He discoursed as bad of Sir W. Batten almost, and cries out upon the discipline of the fleet, which is lost, and that there is not in any of the fourth rates and under scarce left one sea commander, but all young gentlemen. And what troubles him, he hears that the gentlemen give out that in 2 or 3 years a tarpaulin shall not dare to look after being better than a boatswain. Which he is troubled at, and with good reason, and at this day Sir Robert Holmes is mighty troubled that his brother do not command in chief, but is commanded by Captain Hannam, who, Sir W. Coventry says, he believes to be at least of as good blood, is a longer bred seaman, an elder officer, and an elder commander, but such is Sir R. Holmes's pride as never to be stopped, he being greatly troubled at my Lord Brunker's late discharging all his men and officers but the standing officers at Chatham, and so are all other commanders. And a very great cry hath been to the King from them all in my Lord's absence. But Sir W. Coventry do undertake to defend it, and my Lord Brunker got ground I believe by it, who is angry at Sir W. Batten's and Sir W. Penn's bad words concerning it, and I have made it worse by telling him that they refused to sign to a paper which he and I signed on Saturday to declare the reason of his actions, which Sir W. Coventry likes and would have it sent him and he will sign it, which pleases me well. So we parted, and I with Lord Brunker to Sir P. Neil's chamber, and there sat and talked a while, Sir Edward Walker being there, and telling us how he hath lost many fine rolls of antiquity in heraldry by the late fire, but hath saved the most of his papers. Here was also Dr. Wallace, the famous scholar and mathematician, but he promises little. Left them, and in the dark and cold home by water, and so to supper and to read and so to bed, my eyes being better today, and I cannot impute it to anything but by my being much in the dark tonight. For I plainly find that it is only excess of light that makes my eyes sore. This afternoon I walked with Lord Brunker into the park and there talked of the times, and he do think that the King sees that he cannot never have much more money or good from this Parliament, and that therefore he may hereafter dissolve them. That as soon as he has the money settled he believes a peace will be clapped up, and that there are overtures of a peace, which if such as the Lord Chancellor can excuse he will take. For it is the Chancellor's interest, he says, to bring peace again, for in peace he can do all and command all, but in war he cannot, because he understands not the nature of the war as to the management thereof. He tells me he do not believe the Duke of York will go to sea again, though there are a great many about the King that would be glad of any occasion to take him out of the world, he standing in their ways. And seem to mean the Duke of Monmouth, who spends his time the most viciously and idly of any man, nor will be fit for anything. Yet bespeaks as if it were not impossible but the King would own him for his son, and that there was a marriage between his mother and him, which God forbid should be if it be not true, nor will the Duke of York easily be gulled in it. But this put to our other distractions makes things appear very sad, and likely to be the occasion of much confusion in a little time. And my Lord Brunker seems to say that nothing can help us but the King's making a peace soon as he hath this money, and thereby putting himself out of debt, and so becoming a good husband, and then he will neither need this nor any other Parliament, till he can have one to his mind, for no Parliament can, as he says, be kept long good. But they will spoil one another, and that therefore it hath been the practice of kings to tell parliaments what he hath for them to do, and give them so long time to do it in, and no longer. Harry Kem, one of our messengers, is lately dead. 17th, up, and several people to speak with me, and then comes Mr. Caesar, and then Gudgrum, and, what with one and the other, nothing but musique with me this morning, to my great content. And the more, to see that God Almighty hath put me into condition to bear the charge of all this. So out to the Change, and did a little business, and then home, where they two musicians and Mr. Cook come to see me, and Mercer to go along with my wife this afternoon to a play. To dinner, and then our company all broke up, and to my chamber to do several things. Among other things, to write a letter to my Lord Sandwich, it being one of the burdens upon my mind that I have not writ to him since he went into Spain, but now I do intend to give him a brief account of our whole year's actions since he went. Which will make amends. My wife well home in the evening from the play, which I was glad of, it being cold and dark, and she having her necklace of pearl on, and none but Mercer with her. Spent the evening in fitting my books, to have the number set upon each, in order to my having an alphabet of my whole, which will be of great ease to me. This day Captain Batters come from sea in his fireship and come to see me, poor man, as his patron, and a poor painful wretch he is as can be. After supper to bed. 18th. Up, and to the office, where I hear the ill news that poor Batters, that had been born and bred a seaman, and brought up his ship from sea but yesterday, was, going down from me to his ship, drowned in the Thames, which is a sad fortune. And do make me afeard, and will do, more than ever I was. At noon dined at home, and then by coach to my Lord Bellas's, but not at home. So to Westminster Hall, where the lords are sitting still, I to see Mrs. Martin, who is very well, and intends to go abroad tomorrow after her childbed. She do tell me that this child did come is mean jour that it ought to hazer after my avoir eat con elle before her married did venner home. Thence to the Swan, and there I sent for Sarah, and mighty merry we were. So to Sir Robert Viner's about my plate, and carried home another dozen of plates, which makes my stock of plates up 2½ dozen, and at home find Mr. Thomas Andrews, with whom I stayed and talked a little and invited him to dine with me at Christmas, and then I to the office, and there late doing business, and so home and to bed. Sorry for poor Batters. 19th. Up, and by water down to Whitehall, and there with the Duke of York did our usual business, but nothing but complaints of want of money, without success, and Sir W. Coventry's complaint of the defects of our office, indeed Sir J. Minza's, without any amendment, and he tells us so plainly of the Committee of Parliament's resolution to inquire home into all our managements that it makes me resolve to be wary, and to do all things betimes to be ready for them. Thence going away met Mr. Hingston the organist, my old acquaintance, in the court, and I took him to the Dog Tavern and got him to set me a bass to my, It is Decreed, which I think will go well, but he commends the song not knowing the words, but says the air is good. And believes the words are plainly expressed. He is of my mind against having of 8 ths unnecessarily in composition. This did all please me mightily. Then to talk of the king's family. He says many of the musique are ready to starve, they being 5 years behindhand for their wages. Nay, Evans, the famous man upon the harp having not his equal in the world, did the other day die for mere want, and was fain to be buried at the almas of the parish, and carried to his grave in the dark at night without one link, but that Mr. Hingston met it by chance, and did give 12d. to buy 2 or 3 links. He says all must come to ruin at this rate, and I believe him. Thence I up to the Lord's house to inquire for Lord Bellas's. And there hear how at a conference this morning between the two houses about the business of the Canary Company, my Lord Buckingham leaning rudely over my Lord Marquis Dorchester, my Lord Dorchester removed his elbow. Duke of Buckingham asked him whether he was uneasy, Dorchester replied, yes, and that he durst not do this were he anywhere else. Buckingham replied, yes he would, and that he was a better man than himself. Dorchester answered that he lead. With this Buckingham struck off his hat, and took him by his periwig, and pulled it aside, and held him. My Lord Chamberlain and others interposed, and, upon coming into the house, the lords did order them both to the Tower, whither they are to go this afternoon. I down into the hall, and there the lieutenant of the Tower took me with him, and would have me to the Tower to dinner. Where I dined at the head of his table, next his lady, who is comely and seeming sober and stately, but very proud and very cunning, or I am mistaken, and wanton, too. This day's work will bring the lieutenant of the Tower L350. But a strange, conceited, vain man he is that ever I met withal, in his own praise, as I have heretofore observed of him. Thence home, and upon Tower Hill saw about 300 or 400 seamen get together. And one, standing upon a pile of bricks, made his sign, with his handkerchief, upon his stick, and called all the rest to him, and several shouts they gave. This made me afeard, so I got home as fast as I could. And hearing of no present hurt did go to Sir Robert Viners about my plate again, and coming home do hear of 1,000 seamen said in the streets to be in arms. So in great fear home, expecting to find a tumult about my house, and was doubtful of my riches there. But I thank God I found all well. But by and by Sir W. Batten and Sir R. Ford do tell me, that the seamen have been at some prisons, to release some seamen, and the Duke of Albemarle is in arms, and all the guards at the other end of the town. And the Duke of Albemarle is gone with some forces to Wapping, to quell the seamen, which is a thing of infinite disgrace to us. I sat long talking with them, and, among other things, Sir R. Ford did make me understand how the House of Commons is a beast not to be understood, it being impossible to know beforehand the success almost of any small plain thing, there being so many to think and speak to any business. And they of so uncertain minds and interests and passions. He did tell me, and so did Sir W. Batten, how Sir Alan Broderick and Sir Alan Apsley did come drunk the other day into the house, and did both speak for half an hour together, and could not be either laughed, or pulled, or bid to sit down and hold their peace. To the great contempt of the king's servants and cause. Which I am grieved at with all my heart. We were full in discourse of the sad state of our times, and the horrid shame brought on the king's service by the just clamours of the poor seamen, and that we must be undone in a little time. Home full of trouble on these considerations, and, among other things, I to my chamber, and there to ticket a good part of my books, in order to the numbering of them for my easy finding them to read as I have occasion. So to supper and to bed, with my heart full of trouble. 20th. Up, and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and here among other things come Captain Cock, and I did get him to sign me a note for the L100 to pay for the plate he do present me with, which I am very glad of. At noon home to dinner, where was Balty come, who is well again, and the most recovered in his countenance that ever I did see. Here dined with me also Mrs. Batters, poor woman. Now left a sad widow by the drowning of her husband the other day. I pity her, and will do her what kindness I can. Yet I observe something of ill nature in myself more than should be, that I am colder towards her in my charity than I should be to one so painful as he and she have been and full of kindness to their power to my wife and I. After dinner out with Balty, setting him down at the Maypole in the Strand, and then I to my Lord Bellis's, and there spoke with Mr. Moon about some business, and so away home to my business at the office, and then home to supper and to bed, after having finished the putting of little papers upon my books to be numbered hereafter. 21st, lay long, and went up find Mrs. Clerk of Greenwich and her daughter Daniel, their business among other things was a request her daughter was to make, so I took her into my chamber, and there it was to help her husband to the command of a little new pleasure boat building, which I promised to assist in. And here I had opportunity para baser L, and toucher ses mamales. Then to the office, and there did a little business, and then to the change and did the like. So home to dinner, and spent all the afternoon in putting some things, pictures especially, in order, and pasting my Lady Castlemaine's print on a frame, which I have made handsome, and is a fine piece. So to the office in the evening to marshal my papers of accounts presented to the Parliament, against any future occasion to recur to them, which I did do to my great content. So home and did some tangier work, and so to bed. 22nd. At the office all the morning, and there come news from Hogg that our ship hath brought in a Lubecker to Portsmouth, likely to prove prize, of deals, which joys us. At noon home to dinner, and then Sir W. Penn, Sir R. Ford, and I met at Sir W. Batten's to examine our papers, and have great hopes to prove her prize, and Sir R. Ford the first find a mighty yar 789 man in this business, making exceeding good observations from the papers on our behalf. Hereupon concluded what to write to Hogg and Middleton, which I did, and also with Mr. Oviatt, Sir R. Ford's son, who is to be our solicitor, to fee some counsel in the Admiralty, but none in town. So home again, and after writing letters by the post, I with all my clerks in Carcass and Whitfield to the ticket office, there to be informed in the method and disorder of the office, which I find infinite great. Of infinite concernment to be mended, and did spend till 12 at night to my great satisfaction, it being a point of our office I was wholly unacquainted in. So with great content home and to bed. 23rd, Lord's Day. Up and alone to church, and meeting Nan Wright at the gate had opportunity to take 2 or 3 basers, and so to church, where a vain fellow with a periwig preached, chaplain, as by his prayer appeared, to the Earl of Carlisle. Home, and there dined with us Betty Michel and her husband. After dinner to Whitehall by coach, and took them with me. And in the way I would have taken Sue Main, as I did the last time, but she did in a manner withhold it. So set them down at Whitehall, and I to the chapel to find Dr. Gibbons, and from him to the harp and ball to transcribe the treble which I would have him to set a bass to. But this took me so much time, and it growing night, I was fearful of missing a coach, and therefore took a coach and to Wright's to call Michel and his wife at their father Howlett's, and so home, it being cold, and the ground all snow. They gone I to my chamber, and with my brother and wife did number all my books in my closet, and took a list of their names, which pleases me mightily, and is a job I wanted much to have done. Then to supper and to bed. 24th. Up, and to the office, where Lord Brunker, Sir J. Mimix, Sir W. Yen, and myself met, and there I did use my notes I took on Saturday night about tickets, and did come to a good settlement in the business of that office, if it be kept to, this morning being a meeting on purpose. At noon to prevent my Lord Brunker's dining here I walked as if upon business with him, it being frost and dry, as far as Paul's, and so back again through the city by Guildhall, observing the ruines thereabouts, till I did truly lose myself. And so home to dinner. I do truly find that I have overwrought my eyes, so that now they are become weak and apt to be tired, and all excess of light makes them sore, so that now to the candlelight I am forced to sit by, adding, the snow upon the ground all day. My eyes are very bad, and will be worse if not helped, so my Lord Brunker do advise as a certain cure to use green spectacles, which I will do. So to dinner, where Mercer with us, and very merry. After dinner she goes and fetches a little son of Mr. Backworth's, the wittiest child and of the most spirit that ever I saw in my life for discourse of all kind, and so ready and to the purpose, not above 4 years old. Thence to Sir Robert Viner's, and there paid for the plate I have bought to the value of L94, with the L100 Captain Cock did give me to that purpose, and received the rest in money. I this evening did buy me a pair of green spectacles, to see whether they will help my eyes or no. So to the Change, and went to the Upper Change, which is almost as good as the old one, only shops are but on one side. Then home to the office, and did business till my eyes began to be bad, and so home to supper. My people busy making mince pies, and so to bed. No news yet of our Gothenburg fleet. Which makes us have some fears, it being of mighty concernment to have our supply of masts safe. I met with Mr. Cade tonight, my stationer. And he tells me that he hears for certain that the Queen Mother is about and hath near finished a peace with France, which, as a Presbyterian, he do not like, but seems to fear it will be a means to introduce popery. 25th, Christmas Day. Lay pretty long in bed, and then rose, leaving my wife desirous to sleep, having sat up till 4 this morning seeing her maids make mince pies. I to church, where our Parson Mills made a good sermon. Then home, and dined well on some good ribs of beef roasted and mince pies, only my wife, brother, and Barker, and plenty of good wine of my own, and my heart full of true joy. And thanks to God Almighty for the goodness of my condition at this day. After dinner, I begun to teach my wife and Barker my song, It is Decreed, which pleases me mightily as now I have Mr. Hinkston's bass. Then out and walked alone on foot to the temple, it being a fine frost, thinking to have seen a play all alone, but there, missing of any bills, concluded there was none, and so back home. And there with my brother reducing the names of all my books to an alphabet, which kept us till 7 or 8 at night, and then to supper, Hewer with us, and pretty merry, and then to my chamber to enter this day's journal only, and then to bed. My head a little thoughtful how to behave myself in the business of the victualling, which I think will be prudence to offer my service in doing something in passing the purser's accounts, thereby to serve the king, get honour to myself. And confirm me in my place in the victualling, which at present yields not work enough to deserve my wages. 26th, up, and walked all the way, it being a most fine frost, to Whitehall, to Sir W. Coventry's chamber, and thence with him up to the Duke of York, where among other things at our meeting I did offer my assistance to Sir J. Minns to do the business of his office, relating to the purser's accounts, which was well accepted by the Duke of York, and I think I have and shall do myself good in it, if it be taken. For it will confirm me in the business of the victualling office, which I do now very little for. Thence home, carrying a barrel of oysters with me. Anon comes Mr. John Andrews and his wife by invitation from Bow to dine with me, and young Batelier and his wife with her great belly, which has spoiled her looks mightily already. Here was also Mercer and Creed, whom I met coming home, who tells me of a most bitter lampoon now out against the court and the management of state from head to foot, mighty witty and mighty severe. By and by to dinner, a very good one, and merry. After dinner I put the women into a coach, and they to the Duke's house, to a play which was acted, It was indifferently done, but was not pleased with the song, Gosnell not singing, but a new wench, that sings naughtily. Thence home, all by coach, and there Mr. Andrews to the viol, who plays most excellently on it, which I did not know before. Then to dance, here being Pembleton come, by my wife's direction, and a fiddler. And we got, also, the elder Batelier tonight, and Nan Wright, and mighty merry we were, and I danced, and so till 12 at night, and to supper, and then to cross purposes, mighty merry, and then to bed, my eyes being sore. Creed lay here in Barker's bed. 27th, up, and called up by the king's trumpets, which cost me tens. So to the office, where we sat all the morning. At noon, by invitation, my wife, who had not been there these 2 months, I think, and I, to meet all our families at Sir W. Batten's at dinner, whither neither a great dinner for so much company nor anything good or handsome. In the middle of dinner I rose, and my wife, and by coach to the King's Playhouse, and meeting Creed took him up, and there saw, the scornful lady, well acted. Dull Common doing Abigail most excellently, and Nip the widow very well, and will be an excellent actor, I think. In other parts the play not so well done as used to be, by the old actors. Anon to Whitehall by coach, thinking to have seen a play there tonight, but found it a mistake, so back again, and missed our coach, man, who was gone, thinking to come time enough 3 hours hence, and we could not blame him. So forced to get another coach, and all 3 home to my house, and there to Sir W. Batten's, and eat a bit of cold chine of beef, and then stayed and talked, and then home and sat and talked a little by the fireside with my wife and Creed, and so to bed, my left eye being very sore. No business public or private-minded all these 2 days. This day a house or 2 was blown up with powder in the Minories, and several people spoiled, and many dug out from under the rubbish. 28th. Up, and Creed and I walked, a very fine walk in the frost, to my Lord Bellis's, but missing him did find him at Whitehall, and there spoke with him about some Tangier business. That done, we to Creed's lodgings, which are very pretty, but he is going from them. So we to Lincoln's Inn Fields, he to Ned Pickering's, who it seems lives there, keeping a good house, and I to my Lord Crew's, where I dined, and hear the news how my lord's brother, Mr. Nathaniel Crew, hath an estate of 6 or 700 per annum, left him by the death of an old acquaintance of his, but not akin to him at all. And this man is dead without will, but had, above 10 years since, made over his estate to this Mr. Crew, to him and his heirs for ever, and given Mr. Crew the keeping of the deeds in his own hand all this time, by which, if he would, he might have taken present possession of the estate, for he knew what they were. This is as great an act of confident friendship as this latter age, I believe, can shew. From hence to the Duke's house, and there saw Macbeth most excellently acted, and a most excellent play for variety. I had sent for my wife to meet me there, who did come, and after the play was done, I out so soon to meet her at the other door that I left my cloak in the playhouse, and while I returned to get it, she was gone out and missed me, and with W. Hewer away home. I not sorry for it much did go to Whitehall, and got my Lord Bellis's to get me into the playhouse. And there, after all staying above an hour for the players, the king and all waiting, which was absurd, saw Henry V, well done by the Duke's people, and in most excellent habits, all new vests, being put on but this night. But I sat so high and far off, that I missed most of the words, and sat with a wind coming into my back and neck, which did much trouble me. The play continued till 12 at night. And then up, and a most horrid cold night it was, and frosty, and moonshine. But the worst was, I had left my cloak at Sir G. Carteret, and they being abed I was forced to go home without it. So by chance got a coach and to the Golden Lion Tavern in the Strand, and there drank some mulled sack, and so home, where find my poor wife staying for me, and then to bed mighty cold. 29th, up, called up with news from Sir W. Batten that Hogg hath brought in 2 prizes more, and so I thither, and hear the particulars, which are good, one of them, if prize, being worth L4000, for which God be thanked. Then to the office, and have the news brought us of Captain Robinson's coming with his fleet from Gothenburg, dispersed, though, by foul weather. But he hath light of 5 Dutch men of war, and taken 3, whereof one is sunk. Which is very good news to close up the year with, and most of our merchantmen already heard of to be safely come home, though after long lookings for, and now to several ports, as they could make them. At noon home to dinner, where Balti is and now well recovered. Then to the office to do business, and at night, it being very cold, home to my chamber, and there late writing, but my left eye still very sore. I write by spectacles all this night, then to supper and to bed. This day's good news making me very lively, only the arrears of much business on my hands and my accounts to be settled for the whole year past do lie as a weight on my mind. 30th, Lord's Day. Lay long, however, up and to church, where Mills made a good sermon. Here was a collection for the sexton. But it come into my head why we should be more bold in making the collection while the psalm is singing, than in the sermon or prayer. Home, and, without any strangers, to dinner, and then all the afternoon and evening in my chamber preparing all my accounts in good condition against tomorrow, to state them for the whole year past. To which God give me a good issue when I come to close them. So to supper and to bed. 31st. Rising this day with a full design to mind nothing else but to make up my accounts for the year past, I did take money, and walk forth to several places in the town as far as the New Exchange, to pay all my debts. It being still a very great frost and good walking. I stayed at the Fleece Tavern in Covent Garden while my boy Tom went to W. Joyce's to pay what I owed for candles there. Thence to the New Exchange to clear my wife's score, and so going back again I met Doll Lane, Mrs. Martin's sister, with another young woman of the Hall, one Scot, and took them to the Half Moon Tavern and there drank some burnt wine with them, without more pleasure, and so away home by coach, and there to dinner, and then to my accounts. Wherein, at last, I find them clear and right. But, to my great discontent, do find that my gettings this year have been L573 less than my last, it being this year in all but L2 986, whereas, the last, I got L3 560. And then again my spendings this year have exceeded my spendings the last by L644, my whole spendings last year being but L509. Whereas this year, it appears, I have spent L1154, which is a sum not fit to be said that ever I should spend in 1 year, before I am master of a better estate than I am. Yet, blessed be God. And I pray God make me thankful for it, I do find myself worth in money, all good, above L6200, which is above L1800 more than I was the last year. This, I trust in God, will make me thankful for what I have, and careful to make up by care next year what by my negligence and prodigality I have lost and spent this year. The doing of this, and entering of it fair, with the sorting of all my expenses, to see how and in what points I have exceeded, did make it late work, till my eyes become very sore and ill, and then did give over, and supper, and to bed. Thus ends this year of public wonder and mischief to this nation, and, therefore, generally wished by all people to have an end. Myself and family well, having 4 maids and 1 clerk, Tom, in my house, and my brother, now with me, to spend time in order to his preferment. Our healths all well, only my eyes with overworking them are sore as candlelight comes to them, and not else, public matters in a most sad condition. Seamen discouraged for want of pay, and are become not to be governed, nor, as matters are now, can any fleet go out next year. Our enemies, French and Dutch, great, and grow more by our poverty. The Parliament backward in raising, because jealous of the spending of the money, the city less and less likely to be built again, every body settling elsewhere, and nobody encouraged to trade. A sad, vicious, negligent court, and all sober men there fearful of the ruin of the whole kingdom this next year, from which, good God deliver us. One thing I reckon remarkable in my own condition is, that I am come to abound in good plate, so as at all entertainments to be served wholly with silver plates, having 24. January 1667. January 1st, lay long, being a bitter, cold, frosty day, the frost being now grown old, and the Thames covered with ice. Up, and to the office, where all the morning busy. At noon to the changed a little, where Mr. James Hublin and I walked a good while speaking of our ill condition in not being able to set out a fleet, we doubt, this year, and the certain ill effect that must bring, which is lamentable. Home to dinner, where the best powdered goose that ever I eat. Then to the office again, and to Sir W. Batten's to examine the commission going down to Portsmouth to examine witnesses about our prizes, of which God give a good issue. And then to the office again, where late, and so home, my eyes sore. To supper and to bed. Second, up, and walked to Whitehall to attend the Duke of York, as usual. My wife up, and with Mrs. Penn to walk in the fields to frostbite themselves. I find the court full of great apprehensions of the French, who have certainly shipped landsmen, great numbers, at Brest, and most of our people here guess his design for Ireland. We have orders to send all the ships we can possible to the Downs. God have mercy on us. For we can send forth no ships without men, nor will men go without money, every day bringing us news of new mutinies among the seamen, so that our condition is like to be very miserable. Thence to Westminster Hall, and there met all the Hublins, who do laugh at this discourse of the French, and say they are verily of opinion it is nothing but to send to their plantation in the West Indies. And that we at court do blow up a design of invading us, only to make the Parliament make more haste in the money matters, and perhaps it may be so, but I do not believe we have any such plot in our heads. After them, I, with several people, among others Mr. George Montague, whom I have not seen long, he mighty kind. He tells me all is like to go ill, the King displeasing the House of Commons by evading their bill for examining accounts, and putting it into a commission, though therein he hath left out Coventry and named all the rest the Parliament named. And all country lords, not one courtier, this do not please them. He tells me he finds the enmity almost over for my Lord Sandwich, and that now all is upon the Vice-Chamberlain, who bears up well and stands upon his vindication, which he seems to like well, and the others do construe well also. Thence up to the Painted Chamber, and there heard a conference between the House of Lords and Commons about the wine patent, which I was exceeding glad to be at, because of my hearing exceeding good discourses, but especially from the Commons. Among others, Mr. Swinfen, and a young man, one Sir Thomas Mears, and do outdo the lords infinitely. So down to the Hall and to the Rose Tavern, while Doll Lane come to me, and we did bear a good deal de vino, e.j. did give L 12 soldes para comprar L some gans for a new anno's gift. Thence to the Hall again, and with Sir W. Pen by coach to the Temple, and there light and eat a bit at an ordinary buy, and then alone to the King's house, and there saw, the custom of the country, the second time of its being acted, wherein Nip does the widow well. But, of all the plays that ever I did see, the worst having neither plot, language, nor anything in the earth that is acceptable, only Nip sings a little song admirably. But fully the worst play that ever I saw or I believe shall see. So away home, much displeased for the loss of so much time, and disobliging my wife by being there without her. So, by link, walked home, it being mighty cold but dry, yet bad walking because very slippery with the frost and treading. Home and to my chamber to set down my journal, and then to thinking upon establishing my vows against the next year, and so to supper and to bed. Third, up, and to the office, where we sat all the morning. At noon by invitation to dinner to Sir W. Pen's, where my Lord Brunker, Sir W. Batten, and his lady, myself, and wife, Sir J. Minns, and Mr. Turner and his wife. Indifferent merry, to which I contributed the most, but a mean dinner, and in a mean manner. In the evening a little to the office, and then to them, where I found them at cards, myself very ill with a cold, the frost continuing hard, so eat but little at supper, but very merry, and late home to bed. Not much pleased with the manner of our entertainment, though to myself more civil than to any. This day, I hear, hath been a conference between the two houses about the bill for examining accounts, wherein the House of Lords their proceedings in petitioning the King for doing it by commission is, in great heat, voted by the Commons. After the conference, unparliamentary. The issue whereof, God knows. Fourth, up, and seeing things put in order for a dinner at my house today, I to the office a while, and about noon home, and there saw all things in good order. Anon comes our company, my Lord Brunker, Sir W. Pen, his lady, and Peg, and her servant, Mr. Lowther, my Lady Batten, Sir W. Batten being forced to dine at Sir K. Ford's, being invited, Mr. Turner and his wife. Here I had good room for 10, and no more would my table have held well, had Sir J. Minns, who was fallen lame, and his sister, and niece, and Sir W. Batten come, which was a great content to me to be without them. I did make them all gaze to see themselves served so nobly in plate, and a neat dinner, indeed, though but of 7 dishes. Mighty merry I was and made them all, and they mightily pleased. My Lord Brunker went away after dinner to the ticket office, the rest stayed, only my Lady Batten home, her ague fit coming on her at table. The rest merry, and to cards, and then to sing and talk, and at night to sup, and then to cards. And, last of all, to have a flagon of ale and apples, drunk out of a wood cup, 7.90 as a Christmas draught, made all merry. And they full of admiration at my plate, particularly my flagons, which, indeed, are noble, and so late home, all with great mirth and satisfaction to them, as I thought. And to myself to see all I have and do so much outdo for neatness and plenty anything done by any of them. They gone, I to bed, much pleased, and do observe Mr. Lowther to be a pretty gentleman, and, I think, too good for Peg, and, by the way, Peg Pen seems mightily to be kind to me, and I believe by her father's advice, who is also himself so. But I believe not a little troubled to see my plenty, and was much troubled to hear the song I sung, the new droll, it touching him home. So to bed. 5th. At the office all the morning, thinking at noon to have been taken home, and my wife, according to appointment yesterday, by my Lord Brunker, to dinner and then to a play, but he had forgot it, at which I was glad. Being glad of avoiding the occasion of inviting him again, and being forced to invite his doxy, Mrs. Williams. So home, and took a small snap of victuals, and away, with my wife, to the Duke's house, and there saw Mustapha, a most excellent play for words and design as ever I did see. I had seen it before but forgot it, so it was wholly new to me, which is the pleasure of my not committing these things to my memory. Home, and a little to the office, and then to bed, where I lay with much pain in my head most of the night, and very unquiet, partly by my drinking before I went out too great a draught of sack, and partly my eyes being still very sore. 6th, Lord's Day. Up pretty well in the morning, and then to church, where a dull doctor, a stranger, made a dull sermon. Then home, and Betty Michelle and her husband come by invitation to dine with us, and, she I find the same as ever, which I was afraid of the contrary. Here come also Mr. How to dine with me, and we had a good dinner and good merry discourse with much pleasure, I enjoying myself mightily to have friends at my table. After dinner young Michelle and I, it being an excellent frosty day to walk, did walk out, he showing me the baker's house in Pudding Lane, where the late great fire begun. And thence all along Thames Street, where I did view several places, and so up by London Wall, by Blackfriars, to Ludgate. And thence to Bridewell, which I find to have been heretofore an extraordinary good house, and a fine coming to it, before the house by the bridge was built, and so to look about St. Bride's Church and my father's house, and so walked home, and there supped together, and then Michelle and Betty home, and I to my closet, there to read and agree upon my vows for next year, and so to bed and slept mighty well. 7th, lay long in bed. Then up and to the office, where busy all the morning. At noon, my wife being gone to Westminster, I with my Lord Brunker by coach as far as the Temple, in the way he telling me that my Lady Denham is at last dead. Some suspect her poisoned, but it will be best known when her body is opened, which will be today, she dying yesterday morning. The Duke of York is troubled for her, but hath declared he will never have another public mistress again. Which I shall be glad of, and would the king would do the like. He tells me how the Parliament is grown so jealous of the king's being unfair to them in the business of the bill for examining accounts, Irish bill, and the business of the Papists. That they will not pass the business for money till they see themselves secure that those bills will pass. Which they do observe the court to keep off till all the bills come together, that the king may accept what he pleases, and what he pleases to reject, which will undo all our business and the kingdom too. He tells me how Mr. Henry Howard, of Norfolk, hath given our Royal Society all his grandfather's library, which noble gift they value at L1000, and gives them accommodation to meet in at his house, Arundel House, they being now disturbed at Gresham College. Thence lighting at the Temple to the ordinary hard by and eat a bit of meat, and then by coach to fetch my wife from her brother's, and thence to the Duke's house, and saw Macbeth, which, though I saw it lately, yet appears a most excellent play in all respects, but especially in divertisement, though it be a deep tragedy. Which is a strange perfection in a tragedy, it being most proper here, and suitable. So home, it being the last play now I am to see till a fortnight hence, I being from the last night entered into my vows for the year coming on. Here I met with the good news of Hoggs bringing in 2 prizes more to Plymouth, which if they prove but any part of them, I hope, at least, we shall be no losers by them. So home from the office, to write over fair my vows for this year, and then to supper, and to bed. In great peace of mind having now done it, and brought myself into order again in a resolution of keeping it, and having entered my journal to this night, so to bed, my eyes failing me with writing. 8th. Up, and to the office, where we sat all the morning. At noon home to dinner, where my uncle Thomas with me to receive his quarterage. He tells me his son Thomas is set up in Smithfield, where he hath a shop, I suppose, a booth. Presently after dinner to the office, and there set close to my business and did a great deal before night, and am resolved to stand to it, having been a truant too long. At night to Sir W. Batten's to consider some things about our prizes, and then to other talk, and among other things he tells me that he hears for certain that Sir W. Coventry hath resigned to the King his place of Commissioner of the Navy, the thing he bath often told me that he had a mind to do, but I am surprised to think that he hath done it. And am full of thoughts all this evening after I heard it what may be the consequences of it to me. So home and to supper, and then saw the catalogue of my books, which my brother had wrote out, now perfectly alphabetical, and so to bed. Sir Richard Ford did this evening at Sir W. Batten's tell us that upon opening the body of my Lady Denham it is said that they found a vessel about her matrix which had never been broke by her husband, that caused all pains in her body. Which if true is excellent invention to clear both the Duchess from poison or the Duke from lying with her. 9th, up, and with Sir W. Batten and Sir W. Penn in a hackney coach to Whitehall, the way being most horribly bad upon the breaking up of the frost, so as not to be passed almost. There did our usual business with the Duke of York, and here I do hear, by my Lord Brunker, that for certain Sir W. Coventry hath resigned his place of commissioner. Which I believe he hath done upon good grounds of security to himself, from all the blame which must attend our office this next year, but I fear the King will suffer by it. Thence to Westminster Hall, and there to the conference of the Houses about the word nuisance, 791 which the Commons would have, and the Lords will not, in the Irish Bill. The Commons do it professedly to prevent the King's dispensing with it. Which Sir Robert Howard and others did expressly repeat often, viz., the King nor any king ever could do anything which was hurtful to their people. Now the Lords did argue, that it was an ill precedent, and that which will ever hereafter be used as a way of preventing the King's dispensation with acts. And therefore rather advised to pass the bill without that word, and let it go, accompanied with a petition, to the King, that he will not dispense with it, this being a more civil way to the King. They answered well, that this do imply that the King should pass their bill, and yet with design to dispense with it, which is to suppose the King guilty of abusing them. And more, they produce precedents for it. Namely, that against new buildings and about leather, wherein the word nuisance is used to the purpose, and further, that they do not rob the King of any right he ever had, for he never had a power to do hurt to his people, nor would exercise it. And therefore there is no danger, in the passing this bill, of imposing on his prerogative. And concluded, that they think they ought to do this, so as the people may really have the benefit of it when it is passed, for never any people could expect so reasonably to be indulged something from a king. They having already given him so much money, and are likely to give more. Thus they broke up, both adhering to their opinions, but the Commons seemed much more full of judgment and reason than the Lords. Then the Commons made their report to the Lords of their vote, that their Lordships' proceedings in the bill for examining accounts were unparliamentary. They having, while a bill was sent up to them from the Commons about the business, petitioned His Majesty that he would do the same thing by his commission. They did give their reasons, viz., that it had no precedent. That the King ought not to be informed of anything passing in the Houses till it comes to a bill, that it will wholly break off all correspondence between the two Houses, and in the issue wholly infringe the very use and being of Parliaments. Having left their arguments with the Lords they all broke up, and I by coach to the ordinary by the Temple, and there dined alone on a rabbit, and read a book I brought home from Mrs. Michel's, of the Proceedings of the Parliament in the 3rd and 4th year of the late King, a very good book for speeches and for arguments of law. Thence to Faithorn, and bought a head or two. One of them my Lord of Ormond's, the best I ever saw, and then to Arundel House, where first the Royal Society meet, by the favour of Mr. Harry Howard, who was there, and has given us his grandfather's library, a noble gift, and a noble favour and undertaking it is for him to make his house the seat for this college. Here was an experiment shown about improving the use of powder for creating a force in winding up of springs and other uses of great worth. And here was a great meeting of worthy noble persons. But my Lord Brunker, who pretended to make a congratulatory speech upon their coming hither, and in thanks to Mr. Howard, do it in the worst manner in the world, being the worst speaker, so as I do wonder at his parts and the unhappiness of his speaking. Thence home by coach and to the office, and then home to supper, Mercer and her sister there, and to cards, and then to bed. Mr. Cowling did this day in the house lobby tell me of the many complaints among people against Mr. Townsend in the wardrobe, and advises me to think of my Lord Sandwich's concernment there under his care. He did also tell me upon my demanding it, that he do believe there are some things on foot for a peace between France and us, but that we shall be foiled in it. 10th, up, and at the office all the morning. At noon home and, there being business to do in the afternoon, took my Lord Brunker home with me, who dined with me. His discourse and mine about the bad performances of the controllers and surveyors' places by the hands they are now in, and the shame to the service and loss the king suffers by it. Then after dinner to the office, where we and some of the chief of the Trinity House met to examine the occasion of the loss of the Prince Royal, the master and mates being examined, which I took and keep, and so broke up. And I to my letters by the post, and so home and to supper with my mind at pretty good ease, being entered upon minding my business, and so to bed. This noon Mrs. Burrows come to me about business, whom I did baser. 11th. Up, being troubled at my being found abed a days by all sorts of people, I having got a trick of sitting up later than I need, never supping, or very seldom, before 12 at night. Then to the office, there busy all the morning, and among other things comes Sir W. Warren and walked with me a while, whose discourse I love, he being a very wise man and full of good counsel, and his own practices for wisdom much to be observed, and among other things he tells me how he is fallen in with my Lord Brunker, who has promised him most particular inward friendship and yet not to appear at the board to do so, and he tells me how my Lord Brunker should take notice of the 2 flagons he saw at my house at dinner, at my late feast, and merrily. Yet I know enviously, said, I could not come honestly by them. This I am glad to hear, though vexed to see his ignoble soul, but I shall beware of him, and yet it is fit he should see I am no mean fellow, but can live in the world, and have something. At noon home to dinner, and then to the office with my people and very busy, and did dispatch to my great satisfaction abundance of business, and do resolve, by the grace of God, to stick to it till I have cleared my heart of most things wherein I am in arrear in public and private matters. At night, home to supper and to bed. This day ill news of my father's being very ill of his old grief the rupture, which troubles me. 12th, up, still lying long in bed, then to the office, where sat very long. Then home to dinner, and so to the office again, mighty busy, and did to the joy of my soul dispatch much business, which do make my heart light, and will enable me to recover all the ground I have lost, if I have by my late minding my pleasures lost any, and assert myself. So home to supper, and then to read a little in More's Antidote Against Atheism, a pretty book, and so to bed. 13th, Lord's Day. Up, and to church, where young Lowther come to church with Sir W. Penn and his lady and daughter, and my wife tells me that either they are married or the match is quite perfected, which I am apt to believe, because all the people's eyes in the church were much fixed upon them. At noon sent for Mercer, who dined with us, and very merry, and so I, after dinner, walked to the Old Swan, thinking to have got a boat to Whitehall, but could not, nor was there anybody at home at Michelle's, where I thought to have sat with her. So home, to church, a dull sermon, and then home at my chamber all the evening. So to supper and to bed. 14th, up, and to the office, where busy getting beforehand with my business as fast as I can. At noon home to dinner, and presently afterward at my office again. I understand my father is pretty well again, blessed be God. And would have my Br. Other, John come down to him for a little while. Busy till night, pleasing myself mightily to see what a deal of business goes off of a man's hands when he stays by it, and then, at night, before it was late, yet much business done, home to supper, discourse with my wife, and to bed. Sir W. Batten tells me the Lords do agree at last with the Commons about the word nuisance in the Irish Bill, and do desire a good correspondence between the 2 houses, and that the King do intend to prorogue them the last of this month. 15th. Up, and to the office, where busy all the morning. Here my Lord Brunker would have made me promise to go with him to a play this afternoon, where Nip acts Mrs. Weaver's great part in The Indian Emperor, and he says is coming on to be a great actor. But I am so fell to my business, that I, though against my inclination, will not go. At noon, dined with my wife and were pleasant, and then to the office, where I got Mrs. Burrows' sola cum ego, and did touch her ses mamales. She gone, I to my business and did much, and among other things tonight we were all mightily troubled how to prevent the sale of a great deal of hemp, and timber deals, and other good goods tomorrow at the candle by the prize office. Where it will be sold for little, and we shall be found to want the same goods and buy at extraordinary prices, and perhaps the very same goods now sold, which is a most horrid evil and a shame. At night home to supper and to bed with my mind mighty light to see the fruits of my diligence in having my business go off my hands so merrily. 16th, up, and by coach to Whitehall, and there to the Duke of York as usual. Here Sir W. Coventry come to me aside in the Duke's chamber, to tell that he had not answered part of a late letter of mine, because litera scripta manet. About his leaving the office, he tells me, it is, because he finds that his business at court will not permit him to attend it. And then he confesses that he seldom of late could come from it with satisfaction, and therefore would not take the king's money for nothing. I professed my sorrow for it, and prayed the continuance of his favour, which he promised. I do believe he hath done, like a very wise man in reference to himself, but I doubt it will prove ill for the king, and for the office. Prince Rupert, I hear today, is very ill, yesterday given over, but better today. This day, before the Duke of York, the business of the muster-masters was reported, and Balty found the best of the whole number, so as the Duke inquired who he was, and whether he was a stranger by his two names, both strange. And offered that he and one more, who hath done next best, should have not only their own, but part of the other's salary, but that I having said he was my brother-in-law, he did stop, but they too are ordered their pay, which I am glad of. And some of the rest will lose their pay, and others be laid by the heels. I was very glad of this being ended so well. I did also, this morning, move in a business wherein Mr. Hayter hath concerned me, about getting a ship, laden with salt from France, permitted to unload, coming in after the king's declaration was out, which I have hopes by some dexterity to get done. Then with the Duke of York to the king, to receive his commands for stopping the sale this day of some prize goods at the prize office, goods fit for the navy. And received the king's commands, and carried them to the Lord's house, to my Lord Ashley, who was angry much thereat, and I am sorry it fell to me to carry the order, but I cannot help it. So, against his will, he signed a note I writ to the commissioners of prizes, which I carried and delivered to King Dunn, at their new office in Aldersgate Street. Thence a little to the Exchange, where it was hot that the prince was dead, but I did rectify it. So home to dinner, and found Balty, told him the good news, and then after dinner away, I presently to Whitehall, and did give the Duke of York a memorial of the salt business, against the council, and did wait all the council for answer. Walking a good while with Sir Stephen Fox, who, among other things, told me his whole mystery in the business of the interest he pays as treasurer for the army. They give him 12d. per pound quite through the army, with condition to be paid weekly. This he undertakes upon his own private credit, and to be paid by the king at the end of every 4 months. If the king pay him not at the end of the 4 months, then, for all the time he stays longer, my Lord Treasurer, by agreement, allows him 8% per annum for the forbearance. So that, in fine, he hath about 12%. From the king and the army, for 15 or 16 months' interest, out of which he gains soundly, his expense being about L130,000 per annum. And hath no trouble in it, compared, as I told him, to the trouble I must have to bring in an account of interest. I was, however, glad of being thus enlightened, and so away to the other council door, and there got in and hear a piece of a cause, heard before the king, about a ship deserted by her fellows, who were bound mutually to defend each other. In their way to Virginie, and taken by the enemy, but it was but meanly pleaded. Then all withdrew, and by the council rose, and I spoke with the Duke of York, and he told me my business was done, which I found accordingly in Sir Edward Walker's books. And so away, mightily satisfied, to Arundel House, and there heard a little good discourse, and so home, and there to Sir W. Batten, where I heard the examinations in 2 of our prizes, which do make but little for us, so that I do begin to doubt their proving prize, which troubled me. So home to supper with my wife, and after supper my wife told me how she had moved to W. Hewer the business of my sister for a wife to him, which he received with mighty acknowledgments, as she says, above anything. But says he hath no intention to alter his condition, so that I am in some measure sorry she ever moved it, but I hope he will think it only come from her. So after supper a little to the office, to enter my journal, and then home to bed. Talk there is of a letter to come from Holland, desiring a place of treaty, but I do doubt it. This day I observe still, in many places, the smoking remains of the late fire, the ways mighty bad and dirty. This night Sir R. Ford told me how this day, at Christ Church Hospital, they have given a living over L200 per annum to Mr. Sanchi, my old acquaintance, which I wonder at, he commending him mightily, but am glad of it. He tells me, too, how the famous Stillingfleet was a bluecoat boy. The children at this day are provided for in the country by the house, which I am glad also to hear. 17th, up, and to the office, where all the morning sitting. At noon home to dinner, and then to the office busy also till very late, my heart joyed with the effects of my following my business, by easing my head of cares, and so home to supper and to bed. 18th. Up, and most of the morning finishing my entry of my journal during the late fire out of loose papers into this book, which did please me mightily when done, writing till my eyes were almost blind therewith to make an end of it. Then all the rest of the morning, and, after a mouthful of dinner, all the afternoon in my closet till night, sorting all my papers, which have lain unsorted for all the time we were at Greenwich during the plague, which did please me also. I drawing on to put my office into a good posture, though much is behind. This morning come Captain Cock to me, and tells me that the King comes to the house this day to pass the Poll Bill and the Irish Bill. He tells me too that, though the faction is very froward in the house, yet all will end well there. But he says that one had got a bill ready to present in the house against Sir W. Coventry, for selling of places, and says he is certain of it, and how he was withheld from doing it. He says, that the Vice-Chamberlain is now one of the greatest men in England again, and was he that did prevail with the King to let the Irish Bill go with the word nuisance. He told me, that Sir G. Carteret declaration of giving double to any man that will prove that any of his people have demanded or taken anything for forwarding the payment of the wages of any man, of which he sent us a copy yesterday, which we approved of, is set up, among other places, upon the House of Lords' door. I do not know how wisely this is done. This morning, also, there come to the office a letter from the Duke of York, commanding our payment of no wages to any of the mustermasters of the fleet the last year, but only to my brother Balty, taking notice that he had taken pains therein. And one Ward, who, though he had not taken so much as the other, yet had done more than the rest. This I was exceeding glad of for my own sake and his. At night I, by appointment, home, where W. Batelier and his sister Mary, and the two Mercers, to play at cards and sup, and did cut our great cake lately given us by Russell, a very good one. Here very merry late. Sir W. Penn told me this night how the King did make them a very sharp speech in the House of Lords today, saying that he did expect to have had more bills, 792 that he purposes to prorogue them on Monday come night. That whereas they have unjustly conceived some jealousies of his making a peace, he declares he knows of no such thing or treaty, and so left them. But with so little effect, that as soon as he come into the house, Sir W. Coventry moved, that now the King hath declared his intention of proroguing them, it would be loss of time to go on with the thing they were upon, when they were called to the King. Which was the calling over the defaults of members appearing in the house. For that, before any person could now come or be brought to town, the house would be up. Yet the faction did desire to delay time, and contend so as to come to a division of the house. Where, however, it was carried, by a few voices, that the debate should be laid by. But this shews that they are not pleased, or that they have not any awe over them from the King's displeasure. The company being gone, to bed. 19th. Up, and at the office all the morning. Sir W. Batten tells me to my wonder that at his coming to my Lord Ashley, yesterday morning, to tell him what prize goods he would have saved for the Navy, and not sold, according to the king's order on the 17th, he fell quite out with him in high terms. And he says, too, that they did go on to the sale yesterday, even of the very hemp, and other things, at which I am astonished, and will never wonder at the ruin of the king's affairs, if this be suffered. At noon dined, and Mr. Pierce come to see me, he newly come from keeping his Christmas in the country. So to the office, where very busy, but with great pleasure till late at night, and then home to supper and to bed. 20th, Lord's Day. Up betimes and down to the Old Swan, there called on Michel and his wife, which in her night linen appeared as pretty almost as ever to my thinking I saw woman. Here I drank some burnt brandy. They shewed me their house, which, poor people, they have built, and is very pretty. I invited them to dine with me, and so away to Whitehall to Sir W. Coventry, with whom I have not been alone a good while, and very kind he is, and tells me how the business is now ordered by order of council for my Lord Brunker to assist Sir J. Minns in all matters of accounts relating to the treasurer, and Sir W. Penn in all matters relating to the victuallers' and pursers' accounts, which I am very glad of, and the more for that I think it will not do me any hurt at all. Other discourse, much especially about the heat the House was in yesterday about the ill management of the Navy, which I was sorry to hear, though I think they were well answered, both by Sir G. Carteret and Sir W. Coventry, as he informs me the substance of their speeches. Having done with him, home mightily satisfied with my being with him, and coming home I to church, and there, beyond expectation, find our seat, and all the church crammed, by twice as many people as used to be, and to my great joy find Mr. Frampton in the pulpit, so to my great joy I hear him preach, and I think the best sermon, for goodness and oratory, without affectation or study, that ever I heard in my life. The truth is, he preaches the most like an apostle that ever I heard man, and it was much the best time that ever I spent in my life at church. His text, Ecclesiastes 11. Verse 8, the words, "But if a man live many years, and rejoice in them all, yet let him remember the days of darkness, for they shall be many. All that cometh is vanity." He done, I home, and there Michel and his wife, and we dined and mighty merry, I mightily taken more and more with her. After dinner I with my brother away by water to Whitehall, and there walked in the park, and a little to my Lord Chancellor's, where the King and Cabinet met, and there met Mr. Brisbane, with whom good discourse, to Whitehall towards night, and there he did lend me the third advice to a painter, a bitter satire upon the service of the Duke of Albemarle the last year. I took it home with me, and will copy it, having the former, being also mightily pleased with it. So after reading it, I to Sir W. Penn to discourse a little with him about the business of our prizes, and so home to supper and to bed. 21st. Up betimes, and with Sir W. Batten, Sir W. Penn, Sir R. Ford, by coach to the Swede's residence in the Piazza, to discourse with him about two of our prizes, wherein he puts in his concernment as for his countrymen. We had no satisfaction, nor did give him any, but I find him a cunning fellow. He lives in one of the great houses there, but ill furnished, and come to us out of bed in his furred mittens and furred cap. Thence to Exeter House to the Doctor's Commons, and there with our proctors to Dr. Walker, who was not very well, but, however, did hear our matters, and after a dull seeming hearing of them read, did discourse most understandingly of them, as well as ever I heard man. Telling us all our grounds of pretence to the prize would do no good, and made it appear but thus, and thus, it may be, but yet did give us but little reason to expect it would prove, which troubled us. But I was mightily taken to hear his manner of discourse. Thence with them to Westminster Hall, they setting me down at Whitehall, where I missed of finding Sir G. Carteret, up to the Lord's house, and there come mighty seasonably to hear the solicitor about my Lord Buckingham's pretence to the title of Lord Ross. Mr. Attorney Montague is also a good man, and so is old Sir P. Ball. But the solicitor and Scroggs after him are excellent men. Here spoke with my Lord Bellis's about getting some money for Tangier, which he doubts we shall not be able to do out of the poll bill, it being so strictly tied for the Navy. He tells me the Lords have passed the bill for the accounts with some little amendments. So down to the Hall, and thence with our company to Exeter House, and then did the business I have said before, we doing nothing the first time of going, it being too early. At home find Lovett, to whom I did give my Lady Castlemaine's head to do. He is talking of going into Spain to get money by his art, but I doubt he will do no good, he being a man of an unsettled head. Thence by water down to Deptford, the first time I have been by water a great while, and there did some little business and walked home, and there come into my company 3 drunken seamen, but one especially, who told me such stories, calling me captain, as made me mighty merry, and they would leap and skip, and kiss what maids they met all the way. I did at first give them money to drink, lest they should know who I was, and so become troublesome to me. Parted at Redriff, and their home and to the office, where did much business, and then to Sir W. Batten's, where Sir W. Penn, Sir R. Ford, and I to hear a proposition, Sir R. Ford was to acquaint us with from the Swedes' ambassador, in manner of saying, that for money he might be got to our side and relinquish the trouble he may give us. Sir W. Penn did make a long simple declaration of his resolution to give nothing to deceive any poor man of what was his right by law, but ended in doing whatever anybody else would, and we did commission Sir R. Ford to give promise of not beyond L350 to him and his secretary, in case they did not oppose us in the Phoenix, the net profits of which, as Sir R. Ford cast up before us, the admiral's tenths, and ship's thirds, and other charges all cleared, will amount to L3000, and that we did gain her. Sir R. Ford did pray for a curse upon his family, if he was privy to anything more than he told us, which I believe he is a knave in, yet we all concluded him the most fit man for it and very honest, and so left it wholly to him to manage as he pleased. Thence to the office a little while longer, and so home, where W. Hewer's mother was, and Mrs. Turner, our neighbor, and supped with us. His mother a well-favored old little woman, and a good woman, I believe. After we had supped, and merry, we parted late, Mrs. Turner having stayed behind to talk a little about her lodgings, which now my Lord Brunker upon Sir W. Coventry surrendering do claim, but I cannot think he will come to live in them so as to need to put them out. She gone, we to bed all. This night, at supper, comes from Sir W. Coventry the order of council for my Lord Brunker to do all the comptroller's part relating to the treasurer's accounts, and Sir W. Penn, all relating to the victuallers, and Sir J. Minns to do the rest. This, I hope, will do much better for the king than now, and, I think, will give neither of them ground to overtop me, as I feared they would, which pleases me mightily. This evening, Mr. Wren and Captain Cock called upon me at the office, and there told me how the house was in better temper today, and hath passed the bill for the remainder of the money. But not to be passed finally till they have done some other things which they will have passed with it. Wherein they are very open, what their meaning is, which was but doubted before, for they do in all respects doubt the king's pleasing them. 22nd. Up, and there come to me Darnell the fiddler, one of the Duke's house, and brought me a set of lessons, all 3 parts. I heard them play to the Duke of York after Christmas at his lodgings, and bid him get me them. I did give him a crown for them, and did inquire after the musique of the Siege of Rhodes, which, he tells me, he can get me, which I am mighty glad of. So to the office, where among other things I read the council's order about my Lord Brunker and Sir W. Penn to be assistants to the comptroller, which quietly went down with Sir J. Minns, poor man, seeming a little as if he would be thought to have desired it, but yet apparently to his discontent, and, I fear, as the order runs, it will hardly do much good. At noon to dinner, and there comes a letter from Mrs. Pierce, telling me she will come and dine with us on Thursday next, with some of the players, Nip, and, which I was glad of, but my wife vexed, which vexed me. But I seemed merry, but know not how to order the matter, whether they shall come or no. After dinner to the office, and there late doing much business, and so home to supper, and to bed. 23rd, up, and with Sir W. Batten and Sir W. Penn to Whitehall, and there to the Duke of York, and did our usual business. Having done there, I to St. James's, to see the organ Mrs. Turner told me of the other night, of my late Lord Aubigny's. And I took my Lord Brunker with me, he being acquainted with my present Lord Almoner, Mr. Howard, brother to the Duke of Norfolk, so he and I thither and did see the organ, but I do not like it, it being but a bauble, with a virginal joining to it, so I shall not meddle with it. Here we sat and talked with him a good while, and he seems a good-natured gentleman. Here I observed the desk which he hath made, to remove, and is fastened to one of the arms of his chair. I do also observe the counterfeit windows there was, in the form of doors with looking-glasses instead of windows, which makes the room seem both bigger and lighter, I think, and I have some thoughts to have the like in one of my rooms. He discoursed much of the goodness of the musique in Rome, but could not tell me how long musique had been in any perfection in that church, which I would be glad to know. He speaks much of the great buildings that this Pope 793 whom, in mirth to us, he calls Antichrist, hath done in his time. Having done with the discourse, we away, and my lord and I walking into the park back again, I did observe the new buildings, and my lord, seeing I had a desire to see them, they being the place for the priests and friars. He took me back to my Lord Almoner. And he took us quite through the whole house and chapel, and the new monastery, showing me most excellent pieces in waxwork, a crucifix given by a pope to Mary Queen of Scots, where a piece of the cross is 794 2 bits set in the manner of a cross in the foot of the crucifix, several fine pictures, but especially very good prints of holy pictures. I saw the dortoir 795 and the cells of the priests, and we went into one. A very pretty little room, very clean, hung with pictures, set with books. The priest was in his cell, with his hair clothes to his skin, bare-legged, with a sandal only on, and his little bed without sheets, and no feather bed. But yet, I thought, soft enough. His cord about his middle, but in so good company, living with ease, I thought it a very good life. A pretty library they have. And I was in the refectoire, where every man his napkin, knife, cup of earth, and basin of the same, and a place for one to sit and read while the rest are at meals. And into the kitchen I went, where a good neck of mutton at the fire, and other victuals boiling. I do not think they fared very hard. Their windows all looking into a fine garden and the park, and mighty pretty rooms all. I wished myself one of the Capuchins. Having seen what we could hear, and all with mighty pleasure, so away with the almoner in his coach, talking merrily about the difference in our religions, to Whitehall, and there we left him. I in my Lord Brunker's coach, he carried me to the Savoy, and there we parted. I to the Castle Tavern, where was and did come all our company, Sir W. Batten, Sir W. Penn, Sir R. Ford, and our counsel Sir Ellis Layton, Walt Walker, Dr. Budd, Mr. Holder, and several others, and here we had a bad dinner of our preparing, and did discourse something of our business of our prizes, which was the work of the day. I stayed till dinner was over, and there being no use of me I away after dinner without taking leave, and to the New Exchange, there to take up my wife and Mercer, and to Temple Bar to the ordinary, and had a dish of meat for them. They having not dined, and thence to the King's house, and there saw, the Humorous Lieutenant, a silly play, I think. Only the spirit in it that grows very tall, and then sinks again to nothing, having two heads breeding upon one, and then Nips singing, did please us. Here, in a box above, we spied Mrs. Pierce. And, going out, they called us, and so we stayed for them, and Nip took us all in, and brought to us Nelly, a most pretty woman, who acted the great part of Coelia today very fine, and did it pretty well. I kissed her, and so did my wife. And a mighty pretty soul she is. We also saw Mrs. Halls, which is my little Roman-nosed black girl, that is mighty pretty, she is usually called Betty. Nip made us stay in a box and see the dancing preparatory to tomorrow for The Goblins, a play of Sucklings, not acted these 25 years, which was pretty, and so away thence, pleased with this sight also, and specially kissing of Nell. We away, Mr. Pierce and I, on foot to his house, the women by coach. In our way we find the guards of horse in the street, and hear the occasion to be news that the seamen are in a mutiny, which put me into a great fright. So away with my wife and Mercer home, preparing against tomorrow night to have Mrs. Pierce and Nip and a great deal more company to dance. And, when I come home, hear of no disturbance there of the seamen, but that one of them, being arrested today, others do go and rescue him. So to the office a little, and then home to supper, and to my chamber a while, and then to bed. 24th. Up, and to the office, full of thoughts how to order the business of our merry meeting tonight. So to the office, where busy all the morning. While we were sitting in the morning at the office, we were fright with news of fire at Sir W. Batten's by a chimney taking fire, and it put me into much fear and trouble, but with a great many hands and pains it was soon stopped. At noon home to dinner, and presently to the office to dispatch my business, and also we sat all the afternoon to examine the loss of the Bredick, which was done by as plain negligence as ever ship was. We being rose, I entering my letters and getting the office swept and a good fire made and abundance of candles lighted, I home, where most of my company come of this end of the town, Mercer and her sister, Mr. Batelier and Pembleton, my Lady Penn, and Peg, and Mr. Lowther, but did not stay long, and I believe it was by Sir W. Penn's order, for they had a great mind to have stayed, and also Captain Ralt. And, anon, at about 7 or 8 o'clock, comes Mr. Harris, of the Duke's Playhouse, and brings Mrs. Pierce with him, and also one dressed like a country maid with a straw hat on. Which, at first, I could not tell who it was, though I expected Nip, but it was she coming off the stage just as she acted this day in The Goblins, a merry jade. Now my house is full, and 4 fiddlers that play well. Harris I first took to my closet, and I find him a very curious and understanding person in all pictures and other things, and a man of fine conversation, and so is Ralt. So away with all my company down to the office, and there fell to dancing, and continued at it an hour or two, there coming Mrs. and Jones, a merchant's daughter hard by, who dances well, and all in mighty good humor, and danced with great pleasure, and then sung and then danced, and then sung many things of 3 voices, both Harris and Ralt singing their parts excellently. Among other things, Harris sung his Irish song, the strangest in itself, and the prettiest sung by him, that ever I heard. Then to supper in the office, a cold, good supper, and wondrous merry. Here was Mrs. Turner also, but the poor woman sad about her lodgings, and Mrs. Markham, after supper to dancing again and singing, and so continued till almost 3 in the morning, and then, with extraordinary pleasure, broke up only towards morning. Nip fell a little ill, and so my wife home with her to put her to bed. And we continued dancing and singing. And, among other things, our Mercer unexpectedly did happen to sing an Italian song I know not, of which they 2 sung the other 2 parts to, that did almost ravish me, and made me in love with her more than ever with her singing. As late as it was, yet Ralt and Harris would go home tonight, and walked it, though I had a bed for them, and it proved dark, and a mizzly night, and very windy. The company being all gone to their homes, I up with Mrs. Pierce to Nip, who was in bed, and we waked her, and there I handled her breasts and did Baser La, and sing a song, lying by her on the bed, and then left my wife to see Mrs. Pierce in bed to her, in our best chamber, and so to bed myself, my mind mightily satisfied with all this evening's work, and thinking it to be one of the merriest enjoyment I must look for in the world. And did content myself therefore with the thoughts of it, and so to bed. Only the musique did not please me, they not being contented with less than 30s. 25th lay pretty long, then to the office, where Lord Brunker and Sir J. Minns and I did meet, and sat private all the morning about dividing the controller's work according to the late order of council, between them 2 and Sir W. Penn, and it troubled me to see the poor honest man, Sir J. Minns, troubled at it, and yet the king's work cannot be done without it. It was at last friendlily ended, and so up and home to dinner with my wife. This afternoon I saw the poll bill, now printed. Wherein I do fear I shall be very deeply concerned, being to be taxed for all my offices, and then for my money that I have, and my title, as well as my head. It is a very great tax. But yet I do think it is so perplexed, it will hardly ever be collected duly. The late invention of Sir G. Downing's is continued of bringing all the money into the exchequer, and Sir G. Carteret 3d is turned for all the money of this act into but a penny per pound, which I am sorry for. After dinner to the office again, where Lord Brunker, Sir W. Batten, and Sir W. Penn and I met to talk again about the Controller's office, and there, Sir W. Penn would have a piece of the great office cut out to make an office for him, which I opposed to the making him very angry, but I think I shall carry it against him, and then I care not. So a little troubled at this fray, I away by coach with my wife, and left her at the New Exchange, and I to my Lord Chancellor's, and then back, taking up my wife to my Lord Bellas's, and there spoke with Mr. Moon, who tells me that the peace between us and Spain is, as he hears, concluded on, which I should be glad of, and so home, and after a little at my office, home to finish my journal for yesterday and today. And then a little supper and to bed. This day the House hath passed the bill for the assessment, which I am glad of, and also our little bill, for giving any one of us in the office the power of justice of peace, is done as I would have it. 26th, up, and at the office. Sat all the morning, where among other things I did the first unkind thing that ever I did design to Sir W. Warren, but I did it now to some purpose, to make him sensible how little any man's friendship shall avail him if he wants money. I perceive he do nowadays court much my Lord Brunker's favour, who never did any man much courtesy at the board, nor ever will be able, at least so much as myself. Besides, my lord would do him a kindness in concurrence with me, but he would have the danger of the thing to be done lie upon me, if there be any danger in it, in drawing up a letter to Sir W. Warren's advantage, which I do not like, nor will endure. I was, I confess, very angry, and will venture the loss of Sir W. Warren's kindnesses rather than he shall have any man's friendship in greater esteem than mine. At noon home to dinner, and after dinner to the office again, and there all the afternoon, and at night poor Mrs. Turner come and walked in the garden for my advice about her husband and her relating to my Lord Brunker's late proceedings with them. I do give her the best I can, but yet can lay aside some ends of my own in what advice I do give her. So she being gone I to make an end of my letters, and so home to supper and to bed, Balty lodging here with my brother, he being newly returned from mustering in the river. 27th, Lord's Day. Up betimes, and leaving my wife to go by coach to hear Mr. Frampton preach, which I had a mighty desire she should, I down to the Old Swan, and there to Michel and stayed while he and she dressed themselves, and here had a baser or two of her, whom I love mightily. And then took them in a sculler, being by some means or other disappointed of my own boat, to Whitehall, and so with them to Westminster, Sir W. Coventry, Brunker and I all the morning together discoursing of the office business, and glad of the Controller's business being likely to be put into better order than formerly, and did discourse of many good things. But especially of having something done to bringing the Surveyor's matters into order also. Thence I up to the King's closet, and there heard a good anthem, and discoursed with several people here about business, among others with Lord Bellas's, and so from one to another after sermon till the King had almost dined. And then home with Sir G. Carteret and dined with him, being mightily ashamed of my not having seen my Lady Jemima so long, and my wife not at all yet since she come, but she shall soon do it. I thence to Sir Philip Warwick, by appointment, to meet Lord Bellas's, and up to his chamber, but find him unwilling to discourse of business on Sundays. So did not enlarge, but took leave, and went down and sat in a low room, reading Erasmus de Scribendis Epistolis, a very good book, especially one letter of advice to a courtier most true and good. Which made me once resolve to tear out the 2 leaves that it was writ in, but I forbore it. By and by comes Lord Bellas's, and then he and I up again to Sir P. Warwick and had much discourse of our Tangier business, but no hopes of getting any money. Thence I through the garden into the park, and there met with Roger Pepys, and he and I to walk in the Pall Mall. I find by him that the House of Parliament continues full of ill humours, and he seems to dislike those that are troublesome more than needs, and do say how, in their late poll bill, which costs so much time, the yeomanry And indeed 2/3 of the nation, are left out to be taxed, that there is not effectual provision enough made for collecting of the money. And then, that after a man his goods are distrained and sold, and the overplus returned, I am to have 10 days to make my complaints of being overrated if there be cause, when my goods are sold, and that is too late. These things they are resolved to look into again, and mend them before they rise, which they expect at furthest on Thursday next. Here we met with Mr. May, and he and we to talk of several things, of building, and such like matters. And so walked to Whitehall, and there I skewed my cousin Roger the Duchess of York sitting in state, while her own mother stands by her. He had a desire, and I shewed him my Lady Castlemaine, whom he approves to be very handsome, and wonders that she cannot be as good within as she is fair without. Her little black boy came by him. And, a dog being in his way, the little boy called to the dog, "Pox of this dog. Now," says he, blessing himself, "would I whip this child till the blood come, if it were my child," and I believe he would. But he do by no means like the liberty of the court, and did come with expectation of finding them playing at cards tonight, though Sunday, for such stories he is told, but how true I know not. 796. After walking up and down the court with him, it being now dark and past 6 at night, I walked to the Swan in the palace yard and there with much ado did get a waterman, and so I sent for the Michels, and they come. And their father Howlett and his wife with them, and there we drank, and so into the boat, poor Betty's head aching. We home by water, a fine moonshine and warm night, it having been also a very summer's day for warmth. I did get her hand to me under my cloak. So there we parted at their house, and he walked almost home with me, and then I home and to supper, and to read a little and to bed. My wife tells me Mr. Frampton is gone to sea, and so she lost her labor today in thinking to hear him preach, which I am sorry for. 28th. Up, and down to the old Swan, and there drank at Michel's and saw Betty, and so took boat and to the Temple, and thence to my tailor's and other places about business in my way to Westminster, where I spent the morning at the Lord's house door. To hear the conference between the two houses about my Lord Mordaunt, of which there was great expectation, many hundreds of people coming to hear it. But, when they come, the Lords did insist upon my Lord Mordaunt's having leave to sit upon a stool uncovered within their burgh, and that he should have counsel, which the Commons would not suffer. But desired leave to report their Lordships' resolution to the House of Commons. And so parted for this day, which troubled me, I having by this means lost the whole day. Here I hear from Mr. Hayes that Prince Rupert is very bad still, and so bad, that he do now yield to be trepanned. It seems, as Dr. Clerk also tells me, it is a clap of the pox which he got about 12 years ago, and hath eaten to his head and come through his skull, so his skull must be opened, and there is great fear of him. Much work I find there is to do in the two houses in a little time, and much difference there is between the two houses in many things to be reconciled, as in the bill for examining our accounts, Lord Mordaunt's bill for building the city, and several others. A little before noon I went to the Swan and eat a bit of meat, thinking I should have had occasion to have stayed long at the house, but I did not, but so home by coach, calling at Broad Street and taking the goldsmith home with me. And paid him L15/15 for my silver standish. He tells me gold holds up its price still, and did desire me to let him have what old 20s pieces I have, and he would give me 3s. 2d change for each. He gone, I to the office, where business all the afternoon, and at night comes Mr. Gauden at my desire to me, and tomorrow I shall pay him some money, and shall see what present he will make me, the hopes of which do make me to part with my money out of my chest, which I should not otherwise do. But lest this alteration in the Controller's office should occasion my losing my concernment in the victualling, and so he have no more need of me. He gone, I to the office again, having come thence home with him to talk, and so after a little more business I to supper. I then sent for Mercer, and began to teach her, it is decreed, which will please me well, and so after supper and reading a little, and my wife's cutting off my hair short, which is grown too long upon my crown of my head, I to bed. I met this day in Westminster Hall Sir W. Batten and Sir W. Pen, and the latter since our falling out the other day do look mighty reservedly upon me, and still he shall do so for me, for I will be hanged before I seek to him, unless I see I need it. 29th, up to the office all the morning, where Sir W. Pen and I look much askew one upon another, though afterward business made us speak friendly enough, but yet we hate one another. At noon home to dinner, and then to the office, where all the afternoon expecting Mr. Godden to come for some money I am to pay him, but he comes not, which makes me think he is considering whether it be necessary to make the present he hath promised. It being possible this alteration in the controller's duty may make my place in the victualling unnecessary, so that I am a little troubled at it. Busy till late at night at the office, and Sir W. Batten come to me, and tells me that there is news upon the exchange today, that my Lord Sandwich's coach and the French ambassadors at Madrid, meeting and contending for the way, they shot my Lord's postilion and another man dead. And that we have killed 25 of theirs, and that my Lord is well. How true this is I cannot tell, there being no news of it at all at court, as I am told late by one come thence, so that I hope it is not so. By and by comes Mrs. Turner to me, to make her complain of her sad usage she receives from my Lord Brunker, that he thinks much she hath not already got another house, though he himself hath employed her night and day ever since his first mention of the matter. To make part of her house ready for him, as he ordered, and promised she should stay till she had fitted herself. By which and what discourse I do remember he had of the business before Sir W. Coventry on Sunday last I perceive he is a rotten-hearted, false man as any else I know, even as Sir W. Pen himself, and, therefore, I must beware of him accordingly, and I hope I shall. I did pity the woman with all my heart, and gave her the best counsel I could. And so, falling to other discourse, I made her laugh and merry, as sad as she came to me, so that I perceive no passion in a woman can be lasting long. And so parted and I home, and there teaching my girl Barker part of my song, it is decreed, which she will sing prettily, and so after supper to bed. 30th, fast day for the king's death. I all the morning at my chamber making up my month's accounts, which I did before dinner to my thorough content, and find myself but a small gainer this month, having no manner of profits, but just my salary, but, blessed be God, that I am able to save out of that, living as I do. So to dinner, then to my chamber all the afternoon, and in the evening my wife and I and Mercer and Barker to little Michelle's, walked, with some neat's tongues and cake and wine, and there sat with the little couple with great pleasure. And talked and eat and drank, and saw their little house, which is very pretty. And I much pleased therewith, and so walked home, about 8 at night, it being a little moonshine and fair weather, and so into the garden, and, with Mercer, sang till my wife put me in mind of its being a fast day. And so I was sorry for it, and stopped, and home to cards a while, and had opportunity, para baiser, Mercer several times, and so to bed. 31st, up, and to the office, where we met and sat all the morning. At noon home to dinner, and by Mr. Osborne comes from Mr. Godden, and takes money and notes for L4000, and leaves me acknowledgment for L4000 and odd, implying as if D. Godden would give the L800 between Povey and myself, but how he will divide it I know not, till I speak with him, so that my content is not yet full in the business. In the evening stepped out to Sir Robert Viner's to get the money ready upon my notes to D. Godden, and there hear that Mr. Temple is very ill. I met on the change with Captain Cock, who tells me that he hears news certainty of the business of Madrid, how our ambassador and the French met, and says that 2 or 3 of my lord's men, and 21 of the French men are killed. But nothing at court of it. He fears the next year's service through the badness of our councils at Whitehall, but that if they were wise, and the king would mind his business, he might do what he would yet. The Parliament is not yet up, being finishing some bills. So home and to the office, and late home to supper, and to talk with my wife, with pleasure, and to bed. I met this evening at Sir R. Viner's our Mr. Turner, who I find in a melancholy condition about his being removed out of his house, but I find him so silly and so false that I dare not tell how to trust any advice to him, and therefore did speak only generally to him. But I doubt his condition is very miserable, and do pity his family. Thus the month ends, myself in very good health and content of mind in my family. All our heads full in the office at this dividing of the comptroller's duty, so that I am in some doubt how it may prove to entrench upon my benefits, but it cannot be much. The Parliament, upon breaking up, having given the king money with much ado, and great heats, and neither side pleased, neither king nor them. The imperfection of the poll bill, which must be mended before they rise, there being several horrible oversights to the prejudice of the king, is a certain sign of the care anybody hath of the king's business. Prince Rupert very ill, and to be trepanned on Saturday next. Nobody knows who commands the fleet next year, or, indeed, whether we shall have a fleet or no. Great preparations in Holland and France, and the French have lately taken Antigo 797 from us, which vexes us. I am in a little care through my at last putting a great deal of money out of my hands again into the king's upon tallies for Tangier, but the interest which I wholly lost while in my trunk is a temptation while things look safe. As they do in some measure for 6 months, I think, and I would venture but little longer. February 1667. February 1st. Up, and to the office, where I was all the morning doing business, at noon home to dinner, and after dinner down by water, though it was a thick misty and rainy day, and walked to Deptford from Redriff, and there to Bagwell's by appointment. Where the familiar etoit within expecting me venner. By and by, su marito come in, and there without any notice taken by him we discoursed of our business of getting him the new ship building by Mr. Dean, which I shall do for him. Thence by and by after a little talk I to the yard, and spoke with some of the officers, but stayed but little, and the new clerk of the Exchequer, Founds, did walk to Redriff back with me. I perceive he is a very child, and is led by the nose by Cowley and his kinsman that was his clerk, but I did make him understand his duty, and put both understanding and spirit into him, so that I hope he will do well. Much surprised to hear this day at Deptford that Mrs. Batters is going already to be married to him, that is now the captain of her husband's ship. She seemed the most passionate mourner in the world. But I believe it cannot be true. 798 thence by water to Billingsgate. Thence to the Old Swan, and there took boat, it being now night, to Westminster Hall, there to the Hall, and find Doll Lane, and Con L. I went to the Bell Tavern, and Ibij did do what I would Con L. as well as I could. She, sedendo sobre thus far and making some little resistance. But all with much content, and J.E. Tanai, much pleasure, come ista. There parted, and I by coach home, and to the office, where pretty late doing business, and then home, and merry with my wife, and to supper. My brother and I did play with the bass, and I upon my violin, which I have not seen out of the case now I think these 3 years, or more, having lost the key, and now forced to find an expedient to open it. Then to bed. 2nd. Up, and to the office. This day I hear that Prince Rupert is to be trepanned. God give good issue to it. Sir W. Penn looks upon me, and I on him, and speak about business together at the table well enough, but no friendship or intimacy since our late difference about his closet, nor do I desire to have any. At noon dined well, and my brother and I to write over once more with my own hand my catalogue of books, while he reads to me. After something of that done, and dined, I to the office, where all the afternoon till night busy. At night, having done all my office matters, I home, and my brother and I to go on with my catalogue, and so to supper. Mrs. Turner come to me this night again to condole her condition and the ill usage she receives from my Lord Brunker, which I could never have expected from him, and shall be a good caution to me while I live. She gone, I to supper, and then to read a little, and to bed. This night comes home my new silver snuff dish, which I do give myself for my closet, which is all I purpose to bestow in plate of myself, or shall need, many a day, if I can keep what I have. So to bed. I am very well pleased this night with reading a poem I brought home with me last night from Westminster Hall, of Dryden's Upon the Present War, a very good poem. 3rd, Lord's Day. Up, and with Sir W. Batten and Sir W. Penn to Whitehall, and there to Sir W. Coventry's chamber, and there stayed till he was ready, talking, and among other things of the prince's being trepanned, which was in doing just as we passed through the stone gallery, we asking at the door of his lodgings, and were told so. We are all full of wishes for the good success, though I dare say but few do really concern ourselves for him in our hearts. Up to the Duke of York, and with him did our business we come about, and among other things resolve upon a meeting at the office tomorrow morning, Sir W. Coventry to be there to determine of all things necessary for the setting of Sir W. Pen to work in his victualling business. This did awake in me some thoughts of what might in discourse fall out touching my employment, and did give me some apprehension of trouble. Having done here, and after our laying our necessities for money open to the Duke of York, but nothing obtained concerning it, we parted, and I with others into the house. And there hear that the work is done to the prince in a few minutes without any pain at all to him, he not knowing when it was done. It was performed by Moulins. Having cut the outward table, as they call corrupted, so as it come out without any force, and their fear is, that the whole inside of his head is corrupted like that, which do yet make them afeard of him. But no ill accident appeared in the doing of the thing, but all with all imaginable success, as Sir Alexander Fraser did tell me himself, I asking him, who is very kind to me. I to the chapel a little, but hearing nothing did take a turn into the park, and then back to chapel and heard a very good anthem to my heart's delight, and then to Sir G. Carteret to dinner, and before dinner did walk with him alone a good while, and from him hear our case likely for all these acts to be bad for money, which troubles me, the year speeding so fast. And he tells me that he believes the Duke of York will go to sea with the fleet, which I am sorry for in respect to his person, but yet there is no person in condition to command the fleet, now the captains are grown so great, but him. It being impossible for anybody else but him to command any order or discipline among them. He tells me there is nothing at all in the late discourse about my Lord Sandwich and the French ambassador meeting and contending for the way, which I wonder at, to see the confidence of report without any ground. By and by to dinner, where very good company. Among other discourse, we talked much of Nostradamus 799 his prophecy of these times, and the burning of the city of London, some of whose verses are put into Booker's Almanac this year, and Sir G. Carteret did tell a story, how at his death he did make the town swear that he should never be dug up, or his tomb opened, after he was buried. But they did after 60 years do it, and upon his breast they found a plate of brass, saying what a wicked and unfaithful people the people of that place were, who after so many vows should disturb and open him such a day and year and hour. Which, if true, is very strange. Then we fell to talking of the burning of the city, and my Lady Carteret herself did tell us how abundance of pieces of burnt papers were cast by the wind as far as Cranbourne. And among others she took up one, or had one brought her to see, which was a little bit of paper that had been printed, whereon there remained no more nor less than these words, Time is, it is done. After dinner I went and took a turn into the park, and then took boat and away home, and there to my chamber and to read, but did receive some letters from Sir W. Coventry, touching the want of victuals to Kempthorne's fleet going to the Straits and now in the Downs, which did trouble me, he saying that this disappointment might prove fatal, and the more, because Sir W. Coventry do intend to come to the office upon business tomorrow morning, and I shall not know what answer to give him. This did mightily trouble my mind. However, I fell to read a little in Haquill's Apology, and did satisfy myself mighty fair in the truth of the saying that the world do not grow old at all, but is in as good condition in all respects as ever it was as to nature. I continued reading this book with great pleasure till supper, and then to bed sooner than ordinary, for rising betimes in the morning tomorrow. So after reading my usual vows to bed, my mind full of trouble against tomorrow, and did not sleep any good time of the night for thoughts of tomorrow morning's trouble. 4th. I up, with my head troubled to think of the issue of this morning, so made ready and to the office, where Mr. Gauden comes, and he and I discoursed the business well, and thinks I shall get off well enough, but I do by Sir W. Coventry's silence conclude that he is not satisfied in my management of my place and the charge it puts the king to, which I confess I am not in present condition through my late laziness to give any good answer to. But here do D. God'n give me a good cordial this morning, by telling me that he do give me 5 of the £800 on his account remaining in my hands to myself, for the service I do him in my victualling business. And L100 for my particular share of the profits of my 10-year employment as treasurer. This do begin to make my heart glad, and I did dissemble it the better, so when Sir W. Coventry did come, and the rest met, I did appear unconcerned, and did give him answer pretty satisfactory what he asked me. So that I did get off this meeting without any ground lost, but rather a great deal gained by interposing that which did belong to my duty to do, and neither Sir W. Coventry nor Sir W. Yen did oppose anything thereunto, which did make my heart very glad. All the morning at this work, Sir W. Pen making a great deal of do for the fitting him in his setting out in his employment, and I do yield to any trouble that he gives me without any contradiction. Sir W. Coventry being gone, we at noon to dinner to Sir W. Pen's, he inviting me and my wife, and there a pretty good dinner, intended indeed for Sir W. Coventry, but he would not stay. So here I was mighty merry and all our differences seemingly blown over, though he knows, if he be not a fool, that I love him not, and I do the like that he hates me. Soon as dined, my wife and I out to the Duke's playhouse, and there saw Heraclius, an excellent play, to my extraordinary content, and the more from the house being very full, and great company, among others, Mrs. Stewart, very fine, with her locks done up with puffs, as my wife calls them, and several other great ladies had their hair so, though I do not like it, but my wife do mightily, but it is only because she sees it is the fashion. Here I saw my Lord Rochester and his lady, Mrs. Mallet, who hath after all this ado married him, and, as I hear some say in the pit, it is a great act of charity, for he hath no estate. But it was pleasant to see how every body rose up when my Lord John Butler, the Duke of Ormond's son, come into the pit towards the end of the play, who was a servant 800 to Mrs. Mallet, and now smiled upon her, and she on him. I had sitting next to me a woman, the likest my Lady Castlemaine that ever I saw anybody like another. But she is a whore, I believe, for she is acquainted with every fine fellow, and called them by their name, Jack, and Tom, and before the end of the play frisked to another place. Mightily pleased with the play, we home by coach, and there a little to the office, and then to my chamber, and there finished my catalogue of my books with my own hand, and so to supper and to bed, and had a good night's rest. The last nights being troublesome, but now my heart light and full of resolution of standing close to my business. 5th, up, and to the office, where all the morning doing business, and then home to dinner. Heard this morning that the prince is much better, and hath good rest. All the talk is that my Lord Sandwich hath perfected the peace with Spain, which is very good, if true. Sir H. Cholmondeley was with me this morning, and told me of my Lord Bellices's base dealings with him by getting him to give him great gratuities to near L2000 for his friendship in the business of the mole. And hath been lately underhand endeavouring to bring another man into his place as governor, so as to receive his money of Sir H. Cholmondeley for nothing. Dined at home, and after dinner come Mrs. Daniel and her sister and stayed and talked a little, and then I to the office, and after setting my things in order at the office I abroad with my wife and little Betty Michelle, and took them against my vows, but I will make good my forfeit. To the King's house, to show them a play, the chances. A good play I find it, and the actors most good in it, and pretty to hear Nip sing in the play very properly, all night I weep, and sung it admirably. The whole play pleases me well, and most of all, the sight of many fine ladies, among others, my Lady Castlemaine and Mrs. Middleton, the latter of the two hath also a very excellent face and body, I think. Thence by coach to the New Exchange, and there laid out money, and I did give Betty Michelle 2 pair of gloves and a dressing-box, and so home in the dark, over the ruins, with a link. I was troubled with my pain, having got a bruise on my right testicle, I know not how. But this I did make good use of to make my wife shift sides with me, and I did come to sit avec Betty Michelle, and there had her main, which L. did give me very frankly now, and did hazer whatever I voudrais avec la. Which did plaisir me grandement, and so set her at home with my mind mighty glad of what I have prevailed for so far. And so home, and to the office, and did my business there, and then home to supper, and after to set some things right in my chamber, and so to bed. This morning, before I went to the office, there come to me Mr. Young and Whistler, flag makers, and with mighty earnestness did present me with, and press me to take a box, wherein I could not guess there was less than L100 in gold, but I do wholly refuse it, and did not at last take it. The truth is, not thinking them safe men to receive such a gratuity from, nor knowing any considerable courtesy that ever I did do them, but desirous to keep myself free from their reports. And to have it in my power to say I had refused their offer. 6th, up, lying a little long in bed, and by water to Whitehall, and there find the Duke of York gone out, he being in haste to go to the Parliament, and so all my brethren were gone to the office too. So I to Sir P.H. Warwick's about my Tangier business, and then to Westminster Hall, and walked up and down, and hear that the Prince do still rest well by day and night, and out of pain, so as great hopes are conceived of him, though I did meet Dr. Clerk and Mr. Pierce, and they do say they believe he will not recover it, they supposing that his whole head within is eaten by this corruption, which appeared in this piece of the inner table. Up to the Parliament door, and there discoursed with Roger Pepys, who goes out of town this week, the Parliament rising this week also. So down to the hall and there spied Betty Michel, and so I sent for burnt wine to Mrs. Michel's, and there did drink with the two mothers, and by that means with Betty, poor girl, whom I love with all my heart. And God forgive me, it did make me stay longer and hover all the morning up and down the hall to busker occasions para ambulare con elle. But ego and e pouvoir. So home by water and to dinner, and then to the office, where we sat upon Dennis Gordon's accounts, and before night I rose and by water to Whitehall, to attend the council, but they sat not today. So to Sir W. Coventry's chamber, and find him within, and with a letter from the Downs in his hands, telling the loss of the St. Patrick coming from Harwich in her way to Portsmouth. And would needs chase 2 ships, she having the Malago fire ship in company, which from English colours put up Dutch, and he would clap on board the Vice-Admiral. And after long dispute the Admiral comes on the other side of him, and both together took him. Our fire ship, Sealy, not coming in to fire all 3, but come away, leaving her in their possession, and carried away by them, a ship built at Bristol the last year, of 50 guns and upwards, and a most excellent good ship. This made him very melancholy. I to talk of our wants of money, but I do find that he is not pleased with that discourse, but grieves to hear it, and do seem to think that Sir G. Carteret do not mind the getting of money with the same good cheer that he did heretofore, nor do I think he hath the same reason. Thence to Westminster Hall, thinking to see Betty Michel, she staying there all night, and had hopes to get her out alone, but missed, and so away by coach home, and to Sir W. Batten's, to tell him my bad news, and then to the office, and home to supper, where Mrs. Hewer was, and after supper and she gone, W. Hewer talking with me very late of the ill manner of Sir G. Carteret accounts being kept, and in what a sad condition he would be if either Fen or Waith should break or die, and am resolved to take some time to tell Sir G. Carteret or my lady of it, I do love them so well and their family. So to bed, my pain pretty well gone. 7th. Lay long with pleasure with my wife, and then up and to the office, where all the morning, and then home to dinner, and before dinner I went into my green dining room. And there talking with my brother upon matters relating to his journey to Brampton tomorrow, and giving him good counsel about spending the time when he shall stay in the country with my father, I looking another way heard him fall down. And turned my head, and he was fallen down all along upon the ground dead, which did put me into a great fright. And, to see my brotherly love. I did presently lift him up from the ground, he being as pale as death, and, being upon his legs, he did presently come to himself, and said he had something come into his stomach very hot. He knew not what it was, nor ever had such a fit before. I never was so fright but once, when my wife was ill at Ware upon the road, and I did continue trembling a good while and ready to weep to see him, he continuing mighty pale all dinner and melancholy. That I was loath to let him take his journey tomorrow. But he began to be pretty well, and after dinner my wife and Barker fell to singing, which pleased me pretty well, my wife taking mighty pains and proud that she shall come to trill, and indeed I think she will. So to the office, and there all the afternoon late doing business, and then home, and find my brother pretty well. So to write a letter to my Lady Sandwich for him to carry, I having not writ to her a great while. Then to supper and so to bed. I did this night give him 20s. For books, and as much for his pocket, and 15s. To carry him down, and so to bed. Poor fellow! He is so melancholy, and withal, my wife says, harmless, that I begin to love him, and would be loath he should not do well. 8th. This morning my brother John come up to my bedside, and took his leave of us, going this day to Brampton. My wife loves him mightily as one that is pretty harmless, and I do begin to fancy him from yesterday's accident, it troubling me to think I should be left without a brother or sister. Which is the first time that ever I had thoughts of that kind in my life. He gone, I up, and to the office, where we sat upon the victualler's accounts all the morning. At noon Lord Brunker, Sir W. Batten, Sir W. Penn, and myself to the Swan in Leadenhall Street to dinner, where an exceedingly good dinner and good discourse. Sir W. Batten come this morning from the House, where the King hath prorogued this Parliament to October next. I am glad they are up. The bill for accounts was not offered, the party being willing to let it fall, but the King did tell them he expected it. They are parted with great heartburnings, one party against the other. Pray God bring them hereafter together in better temper. It is said that the King do intend himself in this interval to take away Lord Mordaunt's government, so as to do something to appease the House against they come together, and let them see he will do that of his own accord which is fit, without their forcing him. And that he will have his commission for accounts go on which will be good things. At dinner we talked much of Cromwell, all saying he was a brave fellow, and did owe his crown he got to himself as much as any man that ever got one. Thence to the office, and there begun the account which Sir W. Penn by his late employment hath examined, but begun to examine it in the old manner, a clerk to read the petty warrants, my Lord Brunker upon very good ground did accept against it, and would not suffer him to go on. This being Sir W. Penn's clerk he took it in snuff, and so hot they grew upon it that my Lord Brunker left the office. He gone, Sir W. Penn ranted like a devil, saying that nothing but ignorance could do this. I was pleased at heart all this while. At last moved to have Lord Brunker desired to return, which he did, and I read the petty warrants all the day till late at night, that I was very weary, and troubled to have my private business of my office stop to attend this. But mightily pleased at this falling out, and the truth is, Sir W. Penn do make so much noise in this business of his, and do it so little and so ill, that I think the King will be little the better by changing the hand. So up and to my office a little, but being at it all day I could not do much there. So home and to supper, to teach Barker to sing another piece of my song, and then to bed. 9th. To the office, where we sat all the morning busy. At noon home to dinner, and then to my office again, where also busy, very busy late, and then went home and read a piece of a play, every man in his humor. 801 wherein is the greatest propriety of speech that ever I read in my life, and so to bed. This noon come my wife's watchmaker, and received L12 of me for her watch. But Captain Ralt coming to speak with me about a little business, he did judge of the work to be very good work, and so I am well contented, and he hath made very good, that I knew, to Sir W. Penn and Lady Batten. 10th, Lord's Day. Up and with my wife to church, where Mr. Mills made an unnecessary sermon upon original sin, neither understood by himself nor the people. Home, where Michel and his wife, and also there come Mr. Carter, my old acquaintance of Magdalene College, who hath not been here of many years. He hath spent his time in the north with the Bishop of Carlisle much. He is grown a very comely person, and of good discourse, and one that I like very much. We had much talk of our old acquaintance of the college, concerning their various fortunes, wherein, to my joy, I met not with any that have sped better than myself. After dinner he went away, and a while after them Michel and his wife, whom I love mightily, and then I to my chamber there to my tangier accounts, which I had let run a little behindhand, but did settle them very well to my satisfaction. But it cost me sitting up till 2 in the morning, and the longer by reason that our neighbour, Mrs. Turner, poor woman, did come to take her leave of us, she being to quit her house tomorrow to my Lord Brunker, who hath used her very unhandsomely. She is going to lodgings, and do tell me very oddie stories how Mrs. Williams do receive the applications of people, and hath presents, and she is the hand that receives all, while my Lord Brunker do the business, which will shortly come to be loud talk if she continues here, I do foresee. And bring my lord no great credit. So having done all my business, to bed. 11th, up, and by water to the Temple, and thence to Sir P.H. Warwick's about my tangier warrant for tallies, and there met my Lord Bellis's and Creed, and discoursed about our business of money, but we are defeated as to any hopes of getting any thing upon the poll bill. Which I seem but not much troubled at, it not concerning me much. Thence with Creed to Westminster Hall, and there up and down, and heard that Prince Rupert is still better and better, and that he did tell Dr. Troutbeck expressly that my Lord Sandwich is ordered home. I hear, too, that Prince Rupert hath begged the having of all the stolen prize goods which he can find, and that he is looking out anew after them, which at first troubled me. But I do see it cannot come to anything, but is done by Hayes, or some of his little people about him. Here, among other news, I bought the King's speech at proroguing the House the other day, wherein are some words which cannot but import some prospect of a peace, which God send us. After walking a good while in the hall, it being term time, I home by water, calling at Michel's and giving him a fair occasion to send his wife to the New Exchange to meet my wife and me this afternoon. So home to dinner, and after dinner by coach to Lord Bellis's, and with him to Povy's house, whom we find with Auditor Beale and Vernity about their account still, which is never likely to have end. Our business was to speak with Vernity, who is certainly a most cunning knave as ever was born. Having done what we had to do there, my lord carried me and set me down at the New Exchange, where I stayed at Pottle's shop till Betty Michel come, which he did about 5 o'clock, and was surprised not to trouver my mugayer I there. But I did make an excuse good enough, and so I took L down, and over the water to the cabinet makers, and there bought a dressing box for her for 20s, but would require an hour's time to make fit. This I was glad of, thinking to have got L to enter to a Casa de Biber, but L would not, so I did not much press it, but suffered L to enter a la Casa de uno de sus hermanos, and so I passed my time walking up and down. And among other places, to one Drumbleby, a maker of flageolets, the best in town. He not within, my design to bespeak a pair of flageolets of the same tune, ordered him to come to me in a day or two, and so I back to the cabinet makers and there stayed. And by Betty comes, and here we stayed in the shop and above seeing the workmen work, which was pretty, and some exceeding good work, and very pleasant to see them do it, till it was late quite dark. And the mistress of the shop took us into the kitchen and there talked and used us very prettily, and took her for my wife, which I owned and her big belly, and they're very merry, till my thing done, and then took coach and home. But now comes our trouble. I did begin to fear that Su Marito might go to my house to inquire poor L, and there, Truvant my mugayer 802 at home, would not only think himself, but give my femme occasion to think strange things. This did trouble me mightily, so though L would not seem to have me trouble myself about it, yet did agree to the stopping the coach at the street's end, and J.E. Alloys con L home. And there presently hear by him that he had newly sent Sue maid to my house to see for her mistress. This do much perplex me, and I did go presently home Betty whispering me behind the Turgo de Hermari, that if I would say that we did come home by water, L could make up la cause well satis. And therein a sweat did walk in the entry ante my door, thinking what I should say a my femme, and as God would have it, while I was in this case, the worst in reference a my femme that ever I was in my life. A little woman come stumbling to the entry steps in the dark. Whom asking who she was, she inquired for my house. So knowing her voice, and telling her Sue Donna, is come home she went away. But, Lord! In what a trouble was I, when she was gone, to recollect whether this was not the second time of her coming, but at last concluding that she had not been here before, I did bless myself in my good fortune in getting home before her. And do verily believe she had loitered some time by the way, which was my great good fortune, and so I in a doors and there find all well. So my heart full of joy, I to the office a while, and then home, and after supper and doing a little business in my chamber I to bed, after teaching Barker a little of my song. 12th. Up, and to the office, where we sat all the morning, with several things, among others, discoursed relating to our two new assistant controllers, but especially Sir W. Penn, who is mighty troublesome in it. At noon home to dinner, and then to the office again, and there did much business, and by comes Mr. Moore, who in discourse did almost convince me that it is necessary for my Lord Sandwich to come home and take his command at sea this year, for that a peace is like to be. Many considerations he did give me hereupon, which were very good both in reference to the public and his private condition. By and by with Lord Brunker by coach to his house, there to hear some Italian music, and here we met Tom Killigrew, Sir Robert Murray, and the Italian Signor Baptista, who hath composed a play in Italian for the opera, which T. Killigrew do intend to have up, and here he did sing one of the acts. He himself is the poet as well as the musician. Which is very much, and did sing the whole from the words without any music pricked, and played all along upon a harpsicon most admirably, and the composition most excellent. The words I did not understand, and so know not how they are fitted, but believe very well, and all in the recitativo very fine. But I perceive there is a proper accent in every country's discourse, and that do reach in their setting of notes to words, which, therefore, cannot be natural to any body else but them. So that I am not so much smitten with it as, it may be, I should be, if I were acquainted with their accent. But the whole composition is certainly most excellent, and the poetry, T. Killigrew and Sir R. Murray, who understood the words, did say was excellent. I confess I was mightily pleased with the musique. He pretends not to voice, though it be good, but not excellent. This done, T. Killigrew and I to talk, and he tells me how the audience at his house is not above half so much as it used to be before the late fire. That Nip is like to make the best actor that ever come upon the stage, she understanding so well, that they are going to give her L30 a year more. That the stage is now by his pains 1,000 times better and more glorious than ever heretofore. Now, wax candles, and many of them, then, not above 3 pounds, of tallow, now, all things civil, no rudeness anywhere, then, as in a bear garden then, 2 or 3 fiddlers. Now, 9 or 10 of the best then, nothing but rushes upon the ground, and everything else mean, and now, all otherwise, then, the Queen seldom and the King never would come. Now, not the King only for state, but all civil people do think they may come as well as any. He tells me that he hath gone several times, 8 or 10 times, he tells me, hence to Rome to hear good music. So much he loves it, though he never did sing or play a note. That he hath ever endeavored in the late King's time, and in this, to introduce good music, but he never could do it, there never having been any music here better than ballads. Nay, says Hermit Poor, and Chevy Cheese 803 was all the music we had, and yet no ordinary fiddlers get so much money as ours do here, which speaks our rudeness still. That he hath gathered our Italians from several courts in Christendom, to come to make a concert for the King, which he do give L200 a year a piece to, but badly paid, and do come in the room of keeping 4 ridiculous gundelows 804 he having got the King to put them away, and lay out money this way. And indeed I do commend him for it, for I think it is a very noble undertaking. He do intend to have some times of the year these operas to be performed at the 2 present theatres, since he is defeated in what he intended in Moorfields on purpose for it. And he tells me plainly that the city audience was as good as the court, but now they are most gone. Baptista tells me that Giacomo Carissimi is still alive at Rome, who was master to Vinicoccio, who is one of the Italians that the King hath here, and the chief composer of them. My great wonder is, how this man do to keep in memory so perfectly the music of the whole act, both for the voice and the instrument too. I confess I do admire it, but in recitativo the sense much helps him, for there is but one proper way of discoursing in giving the accents. Having done our discourse, we all took coaches, my lords and T. Killigrew's, and to Mrs. Nipp's chamber, where this Italian is to teach her to sing her part. And so we all thither, and there she did sing an Italian song or two very fine, while he played the bass upon a harpsichon there. And exceedingly taken I am with her singing, and believe that she will do miracles at that and acting. Her little girl is mighty pretty and witty. After being there an hour, and I mightily pleased with this evening's work, we all parted, and I took coach and home, where late at my office, and then home to enter my last 3 days' journal. And so to supper and to bed, troubled at nothing, but that these pleasures do hinder me in my business, and the more by reason of our being to dine abroad tomorrow, and then Saturday next is appointed to meet again at my Lord Brunker's lodgings. And there to have the whole choir of Italians. But then I do consider that this is all the pleasure I live for in the world, and the greatest I can ever expect in the best of my life, and one thing more, that by hearing this man tonight, and I think Captain Cook tomorrow, and the choir of Italians on Saturday, I shall be truly able to distinguish which of them pleases me truly best, which I do much desire to know and have good reason and fresh occasion of judging. 13th, up, and by water to Whitehall, where to the Duke of York, and there did our usual business. But troubled to see that, at this time, after our declaring a debt to the Parliament of L 900,000, and nothing paid since, but the debt increased, and now the fleet to set out. To hear that the King hath ordered but L 35,000 for the setting out of the fleet, out of the poll bill, to buy all provisions, when 5 times as much had been little enough to have done anything to purpose. They have, indeed, ordered more for paying off of seamen and the yards to some time, but not enough for that neither. Another thing is, the acquainting the Duke of York with the case of Mr. Lanyon, our agent at Plymouth, who has trusted us to L 8,000 out of purse. We are not in condition, after so many promises, to obtain him a farthing, nor though a message was carried by Sir G. Carteret and Sir W. Coventry to the commissioners for prizes, that he might have L 3,000 out of L 20,000 worth of prizes to be shortly sold there, that he might buy at the candle and pay for the goods out of bills, and all would not do anything. But that money must go all another way, while the King's service is undone, and those that trust him perish. These things grieve me to the heart. The Prince, I hear, is every day better and better. So away by water home, stopping at Michel's, where Mrs. Martin was, and I there drank with them and whispered with Betty, who tells me all is well, but was prevented in something she would have said, her marido venant just then, a news which did trouble me, and so drank and parted and home. And there took up my wife by coach, and to Mrs. Pierce's, there to take her up, and with them to Dr. Clerk's, by invitation, where we have not been a great while, nor had any mind to go now, but that the doctor, whom I love, would have us choose a day. Here was his wife, painted, and her sister Worship, a widow now and mighty pretty in her mourning. Here was also Mr. Pierce and Mr. Floyd, secretary to the Lords Commissioners of Prizes, and Captain Cook, to dinner, an ill and little mean one, with foul cloth and dishes, and everything poor. Discoursed most about plays and the opera, where, among other vanities, Captain Cook had the arrogance to say that he was fain to direct Sir W. Davenant in the breaking of his verses into such and such lengths, according as would be fit for music, and how he used to swear at Davenant, and command him that way, when W. Davenant would be angry, and find fault with this or that note, but a vain coxcomb I perceive he is, though he sings and composes so well. But what I wondered at, Dr. Clerk did say that Sir W. Davenant is no good judge of a dramatic poem, finding fault with his choice of Henry V, and others, for the stage, when I do think, and he confesses, the Siege of Rhodes, as good as ever was writ. After dinner Captain Cook and 2 of his boys to sing, but it was indeed both in performance and composition most plainly below what I heard last night, which I could not have believed. Besides overlooking the words which he sung, I find them not at all humoured as they ought to be, and as I believed he had done all he had set. Though he himself do indeed sing in a manner as to voice and manner the best I ever heard yet, and a strange mastery he hath in making of extraordinary surprising closes, that are mighty pretty. But his bragging that he do understand tones and sounds as well as any man in the world, and better than Sir W. Davenant or anybody else, I do not like by no means, but was sick of it and of him for it. He gone, Dr. Clerk fell to reading a new play, newly writ, of a friend's of his, but, by his discourse and confession afterwards, it was his own. Some things, but very few, moderately good, but infinitely far from the conceit, wit, design, and language of very many plays that I know, so that, but for compliment, I was quite tired with hearing it. It being done, and commending the play, but against my judgment, only the prologue magnifying the happiness of our former poets when such sorry things did please the world as was then acted, was very good. So set Mrs. Pierce at home, and away ourselves home, and there to my office, and then my chamber till my eyes were sore at writing and making ready my letter and accounts for the commissioners of Tangier tomorrow, which being done, to bed. Hearing that there was a very great disorder this day at the ticket office, to the beating and bruising of the face of carcass very much. A foul evening this was tonight, and I mightily troubled to get a coach home, and, which is now my common practice, going over the ruins in the night, I rid with my sword drawn in the coach. 14th. Up and to the office, where Carcass comes with his plastered face, and called himself Sir W. Batten's martyr, which made W. Batten mad almost, and mighty quarrelling there was. We spent the morning almost wholly upon considering some way of keeping the peace at the ticket office, but it is plain that the care of that office is nobody's work, and that is it that makes it stand in the ill condition it do. At noon home to dinner, and after dinner by coach to my Lord Chancellor's, and there a meeting, the Duke of York, Duke of Albemarle, and several other lords of the Commission of Tangier. And there I did present a state of my accounts, and managed them well, and my Lord Chancellor did say, though he was, in other things, in an ill humour, that no man in England was of more method, nor made himself better understood than myself. But going, after the business of money was over, to other businesses, of settling the garrison, he did fling out, and so did the Duke of York, 2 or 3 severe words touching my Lord Bellis's, that he would have no governor come away from thence in less than 3 years. No, though his lady were with child. And, says the Duke of York, there should be no governor continue so, longer than 3 years. Nor, says Lord Arlington, when our rules are once set, and upon good judgment declared, no governor should offer to alter them. We must correct the many things that are amiss there. For, says the Lord Chancellor, you must think we do hear of more things amiss than we are willing to speak before our friends' faces. My Lord Bellis's would not take notice of their reflecting on him, and did wisely, but there were also many reflections on him. Thence away by coach to Sir H. Cholmondeley and Fitzgerald and Creed, setting down the 2 latter at the New Exchange. And Sir H. Cholmondeley and I to the Temple, and there walked in the dark in the walks talking of news. And he surprises me with the certain news that the King did last night in council declare his being in treaty with the Dutch, that they had sent him a very civil letter, declaring that, if nobody but themselves were concerned, they would not dispute the place of treaty, but leave it to his choice. But that, being obliged to satisfy therein a prince of equal quality with himself, they must accept any place in England or Spain. And so the King hath chosen the Hague, and thither hath chose my Lord Hollis and Harry Coventry to go ambassadors to treat, which is so mean a thing, as all the world will believe, that we do go to beg a peace of them, whatever we pretend. And it seems all our court are mightily for a peace, taking this to be the time to make one, while the King hath money, that he may save something of what the Parliament hath given him to put him out of debt. So as he may need the help of no more parliaments, as to the point of money, but our debt is so great, and expense daily so increased, that I believe little of the money will be saved between this and the making of the peace up. But that which troubles me most is, that we have chosen a son of Secretary Morris, a boy never used to any business, to go ambassador, secretary, to the embassy, which shows how little we are sensible of the weight of the business upon us. God therefore give a good end to it, for I doubt it, and yet do much more doubt the issue of our continuing the war, for we are in no wise fit for it, and yet it troubles me to think what Sir H. Cholmondeley says, that he believes they will not give us any reparation for what we have suffered by the war, nor put us into any better condition than what we were in before the war, for that will be shameful for us. Thence parted with him and home through the dark over the ruins by coach, with my sword drawn, to the office, where dispatched some business, and so home to my chamber and to supper and to bed. This morning come up to my wife's bedside, I being up dressing myself, little Will Mercer to be her Valentine, and brought her name writ upon blue paper in gold letters, done by himself, very pretty, and we were both well pleased with it. But I am also this year my wife's Valentine, and it will cost me L5, but that I must have laid out if we had not been Valentines. So to bed. 15th, up and with Sir W. Batten and Sir J. Minns by coach to Whitehall, where we attended upon the Duke of York to complain of the disorders the other day among the seamen at the pay at the ticket office, and that it arises from lack of money, and that we desire, unless better provided for with money, to have nothing more to do with the payment of tickets, it being not our duty. And the Duke of York and Sir W. Coventry did agree to it, so that I hope we shall be rid of that trouble. This done, I moved for allowance for a house for Mr. Turner, and got it granted. Then away to Westminster Hall, and there to the Exchequer about my tallies, and so back to Whitehall, and so with Lord Bellas's to the Excise Office, where met by Sir H. Cholmondeley to consider about our business of money there, and that done, home and to dinner, where I hear Peg Pen is married this day privately, no friends, but 2 or 3 relations on his side and hers. Borrowed many things of my kitchen for dressing their dinner. So after dinner to the office, and they're busy and did much business, and late at it. Mrs. Turner come to me to hear how matters went, I told her of our getting rent for a house for her. She did give me account of this wedding today, its being private being imputed to its being just before Lent, and so in vain to make new clothes till Easter, that they might see the fashions as they are like to be this summer. Which is reason good enough. Mrs. Turner tells me she hears, Sir W. Penn, gives L4500 or 4000 with her. They are gone to bed, so I wish them much sport, and home to supper and to bed. They own the treaty for a peace publicly at court, and the commissioners providing themselves to go over as soon as a passé comes for them. 16th, up, and to the office, where all the morning. Among other things great heat we were all in on one side or other in the examining witnesses against Mr. Carcass about his buying of tickets, and a cunning knave I do believe he is, and will appear, though I have thought otherwise heretofore. At noon home to dinner, and there find Mr. Andrews, and Pierce and Holliard, and they dined with us and Mary, but we did rise soon for saving of my wife seeing a new play this afternoon, and so away by coach, and left her at Mrs. Pierce's, myself to the Excise Office about business, and thence to the Temple to walk a little only, and then to Westminster to pass away time till anon, and here I went to Mrs. Martin's to thank her for her oysters. Thence away to my Lord Brunkers, and there was Sir Robert Murray, whom I never understood so well as now by this opportunity of discourse with him, a most excellent man of reason and learning, and understands the doctrine of musique. And everything else I could discourse of, very finely. Here come Mr. Hooke, Sir George Ent, Dr. Wren, and many others, and by the musique, that is to say, Signor Vincenzo, who is the master composer, and 6 more, whereof 2 eunuchs, so tall, that Sir T. Harvey said well that he believes they do grow large by being gelt as our oxen do, and one woman very well dressed and handsome enough, but would not be kissed, as Mr. Killigrew, who brought the company in, did acquaint us. They sent 2 harpsichons before, and by, after tuning them, they begun, and, I confess, very good musique they made, that is, the composition exceeding good, but yet not at all more pleasing to me than what I have heard in English by Mrs. Nip, Captain Cook, and others. Nor do I dote on the eunuchs, they sing, indeed, pretty high, and have a mellow kind of sound, but yet I have been as well satisfied with several women's voices and men also, as Crisp of the Wardrobe. The women sung well, but that which distinguishes all is this, that in singing, the words are to be considered, and how they are fitted with notes, and then the common accent of the country is to be known and understood by the hearer. Or he will never be a good judge of the vocal musique of another country. So that I was not taken with this at all, neither understanding the first, nor by practice reconciled to the latter, so that their motions, and risings and fallings, though it may be pleasing to an Italian, or one that understands the tongue. Yet to me it did not, but do from my heart believe that I could set words in English, and make musique of them more agreeable to any Englishman's ear, the most judicious, than any Italian musique set for the voice. And performed before the same man, unless he be acquainted with the Italian accent of speech. The composition as to the musique part was exceeding good, and their justness in keeping time by practice much before any that we have, unless it be a good band of practised fiddlers. So away, here being Captain Cock, who is stole away, leaving them at it, in his coach, and to Mrs. Pierce's, where I took up my wife, and there I find Mrs. Pierce's little girl is my Valentine, she having drawn me. Which I was not sorry for, it easing me of something more that I must have given to others. But here I do first observe the fashion of drawing of mottos as well as names. So that Pierce, who drew my wife, did draw also a motto, and this girl drew another for me. What mine was I have forgot, but my wife's was, most virtuous and most fair. Which, as it may be used, or an anagram made upon each name, might be very pretty. Thence with Cock and my wife, set him at home, and then we home. To the office, and there did a little business, troubled that I have so much been hindered by matters of pleasure from my business, but I shall recover it I hope in a little time. So home and to supper, not at all smitten with the musique tonight, which I did expect should have been so extraordinary, Tom Killigrew crying it up, and so all the world, above all things in the world, and so to bed. One wonder I observed today, that there was no musique in the morning to call up our new married people, which is very mean, methinks, and is as if they had married like dog and bitch. 17th, Lord's Day. Up, and called at Michel's, and took him and his wife and carried them to Westminster, I landing at Whitehall, and having no pleasure in the way, con L. And so to the Duke's, where we all met and had a hot encounter before the Duke of York about the business of our payments at the ticket office, where we urged that we had nothing to do to be troubled with the pay, having examined the tickets. Besides, we are neglected, having not money sent us in time, but to see the baseness of my brethren, not a man almost put in a word but Sir W. Coventry, though at the office like very devils in this point. But I did plainly declare that, without money, no fleet could be expected, and desired the Duke of York to take notice of it, and notice was taken of it, but I doubt will do no good. But I desire to remember it as a most prodigious thing that to this day my Lord Treasurer hath not consulted counsel, which Sir W. Coventry and I and others do think is necessary, about the late Poll Act, enough to put the same into such order as that any body dare lend money upon it. Though we have from this office under our hands related the necessity thereof to the Duke of York, nor is like to be determined in, for aught I see, a good while had not Sir W. Coventry plainly said that he did believe it would be a better work for the king than going to church this morning, to send for the Attorney General to meet at the Lord Treasurer's this afternoon and to bring the thing to an issue. Saying that himself, were he going to the sacrament, would not think he should offend God to leave it and go to the ending this work, so much it is of moment to the king and kingdom. Hereupon the Duke of York said he would presently speak to the king, and cause it to be done this afternoon. Having done here we broke up, having done nothing almost though for all this, and by I met Sir G. Carteret, and he is stark mad at what has passed this morning, and I believe is heartily vexed with me. I said little, but I am sure the king will suffer if some better care be not taken than he takes to look after this business of money. So parted, and I by water home and to dinner, W. Hewer with us, a good dinner and very merry, my wife and I, and after dinner to my chamber, to fit some things against, the council anon, and that being done away to Whitehall by water, and thence to my Lord Chancellor's, where I met with, and had much pretty discourse with, one of the progresses that knows me. And it was pretty to hear him tell me, of his own accord, as a matter of no shame, that in Spain he had a pretty woman, his mistress, whom, when money grew scarce with him, he was forced to leave. And afterwards heard how she and her husband lived well, she being kept by an old friar who used her as his whore. But this, says he, is better than as our ministers do, who have wives that lay up their estates, and do no good nor relieve any poor, no, not our greatest prelates, and I think he is in the right for my part. Stayed till the council was up, and attended the King and Duke of York round the park, and was asked several questions by both, but I was in pain, lest they should ask me what I could not answer. As the Duke of York did the value of the hull of the St. Patrick lately lost, which I told him I could not presently answer, though I might have easily furnished myself to answer all those questions. They stood a good while to see the ganders and geese tread one another in the water, the goose being all the while kept for a great while, quite under water, which was new to me, but they did make mighty sport of it. Saying, as the king did often, now you shall see a marriage, between this and that, which did not please me. They gone, by coach to my Lord Treasurer's, as the Duke of York told me, to settle the business of money for the navy. I walked into the court to and again till night, and there met Colonel Reams. And he and I walked together a great while complaining of the ill management of things, whereof he is as full as I am. We ran over many persons and things, and see nothing done like men like to do well while the king minds his pleasures so much. We did bemoan it that nobody would or had authority enough with the king to tell him how all things go to wrack and will be lost. Then he and I parted, and I to Westminster to the Swan, and there stayed till Michel and his wife come. Old Michel and his wife come to see me, and there we drank and laughed a little, and then the young ones and I took boat, it being fine moonshine. I did to my trouble see all the way that L did get as close a su marito as L could, and turn her mains away, quan je did endeavor to take one. So that I had no pleasure at all, con lce night. When we landed I did take occasion to send him back a the bateau while I did get a baser or two, and would have taken la by la hand, but L did turn away, and quan I said shall I not touch her, to answer ego no love touching. In a slight mood. I seemed not to take notice of it, but parted kindly. Su marito did alter with me almost to my case, and there we parted, and so I home troubled at this, but I think I shall make good use of it and mind my business more. At home, by appointment, comes Captain Cock to me, to talk of state matters, and about the peace. Who told me that the whole business is managed between Cavet, Burgomaster of Amsterdam, and my Lord Arlington, who hath, by the interest of his wife there, some interest. We have proposed the Hague, but know not yet whether the Dutch will like it. Or, if they do, whether the French will. We think we shall have the help of the information of their affairs and state, and the helps of the Prince of Orange his faction. But above all, that De Witt, who hath all this while said he cannot get peace, his mouth will now be stopped, so that he will be forced to offer fit terms for fear of the people. And, lastly, if France or Spain do not please us, we are in a way presently to clap up a peace with the Dutch, and secure them. But we are also in treaty with France, as he says, but it must be to the excluding our alliance with the King of Spain or House of Austria, which we do not know presently what will be determined in. He tells me the Vice-Chamberlain is so great with the King, that, let the Duke of York, and Sir W. Coventry, and this office, do or say what they will, while the King lives, Sir G. Carteret will do what he will. And advises me to be often with him, and eat and drink with him, and tells me that he doubts he is jealous of me, and was mighty mad today at our discourse to him before the Duke of York. But I did give him my reasons that the office is concerned to declare that, without money, the King's work cannot go on. From that discourse we ran to others, and among the others he assures me that Henry Brunker is one of the shrewdest fellows for parts in England, and a dangerous man, that if ever the Parliament comes again Sir W. Coventry cannot stand, but in this I believe him not. That, while we want money so much in the Navy, the officers of the Ordnance have at this day L300,000 good in tallies, which they can command money upon. Got by their overestimating their charge in getting it reckoned as a fifth part of the expense of the Navy. That Harry Coventry, who is to go upon this treaty with Lord Hollis, who he confesses to be a very wise man, into Holland, is a mighty quick, ready man, but not so weighty as he should be, he knowing him so well in his drink as he do. That, unless the king do something against my Lord Mordaunt and the patent for the Canary Company, before the Parliament next meets, he do believe there will be a civil war before there will be any more money given. Unless it may be at their perfect disposal. And that all things are now ordered to the provoking of the Parliament against they come next, and the spending the king's money, so as to put him into a necessity of having it at the time it is prorogued for, or sooner. Having discoursed all this and much more, he away, and I to supper and to read my vows, and to bed. My mind troubled about Betty Michel, poor sa carriage, this night envers moi, but do hope it will put me upon doing my business. This evening, going to the Queen's side to see the ladies, I did find the Queen, the Duchess of York, and another or two, at cards, with the room full of great ladies and men, which I was amazed at to see on a Sunday, having not believed it. But, contrarily, flatly denied the same a little while since to my cousin Roger Pepys. I did this day, going by water, read the answer to the Apology for Papists, which did like me mightily, it being a thing as well writ as I think most things that ever I read in my life, and glad I am that I read it. 18th. Up, and to my bookbinders, and they're mightily pleased to see some papers of the account we did give the Parliament of the expense of the Navy so together, which I could not have conceived before how prettily it was done. Then by coach to the Exchequer about some tallies, and thence back again home, by the way meeting Mr. Weaver, of Huntingdon, and did discourse our business of law together, which did ease my mind, for I was afeard I have omitted doing what I in prudence ought to have done. So home and to dinner, and after dinner to the office, where J.E. had Mrs. Burrows all sola on my closet, and did their baser and toucher ses mamels. Thence away, and with my wife by coach to the Duke of York's playhouse, expecting a new play, and so stayed not no more than other people, but to the King's house, to the Maid's Tragedy. But vexed all the while with two talking ladies and Sir Charles Sedley, yet pleased to hear their discourse, he being a stranger. And one of the ladies would, and did sit with her mask on, all the play, and, being exceeding witty as ever I heard woman, did talk most pleasantly with him, but was, I believe, a virtuous woman, and of quality. He would fain know who she was, but she would not tell. Yet did give him many pleasant hints of her knowledge of him, by that means setting his brains at work to find out who she was, and did give him leave to use all means to find out who she was, but pulling off her mask. He was mighty witty, and she also making sport with him very inoffensively, that a more pleasant rencontre I never heard. But by that means lost the pleasure of the play wholly, to which now and then Sir Charles Sedley's exceptions against both words and pronouncing were very pretty. So home and to the office, did much business, then home, to supper, and to bed. 19th. Up, and to the office, where all the morning doing little business, our want of money being so infinite great. At noon home, and there find old Mr. Michel and Howlett come to desire mine and my wife's company to dinner to their sons, and so away by coach with them, it being Betty's wedding day a year, as also Shrove Tuesday. Here I made myself mighty merry, the two old women being there also, and a mighty pretty dinner we had in this little house, to my exceeding great content, and my wife's, and my heart pleased to see Betty. But I have not been so merry a very great while as with them, everything pleasing me there as much as among so mean company I could be pleased. After dinner I fell to read the acts about the building of the city again. 805 and indeed the laws seem to be very good, and I pray God I may live to see it built in that manner. Anon with much content home, walking with my wife and her woman, and there to my office, where late doing much business, and then home to supper and to bed. This morning I hear that our discourse of peace is all in the dirt. For the Dutch will not like of the place, or at least the French will not agree to it, so that I do wonder what we shall do, for carry on the war we cannot. I long to hear the truth of it tomorrow at court. 20th, up, with Sir W. Batten and Sir W. Penn by coach to Whitehall, by the way observing Sir W. Penn's carrying a favour to Sir W. Coventry, for his daughter's wedding, and saying that there was others for us, when we will fetch them, which vexed me, and I am resolved not to wear it when he orders me one. His wedding hath been so poorly kept, that I am ashamed of it. For a fellow that makes such a flutter as he do. When we come to the Duke of York here, I heard discourse how Harris of his playhouse is sick, and everybody commends him, and, above all things, for acting the Cardinal. Here they talk also how the king's violin 806 Bannister, is mad that the king hath a Frenchman come to be chief of some part of the king's musique, at which the Duke of York made great mirth. Then withdrew to his closet, all our business, lack of money and prospect of the effects of it, such as made Sir W. Coventry say publicly before us all, that he do heartily wish that his Royal Highness had nothing to do in the navy, whatever become of him, so much dishonour, he says, is likely to fall under the management of it. The Duke of York was angry, as much as he could be, or ever I saw him, with Sir G. Carteret, for not paying the masters of some ships on Monday last, according to his promise, and I do think Sir G. Carteret will make himself unhappy by not taking some course either to borrow more money or wholly lay aside his pretence to the charge of raising money, when he hath nothing to do to trouble himself with. Thence to the Exchequer, and there find the people in readiness to dispatch my tallies today, though Ash Wednesday. So I back by coach to London to Sir Ropt Viner's and there got L100, and come away with it and pay my fees round, and so away with the Chequer men to the Leg in King Street, and there had wine for them. And here was one in company with them, that was the man that got the vessel to carry over the king from Bredhampton, who hath a pension of 200 per annum, but ill paid, and the man is looking after getting of a prize ship to live by. But the trouble is, that this poor man, who hath received no part of his money these 4 years, and is ready to starve almost, must yet pay to the poll bill for this pension. He told me several particulars of the king's coming thither, which was mighty pleasant, and shews how mean a thing a king is, how subject to fall, and how like other men he is in his afflictions. Thence with my tallies home, and a little dinner, and then with my wife by coach to Lincoln's Inn Fields, sent her to her brother's, and I with Lord Bellas's to the Lord Chancellor's. Lord Bellas's tells me how the King of France hath caused the stop to be made to our proposition of treating in the Hague, that he being greater than they, we may better come and treat at Paris, so that God knows what will become of the peace. He tells me, too, as a grand secret, that he do believe the peace offensive and defensive between Spain and us is quite finished, but must not be known, to prevent the King of France's present falling upon Flanders. He do believe the Duke of York will be made general of the Spanish armies there, and governor of Flanders, if the French should come against it, and we assist the Spaniard, that we have done the Spaniard abundance of mischief in the West Indies. By our privateers at Jamaica, which they lament mightily, and I am sorry for it to have it done at this time. By and by, come to my Lord Chancellor, who heard mighty quietly my complaints for lack of money, and spoke mighty kind to me, but little hopes of help therein, only his good word. He do prettily cry upon Povy's account with sometimes seeming friendship and pity, and this day quite the contrary. He do confess our straits here and everywhere else arise from our outspending our revenue. I mean that the king do so. Thence away, took up my wife, who tells me her brother hath laid out much money upon himself and wife for clothes, which I am sorry to hear, it requiring great expense. So home and to the office a while, and then home to supper, where Mrs. Turner come to us, and sat and talked. Poor woman, I pity her, but she is very cunning. She concurs with me in the falseness of Sir W. Penn's friendship, and she tells pretty storms of my Lord Brunker since he come to our end of the town, of people's applications to Mrs. Williams. So, she gone, I back to my accounts of Tangier, which I am settling, having my new tallies from the Exchequer this day, and having set all right as I could wish, then to bed. 21st. Up, and to the office, where sat all the morning, and there a most furious conflict between Sir W. Penn and I, in few words, and on a sudden occasion, of no great moment, but very bitter, and stared on one another, and so broke off. And to our business, my heart as full of spite as it could hold, for which God forgive me and him. At the end of the day come witnesses on behalf of Mr. Carcass, but, instead of clearing him, I find they were brought to recriminate Sir W. Batten, and did it by oath very highly, that made the old man mad, and, I confess, me ashamed, so that I caused all but ourselves to withdraw, being sorry to have such things declared in the open office, before 100 people. But it was done home, and I do believe true, though, Sir W. Batten denies all, but is cruel mad, and swore one of them, he or Carcass, should not continue in the office, which is said like a fool. He gone, for he would not stay, and, Sir W. Penn gone a good while before, Lord Brunker, Sir T. Harvey, and I, stayed and examined the witnesses, though amounting to little more than a reproaching of Sir W. Batten. I home, my head and mind vexed about the conflict between Sir W. Penn and I, though I have got, nor lost any ground by it. At home was Mr. Daniel and wife and sister, and dined with us, and I disturbed at dinner, Colonel Fitzgerald coming to me about tallies, which I did go and give him, and then to the office, where did much business and walked an hour or two with Lord Brunker, who is mightily concerned in this business for Carcass and against Sir W. Batten, and I do hope it will come to a good height, for I think it will be good for the king as well as for me, that they two do not agree, though I do, for aught I see yet, think that my lord is for the most part in the right. He gone, I to the office again to dispatch business, and late at night comes in Sir W. Batten, Sir W. Penn, and Sir J. Minns to the office, and what was it but to examine one Jones, a young merchant, who was said to have spoke the worst against Sir W. Batten, but he do deny it wholly, yet I do believe Carcass will go near to prove all that was sworn in the morning, and so it be true I wish it may. That done, I to end my letters, and then home to supper, and set right some accounts of Tangier, and then to bed. 22nd, up, and to the office, where I a while, and then home with Sir H. Cholmondeley to give him some tallies upon the business of the mole at Tangier, and then out with him by coach to the excise office, there to enter them, and so back again with him to the exchange, and there I took another coach, and home to the office. And to my business till dinner, the rest of our officers having been this morning upon the victuallers' accounts. At dinner all of us, that is to say, Lord Brunker, Sir J. Minns, Sir W. Batten, Sir T. Harvey, and myself, to Sir W. Penn's house, where some other company. It is instead of a wedding dinner for his daughter, whom I saw in paltry clothes, nothing new but a bracelet that her servant had given her, and ugly she is, as heart can wish. A sorry dinner, not anything handsome or clean, but some silver plates they borrowed of me. My wife was here too. So a great deal of talk, and I seemingly merry, but took no pleasure at all. We had favours given us all, and we put them in our hats, I against my will, but that my lord and the rest did, I being displeased that he did carry Sir W. Coventry's himself several days ago, and the people up and down the town long since, and we must have them but today. After dinner to talk a little, and then I away to my office, to draw up a letter of the state of the office and navy for the Duke of York against Sunday next, and at it late, and then home to supper and to bed. Talking with my wife of the poorness and meanness of all that Sir W. Penn and the people about us do, compared with what we do. 23rd. This day I am, by the blessing of God, 34 years old, in very good health and mind's content, and in condition of estate much beyond whatever my friends could expect of a child of theirs, this day 34 years. The Lord's name be praised. And may I be ever thankful for it. Up betimes to the office, in order to my letter to the Duke of York tomorrow, and then the office met and spent the greatest part about this letter. At noon home to dinner, and then to the office again very close at it all the day till midnight, making an end and writing fair this great letter and other things to my full content, it abundantly providing for the vindication of this office. Whatever the success be of our wants of money. This evening Sir W. Batten come to me to the office on purpose, out of spleen, of which he is full to Carcass, to tell me that he is now informed of many double tickets now found of Carcass's making which quite overthrows him. It is strange to see how, though I do believe this fellow to be a rogue, and could be contented to have him removed, yet to see him persecuted by Sir W. Batten, who is as bad himself, and that with so much rancour, I am almost the fellow's friend. But this good I shall have from it, that the differences between Sir W. Batten and my Lord Brunker will do me no hurt. 24th, Lord's Day. Up, and with Sir W. Batten, by coach. He set me down at my Lord Brunker's, his feud there not suffering him to light himself, and I with my Lord by and by when ready to Whitehall, and by up to the Duke of York, and there presented our great letter and other papers. And among the rest my report of the victualling, which is good, I think, and will continue my pretence to the place, which I am still afeard Sir W. Coventry's employment may extinguish. We have discharged ourselves in this letter fully from blame in the bad success of the Navy, if money do not come soon to us, and so my heart is at pretty good rest in this point. Having done here, Sir W. Batten and I home by coach, and though the sermon at our church was begun, yet he would like to go home and eat a slice of roast beef off the spit, and did, and then he and I to church in the middle of the sermon. My Lady Pen there saluted me with great content to tell me that her daughter and husband are still in bed, as if the silly woman thought it a great matter of honour, and did, going out of the church. Ask me whether we did not make a great show at court today, with all our favours in our hats. After sermon home, and alone with my wife dined. Among other things my wife told me how ill a report our mercer hath got by her keeping of company, so that she will not send for her to dine with us or be with us as heretofore. And, what is more strange, tells me that little Miss Tooker hath got a clap as young as she is, being brought up loosely by her mother. In the afternoon away to Whitehall by water, and took a turn or two in the park, and then back to Whitehall, and there meeting my Lord Arlington, he, by I know not what kindness, offered to carry me along with him to my Lord Treasurer's, whither I told him, I was going. I believe he had a mind to discourse of some navy businesses, but Sir Thomas Clifford coming into the coach to us, we were prevented, which I was sorry for I had a mind to begin an acquaintance with him. He speaks well, and hath pretty slight superficial parts, I believe. He, in our going, talked much of the plain habit of the Spaniards. How the king and lords themselves wear but a cloak of Colchester baize, and the ladies' mantles, in cold weather, of white flannel, and that the endeavours frequently of setting up the manufacture of making these stuffs there have only been prevented by the Inquisition, the English and Dutchmen that have been sent for to work, being taken with a psalm book or testament, and so clapped up, and the house pulled down by the inquisitors. And the greatest lord in Spain dare not say a word against it, if the word Inquisition be but mentioned. At my Lord Treasurer's light and parted with them, they going into council, and I walked with Captain Cock, who takes mighty notice of the differences growing in our office between Lord Brunker and Sir W. Batten, and among others also, and I fear it may do us hurt, but I will keep out of them. By and by comes Sir S. Fox, and he and I walked and talked together on many things, but chiefly want of money, and the straits the king brings himself and affairs into for want of it. Captain Cock did tell me what I must not forget, that the answer of the Dutch, refusing the Hague for a place of treaty, and proposing the Boyce, Breda, Bergen op Zoom or Maastricht, was seemingly stopped by the Swedes' ambassador, though he did show it to the king, but the king would take no notice of it, nor does not, from being delivered to the king. And he hath wrote to desire them to consider better of it, so that, though we know their refusal of the place, yet they know not that we know it, nor is the king obliged to show his sense of the affront. That the Dutch are in very great straits, so as to be said to be not able to set out their fleet this year. By and by comes Sir Robert Viner and my Lord Mayor to ask the king's directions about measuring out the streets according to the new act for building of the city, wherein the king is to be pleased. 807. But he says that the way proposed in Parliament, by Colonel Birch, would have been the best, to have chosen some persons in trust, and sold the whole ground, and let it be sold again by them, with preference to the old owner. Which would have certainly caused the city to be built where these trustees pleased. Whereas now, great differences will be, and the streets built by fits, and not entire till all differences be decided. This, as he tells it, I think would have been the best way. I inquired about the Frenchman 808 that was said to fire the city, and was hanged for it, by his own confession, that he was hired for it by a Frenchman of Rouen. And that he did with a stick reach in a fireball in at a window of the house, whereas the master of the house, who is the king's baker, and his son, and daughter, do all swear there was no such window, and that the fire did not begin thereabouts. Yet the fellow, who, though a mopish besotted fellow, did not speak like a madman, did swear that he did fire it, and did not this like a madman. For, being tried on purpose, and landed with his keeper at the Tower Wharf, he could carry the keeper to the very house. Asking Sir R. Viner what he thought was the cause of the fire, he tells me, that the baker, son, and his daughter, did all swear again and again, that their oven was drawn by 10 o'clock at night. That, having occasion to light a candle about 12, there was not so much fire in the bakehouse as to light a match for a candle, so that they were fain to go into another place to light it. That about 2 in the morning they felt themselves almost choked with smoke, and rising, did find the fire coming upstairs, so they rose to save themselves, but that, at that time, the Bavins 809 were not on fire in the yard. So that they are, as they swear, in absolute ignorance how this fire should come, which is a strange thing, that so horrid an effect should have so mean and uncertain a beginning. By and by called into the king and cabinet, and there had a few insipid words about money for Tangier, but to no purpose. Thence away walked to my boat at Whitehall, and so home and to supper, and then to talk with W. Hewer about business of the differences at present among the people of our office, and so to my journal and to bed. This night going through bridge by water, my waterman told me how the mistress of the beer tavern, at the bridge foot, did lately fling herself into the Thames, and drowned herself. Which did trouble me the more, when they tell me it was she that did live at the White Horse Tavern in Lombard Street, which was a most beautiful woman, as most I have seen. It seems she hath had long melancholy upon her, and hath endeavoured to make away with herself often. 25th. Lay long in bed, talking with pleasure with my poor wife, how she used to make coal fires, and wash my foul clothes with her own hand for me, poor wretch. In our little room at my Lord Sandwich's. For which I ought for ever to love and admire her, and do, and persuade myself she would do the same thing again, if God should reduce us to it. So up and by coach abroad to the Duke of Albemarle's about sending soldiers down to some ships, and so home, calling at a beltmaker's to mend my belt, and so home and to dinner, where pleasant with my wife, and then to the office. Where mighty busy all the day, saving going forth to the change to pay for some things, and on other occasions, and at my goldsmith's did observe the king's new medal, where, in little, there is Mrs. Steward's face as well done as ever I saw anything in my whole life, I think, and a pretty thing it is, that he should choose her face to represent Britannia by. So at the office late very busy and much business with great joy dispatched, and so home to supper and to bed. 26th, up, and to the office, where all the morning. And here did receive another reference from Sir W. Coventry about the business of some of the muster-masters, concerning whom I had returned their small performances, which do give me a little more trouble for fear, Sir W. Coventry should think I had a design to favour my brother Balty, and to that end to disparage all the rest. But I shall clear all very well, only it do exercise my thoughts more than I am at leisure for. At home find Balty and his wife very fine, which I did not like, for fear he do spend too much of his money that way, and lay, not, up anything. After dinner to the office again, where by and by Lord Brunker, Sir W. Batten, Sir J. Minns and I met about receiving Carcass's answers to the depositions against him. Wherein I did see so much favour from my lord to him that I do again begin to see that my lord is not right at the bottom, and did make me the more earnest against him, though said little. My lord rising, declaring his judgment in his behalf, and going away, I did hinder our arguing it by ourselves, and so broke up the meeting, and myself went full of trouble to my office. There to write over the deposition and his answers side by side, and then home to supper and to bed with some trouble of mind to think of the issue of this, how it will breed ill blood among us here. 27th. Up by candlelight, about 6 o'clock, it being bitter cold weather again, after all our warm weather, and by water down to Woolwich rope yard, I being this day at a leisure. The King and Duke of York being gone down to Sheerness this morning to lay out the design for a fortification there to the river Medway. And so we do not attend the Duke of York as we should otherwise have done, and there to the dock yard to inquire of the state of things, and went into Mr. Pett's. And there, beyond expectation, he did present me with a Japan cane, with a silver head, and his wife sent me by him a ring, with a Woolwich stone, 8/10 now much in request. Which I accepted, the values not being great, and knowing that I had done them courtesies, which he did own in very high terms. And then, at my asking, did give me an old draught of an ancient built ship, given him by his father, of the beer, in Queen Elizabeth's time. This did much please me, it being a thing I much desired to have, to shew the difference in the build of ships now and heretofore. Being much taken with this kindness, I away to Blackwall and Deptford, to satisfy myself there about the King's business, and then walk to Redriff, and so home about noon, there find Mr. Hunt, newly come out of the country, who tells me the country is much impoverished by the greatness of taxes, the farmers do break every day almost, and L 1,000 a year become not worth L 500. He dined with us, and we had good discourse of the general ill state of things, and, by the way, he told me some ridiculous pieces of thrift of Sir G. Downing's, who is his countryman, in inviting some poor people, at Christmas last, to charm the country people's mouths. But did give them nothing but beef, porridge, pudding, and pork, and nothing said all dinner, but only his mother would say, "It's good broth, son." He would answer, "Yes, it is good broth." Then, says his lady, confirm all, and say, "Yes, very good broth." By and by she would begin and say, "Good pork, yes," says the mother, "good pork." Then he cries, "Yes, very good pork." And so they said of all things. To which nobody made any answer, they going there not out of love or esteem of them, but to eat his victuals, knowing him to be a niggardly fellow, and with this he is jeered now all over the country. This day just before dinner comes Captain Story, of Cambridge, to me to the office, about a bill for pressed money 811 for men sent out of the country and the countries about him to the fleet the last year, but, Lord, to see the natures of men. How this man, hearing of my name, did ask me of my country, and told me of my cousin Roger, that he was not so wise a man as his father. For that he do not agree in Parliament with his fellow burgesses and knights of the shire, whereas I know very well the reason, for he is not so high a flyer as Mr. Chichley and others, but loves the king better than any of them, and to better purpose. But yet, he says that he is a very honest gentleman, and thence runs into 100 stories of his own services to the king. And how he at this day brings in the taxes before anybody here thinks they are collected, discourse very absurd to entertain a stranger with. He being gone, and I glad of it, I home then to dinner. After dinner with my wife by coach abroad, and set Mr. Hunt down at the Temple and her at her brother's, and I to Whitehall to meet Sir W. Coventry, but found him not, but met Mr. Cooling, who tells me of my Lord Duke of Buckingham's being sent for last night, by a sergeant at arms, to the Tower, for treasonable practices, and that the king is infinitely angry with him, and declared him no longer one of his council. I know not the reason of it, or occasion. To Westminster Hall, and there paid what I owed for books, and so by coach, took up my wife to the Exchange, and there bought things for Mrs. Pierce's little daughter, my Valentine, and so to their house, where we find Nip, who also challengeth me for her Valentine. She looks well, sang well, and very merry we were for half an hour. Tells me Harris is well again, having been very ill, and so we home, and I to the office, then, at night, to Sir W. Penn's, and sat with my lady, and the young couple, Sir William out of town, talking merrily. But they make a very sorry couple, methinks, though rich. So late home and to bed. 28th, up, and there comes to me Drumbleby with a flageolet, made to suit with my former and brings me one greeting, a master, to teach my wife. I agree by the whole with him to teach her to take out any lesson of herself for L4. She was not ready to begin today, but due tomorrow. So I to the office, where my Lord Brunker and I only all the morning, and did business. At noon to the exchange and to Sir Rob Viner's about settling my accounts there. So back home and to dinner, where Mr. Holliard dined with us, and pleasant company he is. I love his company, and he secures me against ever having the stone again. He gives it me, as his opinion, that the city will never be built again together, as is expected, while any restraint is laid upon them. He hath been a great loser, and would be a builder again, but, he says, he knows not what restrictions there will be, so as it is unsafe for him to begin. He gone, I to the office, and there busy till night doing much business, then home and to my accounts, wherein, beyond expectation, I succeeded so well as to settle them very clear and plain, though by borrowing of monies this month to pay D. Gauden, and chopping and changing with my Tangier money, they were become somewhat intricate, and, blessed be God, upon the evening my accounts, I do appear L 6800 creditor, this done, I to supper about 12 at night, and so to bed. The weather for 3 or 4 days being come to be exceeding cold again as any time this year. I did within these 6 days see smoke still remaining of the late fire in the city. And it is strange to think how, to this very day, I cannot sleep at night without great terrors of fire, and this very night I could not sleep till almost 2 in the morning through thoughts of fire. Thus this month is ended with great content of mind to me, thriving in my estate, and the affairs in my offices going pretty well as to myself. This afternoon Mr. Gauden was with me and tells me more than I knew before, that he hath orders to get all the victuals he can to Plymouth, and the western ports, and other outports, and some to Scotland, so that we do intend to keep but a flying fleet this year. Which, it may be, may preserve us a year longer, but the end of it must be ruin. Sir J. Minns this night tells me, that he hears for certain, that ballads are made of us in Holland for begging of a peace, which I expected, but am vexed at. So ends this month, with nothing of weight upon my mind, but for my father and mother, who are both very ill, and have been so for some weeks, whom God help. But I do fear my poor father will hardly be ever thoroughly well again. March 1667. March 1st, up, it being very cold weather again after a good deal of warm summer weather, and to the office, where I settled to do much business today. By and by sent for to Sir G. Carteret to discourse of the business of the Navy, and our wants, and the best way of bestowing the little money we have, which is about L30,000, but, God knows, we have need of 10 times as much, which do make my life uncomfortable, I confess. On the King's behalf, though it is well enough as to my own particular, but the King's service is undone by it. Having done with him, back again to the office, and in the streets, in Mark Lane, I do observe, it being St. David's Day, the picture of a man dressed like a Welshman, hanging by the neck upon one of the poles that stand out at the top of one of the merchants' houses, in full proportion, and very handsomely done. Which is one of the oddest sights I have seen a good while, for it was so like a man that one would have thought it was indeed a man. 812. Being returned home, I find greeting, the flageolet master, come, and teaching my wife. And I do think my wife will take pleasure in it, and it will be easy for her, and pleasant. So as I am well content with the charge it will occasion me. So to the office till dinner time, and then home to dinner, and before dinner making my wife to sing. Poor wretch! Her ear is so bad that it made me angry, till the poor wretch cried to see me so vexed at her, that I think I shall not discourage her so much again, but will endeavor to make her understand sounds, and do her good that way. For she hath a great mind to learn, only to please me. And, therefore, I am mighty unjust to her in discouraging her so much, but we were good friends, and to dinner, and had she not been ill with those and that it were not Friday, on which in Lent there are no plays, I had carried her to a play. But she not being fit to go abroad, I to the office, where all the afternoon close examining the collection of my papers of the accounts of the Navy since this war to my great content, and so at night home to talk and sing with my wife. And then to supper and so to bed with great pleasure. But I cannot but remember that just before dinner one of my people come up to me, and told me a man come from Huntingdon would speak with me, how my heart come into my mouth doubting that my father, who has been long sick, was dead. It put me into a trembling, but, blessed be God. It was no such thing, but a countryman come about ordinary business to me, to receive L50 paid to my father in the country for the Perkinses for their legacy, upon the death of their mother, by my uncle's will. So though I get nothing at present, at least by the estate, I am fain to pay this money rather than rob my father, and much good may it do them that I may have no more further trouble from them. I hear today that Tom Woodall, the known chirurgeon, is killed at Somerset House by a Frenchman, but the occasion Sir W. Batten could not tell me. 2nd. Up, and to the office, where sitting all the morning, and among other things did agree upon a distribution of L30,000 and odd, which is the only sum we hear of like to come out of all the poll bill for the use of this office for buying of goods. I did herein some few courtesies for particular friends I wished well to, and for the King's service also, and was therefore well pleased with what was done. Sir W. Penn this day did bring an order from the Duke of York for our receiving from him a small vessel for a fireship, and taking away a better of the King's for it, it being expressed for his great service to the King. This I am glad of, not for his sake, but that it will give me a better ground, I believe, to ask something for myself of this kind, which I was fearful to begin. This do make Sir W. Penn the most kind to me that can be. I suppose it is this, lest it should find any opposition from me, but I will not oppose, but promote it. After dinner, with my wife, to the King's house to see The Maiden Queen, a new play of Dryden's, mightily commended for the regularity of it, and the strain and wit. And, the truth is, there is a comical part done by Nell 813 which is Florimel, that I never can hope ever to see the like done again, by man or woman. The King and Duke of York were at the play. But so great performance of a comical part was never, I believe, in the world before as Nell do this, both as a mad girl, then most and best of all when she comes in like a young gallant. And hath the notions and carriage of a spark the most that ever I saw any man have. It makes me, I confess, admire her. Thence home and to the office, where busy a while, and then home to read the lives of Henry V and VI, very fine, in speed, and to bed. This day I did pay a bill of L50 from my father, being so much out of my own purse gone to pay my Uncle Robert's legacy to my Aunt Perkins's child. 3rd, Lord's Day. Lay long, merrily talking with my wife, and then up and to church, where a dull sermon of Mr. Mills touching original sin, and then home, and there find little Michel and his wife, whom I love mightily. Mightily contented I was in their company, for I love her much, and so after dinner I left them and by water from the Old Swan to Whitehall, where, walking in the galleries, I in the first place met Mr. Pierce, who tells me the story of Tom Woodall, the surgeon, killed in a drunken quarrel, and how the Duke of York hath a mind to get him, Pierce, one of his places in St. Thomas's Hospital. Then comes Mr. Hayward, the Duke of York's servant, and tells us that the Swedes' ambassador hath been here today with news that it is believed that the Dutch will yield to have the treaty at London or Dover, neither of which will get our king any credit. We having already consented to have it at the Hague. Which, it seems, De Witt opposed, as a thing wherein the King of England must needs have some profound design, which in my conscience he hath not. They do also tell me that news is this day come to the King, that the King of France is come with his army to the frontiers of Flanders, demanding leave to pass through their country towards Poland, but is denied. And thereupon that he is gone into the country. How true this is I dare not believe till I hear more. From them I walked into the park, it being a fine but very cold day. And there took 2 or 3 turns the length of the Pall Mall, and there I met Sergeant Bearcroft, who was sent for the Duke of Buckingham, to have brought him prisoner to the Tower. He come to town this day, and brings word that, being overtaken and outrid by the Duchess of Buckingham within a few miles of the Duke's house of Westhorpe, he believes she got thither about a quarter of an hour before him. And so had time to consider. So that, when he come, the doors were kept shut against him. The next day, coming with officers of the neighbor market town to force open the doors. They were open for him, but the Duke gone. So he took horse presently, and heard upon the road that the Duke of Buckingham was gone before him for London, so that he believes he is this day also come to town before him, but no news is yet heard of him. This is all he brings. Thence to my Lord Chancellor's, and there, meeting Sir H. Cholmondeley, he and I walked in my Lord's garden, and talked, among other things, of the treaty, and he says there will certainly be a peace, but I cannot believe it. He tells me that the Duke of Buckingham his crimes, as far as he knows, are his being of a cabal with some discontented persons of the late House of Commons, and opposing the desires of the king in all his matters in that house. And endeavouring to become popular, and advising how the Commons House should proceed, and how he would order the House of Lords. And that he hath been endeavouring to have the king's nativity calculated. Which was done, and the fellow now in the Tower about it, which itself hath heretofore, as he says, been held treason, and people died for it, but by the statute of treasons, in Queen Mary's times and since, it hath been left out. He tells me that this silly lord hath provoked, by his ill carriage, the Duke of York, my Lord Chancellor, and all the great persons, and therefore, most likely, will die. He tells me, too, many practices of treachery against this king. As betraying him in Scotland, and giving Oliver an account of the king's private counsels, which the king knows very well, and hath yet pardoned him. 814. Here I passed away a little time more talking with him and Creed, whom I met there, and so away, Creed walking with me to Whitehall, and there I took water and stayed at Michel's to drink. I home, and there to read very good things in Fuller's Church History, and Worthy's, and so to supper, and after supper had much good discourse with W. Hewer, who supped with us, about the ticket office and the knaveries and extortions every day used there, and particularly of the business of Mr. Carcass, whom I fear I shall find a very rogue. So parted with him, and then to bed. 4th. Up, and with Sir J. Minns and Sir W. Batten by barge to Deptford by 8 in the morning, where to the King's Yard a little to look after business there, and then to a private storehouse to look upon some cordage of Sir W. Batten's, and there being a hole formerly made for a drain for tar to run into, wherein the barrel stood still, full of stinking water, Sir W. Batten did fall with one leg into it, which might have been very bad to him by breaking a leg or other hurt, but, thanks be to God, he only sprained his foot a little. So after his shifting his stockings at a strong water shop close by, we took barge again, and so to Woolwich, where our business was chiefly to look upon the ballast wharf there, which is offered us for the king's use to hire. But we do not think it worth the laying out much money upon, unless we could buy the fee simple of it, which cannot be sold us, so we wholly flung it off, so to the dockyard, and there stayed a while talking about business of the yard. And thence to the rope yard, and so to the White Hart and there dined, and Captain Cock with us, whom we found at the rope yard, and very merry at dinner, and many pretty tales of Sir J. Minns, which I have entered in my tale book. But by this time Sir W. Batten was come to be in much pain in his foot, so as he was forced to be carried down in a chair to the barge again, and so away to Deptford, and there I a little in the yard, and then to Bagwell's, where I find his wife washing. And also I did, Hazer tout K.J. Voudrais con her, and then sent for her husband, and discoursed of his going to Harwich this week to his charge of the new ship building there, which I have got him, and so away, walked to Redriff. And there took boat and away home, and upon Tower Hill, near the ticket office, meeting with my old acquaintance Mr. Chaplin, the cheesemonger, and there fell to talk of news, and he tells me that for certain the King of France is denied passage with his army through Flanders, and that he hears that the Dutch do stand upon high terms with us. And will have a promise of not being obliged to strike the flag to us before they will treat with us, and other high things, which I am ashamed of and do hope will never be yielded to. That they do make all imaginable preparations, but that he believes they will be in mighty want of men, that the King of France do court us mightily. He tells me too that our Lord Treasurer is going to lay down, and that Lord Arlington is to be Lord Treasurer, but I believe nothing of it, for he is not yet of estate visible enough to have the charge I suppose upon him. So being parted from him I home to the office, and after having done business there I home to supper, and they're mightily pleased with my wife's beginning the flageolet, believing that she will come to very well thereon. This day in the barge I took Birkenshaw's translation of Alstis Templum, but the most ridiculous book, as he has translated it, that ever I saw in my life. I declaring that I understood not 3 lines together from one end of the book to the other. 5th, up, and to the office, where met and sat all the morning, doing little for want of money, but only bear the countenance of an office. At noon home to dinner, and then to the office again, and there comes Martin my purser, and I walked with him a while in the garden, I giving him good advice to beware of coming any more with high demands for supernumeraries or other things. For now Sir W. Penn is come to mind the business, the passing of his accounts will not be so easy as the last. He tells me he will never need it again, it being as easy, and to as much purpose to do the same thing otherwise, and how he do keep his captain's table, and by that means hath the command of his captains. And do not fear in a 5th-rate ship constantly employed to get AL 1000 in 5 years' time, and this year, besides all his spendings, which are I fear high, he hath got at this day clear above L 150 in a voyage of about 5 or 6 months. Which is a brave trade. He gone I to the office, and there all the afternoon late doing much business, and then to see Sir W. Batten, whose leg is all but better than it was, and like to do well. I by discourse do perceive he and his lady are to their hearts out with my Lord Brunker and Mrs. Williams, to which I added something, but, I think, did not venture too far with them. But, Lord! To see to what a poor content any acquaintance among these people, or the people of the world, as they nowadays go, is worth, for my part one and my wife will keep to one another and let the world go hang, for there is nothing but falseness in it. So home to supper and hear my wife and girls sing a little, and then to bed with much content of mind. 6th, up, and with Sir W. Penn to Whitehall by coach, and by the way agreed to acquaint Sir W. Coventry with the business of Mr. Carcass, and he and I spoke to Sir W. Coventry that we might move it to the Duke of York, which I did in a very indifferent, that is, impartial manner, but vexed I believe Lord Brunker. Here the Duke of York did acquaint us, and the King did the like also, afterwards coming in, with his resolution of altering the manner of the war this year. That is, we shall keep what fleet we have abroad in several squadrons, so that now all is come out, but we are to keep it as close as we can, without hindering the work that is to be done in preparation to this. Great preparations there are to fortify Sheerness and the yard at Portsmouth, and forces are drawing down to both those places, and elsewhere by the seaside, so that we have some fear of an invasion. And the Duke of York himself did declare his expectation of the enemy's blocking us up here in the river, and therefore directed that we should send away all the ships that we have to fit out hence. Sir W. Penn told me, going with me this morning to Whitehall, that for certain the Duke of Buckingham is brought into the Tower, and that he hath had an hour's private conference with the King before he was sent thither. To Westminster Hall. There bought some news books, and, as everywhere else, hear every body complain of the dearness of coals, being at L4 per chaldron, the weather, too, being become most bitter cold. The King saying today that it was the coldest day he ever knew in England. Thence by coach to my Lord Crew's, where very welcome. Here I find they are in doubt where the Duke of Buckingham is. Which makes me mightily reflect on the uncertainty of all history, when, in a business of this moment, and of this day's growth, we cannot tell the truth. Here dine my old acquaintance, Mr. Borfit, that was my Lord Sandwich's chaplain, and my Lady Wright and Dr. Borman, who is preacher at St. Giles's in the Fields, who, after dinner, did give my lord an account of 2 Papist women lately converted, whereof one wrote her recantation, which he shewed under her own hand mighty well drawn, so as my lord desired a copy of it. After he had satisfied himself from the doctor, that to his knowledge she was not a woman under any necessity. Thence by coach home and stayed a very little, and then by water to Redriff, and walked to Bagwell's, where La Maher was defro, said, would not have me demurrer their parse Kate Mrs. Batters and one of my Ancillas, I believe Jane, for she was gone abroad today, was in the town, and coming thither, so I away presently, esteeming it a great escape. So to the yard and spoke a word or two, and then by water home, wondrous cold, and reading a ridiculous ballad made in praise of the Duke of Albemarle, to the tune of St. George, the tune being printed, too. And I observe that people have some great encouragement to make ballads of him of this kind. There are so many, that hereafter he will sound like Guy of Warwick. Then abroad with my wife, leaving her at the Change, while I to Sir H. Cholmondeley's, a pretty house, and a fine, worthy, well-disposed gentleman he is. He and I to Sir P.H. Warwick's, about money for Tangier, but to little purpose. H. Cholmondeley tells me, among other things, that he hears of little hopes of a peace, their demands being so high as we shall never grant, and could tell me that we shall keep no fleet abroad this year, but only squadrons. And, among other things, that my Lord Bellas's, he believes, will lose his command of Tangier by his corrupt covetous ways of endeavoring to sell his command, which I am glad of, for he is a man of no worth in the world but compliment. So to the Change, and there bought 32s. worth of things for Mrs. Nip, my Valentine, which is pretty to see how my wife is come to convention with me, that, whatever I do give to anybody else, I shall give her as much, which I am not much displeased with. So home and to the office and Sir W. Batten, to tell him what I had done today about Carcass business, and God forgive me I am not without design to give a blow to Sir W. Batten by it. So home, where Mr. Batelier supped with us and talked away the evening pretty late, and so he gone and we to bed. 7th. So up, and to the office, my head full of Carcass business. Then hearing that Nip is at my house, I home, and it was about a ticket for a friend of hers. I do love the humor of the jade very well. So to the office again, not being able to stay, and there about noon my Lord Brunkert did begin to talk of Carcass business. Only Commissioner Pett, my lord, and I there, and it was pretty to see how Pett hugged the occasion of having anything against Sir W. Batten, which I am not much troubled at, for I love him not neither. Though I did really endeavour to quash it all I could, because I would prevent their malice taking effect. My lord I see is fully resolved to vindicate Carcass, though to the undoing of Sir W. Batten, but I believe he will find himself in a mistake, and do himself no good, and that I shall be glad of, for though I love the treason I hate the traitor. But he is vexed at my moving it to the Duke of York yesterday, which I answered well, so as I think he could not answer. But, Lord, it is pretty to see how Pett hugs this business, and how he favours my Lord Brunkert, who to my knowledge hates him, and has said more to his disadvantage, in my presence, to the King and Duke of York than any man in England, and so let them thrive one with another by cheating one another, for that is all I observe among them. Thence home late, and find my wife hath dined, and she and Mrs. Hewer going to a play. Here was Creed, and he and I to Devonshire House, to a burial of a kinsman of Sir R. Viner's. And there I received a ring, and so away presently to Creed, who stayed for me at an alehouse hard by, and thence to the Duke's playhouse, where he parted, and I in and find my wife and Mrs. Hewer, and sat by them and saw The English Princess, or Richard III, a most sad, melancholy play, and pretty good, but nothing eminent in it, as some tragedies are, only little Miss Davis did dance a jig after the end of the play, and they're telling the next day's play, so that it come in by force only to please the company to see her dance in boys' clothes. And, the truth is, there is no comparison between Nell's dancing the other day at the King's house in boys' clothes and this being infinitely beyond the other. Mere was Mr. Clerk and Pierce, to whom one word only of, how do you, and so away home, Mrs. Hewer with us, and I to the office and so to Sir W. Batten's, and there talked privately with him and Sir W. Penn about business of Carcass against tomorrow, wherein I think I did give them proof enough of my ability as well as friendship to Sir W. Batten, and the honour of the office, in my sense of the rogue's business. So back to finish my office business, and then home to supper, and to bed. This day, Commissioner Taylor come to me for advice, and would force me to take 10 pieces in gold of him, which I had no mind to, he being become one of our number at the board. This day was reckoned by all people the coldest day that ever was remembered in England, and, God knows, coals at a very great price. 8th. Up, and to the Old Swan, where drank at Michel's, but not seeing her whom I love I by water to Whitehall, and there acquainted Sir G. Carteret betimes what I had to say this day before the Duke of York in the business of Carcass, which he likes well of, being a great enemy to him, and then I being too early here to go to Sir W. Coventry's chamber, having nothing to say to him, and being able to give him but a bad account of the business of the office, which is a shame to me, and that which I shall rue if I do not recover. To the Exchequer about getting a certificate of Mr. Lanyon's entered at Sir R. Long's office, and strange it is to see what horrid delays there are at this day in the business of money, there being nothing yet come from my Lord Treasurer to set the business of money in action since the Parliament broke off. Notwithstanding the greatness and number of the King's occasions for it. So to the Swan, and there had 3 or 4 Basers of the little Ancilla there, and so to Westminster Hall, where I saw Mr. Martin, the purser, come through with a picture in his hand, which he had bought, and observed how all the people of the hall did fleer and laugh upon him, crying, there is plenty grown upon a sudden. And, the truth is, I was a little troubled that my favour should fall on so vain a fellow as he, and the more because, methought, the people do gaze upon me as the man that had raised him, and as if they guessed whence my kindness to him springs. So thence to Whitehall, where I find all met at the Duke of York's chamber. And, by, the Duke of York comes, and Carcass is called in, and I read the depositions and his answers, and he added with great confidence and good words, even almost to persuasion, what to say. And my Lord Brunker, like a very silly solicitor, argued against me and us all for him, and, being asked first by the Duke of York his opinion, did give it for his being excused. I next did answer the contrary very plainly, and had, in this dispute, which vexed and will never be forgot by my lord, many occasions of speaking severely, and did, against his bad practices. Commissioner Pett, like a fawning rogue, sided with my lord, but to no purpose, and, Sir W. Penn, like a cunning rogue, spoke mighty indifferently, and said nothing in all the fray, like a knave as he is. But, Sir W. Batten spoke out, and did come off himself by the Duke's kindness very well, and then Sir G. Carteret, and Sir W. Coventry, and the Duke of York himself, flatly as I said. And so he was declared unfit to continue in, and therefore to be presently discharged the office. Which, among other good effects, I hope, will make my Lord Brunker not a loker so high, when he shall consider he hath had such a public foil as this is. So home with Sir W. Batten, and Sir W. Penn, by coach, and there met at the office, and my Lord Brunker presently after us, and there did give order to Mr. Stevens for securing the tickets in Carcass's hands, which my lord against his will could not refuse to sign, and then home to dinner, and so away with my wife by coach, she to Mrs. Pierce's and I to my Lord Bellis's, and with him to my Lord Treasurer's, where by agreement we met with Sir H. Cholmondeley, and there sat and talked all the afternoon almost about one thing or other, expecting Sir Philip Warwick's coming, but he come not, so we away towards night, Sir H. Cholmondeley and I to the Temple, and there parted, telling me of my Lord Bellis's want of generosity, and that he, Bellis's, will certainly be turned out of his government, and he thinks himself stands fair for it. So home, and there found, as I expected, Mrs. Pierce and Mr. Batelier. He went for Mrs. Jones, but no Mrs. Nip come, which vexed me, nor any other company. So with one fiddler we danced away the evening, but I was not well contented with the littleness of the room, and my wife's want of preparing things ready, as they should be, for supper, and bad. So not very merry, though very well pleased. So after supper to bed, my wife and Mrs. Pierce, and her boy James and I, yesterday I began to make this mark, v. stand instead of 3 pricks, which therefore I must observe everywhere, it being a mark more easy to make. 9th. Up, and to the office, where sat all the morning busy. At noon home to dinner, where Mrs. Pierce did continue with us and her boy, who I still find every day more and more witty beyond his age, and did dine with us, and by comes in her husband and a brother-in-law of his, a parson. One of the tallest biggest men that ever I saw in my life. So to the office, where a meeting extraordinary about settling the number and wages of my Lord Brunker's clerks for his new work upon the treasurer's accounts, but this did put us upon running into the business of yesterday about Carcass. Wherein I perceive he is most dissatisfied with me, and I am not sorry for it, having all the world but him of my side therein, for it will let him know another time that he is not to expect our submitting to him in every thing, as I think he did heretofore expect. He did speak many severe words to me, and I returned as many to him, so that I do think there cannot for a great while be any right peace between us, and I care not a fart for it. But however, I must look about me and mind my business, for I perceive by his threats and inquiries he is and will endeavor to find out something against me or mine. Breaking up here somewhat brokenly I home, and carried Mrs. Pierce and wife to the New Exchange, and there did give her and myself a pair of gloves, and then set her down at home, and so back again straight home and there to do business, and then to Sir W. Batten's, where, Sir W. Penn and others, and mighty merry, only I have got a great cold, and the scolding this day at the office with my Lord Brunker hath made it worse, that I am not able to speak. But, Lord! To see how kind Sir W. Batten and his lady are to me upon this business of my standing by Sir W. Batten against Carcass, and I am glad of it. Captain Cock, who was here tonight, did tell us that he is certain that yesterday a proclamation was voted at the council, touching the proclaiming of my Lord Duke of Buckingham a traitor, and that it will be out on Monday. So home late, and drank some buttered ale, and so to bed and to sleep. This cold did most certainly come by my staying a little too long bare-legged yesterday morning when I rose while I looked out fresh socks and thread stockings, yesterday's having in the night, lying near the window. Been covered with snow within the window, which made me I durst not put them on. 10th, Lord's Day. Having my cold still grown more upon me, so as I am not able to speak, I lay in bed till noon, and then up and to my chamber with a good fire, and there spent an hour on Morley's Introduction to Musique, a very good but unmethodical book. Then to dinner, my wife and I, and then all the afternoon alone in my chamber preparing a letter for Commissioner Taylor to the city about getting his accounts for the Loyal London 815 by him built for them, stated and discharged. They owing him still about L4000. Towards the evening comes Mr. Spong to see me, whose discourse about several things I proposed to him was very good, better than I have had with any body a good while. He gone, I to my business again, and anon comes my Lady Penn and her son-in-law and daughter, and there we talked all the evening away, and then to supper, and after supper comes Sir W. Penn, and there we talked together, and then broke up, and so to bed. He tells me that our Mr. Turner has seen the proclamation against the Duke of Buckingham, and that therefore it is true what we heard last night. Yesterday and today I have been troubled with a hoarseness through cold that I could not almost speak. 11th. Up, and with my cold still upon me and hoarseness, but I was forced to rise and to the office, where all the morning busy, and among other things Sir W. Warren come to me, to whom of late I have been very strange, partly from my indifference how more than heretofore to get money, but most from my finding that he is become great with my Lord Brunker, and so I dare not trust him as I used to do. For I will not be inward with him that is open to another. By and by comes Sir H. Cholmondeley to me about Tangier business, and then talking of news he tells me how yesterday the king did publicly talk of the King of France's dealing with all the princes of Christendom. As to the states of Holland, he, the King of France, hath advised them, on good grounds, to refuse to treat with us at the Hague, because of having opportunity of spies, by reason of our interest in the House of Orange. And then, it being a town in one particular province, it would not be fit to have it, but in a town wherein the provinces have equal interest, as at Maastricht, and other places named. That he advises them to offer no terms, nor accept of any, without his privity and consent, according to agreement. And tells them, if not so, he hath in his power to be even with them, the King of England being come to offer him any terms he pleases, and that my Lord St. Albans is now at Paris, plenipotentiary, to make what peace he pleases. And so he can make it, and exclude them, the Dutch, if he sees fit. A copy of this letter of the King of France's the Spanish ambassador here gets, and comes and tells all to our king. Which our king denies, and says the King of France only uses his power of saying anything. At the same time, the King of France writes to the Emperor, that he is resolved to do all things to express affection to the Emperor, having it now in his power to make what peace he pleases between the King of England and him, and the states of the United Provinces. And, therefore, that he would not have him to concern himself in a friendship with us, and assures him that, on that regard, he will not offer anything to his disturbance, in his interest in Flanders, or elsewhere. He writes, at the same time, to Spain, to tell him that he wonders to hear of a league almost ended between the crown of Spain and England, by my Lord Sandwich, and all without his privity. While he was making a peace upon what terms he pleased with England, that he is a great lover of the crown of Spain, and would take the king in his affairs, during his minority, into his protection, nor would offer to set his foot in Flanders, or anywhere else, to disturb him. And, therefore, would not have him to trouble himself to make peace with any body. Only he hath a desire to offer an exchange, which he thinks may be of moment to both sides, that is, that he, France, will instate the King of Spain in the kingdom of Portugal, and he and the Dutch will put him into possession of Lisbon. And, that being done, he, France, may have Flanders, and this, they say, do mightily take in Spain, which is sensible of the fruitless expense Flanders, so far off, gives them, and how much better it would be for them to be master of Portugal. And the King of France offers, for security herein, that the King of England shall be bond for him, and that he will countersecure the King of England with Amsterdam. And, it seems, hath assured our king, that if he will make a league with him, he will make a peace exclusive to the Hollander. These things are almost romantique, but yet true, as Sir H. Cholmondeley tells me the king himself did relate it all yesterday. And it seems as if the King of France did think other princes fit for nothing but to make sport for him, but simple princes they are, that are forced to suffer this from him. So at noon with Sir W. Penn by coach to the Sun in Leadenhall Street, where Sir R. Ford, Sir W. Batten, and Commissioner Taylor, whose feast it was, were, and we dined and had a very good dinner. Among other discourses Sir R. Ford did tell me that he do verily believe that the city will in few years be built again in all the greatest streets, and answered the objections I did give to it. Here we had the proclamation this day come out against the Duke of Buckingham, commanding him to come in to one of the secretaries, or to the lieutenant of the Tower. A silly, vain man to bring himself to this, and there be many hard circumstances in the proclamation of the causes of this proceeding of the king's, which speak great displeasure of the king's, and crimes of his. Then to discourse of the business of the day, that is, to see Commissioner Taylor's accounts for his ship he built, the Loyal London, and it is pretty to see how dully this old fellow makes his demands. And yet plaguey wise sayings will come from the man sometimes, and also how Sir R. Ford and Sir W. Batten did with seeming reliance advise him what to do, and how to come prepared to answer objections to the Common Council. Thence away to the office, where late busy, and then home to supper, mightily pleased with my wife's trill, and so to bed. This night Mr. Carcass did come to me again to desire favour, and that I would mediate that he might be restored, but I did give him no kind answer at all, but was very angry, and I confess a good deal of it from my Lord Brunker's simplicity and passion. 12th. Up, and to the office, where all the morning, and my Lord Brunker mighty quiet, and no words all day, which I wonder at, expecting that he would have fallen again upon the business of Carcass, and the more for that here happened that Perkins, who was the greatest witness of all against him, was brought in by Sir W. Batten to prove that he did really belong to the prince, but being examined was found rather a fool than anything, as not being able to give any account when he come in nor when he come out of her, more than that he was taken by the Dutch in her. But did agree in earnest to Sir W. Pen saying that she lay up all the winter before at Lambeth. This I confess did make me begin to doubt the truth of his evidence, but not to doubt the faults of Carcass, for he was condemned by many other better evidences than his, besides the whole world's report. At noon home, and there find Mr. Goodgroom, whose teaching of my wife only by singing over and over again to her, and letting her sing with him, not by herself, to correct her faults, I do not like at all, but was angry at it. But have this content, that I do think she will come to sing pretty well, and to trill in time, which pleases me well. He dined with us, and then to the office, when we had a sorry meeting to little purpose, and then broke up, and I to my office, and busy late to good purpose, and so home to supper and to bed. This day a poor seaman, almost starved for want of food, lay in our yard dying. I sent him £half-a-crown, and we ordered his ticket to be paid. 13th, up, and with Sir W. Batten to the Duke of York to our usual attendance, where I did fear my Lord Brunker might move something in revenge that might trouble me, but he did not, but contrarily had the content to hear Sir G. Carteret fall foul on him in the Duke of York's bed chamber for his directing people with tickets and petitions to him, bidding him mind his controller's place and not his, for if he did he should be too hard for him, and made high words. Which I was glad of. Having done our usual business with the Duke of York, I away, and meeting Mr. D. Gauden in the presence chamber, he and I to talk. And among other things he tells me, and I do find everywhere else, also, that our masters do begin not to like of their counsels in fitting out no fleet, but only squadrons, and are finding out excuses for it. And, among others, he tells me a privy councillor did tell him that it was said in council that a fleet could not be set out this year, for want of victuals, which gives him and me a great alarm, but me especially, for had it been so, I ought to have represented it. And therefore it puts me in policy presently to prepare myself to answer this objection, if ever it should come about, by drawing up a state of the victuallers' stores, which I will presently do. So to Westminster Hall, and there stayed and talked, and then to Sir G. Carteret, where I dined with the ladies, he not at home, and very well used I am among them, so that I am heartily ashamed that my wife hath not been there to see them. But she shall very shortly. So home by water, and stepped into Michel's, and there did baser my Betty, K. Egrotat, a little. At home find Mr. Holliard, and made him eat a bit of victuals. Here I find Mr. Greeton, who teaches my wife on the flageolet, and I think she will come to something on it. Mr. Holliard advises me to have my father come up to town, for he doubts else in the country he will never find ease, for, poor man, his grief is now grown so great upon him that he is never at ease, so I will have him up at Easter. By and by coach, set down Mr. Holliard near his house at Hatton Garden and myself to Lord Treasurer's, and sent my wife to the New Exchange. I stayed not here, but to Westminster Hall, and thence to Martin's, where he and she both within, and with them the little widow that was once there with her when I was there, that dissembled so well to be grieved at hearing a tune that her late husband liked, but there being so much company, I had no pleasure here, and so away to the hall again, and there met Doll Lane coming out, and par contrat did Hazer bargain para aller to the Cabaret de Vin, called the Rose. And I stayed 2 hours, said she did not venner, lequel, troubled me, and so away by coach and took up my wife, and away home, and so to Sir W. Batten's, where I am told that it is intended by Mr. Carcass to pray me to be godfather with Lord Brunker tomorrow to his child, which I suppose they tell me in mirth, but if he should ask me I know not whether I should refuse it or no. Late at my office preparing a speech against tomorrow morning, before the King, at my Lord Treasurer's, and the truth is it run in my head all night. So home to supper and to bed. The Duke of Buckingham is concluded gone over sea, and, it is thought, to France. 14th, up, and with Sir W. Batten and Sir W. Pen to my Lord Treasurer's, where we met with my Lord Brunker an hour before the King come, and had time to talk a little of our business. Then come much company, among others Sir H. Cholmley, who tells me that undoubtedly my Lord Bellases will go no more as governor to Tangier, and that he do put in fair for it, and believes he shall have it, and proposes how it may conduce to his account and mine in the business of money. Here we fell into talk with Sir Stephen Fox, and, among other things, of the Spanish manner of walking, when three together, and shewed me how, which was pretty, to prevent differences. By and by comes the King and Duke of York, and presently the officers of the ordnance were called, my Lord Berkeley, Sir John Duncombe, and Mr. Chichley, then we, my Lord Brunker, Sir W. Batten, Sir W. Penn, and myself. Where we find only the King and Duke of York, and my Lord Treasurer, and Sir G. Carteret. Where I only did speak, laying down the state of our wants, which the King and Duke of York seemed very well pleased with, and we did get what we asked, L 500,000, assigned upon the 11 months' tax, but that is not so much ready money. Or what will raise L 40,000 per week, which we desired, and the business will want. Yet are we fain to come away answered, when, God knows, it will undo the King's business to have matters of this moment put off in this manner. The King did prevent my offering anything by and by as treasurer for Tangier, telling me that he had ordered us L 30,000 on the same tax, but that is not what we would have to bring our payments to come within a year. So we gone out, in went others. Viz., one after another, Sir Stephen Fox for the army, Captain Cock for sick and wounded, Mr. Ashburnham for the household. Thence, Sir W. Batten, Sir W. Penn, and I, back again. I mightily pleased with what I had said and done, and the success thereof. But, it being a fine clear day, I did, en gait de coeur, propose going to Bow for air's sake, and dine there, which they embraced, and so, Sir W. Batten and I, setting, Sir W. Penn down at Mark Lane End, straight to Bow, to the Queen's Head, and there bespoke our dinner, carrying meat with us from London, and anon comes, Sir W. Penn with my wife and Lady Batten, and then Mr. Loder with his mother and wife. While, Sir W. Batten and I were alone, we had much friendly discourse, though I will never trust him far, but we do propose getting the Flying Greyhound, our privateer, to us and, Sir W. Penn at the end of the year when we call her home, by begging her of the King, and I do not think we shall be denied her. They being come, we to oysters and so to talk, very pleasant I was all day, and anon to dinner, and I made very good company. Here till the evening, so as it was dark almost before we got home, back again in the same method, I think, we went, and spent the night talking at Sir W. Batten's, only a little at my office, to look over the victualler's contract, and draw up some arguments for him to plead for his charges in transportation of goods beyond the ports which the letter of one article in his contract do lay upon him. This done I home to supper and to bed. Troubled a little at my fear that my Lord Brunker should tell Sir W. Coventry of our neglecting the office this afternoon, which was intended, to look after our pleasures, but nothing will fall upon me alone about this. 15th. Up, and pleased at Tom's teaching of Barker something to sing a third part to a song, which will please mightily. So I to the office all the morning, and at noon to the Change, where I do hear that letters this day come to court do tell us that we are likely not to agree, the Dutch demanding high terms, and the King of France the like. In a most braving manner. The merchants do give themselves over for lost, no man knowing what to do, whether to sell or buy, not knowing whether peace or war to expect, and I am told that could that be now known a man might get L 20,000 in a week's time by buying up of goods in case there should be war. Thence home and dined well, and then with my wife, set her at unthanks and I to Sir G. Carteret, where talked with the ladies a while, and my Lady Carteret talks nothing but sorrow and afflictions coming on us, and indeed I do fear the same. So away and met Dr. Fuller, Bishop of Limerick, and walked an hour with him in the court talking of news only, and he do think that matters will be bad with us. Then to Westminster Hall, and there spent an hour or two walking up and down, thinking, para avoir got out Dull Lane, said J&E could do it, having no opportunity to Hazellow, ainsi lost the tota afternoon. And so away and called my wife and home, were a little at the office, and then home to my closet to enter my journals, and so to supper and to bed. This noon come little Miss Tooker, who is grown a little woman, ego had opportunity para baser her. This morning I was called up by Sir John Winter, poor man. Come in his sedan from the other end of the town, before I was up, and merely about the king's business, which is a worthy thing of him, and I believe him to be a worthy good man, and I will do him the right to tell the Duke of it. Who did speak well of him the other day. It was about helping the king in the business of bringing down his timber to the seaside, in the forest of Dean. 16th, up, and to the office, where all the morning. At noon home to dinner, and then to the office again in the afternoon, and there all day very busy till night, and then, having done much business, home to supper, and so to bed. This afternoon come home Sir J. Minns, who has been down, but with little purpose, to pay the ships below at the Nore. This evening, having done my letters, I did write out the heads of what I had prepared to speak to the king the other day at my Lord Treasurer's, which I do think convenient to keep by me for future use. The weather is now grown warm again, after much cold, and it is observable that within these 8 days I did see smoke remaining, coming out of some cellars, from the late great fire, now above 6 months since. There was this day at the office, as he is most days, Sir W. Warren, against whom I did manifestly plead, and heartily too, God forgive me. But the reason is because I do find that he do now wholly rely almost upon my Lord Brunker, though I confess I have no greater ground of my leaving him than the confidence which I perceive he hath got in my Lord Brunker, whose seeming favours only do obtain of him as much compensation as, I believe, for he do know well the way of using his bounties, as mine more real. Besides, my lord and I being become antagonistic, I do not think it safe for me to trust myself in the hands of one whom I know to be a knave, and using all means to become gracious there. 17th, Lord's Day. Up betime with my wife, and by coach with Sir W. Penn and Sir Thomas Allen to Whitehall, there my wife and I the first time that ever we went to my Lady Jemima's chamber at Sir Edward Carteret lodgings. I confess I have been much to blame and much ashamed of our not visiting her sooner, but better now than never. Here we took her before she was up, which I was sorry for, so only saw her, and away to chapel, leaving further visit till after sermon. I put my wife into the pew below, but it was pretty to see, myself being but in a plain band, and every way else ordinary, how the verger took me for her man, I think, and I was fain to tell him she was a kinswoman of my Lord Sandwich's. He saying that none under knights baronets ladies are to go into that pew. So she being there, I to the Duke of York's lodging, where in his dressing chamber he talking of his journey tomorrow or next day to Harwich, to prepare some fortifications there. So that we are wholly upon the defensive part this year, only we have some expectations that we may by our squadrons annoy them in their trade by the north of Scotland and to the westward. Here Sir W. Penn did show the Duke of York a letter of Hogg's about a prize he drove in within the Sound at Plymouth, where the Vice-Admiral claims her. Sir W. Penn would have me speak to the latter, which I did, and I think without any offence, but afterwards I was sorry for it, and Sir W. Penn did plainly say that he had no mind to speak to the Duke of York about it, so that he put me upon it, but it shall be, the last time that I will do such another thing, though I think no manner of hurt done by it to me at all. That done I to walk in the park, where to the Queen's chapel, and there heard a friar preach with his cord about his middle, in Portuguese, something I could understand, showing that God did respect the meek and humble, as well as the high and rich. He was full of action, but very decent and good, I thought, and his manner of delivery very good. Then I went back to Whitehall, and there up to the closet, and spoke with several people till sermon was ended, which was preached by the Bishop of Hereford, an old good man, that they say made an excellent sermon. He was by birth a Catholic, and a great gallant, having L1500 per annum, patrimony, and is a knight baronet, was turned from his persuasion by the late Archbishop Laud. He and the Bishop of Exeter, Dr. Ward, are the two bishops that the king do say he cannot have bad sermons from. Here I met with Sir H. Cholmley, who tells me, that undoubtedly my Lord Bellis's do go no more to Tangier, and that he do believe he do stand in a likely way to go governor. Though he says, and showed me, a young silly lord, one Lord Allington, who hath offered a great sum of money to go, and will put hard for it, he having a fine lady, and a great man would be glad to have him out of the way. After chapel I down and took out my wife from the pew, where she was talking with a lady whom I knew not till I was gone. It was Mrs. Ashfield of Brampton, who had with much civility been, it seems, at our house to see her. I am sorry I did not show her any more respect. With my wife to Sir G. Carteret, where we dined and mightily made of, and most extraordinary people they are to continue friendship with for goodness, virtue, and nobleness and interest. After dinner he and I alone a while and did joy ourselves in my Lord Sandwich's being out of the way all this time. He concurs that we are in a way of ruin by thus being forced to keep only small squadrons out, but do tell me that it was not choice, but only force, that we could not keep out the whole fleet. He tells me that the King is very kind to my Lord Sandwich, and did himself observe to him, Sir G. Carteret, how those very people, meaning the Prince and Duke of Albemarle, are punished in the same kind as they did seek to abuse my Lord Sandwich. Thence away, and got a hackney coach and carried my wife home, and there only drank, and myself back again to my Lord Treasurer's, where the King, Duke of York, and Sir G. Carteret and Lord Arlington were and none else, so I stayed not, but to Whitehall, and there meeting nobody I would speak with, walked into the park and took 2 or 3 turns all alone, and then took coach and home, where I find Mercer, who I was glad to see, but durst not shew so, my wife being displeased with her, and indeed I fear she is grown a very gossip. I to my chamber, and there fitted my arguments which I had promised Mr. Gauden in his behalf in some pretences to allowance of the King, and then to supper, and so to my chamber a little again, and then to bed. Duke of Buckingham not heard of yet. 18th, up betimes, and to the office to write fair my paper for D. Gauden against anon, and then to other business, where all the morning. D. Gauden by and by comes, and I did read over and give him the paper, which I think I have much obliged him in. A little before noon comes my old good friend, Mr. Richard Cumberland 816 to see me, being newly come to town, whom I have not seen almost, if not quite, these 7 years. In his plain country parson's dress. I could not spend much time with him, but prayed him come with his brother, who was with him, to dine with me today, which he did do, and I had a great deal of his good company. And a most excellent person he is as any I know, and one that I am sorry should be lost and buried in a little country town, and would be glad to remove him thence. And the truth is, if he would accept of my sister's fortune, I should give 100 more with him than to a man able to settle her 4 times as much as, I fear, he is able to do. And I will think of it, and a way how to move it, he having in discourse said he was not against marrying, nor yet engaged. I shewed him my closet, and did give him some very good musique, Mr. Caesar being here upon his lute. They gone I to the office, where all the afternoon very busy, and among other things comes Captain Jennifer to me, a great servant of my Lord Sandwich's, who tells me that he do hear for certain, though I do not yet believe it, that Sir W. Coventry is to be Secretary of State, and my Lord Arlington Lord Treasurer. I only wish that the latter were as fit for the latter office as the former is for the former, and more fit than my Lord Arlington. Anon Sir W. Penn come and talked with me in the garden, and tells me that for certain the Duke of Richmond is to marry Mrs. Stuart, he having this day brought in an account of his estate and debts to the King on that account. At night home to supper and so to bed. My father's letter this day do tell me of his own continued illness, and that my mother grows so much worse, that he fears she cannot long continue, which troubles me very much. This day, Mr. Caesar told me a pretty experiment of his, of angling with a minikin, a gut string varnished over, which keeps it from swelling, and is beyond any hair for strength and smallness. The secret I like mightily. 19th. Up, and to the office, where we sat all the morning. At noon dined at home very pleasantly with my wife, and after dinner with a great deal of pleasure had her sing, which she begins to do with some pleasure to me, more than I expected. Then to the office again, where all the afternoon close, and at night home to supper and to bed. It comes in my mind this night to set down how a house was the other day in Bishopsgate Street blowed up with powder. A house that was untenanted, and between a flax shop and a dash, both bad for fire, but, thanks be to God, it did no more hurt, and all do conclude it a plot. I would also remember to my shame how I was pleased yesterday, to find the righteous maid of Magister Griffin sweeping of Nostra office, el con the Roman nares and bon body which I did heretofore like. And do still refresh me to think K.L. is come to us, that I may voir her aliquando. This afternoon I am told again that the town do talk of my Lord Arlington's being to be Lord Treasurer, and Sir W. Coventry to be Secretary of State, and that for certain the match is concluded between the Duke of Richmond and Mrs. Stuart, which I am well enough pleased with, and it is pretty to consider how his quality will allay people's talk, whereas, had a meaner person married her, he would for certain have been reckoned a cuckold at first dash. 20th. Up pretty betimes, and to the Old Swan, and there drank at Michel's, but his wife is not there, but gone to her mother's, who is ill, and so hath stayed there since Sunday. Thence to Westminster Hall and drank at the Swan, and Byesrise the petite miss, and so to Mrs. Martin's. I sent for some burnt wine, and drank and then away, not pleased with my folly, and so to the Hall again, and there stayed a little, and so home by water again, where, after speaking with my wife, I with Sir W. Batten and Sir J. Minns to our church to the vestry, to be assessed by the late poll bill, where I am rated as an esquire, and for my office, all will come to about L50. But not more than I expected, nor so much by a great deal as I ought to be, for all my offices. So shall be glad to escape so. Thence by water again to Whitehall, and there up into the house, and do hear that news is come now that the enemy do incline again to a peace, but could hear no particulars, so do not believe it. I had a great mind to have spoke with the king, about a business proper enough for me, about the French prize man-of-war, how he would have her altered, only out of a desire to show myself mindful of business. But my linen was so dirty and my clothes mean, that I neither thought it fit to do that, nor go to other persons at the court, with whom I had business, which did vex me, and I must remedy it. Here I hear that the Duke of Richmond and Mrs. Stuart were betrothed last night. Thence to Westminster Hall again, and there saw Betty Michel, and bought a pair of gloves of her, she being fain to keep shop there, her mother being sick, and her father gathering of the tax. I amaze her to tout my corazon. Thence, my mind wandering all this day upon mauvaises amours which I be merry for. So home by water again, where I find my wife gone abroad, so I to Sir W. Batten to dinner, and had a good dinner of ling and herring pie, very good meat, best of the kind that ever I had. Having dined, I by coach to the Temple, and there did buy a little book or two, and it is strange how Rycott's Discourse of Techie, which before the fire I was asked but 8s. For, there being all but 22 or thereabouts burned, I did now offer 20s, and he demands 50s, and I think I shall give it him, though it be only as a monument of the fire. So to the New Exchange, where I find my wife, and so took her to unthanks, and left her there, and I to Whitehall, and thence to Westminster, only out of idleness, and to get some little pleasure to my mauvaises flammes, but sped not. So back and took up my wife. And to Policanelli at Charing Cross, which is prettier and prettier, and so full of variety that it is extraordinary good entertainment. Thence by coach home, that is, my wife home, and I to the Exchange, and there met with Fenn, who tells me they have yet no orders out of the Exchequer for money upon the acts, which is a thing not to be borne by any prince of understanding or care. For no money can be got advanced upon the acts only from the weight of orders in form out of the Exchequer so long time after the passing of the acts. So home to the office a little, where I met with a sad letter from my brother, who tells me my mother is declared by the doctors to be past recovery, and that my father is also very ill every hour, so that I fear we shall see a sudden change there. God fit them and us for it. So to Sir W. Penn's, where my wife was, and supped with a little, but yet little mirth, and a bad, nasty supper, which makes me not love the family, they do all things so meanly, to make a little bad show upon their backs. Thence home and to bed, very much troubled about my father's and my mother's illness. 21st, up, and to the office, where sat all the morning. At noon home to dinner, and had some melancholy discourse with my wife about my mother's being so ill and my father, and after dinner to cheer myself, I having the opportunity of Sir W. Coventry and the Duke of York's being out of town, I alone out and to the Duke of York's playhouse, where unexpectedly I come to see only the young men and women of the house act. They having liberty to act for their own profit on Wednesdays and Fridays this Lent, and the play they did yesterday, being Wednesday, was so well taken, that they thought fit to venture it publicly today. A play of my Lord Falkland's called The Wedding Night, a kind of a tragedy, and some things very good in it, but the whole together, I thought, not so. I confess I was well enough pleased with my seeing it, and the people did do better, without the great actors, than I did expect, but yet far short of what they do when they are there, which I was glad to find the difference of. Thence to Wright's home, and there to the office to my business hard, being sorry to have made this scape without my wife, but I have a good salvo to my oath in doing it. By and by, in the evening, comes Sir W. Batten's Mingo to me to pray me to come to his master and Sir Richard Ford, who have very ill news to tell me. I knew what it was about our trial for a good prize today, the Phoenix, 817 a worth 2 or L 3000. I went to them, where they told me with much trouble how they had sped, being cast and sentenced to make great reparation for what we had embezzled, and they did it so well that I was much troubled at it, when by and by Sir W. Batten asked me whether I was mortified enough, and told me we had got the day, which was mighty welcome news to me and us all. But it is pretty to see what money will do. Yesterday, Walker was mighty cold on our behalf, till Sir W. Batten promised him, if we sped in this business of the goods, a coach, and if at the next trial we sped for the ship, we would give him a pair of horses. And he hath strove for us today like a prince, though the Swede's agent was there with all the vehemence he could to save the goods, but yet we carried it against him. This put me in mighty good heart, and then we go to Sir W. Penn, who is come back tonight from Chatham, and did put him into the same condition, and then comforted him. So back to my office, and wrote an affectionate and sad letter to my father about his and my mother's illness, and so home to supper and to bed late. 22nd, up and by coach to Sir P.H. Warwick about business for Tangier about money, and then to Sir Stephen Fox to give him account of a little service I have done him about money coming to him from our office. And then to Lovett's and saw a few baubling things of their doing which are very pretty, but the quality of the people, living only by shifts, do not please me, that it makes me I do no more care for them. Nor shall have more acquaintance with them after I have got my Lady Castlemaine's picture home. So to Whitehall, where the King at chapel, and I would not stay, but to Westminster to Howlett's, and there, he being not well, I sent for a quart of claret and burnt it and drank, and had a bas adieu or 3 or 4 of Sarah, whom je trouve ici. And so by coach to Sir Ropt Viner's about my accounts with him, and so to the Change, where I hear for certain that we are going on with our treaty of peace, and that we are to treat at Breda. But this our condescension people do think will undo us, and I do much fear it. So home to dinner, where my wife having dressed herself in a silly dress of a blue petticoat uppermost, and a white satin waistcoat and white hood, though I think she did it because her gown is gone to the tailor's, did. Together with my being hungry, which always makes me peevish, make me angry, but when my belly was full were friends again, and dined and then by water down to Greenwich and thence walked to Woolwich. All the way reading Playford's Introduction to Musique, wherein are some things very pretty. At Woolwich I did much business, taking an account of the state of the ships there underhand, thence to Blackwell, and did the like for 2 ships we have repairing there, and then to Deptford and did the like there, and so home. Captain Perriman with me from Deptford, telling me many particulars how the King's business is ill-ordered, and indeed so they are, God knows. So home and to the office, where did business, and so home to my chamber, and then to supper and to bed. Landing at the Tower tonight I met on Tower Hill with Captain Cock and spent half an hour walking in the dusk of the evening with him, talking of the sorrowful condition we are in. That we must be ruined if the Parliament do not come and chastise us, that we are resolved to make a peace whatever it cost, that the King is disobliging the Parliament in this interval all that may be, yet his money is gone and he must have more. And they likely not to give it, without a great deal of due. God knows what the issue of it will be. But the considering that the Duke of York, instead of being at sea as admiral, is now going from port to port, as he is at this day at Harwich, and was the other day with the king at Sheerness. And hath ordered at Portsmouth how fortifications shall be made to oppose the enemy, in case of invasion, which is to us a sad consideration, and as shameful to the nation, especially after so many proud vaunts as we have made against the Dutch. And all from the folly of the Duke of Albemarle, who made nothing of beating them, and Sir John Lawson he always declared that we never did fail to beat them with lesser numbers than theirs. Which did so prevail with the king as to throw us into this war. 23rd. At the office all the morning, where Sir W. Penn come, being returned from Chatham, from considering the means of fortifying the river Medway, by a chain at the stakes, and ships laid there with guns to keep the enemy from coming up to burn our ships. All our care now being to fortify ourselves against their invading us. At noon home to dinner, and then to the office all the afternoon again, where Mr. Moore come, who tells me that there is now no doubt made of a peace being agreed on, the king having declared this week in council that they would treat at Bredick. He gone I to my office, where busy late, and so to supper and to bed. Vexed with our maid Luce, our cook maid, who is a good drudging servant in everything else, and pleases us, but that she will be drunk, and hath been so last night and all this day, that she could not make clean the house. My fear is only fire. 24th, Lord's Day. With Sir W. Batten to Whitehall, and there I to Sir G. Carteret, who is mighty cheerful, which makes me think and by some discourse that there is expectation of a peace, but I did not ask him. Here was Sir J. Minns also, and they did talk of my Lord Brunker, whose father, it seems, did give Mr. Ashburnham and the present Lord Digby L 1200 to be made an Irish lord, and swore the same day that he had not 12d. left to pay for his dinner. They make great mirth at this, my Lord Brunker having lately given great matter of offence both to them and us all, that we are at present mightily displeased with him. By and by to the Duke of York, where we all met, and there was the king also. And all our discourse was about fortifying of the Medway and Harwich, which is to be entrenched quite round, and Portsmouth, and here they advised with Sir Godfrey Lloyd and Sir Bernard de Gum, the two great engineers. And had the plates drawn before them. And indeed all their care they now take is to fortify themselves, and are not ashamed of it, for when by and by my Lord Arlington come in with letters, and seeing the King and Duke of York give us and the officers of the ordnance directions in this matter, he did move that we might do it as privately as we could, that it might not come into the Dutch Gazette presently. As the King's and Duke of York's going down the other day to Sheerness was, the week after, in the Harlem Gazette. The King and Duke of York both laughed at it, and made no matter, but said, let us be safe, and let them talk, for there is nothing will trouble them more, nor will prevent their coming more, than to hear that we are fortifying ourselves. And the Duke of York said further, what said Marshal Turin, when some in vanity said that the enemies were afraid, for they entrenched themselves? Well, says he, I would they were not afraid, for then they would not entrench themselves, and so we could deal with them the better. Away thence, and met with Sir H. Cholmondeley, who tells me that he do believe the government of Tangier is bought by my Lord Allington for a sum of money to my Lord Arlington, and something to Lord Bellis's. Who, he did tell me particularly how, is as very a false villain as ever was born, having received money of him here upon promise and confidence of his return, forcing him to pay it by advance here, and promising to ask no more there. When at the same time he was treating with my Lord Allington to sell his command to him, and yet told Sir H. Cholmondeley nothing of it, but when Sir H. Cholmondeley told him what he had heard, he confessed that my Lord Allington had spoken to him of it, but that he was a vain man to look after it, for he was nothing fit for it, and then goes presently to my Lord Allington and drives on the bargain. Yet tells Lord Allington what he himself had said of him, as, though, Sir H. Cholmondeley had said them. I am glad I am informed hereof, and shall know him for a lord, and Sir H. Cholmondeley tells me further that he is confident there will be a peace. And that a great man did tell him that my Lord Albemarle did tell him the other day at Whitehall as a secret that we should have a peace if anything the King of France can ask and our King can give will gain it, which he is it seems mad at. Thence back with Sir W. Batten and Sir W. Penn home, and heard a piece of sermon, and so home to dinner, where Balty come, very fine, and dined with us, and after dinner with me by water to Whitehall, and there he and I did walk round the park. I giving him my thoughts about the difficulty of getting employment for him this year, but advised him how to employ himself, and I would do what I could. So he and I parted, and I to Martin's, where I find her within, and Su Hermano, and La Viuve Burrows. Here I did demur toda the afternoon. By and by come up the mistress of the house, Craggs, a pleasant jolly woman. I stayed all but a little, and away home by water through bridge, a brave evening, and so home to read, and anon to supper, W. Hewer with us, and then to read myself to sleep again, and then to bed, and mightily troubled the most of the night with fears of fire, which I cannot get out of my head to this day since the last great fire. I did this night give the waterman who uses to carry me tens. At his request, for the painting of his new boat, on which shall be my arms. 25th, Lady Day. Up, and with Sir W. Batten and Sir W. Penn by coach to Exeter House to our lawyers to have consulted about our trial tomorrow, but missed them, so parted, and Sir W. Penn and I to Mr. Pepys about a little business of Sir W. Penn's, where we went over Mr. Pepys' house, which lies in the same good condition as ever, which is most extraordinary fine, and he was now at work with a cabinet maker, making of a new inlaid table. Having seen his house, we away, having in our way thither called at Mr. Lilly's, who was working, and indeed his pictures are without doubt much beyond Mr. Hales's, I think I may say I am convinced, but a mighty proud man he is, and full of state. So home, and to the office, and by to dinner, a poor dinner, my wife and I, at Sir W. Penn's, and then he and I before to Exeter House, where I do not stay, but to the King's Playhouse, and by comes Mr. Lowther and his wife and mine, and into a box, forsooth, neither of them being dressed, which I was almost ashamed of. Sir W. Penn and I in the pit, and here saw the Maiden Queen again. Which indeed the more I see the more I like, and is an excellent play, and so done by Nell, her merry part, as cannot be better done in nature, I think. Thence home, and there I find letters from my brother, which tell me that yesterday when he wrote my mother did rattle in the throat so as they did expect every moment her death, which though I have a good while expected did much surprise me. Yet was obliged to sup at Sir W. Penn's and my wife, and there counterfeited some little mirth, but my heart was sad, and so home after supper and to bed, and much troubled in my sleep of my being crying by my mother's bedside, laying my head over hers and crying. She almost dead and dying, and so waked, but what is strange, methought she had hair over her face, and not the same kind of face as my mother really hath, but yet did not consider that, but did weep over her as my mother. Whose soul God have mercy of. 26th. Up with a sad heart in reference to my mother, of whose death I undoubtedly expect to hear the next post, if not of my father's also, who by his pain as well as his grief for her is very ill, but on my own behalf I have cause to be joyful this day. It being my usual feast day, for my being cut of the stone this day 9 years, and through God's blessing am at this day and have long been in as good condition of health as ever I was in my life or any man in England is. God make me thankful for it. But the condition I am in reference to my mother, makes it unfit for me to keep my usual feast. Unless it shall please God to send her well, which I despair wholly of, and then I will make amends for it by observing another day in its room. So to the office, and at the office all the morning, where I had an opportunity to speak to Sir John Harman about my desire to have my brother Balty go again with him to sea as he did the last year. Which he do seem not only contented but pleased with, which I was glad of. So at noon home to dinner, where I find Creed, who dined with us, but I had not any time to talk with him, my head being busy, and before I had dined was called away by Sir W. Batten, and both of us in his coach, which I observe his coachmen do always go now from hence towards Whitehall through Tower Street, and it is the best way, to Exeter House, where the judge was sitting. And after several little causes comes on ours, and while the several depositions and papers were at large reading, which they call the preparatory, and being cold by being forced to sit with my hat off close to a window in the hall, Sir W. Penn and I to the Castle Tavern hard by and got a lobster, and he and I stayed and eat it, and drank good wine. I only burnt wine, as my whole custom of late hath been, as an evasion, God knows, for my drinking of wine, but it is an evasion which will not serve me now hot weather is coming, that I cannot pretend, as indeed I really have done, that I drank it for cold, but I will leave it off, and it is but seldom, as when I am in women's company, that I must call for wine, for I must be forced to drink to them. Having done here then we back again to the court, and there heard our cause pleaded, Sir Edward Turner, Sir W. Walker, and Sir Ellis Layton being our counsel against only Sir Robert Wiseman on the other. The second of our three counsel was the best, and indeed did speak admirably, and is a very shrewd man. Nevertheless, as good as he did make our case, and the rest, yet when Wiseman come to argue, nay, and though he did begin so sillily that we laughed in scorn in our sleeves at him, yet he did so state the case, that the judge did not think fit to decide the cause tonight, but took to tomorrow, and did stagger us in our hopes, so as to make us despair of the success. I am mightily pleased with the judge, who seems a very rational, learned, and uncorrupt man, and much good reading and reason there is heard in hearing of this law argued, so that the thing pleased me, though our success doth shake me. Thence Sir W. Penn and I home and to write letters, among others a sad one to my father upon fear of my mother's death, and so home to supper and to bed. 27th, Sir W. Penn and I to Whitehall, and in the coach did begin our discourse again about Balti, and he promises me to move it this very day. He and I met my Lord Brunker at Sir G. Carteret by appointment, there to discourse a little business, all being likely to go to rack for lack of money still. Thence to the Duke of York's lodgings, and did our usual business, and Sir W. Penn telling me that he had this morning spoke of Balti to Sir W. Coventry, and that the thing was done, I did take notice of it also to Sir W. Coventry, who told me that he had both the thing and the person in his head before to have done it, which is a double pleasure to me. Our business with the Duke being done, Sir W. Penn and I towards the Exchequer, and in our way met Sir G. Downing going to chapel, but we stopped, and he would go with us back to the Exchequer and showed us in his office his chests full and ground and shelves full of money, and says that there is L50,000 at this day in his office of people's money, who may demand it this day, and might have had it away several weeks ago upon the late act, but do rather choose to have it continue there than to put it into the banker's hands. And I must confess it is more than I should have believed had I not seen it, and more than ever I could have expected would have arisen for this new act in so short a time. And if it do so now already, what would it do if the money was collected upon the act and returned into the Exchequer so timely as it ought to be? But it comes into my mind here to observe what I have heard from Sir John Banks, though I cannot fully conceive the reason of it, that it will be impossible to make the Exchequer ever a true bank to all intents, unless the Exchequer stood nearer the Exchange, where merchants might with ease, while they are going about their business, at all hours, and without trouble or loss of time, have their satisfaction, which they cannot have now without much trouble, and loss of half a day, and no certainty of having the offices open. By this he means a bank for common practice and use of merchants, and therein I do agree with him. Being parted from Sir W. Penn and Sir G. Downing, I to Westminster Hall, and there met Balti, whom I had sent for, and there did break the business of my getting him the place of going again as mustermaster with Harman this voyage to the West Indies, which indeed I do owe to Sir W. Penn. He is mighty glad of it, and earnest to fit himself for it, but I do find, poor man, that he is troubled how to dispose of his wife, and apparently it is out of fear of her, and his honor. And I believe he hath received some cause of this his jealousy and care, and I do pity him in it, and will endeavor to find out some way to do it for him. Having put him in a way of preparing himself for the voyage, I did go to the Swan, and there sent for Jervas, my old periwig maker, and he did bring me a periwig, but it was full of nits, so as I was troubled to see it, it being his old fault. And did send him to make it clean, and in the meantime, having stayed for him a good while, did go away by water to the Castle Tavern, by Exeter House, and there met Sir W. Batten, Sir W. Penn, and several others, among the rest Sir Ellis Leighton, who do apply himself to discourse with me, and I think by his discourse, out of his opinion of my interest in Sir W. Coventry, the man I find a wonderful witty, ready man for sudden answers and little tales, and sayings very extraordinary witty, but in the bottom I doubt he is not so. Yet he pretends to have studied men, and the truth is in several that I do know he did give me a very inward account of them. But above all things he did give me a full account, upon my demand, of this Judge of the Admiralty, Judge Jenkins. Who, he says, is a man never practised in this court, but taken merely for his merit and ability's sake from Trinity Hall, where he had always lived. Only by accident the business of the want of a judge being proposed to the present Archbishop of Canterbury that now is, he did think of this man and sent for him up, and here he is, against the GRE and content of the old doctors, made judge. But is a very excellent man both for judgment and temper, yet majesty enough, and by all men's report, not to be corrupted. After dinner to the court, where Sir Ellis Leighton did make a very silly motion in our behalf, but did neither hurt nor good. After him Walker and Wiseman, and then the judge did pronounce his sentence. For some part of the goods and ship, and the freight of the whole, to be free, and returned and paid by us, and the remaining, which was the greater part, to be ours. The loss of so much troubles us, but we have got a pretty good part, thanks be to God. So we are not displeased nor yet have cause to triumph, as we did once expect. Having seen the end of this, I being desirous to be at home to see the issue of any country letters about my mother, which I expect shall give me tidings of her death, I directly home and there to the office. Where I find no letter from my father or brother, but by and by the boy tells me that his mistress sends me word that she hath opened my letter, and that she is loath to send me any more news. So I home, and there up to my wife in our chamber, and there received from my brother the news of my mother's dying on Monday, about 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and that the last time she spoke of her children was on Friday last. And her last words were, God bless my poor Sam. The reading hereof did set me weeping heartily, and so weeping to myself a while, and my wife also to herself, I then spoke to my wife respecting myself, and indeed, having some thoughts how much better both for her and us it is than it might have been had she outlived my father and me or my happy present condition in the world, she being helpless, I was the sooner at ease in my mind. And then found it necessary to go abroad with my wife to look after the providing mourning to send into the country, some tomorrow, and more against Sunday, for my family, being resolved to put myself and wife, and Barker and Jane, W. Hewer and Tom, in mourning, and my 2 undermaids, to give them hoods and scarfs and gloves. So to my tailor's, and up and down, and then home and to my office a little, and then to supper and to bed, my heart sad and afflicted, though my judgment at ease. 28th. My tailor come to me betimes this morning, and having given him directions, I to the office and there all the morning. At noon dined well. Balty, who is mighty thoughtful how to dispose of his wife, and would fain have me provide a place for her, which the thoughts of what I should do with her if he should miscarry at sea makes me avoid the offering him that she should be at my house. I find he is plainly jealous of her being in any place where she may have ill company, and I do pity him for it, and would be glad to help him, and will if I can. Having dined, I down by water with Sir W. Batten, Sir W. Penn, and Sir R. Ford to our prize, part of whose goods were condemned yesterday, the Lindebom, and there we did drink some of her wine, very good. But it did grate my heart to see the poor master come on board, and look about into every corner, and find fault that she was not so clean as she used to be, though methought she was very clean. And to see his new masters come in, that had nothing to do with her, did trouble me to see him. Thence to Blackwell and there to Mr. Johnson's, to see how some works upon some of our repaired ships go on, and at his house eat and drank and mighty extraordinary merry, too merry for me whose mother died so lately, but they know it not, so cannot reproach me therein. Though I reproach myself, and in going home had many good stories of Sir W. Batten and one of Sir W. Penn, the most tedious and silly and troublesome, he forcing us to hear him, that ever I heard in my life. So to the office a while, troubled with Sir W. Penn's impertinences, he being half foxed at Johnson's, and so to bed. 29th, lay long talking with my wife about Balty, whom I do wish very well to, and would be glad to advise him, for he is very sober and willing to take all pains. Up and to Sir W. Batten, who I find has had some words with Sir W. Penn about the employing of a cooper about our prize wines, Sir W. Batten standing and indeed imposing upon us Mr. Morris, which I like not, nor do, Sir W. Penn, and I confess the very thoughts of what our goods will come to when we have them do discourage me in going any further in the adventure. Then to the office till noon, doing business, and then to the Exchange, and thence to the Sun Tavern and dined with Sir W. Batten, Sir R. Ford, and the Swede's agent to discourse of a composition about our prizes that are condemned, but did do little, he standing upon high terms and we doing the like. I home, and there find Balty and his wife got thither both by my wife for me to give them good advice, for her to be with his father and mother all this time of absence, for saving of money. And did plainly and like a friend tell them my mind of the necessity of saving money, and that if I did not find they did endeavor it, I should not think fit to trouble myself for them. But I see she is utterly against being with his father and mother, and he is fond of her, and I perceive the differences between the old people and them are too great to be presently forgot. And so he do propose that it will be cheaper for him to put her to board at a place he is offered at Lee, and I, seeing that I am not like to be troubled with the finding a place, and having given him so much good advice, do leave them to stand and fall as they please, having discharged myself as a friend, and not likely to be accountable for her nor be troubled with her, if he should miscarry I mean, as to her lodging, and so broke up. Then he and I to make a visit to Sir W. Penn, who hath thought fit to show kindness to Balty in this business, indeed though he be a false rogue, but it was he knew a thing easy to do. Thence together to my shoemakers, cutlers, tailors, and up and down about my mourning, and in my way do observe the great streets in the city are marked out with piles drove into the ground. And if ever it be built in that form with so fair streets, it will be a noble sight. So to the council chamber, but stayed not there, but to a periwig maker's of his acquaintance, and there bought 2 periwigs, mighty fine. Indeed, too fine, I thought, for me, but he persuaded me, and I did buy them for L4 the 2. Then to the Exchange and bought gloves, and so to the Bullhead Tavern, whither he brought my French gun. And one Trulock, the famous gunsmith, that is a mighty ingenious man, and he did take my gun in pieces, and made me understand the secrets thereof, and upon the whole I do find it a very good piece of work, and truly wrought. But for certain not a thing to be used much with safety, and he do find that this very gun was never yet shot off. I was mighty satisfied with it and him, and the sight of so much curiosity of this kind. Here he brought also a haberdasher at my desire, and I bought a hat of him, and so away and called away my wife from his house, and so home and to read, and then to supper and to bed, my head full in behalf of Balty, who tells me strange stories of his mother. Among others, how she, in his absence in Ireland, did pawn all the things that he had got in his service under Oliver, and run of her own accord, without her husband's leave, into Flanders, and that his purse, and fours a week which his father receives of the French Church, is all the subsistence his father and mother have, and that about L20 a year maintains them. Which, if it please God, I will find one way or other to provide for them, to remove that scandal away. 30th, up, and the French periwig maker of whom I bought 2 yesterday comes with them, and I am very well pleased with them. So to the office, where all the morning. At noon home to dinner, and thence with my wife's knowledge and leave did by coach go see the silly play of my Lady Newcastle's, called The Humorous Lovers. The most silly thing that ever come upon a stage. I was sick to see it, but yet would not but have seen it, that I might the better understand her. Here I spied Nip and Betty, of the king's house, and sent Nip oranges, but, having little money about me, did not offer to carry them abroad, which otherwise I had, I fear, been tempted to. So with Sir W. Pen home, he being at the play also, a most summer evening, and to my office, where, among other things, a most extraordinary letter to the Duke of York touching the want of money in the sad state of the king's service thereby. And so to supper and to bed. 31st, Lord's Day. Up, and my tailor's boy brings my morning clothes home, and my wife hers and Barker's, but they go not to church this morning. I to church, and with my mourning, very handsome, and new periwig, make a great shoe. After church home to dinner, and there come Betty Michel and her husband. I do and shall love her, but, poor wretch, she is now almost ready to lie down. After dinner Balty, who dined also with us, and I with Sir J. Minns in his coach to Whitehall, but did nothing, but by water to Strand Bridge and thence walked to my Lord Treasurer's, where the King, Duke of York, and the cabal, and much company without, and a fine day. Anon come out from the cabal my Lord Hollis and Mr. H. Coventry, who, it is conceived, have received their instructions from the King this day, they being to begin their journey towards their treaty at Bredick speedily, their passes being come. Here I saw the Lady Northumberland and her daughter-in-law, my Lord Treasurer's daughter, my Lady Piercy, a beautiful lady indeed. So away back by water, and left Balty at Whitehall and I to Mrs. Martin. And so by coach home, and there to my chamber, and then to supper and bed, having not had time to make up my accounts of this month at this very day, but will in a day or two, and pay my forfeit for not doing it. Though business hath most hindered me. The month shuts up only with great desires of peace in all of us, and a belief that we shall have a peace, in most people, if a peace can be had on any terms, for there is a necessity of it. For we cannot go on with the war, and our masters are afraid to come to depend upon the goodwill of the Parliament any more, as I do here. April 1667. April 1st, up, and with Sir J. Minns in his coach, set him down at the Treasurer's office in Broad Street, and I in his coach to Whitehall, and there had the good fortune to walk with Sir W. Coventry into the garden, and there read our melancholy letter to the Duke of York, which he likes. And so to talk, and he flatly owns that we must have a peace, for we cannot set out a fleet. And, to use his own words, he fears that we shall soon have enough of fighting in this new way, which we have thought on for this year. He bemoans the want of money, and discovers himself jealous that Sir G. Carteret do not look after, or concern himself for getting, money as he used to do, and did say it is true if Sir G. Carteret would only do his work, and my Lord Treasurer would do his own. Sir G. Carteret hath nothing to do to look after money, but if he will undertake my Lord Treasurer's work to raise money of the bankers, then people must expect that he will do it, and did further say that he, Carteret, and my Lord Chancellor do at this very day labor all they can to vilify this new way of raising money, and making it payable, as it now is, into the exchequer. And expressly said that in pursuance hereof, my Lord Chancellor hath prevailed with the King, in the close of his last speech to the House, to say, that he did hope to see them come to give money as it used to be given, without so many provisos. Meaning, as Sir W. Coventry says, this new method of the act. While we were talking, there comes Sir Thomas Allen with two ladies, one of which was Mrs. Rebecca Allen, that I knew heretofore, the clerk of the ropeyard's daughter at Chatham, who, poor heart, come to desire favour for her husband, who is clapped up, being a lieutenant, Jowls, for sending a challenge to his captain, in the most saucy, base language that could be writ. I perceive, Sir W. Coventry is wholly resolved to bring him to punishment, for, bear with this, says he, and no discipline shall ever be expected. She in this sad condition took no notice of me, nor I of her. So away we to the Duke of York, and there in his closet, Sir W. Coventry and I delivered the letter, which the Duke of York made not much of, I thought, as to laying it to heart, as the matter deserved, but did promise to look after the getting of money for us, and I believe Sir W. Coventry will add what force he can to it. I did speak to Sir W. Coventry about Balty's warrant, which is ready, and about being deputy treasurer, which he very readily and friendlily agreed to, at which I was glad, and so away and by coach back to Broad Street to Sir G. Carteret, and there found my brother passing his accounts, which I helped till dinner, and dined there, and many good stories at dinner, among others about discoveries of murder, and Sir J. Minns did tell of the discovery of his own great-grandfather's murder, 15 years after he was murdered. Thence, after dinner, home and by water to Redriff, and walked, fine weather, to Deptford, and there did business and so back again, walked, and pleased with a jolly femme that I saw going and coming in the way. Which je could avoir been contented pour avoir stayed with if I could have gained acquaintance con elle, but at such times as these I am at a great loss, having not confidence, no alcune ready wit. So home and to the office, where late, and then home to supper and bed. This evening Mrs. Turner come to my office, and did walk an hour with me in the garden, telling me stories how Sir Edward Spraggy hath lately made love to our neighbour, a widow, Mrs. Holworthy, who is a woman of estate, and wit and spirit, and do contemn him the most, and sent him away with the greatest scorn in the world. She tells me also odd stories how the parish talks of Sir W. Penn's family, how poorly they clothed their daughter so soon after marriage, and do say that Mr. Lowther was married once before, and some such thing there hath been, whatever the bottom of it is. But to think of the clatter they make with his coach, and his own fine clothes, and yet how meanly they live within doors, and nastily, and borrowing everything of neighbours is a most shitten thing. Second. Up, and to the office, where all the morning sitting, and much troubled, but little business done for want of money, which makes me mighty melancholy. At noon home to dinner, and Mr. Dean with me, who hath promised me a very fine draught of the Rupert, which he will make purposely for me with great perfection, which I will make one of the beautifulest things that ever was seen of the kind in the world. She being a ship that will deserve it. Then to the office, where all the afternoon very busy, and in the evening weary home and there to sing, but vexed with the unreadiness of the girl's voice to learn the latter part of my song, though I confess it is very hard, half notes. So to supper and to bed. Third, up, and with Sir W. Batten to Whitehall to Sir W. Coventry's chamber, and there did receive the Duke's order for Balty's receiving of the contingent money to be paymaster of it, and it pleases me the more for that it is but L1500. Which will be but a little sum for to try his ability and honesty in the disposing of, and so I am the willinger to trust and pass my word for him therein. By and by up to the Duke of York, where our usual business, and among other things I read 2 most dismal letters of the straits we are in, from Colonel Middleton and Commissioner Taylor, that ever were writ in the world. So as the Duke of York would have them to shew the King, and to every demand of money, whereof we proposed many and very pressing ones, Sir G. Carteret could make no answer but no money, which I confess made me almost ready to cry for sorrow and vexation, but that which was the most considerable was when Sir G. Carteret did say that he had no funds to raise money on. And being asked by Sir W. Coventry whether the 11 months' tax was not a fund, and he answered, no, that the bankers would not lend money upon it. Then Sir W. Coventry burst out and said he did supplicate his Royal Highness, and would do the same to the King, that he would remember who they were that did persuade the King from parting with the chimney money to the Parliament. And taking that in lieu which they would certainly have given, and which would have raised infallibly ready money. Meaning the bankers and the farmers of the chimney money, whereof Sir G. Carteret, I think, is one, saying plainly, that whoever did advise the King to that, did, as much as in them lay, cut the King's throat, and did wholly betray him. To which the Duke of York did assent, and remembered that the King did say again and again at the time, that he was assured, and did fully believe, the money would be raised presently upon a land tax. This put us all into astound, and Sir W. Coventry went on to declare, that he was glad he was come to have so lately concern in the Navy as he hath, for he cannot now give any good account of the Navy business. And that all his work now was to be able to provide such orders as would justify his Royal Highness in the business, when it shall be called to account, and that he do, not concerning himself whether they are or can be performed, or no. And that when it comes to be examined, and falls on my Lord Treasurer, he cannot help it, whatever the issue of it shall be. Hereupon Sir W. Batten did pray him to keep also by him all our letters that come from the office that may justify us, which he says he do, and, God knows, it is an ill sign when we are once to come to study how to excuse ourselves. It is a sad consideration, and therewith we broke up, all in a sad posture, the most that ever I saw in my life. One thing more Sir W. Coventry did say to the Duke of York, when I moved again, that of about L9,000 debt to Lanyon, at Plymouth, he might pay L3700 worth of prize goods, that he bought lately at the Candle, out of this debt due to him from the King. And the Duke of York, and Sir G. Carteret, and Lord Berkeley, saying, all of them, that my Lord Ashley would not be got to yield to it, who is treasurer of the prizes, Sir W. Coventry did plainly desire that it might be declared whether the proceeds of the prizes were to go to the helping on of the war, or no, and, if it were, how then could this be denied? Which put them all into another stound. And it is true, God forgive us. Thence to the chapel, and there, by chance, hear that Dr. Crew is to preach, and so into the organ loft, where I met Mr. Carteret, and my Lady Jemima, and Sir Thomas Crew's 2 daughters, and Dr. Child played. And Dr. Crew did make a very pretty, neat, sober, honest sermon, and delivered it very readily, decently, and gravely, beyond his years, so as I was exceedingly taken with it, and I believe the whole chapel, he being but young. But his manner of his delivery I do like exceedingly. His text was, but seek ye first the kingdom of God, and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. Thence with my lady to Sir G. Carteret lodgings, and so up into the house, and there do hear that the Dutch letters are come, and say that the Dutch have ordered a passe to be sent for our commissioners, and that it is now upon the way, coming with a trumpeter blinded. As is usual. But I perceive every body begins to doubt the success of the treaty, all their hopes being only that if it can be had on any terms, the Chancellor will have it. For he dare not come before a Parliament, nor a great many more of the courtiers, and the King himself do declare he do not desire it, nor intend it but on a strait, which God defend him from. Here I hear how the King is not so well pleased of this marriage between the Duke of Richmond and Mrs. Stuart, as is talked. And that he, the Duke, by a while did fetch her to the bier, at the bridge foot, where a coach was ready, and they are stole away into Kent, without the King's leave, and that the King hath said he will never see her more. But people do think that it is only a trick. This day I saw Prince Rupert abroad in the Vane room, pretty well as he used to be, and looks as well, only something appears to be under his periwig on the crown of his head. So home by water, and there find my wife gone abroad to her tailor's, and I dined alone with W. Hewer, and then to the office to draw up a memorial for the Duke of York this afternoon at the council about Lanyon's business. By and by we met by appointment at the office upon a reference to Carcass's business to us again from the Duke of York, but a very confident cunning rogue we have found him at length. He carried himself very uncivilly to Sir W. Batten this afternoon, as heretofore, and his silly Lord, Brunker, pleaded for him, but all will not nor shall not do for aught he shall give, though I love the man as a man of great parts and ability. Thence to Whitehall by water, only asking Betty Michel by the way how she did, and there come too late to do anything at the council. So by coach to my periwig makers and tailors, and so home, where I find my wife with her flageolet master, which I wish she would practice, and so to the office, and then to Sir W. Batten's, and then to Sir W. Penn's, talking and spending time in vain a little while, and then home up to my chamber, and so to supper and to bed, vexed at 2 or 3 things, viz. That my wife's watch proves so bad as it do, the ill state of the office. And Kingdom's business, at the charge which my mother's death for mourning will bring me when all paid. 4th. Up, and going down found Jervas the barber with a periwig which I had the other day cheapened at Westminster, but it being full of nits, as heretofore his work used to be, I did now refuse it, having bought elsewhere. So to the office till noon, busy, and then, which I think I have not done 3 times in my life, left the board upon occasion of a letter of Sir W. Coventry, and meeting Balty at my house I took him with me by water, and to the Duke of Albemarle to give him an account of the business. Which was the escaping of some soldiers for the manning of a few ships now going out with Harman to the West Indies. Which is a sad consideration that at the very beginning of the year in few ships abroad we should be in such want of men that they do hide themselves, and swear they will not go to be killed and have no pay. I find the Duke of Albemarle at dinner with sorry company, some of his officers of the army, dirty dishes, and a nasty wife at table, and bad meat, of which I made but an ill dinner. Pretty to hear how she talked against Captain Dutel, the Frenchman, that the prince and her husband put out the last year, and how, says she, the Duke of York hath made him, for his good services, his cupbearer. Yet he fired more shot into the prince's ship, and others of the king's ships, than of the enemy. And the Duke of Albemarle did confirm it, and that somebody in the fight did cry out that a little Dutchman, by his ship, did plague him more than any other. Upon which they were going to order him to be sunk, when they looked and found it was Dutel, who, as the Duke of Albemarle says, had killed several men in several of our ships. He said, but for his interest, which he knew he had at court, he had hanged him at the yard's arm, without staying for a court-martial. One Colonel Howard, at the table, magnified the Duke of Albemarle's fight in June last, as being a greater action than ever was done by Caesar. The Duke of Albemarle did say it had been no great action, had all his number fought, as they should have done, to have beat the Dutch, but of his 55 ships, not above 25 fought. He did give an account that it was a fight he was forced to, the Dutch being come in his way, and he being ordered to the buoy of the Nore, he could not pass by them without fighting, nor avoid them without great disadvantage and dishonour. And this Sir G. Carteret, I afterwards giving him an account of what he said, says that it is true, that he was ordered up to the Nore. But I remember he said, had all his captains fought, he would no more have doubted to have beat the Dutch, with all their number, than to eat the apple that lay on his trencher. My Lady Duchesse, among other things, discoursed of the wisdom of dividing the fleet, which the general said nothing to, though he knows well that it come from themselves in the fleet, and was brought up hither by Sir Edward Spraggy. Colonel Howard, asking how the prince did, the Duke of Albemarle answering, pretty well, the other replied, but not so well as to go to sea again. How? Says the Duchess, what should he go for, if he were well, for there are no ships for him to command. And so you have brought your hogs to a fair market, said she. It was pretty to hear the Duke of Albemarle himself to wish that they would come on our ground, meaning the French, for that he would pay them, so as to make them glad to go back to France again, which was like a general, but not like an admiral. One at the table told an odd passage in this late plague, that at Petersfield, I think, he said, one side of the street had every house almost infected through the town, and the other, not one shut up. Dinner being done, I brought Balty to the Duke of Albemarle to kiss his hand and thank him for his kindness the last year to him, and take leave of him, and then Balty and I to walk in the park, and, out of pity to his father, told him what I had in my thoughts to do for him about the money, that is, to make him deputy treasurer of the fleet, which I have done by getting Sir G. Carteret consent, and an order from the Duke of York for L1500 to be paid to him. He promises the whole profit to be paid to my wife, for to be disposed of as she sees fit, for her father and mother's relief. So mightily pleased with our walk, it being mighty pleasant weather, I back to Sir G. Carteret, and there he had newly dined, and talked, and find that he do give everything over for lost, declaring no money to be raised, and let Sir W. Coventry name the man that persuaded the king to take the land tax on promise, of raising present money upon it. He will, he says, be able to clear himself enough of it. I made him merry, with telling him how many land admirals we are to have this year, Allen at Plymouth, Holmes at Portsmouth, Spraggy for Medway, Teddyman at Dover, Smith to the northward, and Harman to the southward. He did defend to me Sir W. Coventry as not guilty of the dividing of the fleet the last year, and blesses God, as I do, for my Lord Sandwich's absence. And tells me how the king did lately observe to him how they have been particularly punished that were enemies to my Lord Sandwich. Mightily pleased I am with his family, and my Lady Carteret was on the bed today, having been let blood, and tells me of my Lady Jemima's being big-bellied. Thence with him to my Lord Treasurer's, and there walked during council sitting with Sir Stephen Fox, talking of the sad condition of the king's purse, and affairs thereby. And how sad the king's life must be, to pass by his officers every hour, that are 4 years behindhand unpaid. My Lord Berkeley, of Stratton, I met with there, and fell into talk with him on the same thing, wishing to God that it might be remedied, to which he answered, with an oath, that it was as easy to remedy it as anything in the world. Saying, that there is himself and 3 more would venture their carcasses upon it to pay all the king's debts in 3 years, had they the managing his revenue, and putting L300,000 in his purse, as a stock. But, Lord! What a thing is this to me, that do know how likely a man my Lord Berkeley of all the world is, to do such a thing as this. Here I spoke with Sir W. Coventry, who tells me plainly that to all future complaints of lack of money he will answer but with the shrug of his shoulder. Which methought did come to my heart, to see him to begin to abandon the king's affairs, and let them sink or swim, so he do his own part, which I confess I believe he do beyond any officer the king hath. But unless he do endeavour to make others do theirs, nothing will be done. The consideration here do make me go away very sad, and so home by coach, and there took up my wife and Mercer, who had been today at Whitehall to the Maundy 8:18, it being Maundy Thursday. But the king did not wash the poor people's feet himself, but the Bishop of London did it for him, but I did not see it, and with them took up Mrs. and Jones at her mother's door, and so to take the air to Hackney, where good neat's tongue, and things to eat and drink, and very merry, the weather being mighty pleasant. And here I was told that at their church they have a fair pair of organs, which play while the people sing, which I am mighty glad of, wishing the like at our church at London, and would give L50 towards it. So very pleasant, and hugging of Mercer in our going home, we home, and then to the office to do a little business, and so to supper at home and to bed. 5th, up, and troubled with Mr. Carcass coming to speak with me, which made me give him occasion to fall into a heat, and he began to be ill-mannered to me, which made me angry. He gone, I to Sir W. Penn about the business of Mrs. Turner's son to keep his ship in employment, but so false a fellow as Sir W. Penn is I never did nor hope shall ever know again. So to the office, and there did business, till dinner time, and then home to dinner, wife and I alone, and then down to the Old Swan, and drank with Betty and her husband, but no opportunity para baser la. So to Whitehall to the council chamber, where I find no council held till after the holidays. So to Westminster Hall, and there bought a pair of snuffers, and saw Mrs. Howlett after her sickness come to the hall again. So by coach to the New Exchange and Mercer's and other places to take up bills for what I owe them, and to Mrs. Pierce, to invite her to dinner with us on Monday, but stayed not with her. In the street met with Mr. Sanchy, my old acquaintance at Cambridge, reckoned a great minister here in the city, and by Sir Richard Ford particularly, which I wonder at, for methinks, in his talk, he is but a mean man. I set him down in Holborn, and I to the Old Exchange, and there to Sir Robert Viner's, and made up my accounts there, to my great content. But I find they do not keep them so regularly as, to be able to do it easily, and truly, and readily, nor would it have been easily stated by any body on my behalf but myself, several things being to be recalled to memory, which nobody else could have done, and therefore it is fully necessary for me to even accounts with these people as often as I can. So to the Change, and there met with Mr. James Hublin, but no hopes, as he sees, of peace whatever we pretend, but we shall be abused by the King of France. Then home to the office, and busy late, and then to Sir W. Batten's, where Mr. Young was talking about the building of the city again, and he told me that those few churches that are to be new built are plainly not chosen with regard to the convenience of the city, they stand a great many in a cluster about Cornhill. But that all of them are either in the gift of the Lord Archbishop, or Bishop of London, or Lord Chancellor, or gift of the city. Thus all things, even to the building of churches, are done in this world. And then he says, which I wonder at, that I should not in all this time see, that Moorfields have houses 2 stories high in them, and paved streets, the city having let leases for 7 years. Which he do conclude will be very much to the hindering the building of the city. But it was considered that the streets cannot be passable in London till a whole street be built. And several that had got ground of the city for charity, to build sheds on, had got the trick presently to sell that for L60, which did not cost them L20 to put up. And so the city, being very poor in stock, thought it as good to do it themselves, and therefore let leases for 7 years of the ground in Moorfields. And a good deal of this money, thus advanced, hath been employed for the enabling them to find some money for Commissioner Taylor, and Sir W. Batten, towards the charge of the Loyal London, or else, it is feared, it had never been paid. And Taylor having a bill to pay wherein Alderman Hooker was concerned, it was his invention to find out this way of raising money, or else this had not been thought on. So home to supper and to bed. This morning come to me the collectors for my poll money, for which I paid for my title as Esquire in place of Clerk of Acts, and my head and wife's, and servants, and their wages, L40/17. And though this be a great deal, yet it is a shame I should pay no more, that is, that I should not be assessed for my pay, as in the victualling business and tenure. And for my money, which, of my own accord, I had determined to charge myself with L1000 money, till coming to the vestry, and seeing nobody of our ablest merchants, as Sir Andrew Ricard, to do it, I thought it not decent for me to do it. Nor would it be thought wisdom to do it unnecessarily, but vain glory. 6th. Up, and betimes in the morning down to the Tower Wharf, there to attend the shipping of soldiers, to go down to man some ships going out, and pretty to see how merrily some, and most go, and how sad others, the leave they take of their friends. And the terms that some wives, and other wenches ask to part with them, a pretty mixture. So to the office, having stayed as long as I could, and there sat all the morning, and then home at noon to dinner, and then abroad, Balti with me, and to Whitehall, by water, to Sir G. Carteret, about Balti's L1500 contingent money for the fleet to the West Indies, and so away with him to the Exchange, and mercers and drapers, up and down, to pay all my scores occasioned by this morning for my mother. And emptied a L50 bag, and it was a joy to me to see that I am able to part with such a sum, without much inconvenience, at least, without any trouble of mind. So to Captain Cox to meet Fenn, to talk about this money for Balti, and their cock tells me that he is confident there will be a peace, whatever terms be asked us. And he confides that it will take because the French and Dutch will be jealous one of another which shall give the best terms, lest the other should make the peace with us alone, to the ruin of the third, which is our best defence, this jealousy. For aught I at present see. So home and they're very late, very busy, and then home to supper and to bed, the people having got their house very clean against Monday's dinner. 7th, Easter Day. Up, and when dressed with my wife, in mourning for my mother, to church both, where Mr. Mills, a lazy sermon. Home to dinner, wife and I and W. Hewer, and after dinner I by water to Whitehall to Sir G. Carteret, there to talk about Balti's money, and did present Balti to him to kiss his hand, and then to walk in the park, and heard the Italian music at the Queen's Chapel, whose composition is fine. But yet the voices of eunuchs I do not like our women, nor am more pleased with it at all than with English voices, but that they do jump most excellently with themselves and their instrument, which is wonderful pleasant. But I am convinced more and more, that, as every nation has a particular accent and tone in discourse, so as the tone of one not to agree with or please the other, no more can the fashion of singing to words, for that the better the words are set, the more they take in of the ordinary tone of the country whose language the song speaks, so that a song well composed by an Englishman must be better to an Englishman than it can be to a stranger, or than if set by a stranger in foreign words. Thence back to Whitehall, and there saw the king come out of chapel after prayers in the afternoon, which he is never at but after having received the sacrament, and the court, I perceive, is quite out of mourning, and some very fine. Among others, my Lord Gerard, in a very rich vest and coat. Here I met with my Lord Bellis's, and it is pretty to see what a formal story he tells me of his leaving, his place upon the death of my Lord Cleveland, by which he is become captain of the pensioners. And that the king did leave it to him to keep the other or take this, whereas, I know the contrary, that they had a mind to have him away from Tangier. He tells me he is commanded by the king to go down to the northward to satisfy the deputy lieutenants of Yorkshire, who have desired to lay down their commissions upon pretence of having no profit by their places but charge. But indeed is upon the Duke of Buckingham's being under a cloud, of whom there is yet nothing heard, so that the king is apprehensive of their discontent, and sends him to pacify them, and I think he is as good a dissembler as any man else. And a fine person he is for person, and proper to lead the pensioners, but a man of no honour nor faith I doubt. So to Sir G. Carteret again to talk with him about Balty's money, and wrote a letter to Portsmouth about part of it, and then in his coach, with his little daughter Porpot, as he used to nickname her, and saw her at home, and her maid. And another little gentlewoman, and so I walked into more fields, and, as is said, did find houses built 2 stories high, and like to stand. And it must become a place of great trade, till the city be built, and the street is already paved as London streets used to be, which is a strange, and to me unpleasing sight. So home and to my chamber about sending an express to Portsmouth about Balty's money, and then comes Mrs. Turner to inquire after her son's business, which goes but bad, which led me to show her how false Sir W. Penn is to her, whereupon she told me his obligations to her, and promises to her, and how a while since he did show himself dissatisfied in her son's coming to the table and applying himself to me, which is a good nut, and a nut I will make use of. She gone I to other business in my chamber, and then to supper and to bed. The Swedes ambassadors and our commissioners are making all the haste they can over to the treaty for peace, and I find at court, and particularly Lord Bellas's, says there will be a peace, and it is worth remembering what Sir W. Coventry did tell me, as a secret though, that whereas we are afeard Harman's fleet to the West Indies will not be got out before the Dutch come and block us up, we shall have a happy pretext to get out our ships under pretence of attending the ambassadors and commissioners, which is a very good, but yet a poor shift. 8th, up, and having dressed myself, to the office a little, and out, expecting to have seen the pretty daughter of the Ship Tavern at the hither end of Billiter Lane, whom I never yet have opportunity to speak to. I in there to drink my morning draught of half a pint of Rhenish wine, but a Maudoleur L and their family are going away thence, and a new man come to the house. So I away to the Temple, to my new booksellers. And there I did agree for Rycott's late history of the Turkish policy, which costs me 55s, whereas it was sold plain before the late fire for 8s, and bound and coloured as this is for 20s. For I have bought it finely bound and truly coloured, all the figures, of which there was but 6 books done so, whereof the King and Duke of York, and Duke of Monmouth, and Lord Arlington, had 4. The 5th was sold, and I have bought the 6th. So to inquire out Mrs. Nipp's new lodging, but could not, but do hear of her at the playhouse, where she was practising, and I sent for her out by a porter, and the jade come to me all undressed, so cannot go home to my house to dinner, as I had invited her. Which I was not much troubled at, because I think there is a distance between her and Mrs. Pierce, and so our company would not be so pleasant. So home, and there find all things in good readiness for a good dinner, and here unexpectedly I find little Miss Tooker, whom my wife loves not from the report of her being already not. However, I do shew her countenance, and by come my guests, Dr. Clerk and his wife, and Mrs. Warship, and her daughter, and then Mr. Pierce and his wife, and boy, and Betty, and then I sent for Mercer. So that we had, with my wife and I, 12 at table, and very good and pleasant company, and a most neat and excellent, but dear dinner, but, Lord, to see with what envy they looked upon all my fine plate was pleasant. For I made the best shew I could, to let them understand me and my condition, to take down the pride of Mrs. Clerk, who thinks herself very great. We sat long, and very merry, and all things agreeable. And, after dinner, went out by coaches, thinking to have seen a play, but come too late to both houses, and then they had thoughts of going abroad somewhere. But I thought all the charge ought not to be mine, and therefore I endeavoured to part the company, and so ordered it to set them all down at Mrs. Pierce's. And there my wife and I and Mercer left them in good humour, and we three to the king's house, and saw the latter end of the surprisal, wherein was no great matter, I thought, by what I saw there. Thence away to Policanello, and there had 3 times more sport than at the play, and so home, and there the first night we have been this year in the garden late, we 3 and our Barker singing very well, and then home to supper. And so broke up, and to bed mightily pleased with this day's pleasure. 9th, up. And to the office a while, none of my fellow officers coming to sit, it being holiday, and so towards noon I to the Exchange, and there do hear mighty cries for peace, and that otherwise we shall be undone. And yet I do suspect the badness of the peace we shall make. Several do complain of abundance of land flung up by tenants out of their hands for want of ability to pay their rents, and by name, that the Duke of Buckingham hath 6,000 so flung up. And my father writes, that Jasper Trice, upon this pretence of his tenants dealing with him, is broke up housekeeping, and gone to board with his brother, Naylor, at Offord, which is very sad. So home to dinner, and after dinner I took coach and to the king's house, and by comes after me my wife with W. Hewer and his mother and Barker, and there we saw The Taming of a Shrew, which hath some very good pieces in it, but generally is but a mean play. And the best part, Sawney, 8:19 done by Lacy, hath not half its life, by reason of the words, I suppose, not being understood, at least by me. After the play was done, as I come so I went away alone, and had a mind to have taken out Nip to have taken the air with her, and to that end sent a porter in to her that she should take a coach and come to me to the piazza in Covent Garden. Where I waited for her, but was doubtful I might have done ill in doing it if we should be visti ensemble, said L was gone out, and so I was eased of my care, and therefore away to Westminster to the Swan, and there did baser la little missa. And drank, and then by water to the old Swan, and there found Betty Michel sitting at the door, it being darkish. I stayed and talked a little with her, but no once baser la, though she was to my thinking at this time unde plus pretty mahers that ever I did voir in my vida. And God forgive me my mind did run so briel all the vesper and night and la day suivante. So home and to the office a little, and then to Sir W. Batten's, where he tells me how he hath found his lady's jewels again, which have been so long lost, and a servant imprisoned and arraigned, and they were in her closet under a china cup. Where he hath servants will swear they did look in searching the house. But Mrs. Turner and I, and others, do believe that they were only disposed of by my lady, in case she had died, to some friends of hers, and now laid there again. So home to supper, and to read the book I bought yesterday of the Turkish policy, which is a good book, well writ, and so owned by Dr. Clerk yesterday to me, commending it mightily to me for my reading as the only book of the subject that ever was writ, yet so designedly. So to bed. 10th, up, and to my office a little, and then, in the garden, find Sir W. Penn. And he and I to Sir W. Batten, where he tells us news of the new disorders of Hogg and his men in taking out of 30 tons of wine out of a prize of ours, which makes us mad. And that, added to the unwillingness of the men to go longer abroad without money, do lead us to conclude not to keep her abroad any longer, of which I am very glad, for I do not like our doings with what we have already got. Sir W. Batten ordering the disposal of our wines and goods, and he leaves it to Morris the cooper, who I take to be a cunning proud knave, so that I am very desirous to adventure no further. So away by water from the old Swan to Whitehall, and there to Sir W. Coventry's, with whom I stayed a great while longer than I have done these many months, and had opportunity of talking with him, and he do declare himself troubled that he hath anything left him to do in the navy. And would be glad to part with his whole profits and concernments in it, his pains and care being wholly ineffectual during this lack of money. The expense growing infinite, the service not to be done, and discipline and order not to be kept, only from want of money. I begun to discourse with him the business of Tangier, which by the removal of my Lord Bellis's, is now to have a new governor. And did move him, that at this season all the business of reforming the garrison might be considered, while nobody was to be offended. And I told him it is plain that we do overspend our revenue, that the place is of no more profit to the king than it was the first day, nor in itself of better credit. No more people of condition willing to live there, nor anything like a place likely to turn his majesty to account, that it hath been hitherto, and, for aught I see, likely only to be used as a job to do a kindness to some lord. Or he that can get to be governor. Sir W. Coventry agreed with me, so as to say, that unless the king hath the wealth of the Mogul, he would be a beggar to have his businesses ordered in the manner they now are, that his garrisons must be made places only of convenience to particular persons, that he hath moved the Duke of York in it. And that it was resolved to send no governor thither till there had been commissioners sent to put the garrison in order, so as that he that goes may go with limitations and rules to follow, and not to do as he please, as the rest have hitherto done. That he is not afeard to speak his mind, though to the displeasure of any man, and that I know well enough. But that, when it is come, as it is now, that to speak the truth in behalf of the king plainly do no good, but all things bore down by other measures than by what is best for the king, he hath no temptation to be perpetually fighting of battles. It being more easy to him do those terms to suffer things to go on without giving any man offence, than to have the same thing done, and he contract the displeasure of all the world, as he must do, that will be for the king. I did offer him to draw up my thoughts in this matter to present to the Duke of York, which he approved of, and I do think to do it. So away, and by coach going home saw Sir G. Carteret going towards Whitehall. So light and by water met him, and with him to the king's little chapel, and afterwards to see the king heal the king's evil, wherein no pleasure, I having seen it before. And then to see him and the Queen and Duke of York and his wife, at dinner in the Queen's lodgings, and so with Sir G. Carteret to his lodgings to dinner, where very good company. And after dinner he and I to talk alone how things are managed, and to what ruin we must come if we have not a peace. He did tell me one occasion, how Sir Thomas Allen, which I took for a man of known courage and service on the king's side, was tried for his life in Prince Rupert's fleet, in the late times, for cowardice, and condemned to be hanged. And fled to Jersey, where Sir G. Carteret received him, not knowing the reason of his coming thither, and that thereupon Prince Rupert wrote to the Queen Mother his dislike of Sir G. Carteret receiving a person that stood condemned, and so Sir G. Carteret was forced to bid him betake himself to some other place. This was strange to me. Our commissioners are preparing to go to Breda to the treaty, and do design to be going the next week. So away by coach home, where there should have been a meeting about Carcass business, but only my lord and I met, and so broke up, Carcass having only read his answer to his charge, which is well writ. But I think will not prove to his advantage, for I believe him to be a very rogue. So home, and Balty and I to look Mr. Fenn at Sir G. Carteret office in Broad Street, and they're missing him, and at the banker's hard by, we home, and I down by water to Deptford Dockyard, and there did a little business, and so home back again all the way reading a little piece I lately bought, called The Virtuoso, or the Stoic, proposing many things paradoxical to our common opinions, wherein in some places he speaks well, but generally is but a sorry man. So home and to my chamber to enter my 2 last days' journal, and this, and then to supper and to bed. Blessed be God. I hear that my father is better and better, and will, I hope, live to enjoy some cheerful days more. But it is strange what he writes me, that Mr. Weaver, of Huntingdon, who was a lusty, likely, and but a youngish man, should be dead. 11th. Up, and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and, which is now rare, he having not been with us twice I think these 6 months, Sir G. Carteret come to us upon some particular business of his office, and went away again. At noon I to the Change, and there hear by Mr. Hublon of the loss of a little East Indiaman, valued at about L20,000, coming home alone, and safe to within 10 leagues of Scilly, and there snapped by a French caper. Our merchants do much pray for peace, and he tells me that letters are come that the Dutch have stopped the fitting of their great ships, and the coming out of a fleet of theirs of 50 sail, that was ready to come out. But I doubt the truth of it yet. Thence to Sir G. Carteret, by his invitation to his office, where my lady was, and dined with him, and very merry and good people they are, when pleased, as any I know. After dinner I to the office, where busy till evening, and then with Balti to Sir G. Carteret office, and there with Mr. Fenn dispatched the business of Balti's L1500 he received for the contingencies of the fleet, whereof he received about L253 in pieces of 8 at a goldsmith's there hard by, which did puzzle me and him to tell. For I could not tell the difference by sight, only by bigness, and that is not always discernible, between a whole and half piece and quarter piece. Having received this money I home with Balti and it, and then abroad by coach with my wife and set her down at her father's, and I to Whitehall, thinking there to have seen the Duchess of Newcastle's coming this night to court. To make a visit to the Queen, the King having been with her yesterday, to make her a visit since her coming to town. The whole story of this lady is a romance, and all she do is romantic. Her footmen in velvet coats, and herself in an antique dress, as they say, and was the other day at her own play, The Humorous Lovers. The most ridiculous thing that ever was wrote, but yet she and her lord mightily pleased with it, and she, at the end, made her respects to the players from her box, and did give them thanks. There is as much expectation of her coming to court, that so people may come to see her, as if it were the Queen of Sheba, but I lost my labor, for she did not come this night. So, meeting Mr. Brisbane, he took me up to my Lady Jemima's chamber, who is let blood today, and so there we sat and talked an hour, I think, very merry in one odd thing or other, and so away, and I took up my wife at her tailor's, whose wife is brought to bed. And my wife must be godmother, and so with much ado got a coach to carry us home, it being late, and so to my chamber, having little left to do at my office. My eyes being a little sore by reason of my reading a small printed book the other day after it was dark, and so to supper and to bed. It comes in my head to set down that there have been 2 fires in the city, as I am told for certain, and it is so, within this week. 12th. Up, and when ready, and to my office, to do a little business, and, coming homeward again, saw my door and hatch open, left so by Luce, our cookmaid, which so vexed me, that I did give her a kick in our entry, and offered a blow at her. And was seen doing so by Sir W. Penn's footboy, which did vex me to the heart, because I know he will be telling their family of it. Though I did put on presently a very pleasant face to the boy, and spoke kindly to him, as one without passion, so as it may be he might not think I was angry, but yet I was troubled at it. So away by water to Whitehall, and there did our usual business before the Duke of York, but it fell out that, discoursing of matters of money, it rose to a mighty heat, very high words arising between Sir G. Carteret and Sir W. Coventry, the former in his passion saying that the other should have helped things if they were so bad, and the other answered, so he would, and things should have been better had he been Treasurer of the Navy. I was mightily troubled at this heat, and it will breed ill blood, I fear, but things are in that bad condition that I do daily expect when we shall all fly in one another's faces, when we shall be reduced, every one, to answer for himself. We broke up, and I soon after to Sir G. Carteret chamber, where I find the poor man telling his lady privately, and she weeping. I went into them, and did seem, as indeed I was, troubled for this. And did give the best advice I could, which, I think, did please them, and they do apprehend me their friend, as indeed I am, for I do take the Vice-Chamberlain for a most honest man. He did assure me that he was not, all expenses and things paid, clear in estate L15,000 better than he was when the King come in. And that the King and Lord Chancellor did know that he was worth, with the debt the King owed him, L50,000, I think, he said, when the King come into England. I did pacify all I could, and then away by water home, there to write letters and things for the dispatch of Balti away this day to sea, and after dinner he did go, I having given him much good counsel. And I have great hopes that he will make good use of it, and be a good man, for I find him willing to take pains and very sober. He being gone, I close at my office all the afternoon getting off of hand my papers, which, by the late holidays and my laziness, were grown too many upon my hands, to my great trouble, and therefore at it as late as my eyes would give me leave. And then by water down to Redriff, meaning to meet my wife, who is gone with Mercer, Barker, and the boy, it being most sweet weather, to walk, and I did meet with them, and walked back, and then by the time we got home it was dark. And we stayed singing in the garden till supper was ready, and there with great pleasure. But I tried my girls Mercer and Barker singly one after another, a single song, at dead low ebb, etc. And I do clearly find that as to manner of singing the latter do much the better, the other thinking herself as I do myself above taking pains for a manner of singing, contenting ourselves with the judgment and goodness of ear. So to supper, and then parted and to bed. 13th, up, and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and strange how the false fellow commissioner Pett was eager to have had Carcass's business brought on today that he might give my Lord Brunker, who hates him, I am sure. And hath spoke as much against him to the king in my hearing as any man, but cast of his office in pleading for his man Carcass, but I did prevent its being brought on today, and so broke up, and I home to dinner. And after dinner with a little singing with some pleasure alone with my poor wife, and then to the office, where sat all the afternoon till late at night, and then home to supper and to bed, my eyes troubling me still after candlelight. Which troubles me. Wrote to my father, who, I am glad to hear, is at some ease again, and I long to have him in town, that I may see what can be done for him here, for I would fain do all I can that I may have him live, and take pleasure in my doing well in the world. This afternoon come Mrs. Lowther to me to the office, and their J.E. did toqueer ses mammies and did baser them and sue bacca, which she took fort willingly. 14th, Lord's Day. Up, and to read a little in my new history of Turkey, and so with my wife to church, and then home, where is little Michelle and my pretty Betty and also Mercer, and very merry. A good dinner of roast beef. After dinner I away to take water at the Tower, and thence to Westminster, where Mrs. Martin was not at home. So to Whitehall, and there walked up and down, and among other things visited Sir G. Carteret, and much talk with him, who is discontented, as he hath reason, to see how things are like to come all to naught. And it is very much that this resolution of having of country admirals should not come to his ears till I told him the other day, so that I doubt who manages things. From him to Margaret's church, and there spied Martin, and home with her. But fell out to see her expense fullness, having bought Turkey work, chairs, and by and by away home, and there took out my wife, and the two Mercers, and two of our maids, Barker and Jane, and over the water to the Jamaica House, where I never was before, and there the girls did run for wagers over the bowling green. And there, with much pleasure, spent little, and so home, and they home, and I to read with satisfaction in my book of Turkey, and so to bed. 15th, lay long in bed, and by called up by Sir H. Cholmley, who tells me that my Lord Middleton is for certain chosen governor of Tangier, a man of moderate understanding, not covetous, but a soldier of fortune and poor. Here comes Mr. Sanchy with an impertinent business to me of a ticket, which I put off. But by and by comes Dr. Child by appointment, and sat with me all the morning making me basses and inward parts to several songs that I desired of him, to my great content. Then dined, and then abroad by coach, and I set him down at Hatton Garden, and I to the King's House by chance, where a new play, so full as I never saw it. I forced to stand all the while close to the very door till I took cold, and many people went away for want of room. The King, and Queen, and Duke of York and Duchess there, and all the court, and Sir W. Coventry. The play called The Change of Crowns, a play of Ned Howard's, the best that ever I saw at that house, being a great play in serious. Only Lacy did act the country gentlemen come up to court, who do abuse the court with all the imaginable wit and plainness about selling of places, and doing everything for money. The play took very much. Thence I to my new booksellers, and there bought Hooker's Polity, the new edition, and Dugdale's History of the Inns of Court, of which there was but a few saved out of the fire, and Playford's new catch book. That hath a great many new fooleries in it. Then home, a little at the office, and then to supper and to bed, mightily pleased with the new play. 16th. Up, and to the office, where sat all the morning, at noon home to dinner, and thence in haste to carry my wife to see the new play I saw yesterday, she not knowing it. But there, contrary to expectation, find the silent woman. However, in and their nip come into the pit. I took her by me, and here we met with Mrs. Horsley, the pretty woman, an acquaintance of Mercer's, whose house is burnt. Nip tells me the king was so angry at the liberty taken by Lacy's, part to abuse him to his face, that he commanded they should act no more, till Moon went and got leave for them to act again, but not this play. The king mighty angry. And it was bitter indeed, but very true and witty. I never was more taken with a play than I am with this silent woman, as old as it is, and as often as I have seen it. There is more wit in it than goes to 10 new plays. Thence with my wife and Nip to Mrs. Pierce's, and saw her closet again, and liked her picture. Thence took them all to the Cake House, in Southampton Market-place, where Pierce told us the story how, in good earnest, the king is offended with the Duke of Richmond's marrying, and Mrs. Stuart's sending the king his jewels again. As she tells it, it is the noblest romance and example of a brave lady that ever I read in my life. Pretty to hear them talk of yesterday's play, and I durst not own to my wife to have seen it. Thence home and to Sir W. Batten's, where we have made a bargain for the ending of some of the trouble about some of our prizes for L1400. So home to look on my new books that I have lately bought, and then to supper and to bed. 17th. Up, and with the 2 Sir Williams by coach to the Duke of York, who is come to St. James's, the first time we have attended him there this year. In our way, in Tower Street, we saw Desborough walking on foot, who is now no more a prisoner, and looks well, and just as he used to do heretofore. When we come to the Duke of York's I was spoke to by Mr. Brunker on behalf of Carcass. Thence by coach to Sir G. Carteret, in London, there to pass some accounts of his, and at it till dinner, and then to work again a little, and then go away, and my wife being sent for by me to the New Exchange I took her up. And there to the King's Playhouse, at the door met with W. Joyce in the street, who come to our coach side, but we in haste took no notice of him, for which I was sorry afterwards, though I love not the fellow, yet for his wife's sake, and saw a piece of Rollo, a play I like not much. But much good acting in it, the house very empty. So away home, and I a little to the office, and then to Sir Robert Viner's, and so back, and find my wife gone down by water to take a little air, and I to my chamber and there spent the night in reading my new book, Origen's Juridicials. Which pleases me. So to supper and to bed. 18th. Up, and to read more in the Origins, and then to the office, where the news is strong that not only the Dutch cannot set out a fleet this year, but that the French will not, and that he hath given the answer to the Dutch ambassador, saying that he is for the King of England's, having an honourable peace, which, if true, is the best news we have had a good while. At the office all the morning, and they're pleased with the little pretty Deptford woman I have wished for long, and she hath occasion given her to come again to me. After office I to the Change a little, and then home and to dinner, and then by coach with my wife to the Duke of York's house, and there saw, The Wits, a play I formerly loved, and is now corrected and enlarged, but, though I like the acting, yet I like not much in the play now. The Duke of York and, Sir W. Coventry gone to Portsmouth, makes me thus to go to plays. So home, and to the office a little and then home, where I find Gudgrum, and he and I did sing several things over, and tried 2 or 3 grace parts in Playford's new book, my wife pleasing me in singing her part of the things she knew. Which is a comfort to my very heart. So he being gone we to supper and to bed. 19th, up, and to the office all the morning, doing a great deal of business. At noon to dinner betimes, and then my wife and I by coach to the Duke's house, calling at Lovett's, where I find my Lady Castlemaine's picture not yet done, which has lain so many months there, which vexes me. But I mean not to trouble them more after this is done. So to the playhouse, not much company come, which I impute to the heat of the weather, it being very hot. Here we saw Macbeth, 820, which, though I have seen it often, yet is it one of the best plays for a stage, and variety of dancing and musique, that ever I saw. So being very much pleased, thence home by coach with young Goodyear and his own sister, who offered us to go in their coach. A good-natured youth I believe he is, but I fear will mind his pleasures too much. She is pretty, and a modest, brown girl. Set us down, so my wife and I into the garden, a fine moonshine evening, and they're talking, and among other things she tells me that she finds by W. Hewer that my people do observe my minding my pleasure more than usual, which I confess, and am ashamed of, and so from this day take upon me to leave it till Whit Sunday. While we were sitting in the garden comes Mrs. Turner to advise about her son, the captain, when I did give her the best advice I could, to look out for some land employment for him, a peace being at hand, when few ships will be employed and very many, and these old captains, to be provided for. Then to other talk, and among the rest about Sir W. Penn's being to buy Wanstead House of Sir Robert Brooks, but has put him off again, and left him the other day to pay for a dinner at a tavern, which she says our parishioner, Mrs. Holworthy, talks of, and I dare be hanged if ever he could mean to buy that great house, that knows not how to furnish one that is not the 10th part so big. Thence I to my chamber to write a little, and then to bed, having got a mighty cold in my right ear and side of my throat, and in much trouble with it almost all the night. 20th, up, with much pain in my ear and palate. To the office out of humour all the morning. At noon dined, and with my wife to the King's house, but there found the bill torn down and no play acted, and so being in the humour to see one, went to the Duke of York's house, and there saw, the wits again. Which likes me better than it did the other day, having much wit in it. Here met with Mr. Ralt, who tells me the reason of no play today at the King's house. That Lacy had been committed to the Porter's Lodge for his acting his part in the late new play, and that being thence released he come to the King's house, there met with Ned Howard, the poet of the play, who congratulated his release. Upon which Lacy cursed him as that it was the fault of his nonsensical play that was the cause of his ill usage. Mr. Howard did give him some reply, to which Lacy answered him, that he was more a fool than a poet. Upon which Howard did give him a blow on the face with his glove, on which Lacy, having a cane in his hand, did give him a blow over the pate. Here Ralt and others that discoursed of it in the pit this afternoon did wonder that Howard did not run him through, he being too mean a fellow to fight with. But Howard did not do any thing but complain to the King of it. So the whole house is silenced, and the gentry seem to rejoice much at it, the house being become too insolent. Here were many fine ladies this afternoon at this house as I have at any time seen, and so after the play home and there wrote to my father, and then to walk in the garden with my wife. Resolving by the grace of God to see no more plays till Whitsuntide, I having now seen a play every day this week till I have neglected my business, and that I am ashamed of, being found so much absent. The Duke of York and Sir W. Coventry having been out of town at Portsmouth did the more embolden me thereto. So home, and having brought home with me from Fenchurch Street 100 of sparrowgrass 821 cost 18d. We had them and a little bit of salmon, which my wife had a mind to, cost 3s. So to supper, and my pain being somewhat better in my throat, we to bed. 21st, Lord's Day. Up, and John, a hackney coachman whom of late I have much used, as being formerly Sir W. Penn's coachman, coming to me by my direction to see whether I would use him today or no, I took him to our back gate to look upon the ground which is to be let there, where I have a mind to buy enough to build a coach house and stable. For I have had it much in my thoughts lately that it is not too much for me now, in degree or cost, to keep a coach, but contrarily, that I am almost ashamed to be seen in a hackney, and therefore if I can have the conveniency, I will secure the ground at least till peace comes, that I do receive encouragement to keep a coach, or else that I may part with the ground again. The place I like very well, being close to my own house, and so resolved to go about it, and so home and with my wife to church, and then to dinner, Mercer with us, with design to go to Hackney to church in the afternoon. So after dinner she and I sung, So Amoro, which is one of the best pieces of music to my thinking that ever I did hear in my life. Then took coach and to Hackney church, where very full, and found much difficulty to get pews, I offering the sexton money, and he could not help me. So my wife and Mercer ventured into a pew, and I into another. A knight and his lady very civil to me when they come, and the like to my wife and hers, being Sir G. Viner and his lady, rich in jewels, but most in beauty, almost the finest woman that ever I saw. That which we went chiefly to see was the young ladies of the schools 822, whereof there is great store, very pretty, and also the organ, which is handsome, and tunes the psalm, and plays with the people. Which is mighty pretty, and makes me mighty earnest to have a pair at our church, I having almost a mind to give them a pair, if they would settle a maintenance on them for it. I am mightily taken with them. So, church done, we to coach and away to Kingsland and Islington, and there eat and drank at the old house, and so back, it raining a little, which is mighty welcome, it having not rained in many weeks. So that they say it makes the fields just now mighty sweet. So with great pleasure home by night. Set down Mercer, and I to my chamber, and there read a great deal in Rycott's Turkey book with great pleasure, and so eat and to bed. My sore throat still troubling me, but not so much. This night I do come to full resolution of diligence for a good while, and I hope God will give me the grace and wisdom to perform it. 22nd, up pretty betimes, my throat better, and so drayest me, and to Whitehall to see Sir W. Coventry, returned from Portsmouth, whom I am almost ashamed to see for fear he should have been told how often I have been at plays, but it is better to see him at first than afterward. So walked to the Old Swan and drank at Michel's, and then to Whitehall and over the park to St. James's to Sir W. Coventry, where well received, and good discourse. He seems to be sure of a peace. That the King of France do not intend to set out a fleet, for that he do design Flanders. Our ambassadors set out this week. Thence I over the park to Sir G. Carteret, and after him by coach to the Lord Chancellor's house, the first time I have been therein, and it is very noble, and brave pictures of the ancient and present nobility, never saw better. Thence with him to London, mighty merry in the way. Thence home, and find the boy out of the house and office, and by comes in and hath been to Mercer's. I did pay his coat for him. Then to my chamber, my wife comes home with linen she hath been buying of. I then to dinner, and then down the river to Greenwich, and the watermen would go no further. So I turned them off, giving them nothing, and walked to Woolwich, there did some business, and met with Captain Cock and back with him. He tells me our peace is agreed on, we are not to assist the Spaniard against the French for this year, and no restitution, and we are likely to lose Polruan. 823. I know not whether this be true or no, but I am for peace on any terms. He tells me how the king was vexed the other day for having no paper laid him at the council table, as was usual. And Sir Richard Browne did tell his majesty he would call the person whose work it was to provide it, who being come, did tell his majesty that he was but a poor man, and was out L400 or L500 for it, which was as much as he is worth. And that he cannot provide it any longer without money, having not received a penny since the king's coming in. So the king spoke to my Lord Chamberlain. And many such mementos the king do nowadays meet withal, enough to make an ingenuous man mad. I to Deptford, and there scolded with a master for his ships not being gone, and so home to the office and did business till my eyes are sore again, and so home to sing, and then to bed, my eyes failing me mightily. 23rd, St. George's Day. The feast being kept at Whitehall, out of design, as it is thought, to make the best countenance we can to the Swedes' ambassadors, before their leaving us to go to the treaty abroad, to shew some jollity. We sat at the office all the morning. Word is brought me that young Michel is come to call my wife to his wife's labour, and she went, and I at the office full of expectation what to hear from poor Betty Michel. This morning much to do with Sir W. Warren, all whose applications now are to Lord Brunker, and I am against him now, not professedly, but apparently in discourse, and will be. At noon home to dinner, where alone, and after dinner to my musique papers, and by comes in my wife, who gives me the good news that the midwife and she alone have delivered poor Betty of a pretty girl, which I am mighty glad of. And she in good condition, my wife as well as I mightily pleased with it. Then to the office to do things towards the post, and then my wife and I sat down at her mother's, and I up and down to do business, but did little, and so to Mrs. Martin's, and there did Hazer what I would con her, and then called my wife and to little Michelle's, where we saw the little child, which I like mightily, being I allow very pretty, and asked her how she did, being mighty glad of her doing well. And so home to the office, and then to my chamber, and so to bed. 24th, up, and with, Sir W. Penn to St. James's, and there the Duke of York was preparing to go to some further ceremonies about the Garter, that he could give us no audience. Thence to Westminster Hall, the first day of the term, and there joyed Mrs. Michelle, who is mightily pleased with my wife's work yesterday, and so away to my barber's about my periwig, and then to the Exchange, there to meet Fenn about some money to be borrowed of the office of the Ordnance to answer a great pinch. So home to dinner, and in the afternoon met by agreement, being put on it by Harry Brunker's frighting us into a dispatch of carcass business, Lord Brunker, T. Harvey, Sir J. Minns, Sir W. Batten, and I, Sir W. Penn keeping out of the way still, were a great many high words from Brunker, and as many from me and others to him, and to better purpose, for I think we have fortified ourselves to overthrow his man Carcass, and to do no honour to him. We rose with little done but great heat, not to be reconciled I doubt, and I care not, for I will be on the right side, and that shall keep me, thence by coach to Sir John Duncombe's lodging in the Pall Mall. 824 in order to the money spoken of in the morning. And there a while sat and discoursed, and I find him that he is a very proper man for business, being very resolute and proud, and industrious. He told me what reformation they had made in the office of the Ordnance, taking away Legg's fees 825 and have got an order that no treasurer after him shall ever sit at the board. And it is a good one, that no master of the Ordnance here shall ever sell a place. He tells me they have not paid any increase of price for any thing during this war, but in most have paid less. And at this day have greater stores than they know where to lay, if there should be peace, and than ever was any time this war. That they pay every man in course, and have notice of the disposal of every farthing. Every man that they owe money to has his share of every sum they receive. Never borrowed all this war but L30,000 by the King's express command, but do usually stay till their assignments become payable in their own course, which is the whole mystery. That they have had assignments for a fifth part of whatever was assigned to the Navy. They have power of putting out and in of all officers, are going upon a building that will cost them L12,000, that they out of their stock of tallies have been forced to help the Treasurer of the Navy at this great pinch. Then to talk of news, that he thinks the want of money hath undone the King, for the Parliament will never give the King more money without calling all people to account, nor, as he believes, will ever make war again. But they will manage it themselves, unless, which I proposed, he would visibly become a severer inspector into his own business and accounts. And that would gain upon the Parliament yet, which he confesses and confirms as the only lift to set him upon his legs, but says that it is not in his nature ever to do. He says that he believes but 4 men, such as he could name, would do the business of both offices, his and ours, and if ever the war were to be again it should be so, he believes. He told me to my face that I was a very good clerk, and did understand the business and do it very well, and that he would never desire a better. He do believe that the Parliament, if ever they meet, will offer some alterations to the King, and will turn some of us out, and I protest I think he is in the right that either they or the King will be advised to some regulations. And therefore I ought to beware, as it is easy for me to keep myself up if I will. He thinks that much of our misfortune hath been for want of an active Lord Treasurer, and that such a man as Sir W. Coventry would do the business thoroughly. This talk being over, comes his boy and tells us, Sir W. Coventry is come in, and so he and I to him, and they're told the difficulty of getting this money, and they did play hard upon Sir G. Carteret as a man moped and stunned, not knowing which way to turn himself. Sir W. Coventry cried that he was disheartened, and I do think that there is much in it, but Sir J. Duncombe do charge him with mighty neglect in the pursuing of his business, and that he do not look after it himself, but leaves it to Fenn. So that I do perceive that they are resolved to scheme at bringing the business into a better way of execution, and I think it needs, that is the truth of it. So I away to Sir G. Carteret lodgings about this money, and contrary to expectation I find he hath prevailed with leg on his own bond to lend him L2000, which I am glad of, but, poor man, he little sees what observations people do make upon his management. And he is not a man fit to be told what one hears. Thence by water at 10 at night from Westminster Bridge, having kissed little Frank, and so to the Old Swan, and walked home by moonshine, and there to my chamber a while, and supper, and to bed. 25th. Received a writ from the Exchequer this morning of distrain for L70,000, which troubled me, though it be but matter of form. To the office, where sat all the morning. At noon my wife being to unthanks christening, I to Sir W. Batten's to dinner, where merry, and the rather because we are like to come to some good end in another of our prizes. Thence by coach to my Lord Treasurer's, and there being come too soon to the New Exchange, but did nothing, and back again, and there found my Lord Brunker and T. Harvey, and walked in a room very merrily discoursing. By and by comes my Lord Ashley and tells us my Lord Treasurer is ill and cannot speak with us now. Thence away, Sir W. Penn and I and Mr. Lewis, who come hither after us, and Mr. Gawden in the last man's coach. Set me down by the Poultry, and I to Sir Robert Viner's, and there had my account stated and took it home to review. So home to the office, and there late writing out something, having been a little at Sir W. Batten's to talk, and they're vexed to see them give order for hogs further abroad, and so home and to bed. 26th, up, and by coach with Sir W. Batten and Sir W. Penn to Whitehall, and there saw the Duke of Albemarle, who is not well, and do grow crazy. Thence I to St. James's, to meet Sir G. Carteret, and did, and Lord Berkeley, to get them, as we would have done the Duke of Albemarle, to the meeting of the Lords of Appeal in the business of one of our prizes. With them to the meeting of the Guinea Company, and there stayed, and went with Lord Berkeley. While I was waiting for him in the matted gallery, a young man was most finely working in Indian ink the great picture of the King and Queen sitting 826 by Van Dyck, and did it very finely. Thence to Westminster Hall to hear our cause, but, it, did not come before them today, so went down and walked below in the hall, and there met with Ned Pickering, who tells me the ill news of his nephew Gilbert, who is turned a very rogue. And then I took a turn with Mr. Evelyn, with whom I walked 2 hours, till almost 1 of the clock, talking of the badness of the government, where nothing but wickedness. And wicked men and women command the king, that it is not in his nature to gainsay anything that relates to his pleasures. That much of it arises from the sickliness of our ministers of state, who cannot be about him as the idle companions are, and therefore he gives way to the young rogues. And then, from the negligence of the clergy, that a bishop shall never be seen about him, as the King of France hath always, that the king would fain have some of the same gang to be Lord Treasurer, which would be yet worse. For now some delays are put to the getting gifts of the king, as that whore my Lady Byron 827 who had been, as he called it, the king's 17th whore abroad, did not leave him till she had got him to give her an order for L4000 worth of plate to be made for her. But by delays, thanks be to God, she died before she had it. He tells me mighty stories of the King of France, how great a prince he is. He hath made a code to shorten the law. He hath put out all the ancient commanders of castles that were become hereditary. He hath made all the friars subject to the bishops, which before were only subject to Rome, and so were hardly the king's subjects, and that none shall become religio, but at such an age, which he thinks will in a few years ruin the Pope, and bring France into a patriarchate. He confirmed to me the business of the want of paper at the council table the other day, which I have observed, Woolley being to have found it, and did, being called, tell the king to his face the reason of it, and Mr. Evelyn tells me several of the menial servants of the court lacking bread, that have not received a farthing wages since the king's coming in. He tells me the King of France hath his mistresses, but laughs at the foolery of our king, that makes his bastards princes 828 and loses his revenue upon them, and makes his mistresses his masters, and the King of France did never grant Lavalier 829 anything to bestow on others, and gives a little subsistence, but no more, to his bastards. He told me the whole story of Mrs. Stuart's going away from court, he knowing her well. And believes her, up to her leaving the court, to be as virtuous as any woman in the world, and told me, from a lord that she told it to but yesterday, with her own mouth, and a sober man, that when the Duke of Richmond did make love to her, she did ask the king, and he did the like also. And that the king did not deny it, and, she, told this lord that she was come to that pass as to resolve to have married any gentleman of 1500 a year that would have had her in honor. For it was come to that pass, that she could not longer continue at court without prostituting herself to the king 830 whom she had so long kept off, though he had liberty more than any other had, or he ought to have, as to dalliance. 831. She told this lord that she had reflected upon the occasion she had given the world to think her a bad woman, and that she had no way but to marry and leave the court, rather in this way of discontent than otherwise. That the world might see that she sought not anything but her honor. And that she will never come to live at court more than when she comes to town to come to kiss the queen her mistress's hand, and hopes, though she hath little reason to hope, she can please her lord so as to reclaim him, that they may yet live comfortably in the country on his estate. She told this lord that all the jewels she ever had given her at court, or any other presents, more than the king's allowance of 700 per annum out of the privy purse for her clothes, were. At her first coming the king did give her a necklace of pearl of about 1100, and afterwards, about 7 months since, when the king had hopes to have obtained some courtesy of her, the king did give her some jewels, I have forgot what. And I think a pair of pendants. The Duke of York, being once her valentine, did give her a jewel of about 800, and my Lord Mandeville, her valentine this year, a ring of about 300. And the King of France would have had her mother, who, he says, is one of the most cunning women in the world, to have let her stay in France, saying that he loved her not as a mistress, but as one that he could marry as well as any lady in France. And that, if she might stay, for the honor of his court he would take care she should not repent. But her mother, by command of the Queen Mother, thought rather to bring her into England, and the King of France did give her a jewel, so that Mr. Evelyn believes she may be worth in jewels about 6000, and that is all that she hath in the world, and a worthy woman, and in this hath done as great an act of honor as ever was done by woman. That now the Countess Castlemaine do carry all before her, and among other arguments to prove Mrs. Stuart to have been honest to the last, he says that the king's keeping in still with my Lady Castlemaine do show it. For he never was known to keep 2 mistresses in his life, and would never have kept to her had he prevailed anything with Mrs. Stuart. She is gone yesterday with her lord to Cobham. He did tell me of the ridiculous humour of our king and knights of the garter the other day, who, whereas heretofore their robes were only to be worn during their ceremonies and service, these, as proud of their coats, did wear them all day till night, and then rode into the park with them on. Nay, and he tells me he did see my Lord Oxford and the Duke of Monmouth in a hackney coach with 2 footmen in the park, with their robes on, which is a most scandalous thing, so as all gravity may be said to be lost among us. By and by we discoursed of Sir Thomas Clifford, whom I took for a very rich and learned man, and of the great family of that name. He tells me he is only a man of about 70 pounds a year, of little learning more than the law of a justice of peace, which he knows well, a parson's son, got to be burgess in a little borough in the west. And here fell into the acquaintance of my Lord Arlington, whose creature he is, and never from him. A man of virtue, and comely, and good parts enough, and hath come into his place with a great grace, though with a great skip over the heads of a great many, as Chichley and Duncombe, and some lords that did expect it. By the way, he tells me, that of all the great men of England there is none that endeavours more to raise those that he takes into favour than my Lord Arlington. And that, on that score, he is much more to be made one's patron than my Lord Chancellor, who never did, nor never will do, anything, but for money. After having this long discourse we parted, about 1 of the clock, and so away by water home, calling upon Michelle, whose wife and girl are pretty well, and I home to dinner, and after dinner with Sir W. Batten to Whitehall, there to attend the Duke of York before council, where we all met at his closet and did the little business we had, and here he did tell us how the King of France is intent upon his design against Flanders. And hath drawn up a remonstrance of the cause of the war, and appointed the 20th of the next month for his rendezvous, and himself to prepare for the campaign the 30th, so that this, we are in hopes, will keep him in employment. Turin is to be his general. Here was Carcass's business unexpectedly moved by him, but what was done therein appears in my account of his case in writing by itself. Certain news of the Dutch being abroad on our coast with 24 great ships. This done Sir W. Batten and I back again to London, and in the way met my Lady Newcastle going with her coaches and footmen all in velvet, herself, whom I never saw before, as I have heard her often described. For all the town talk is nowadays of her extravagancies, with her velvet cap, her hair about her ears. Many black patches, because of pimples about her mouth, naked-necked, without anything about it, and a black justaucorps. She seemed to me a very comely woman, but I hope to see more of her on May Day. My mind is mightily of late upon a coach. At home, to the office, where late spending all the evening upon entering in longhand our late passages with Carcass for memory's sake, and so home in great pain in my back by the uneasiness of Sir W. Batten's coach driving hard this afternoon over the stones to prevent coming too late. So at night to supper in great pain, and to bed, where lay in great pain, not able to turn myself all night. 27th. Up with much pain, and to the office, where all the morning. At noon home to dinner, W. Hewer with us. This noon I got in some coals at 23s. Per chaldron, a good hearing, I thank God having not been put to buy a coal all this dear time, that during this war poor people have been forced to give 45s. And 50s, and L3. In the afternoon, my wife and people busy these late days, and will be for some time, making of shirts and smocks, to the office, where late, and then home, after letters, and so to supper and to bed, with much pleasure of mind. After having dispatched business. This afternoon I spent some time walking with Mr. Moore, in the garden, among other things discoursing of my Lord Sandwich's family, which he tells me is in a very bad condition, for want of money in management, my lords charging them with bills, and nobody, nor anything provided to answer them. He did discourse of his hopes of being supplied with L1900 against a present bill from me, but I took no notice of it, nor will do it. It seems Mr. Shepley doubts his accounts are ill kept, and everything else in the family out of order, which I am grieved to hear of. 28th, Lord's Day. Lay long, my pain in my back being still great, though not so great as it was. However, up and to church, where a lazy sermon, and then home and to dinner, my wife and I alone in Barker. After dinner, by water, the day being mighty pleasant, and the tide serving finely, I up, reading in Boyle's Book of Colours, as high as Barn Elms, and there took one turn alone, and then back to Putney Church. Where I saw the girls of the schools, few of which pretty. And there I come into a pew, and met with little James Pierce, which I was much pleased at, the little rogue being very glad to see me, his master, reader to the church. Here was a good sermon and much company, but I sleepy, and a little out of order, for my hat falling down through a hole underneath the pulpit, which, however, after sermon, by a stick, and the help of the clerk, I got up again. And then walked out of the church with the boy, and then left him, promising him to get him a play another time. And so by water, the tide being with me again, down to Deptford, and there I walked down the yard, Shish and Cox with me, and discoursed about cleaning of the wet dock, and heard, which I had before, how, when the dock was made, a ship of near 500 tons was there found. A ship supposed of Queen Elizabeth's time, and well wrought, with a great deal of stone shot in her, of 18 inches diameter, which was shot then in use, and afterwards meeting with Captain Perriman and Mr. Castle at Halfway Tree, they tell me of stone shot of 36 inches diameter, which they shot out of mortar pieces. Thence walked to Halfway Tree, and there stopped and talked with Mr. Castle and Captain Perriman, and so to redrift and took boat again, and so home, and there to write down my journal, and so to supper and to read, and so to bed, mightily pleased with my reading of Boyle's Book of Colours today. Only troubled that some part of it, indeed the greatest part, I am not able to understand for want of study. My wife this night troubled at my leaving her alone so much and keeping her within doors, which indeed I do not well nor wisely in. 29th. Up, being visited very early by Creed newly come from Hinchingbrook, who went thither without my knowledge, and I believe only to save his being taxed by the poll bill. I did give him no very good countenance nor welcome, but took occasion to go forth and walked, he with me, to St. Dunstan's, and thence I to Sir W. Coventry's, where a good while with him, and I think he pretty kind, but that the nature of our present condition affords not matter for either of us to be pleased with any thing. We discoursed of Carcass, whose lord, he tells me, do make complaints that his clerk should be singled out, and my Lord Berkeley do take his part. So he advises we would sum up all we have against him and lay it before the Duke of York. He condemned my Lord Brouncker. Thence to Sir G. Carteret, and there talked a little while about office business, and thence by coach home, in several places paying my debts in order to my evening my accounts this month, and thence by and by to Whitehall again to Sir G. Carteret to dinner, where very good company in discourse, and I think it my part to keep in there now more than ordinary because of the probability of my lord's coming soon home. Our commissioners for the treaty set out this morning betimes down the river. Here I hear that the Duke of Cambridge, the Duke of York's son, is very sick, and my Lord Treasurer very bad of the stone, and hath been so some days. After dinner Sir G. Carteret and I alone in his closet an hour or more talking of my Lord Sandwich's coming home, which, the peace being likely to be made here, he expects. Both for my Lord's sake and his own, whose interest he wants, it will be best for him to be at home, where he will be well received by the king. He is sure of his service well accepted, though the business of Spain do fall by this peace. He tells me my Lord Arlington hath done like a gentleman by him in all things. He says, if my Lord, Sandwich, were here, he were the fittest man to be Lord Treasurer of any man in England, and he thinks it might be compassed. For he confesses that the king's matters do suffer through the inability of this man, who is likely to die, and he will propound him to the king. It will remove him from his place at sea, and the king will have a good place to bestow. He says to me, that he could wish, when my lord comes, that he would think fit to forbear playing, as a thing below him, and which will lessen him, as it do my Lord St. Albans, in the king's esteem, and as a great secret tells me that he hath made a match for my Lord Hinchingbroke to a daughter of my Lord Burlington's, where there is a great alliance, L10,000 portion. A civil family, and relation to my Lord Chancellor, whose son hath married one of the daughters, and that my Lord Chancellor do take it with very great kindness, so that he do hold himself obliged by it. My Lord Sandwich hath referred it to my Lord Crewe, Sir G. Carteret, and Mr. Montague, to end it. My Lord Hinchingbroke and the lady know nothing yet of it. It will, I think, be very happy. Very glad of this discourse, I away mightily pleased with the confidence I have in this family, and so away, took up my wife, who was at her mother's, and so home, where I settled to my chamber about my accounts, both tangier and private. And up at it till 12 at night, with good success, when news is brought me that there is a great fire in Southwark, so we up to the leads, and then I and the boy down to the end of our lane, and there saw it, it seeming pretty great. But nothing to the fire of London, that it made me think little of it. We could at that distance see an engine play, that is, the water go out, it being moonlight. By and by, it begun to slacken, and then I home and to bed. 30th, up, and Mr. Madden come to speak with me, whom my people not knowing have made to wait long without doors, which vexed me. Then comes Sir John Winter to discourse with me about the Forest of Dean, and then about my Lord Treasurer, and asking me whether, as he had heard, I had not been cut for the stone, I took him to my closet, and there shewed it to him. Of which he took the dimensions and had some discourse of it, and I believe will shew my Lord Treasurer it. Thence to the office, where we sat all the morning, but little to do, and then to the Change, where for certain I hear, and the news book declares, a peace between France and Portugal. Met here with Mr. Pierce, And he tells me the Duke of Cambridge is very ill and full of spots about his body, that Dr. Fraser knows not what to think of it. Then home and to dinner, and then to the office, where all the afternoon, we met about Sir W. Warren's business and accounts, wherein I do rather oppose than forward him, but not in declared terms, for I will not be at enmity with him, but I will not have him find any friendship so good as mine. By and by rose and by water to Whitehall, and then called my wife at unthanks. So home and to my chamber, to my accounts, and finished them to my heart's wishes and admiration, they being grown very intricate, being let alone for 2 months, but I brought them together all naturally, within a few shillings. But to my sorrow the poll money I paid this month and morning have made me L80 a worse man than at my last balance, so that I am worth now but L6700, which is yet an infinite mercy to me, for which God make me thankful. So late to supper, with a glad heart for the evening of my accounts so well, and so to bed.